Chapter 1. Who is speaking? Congratulations, my lord. Congratulations. Gentlemen, please, no need for formalities. In the banquet hall of the Wan city government, exquisite dishes were elegantly arranged upon the tables. Behind those tables, radiant smiles adorned the faces of the guests. They were the most esteemed members of the Cao Wei faction, accompanied by their close friends and family. At the head of the table, seated in a position of prominence, was none other than the lord of the Cao Wei faction, the current Minister of Works, Cao Cao. Today, Zhang Xiao of Wan City has officially surrendered. Thus, Cao Cao hosted a grand celebration to commemorate this momentous occasion. Amidst the festivities, a bewildered youth, aged about 15 or 16, stood behind the Chancellor Chengyu, staring in disbelief at the scene before him, utterly perplexed. Have I traveled through time? Once he finally grasped the situation, the youth could not help but shake his head in despair, raising the fine wine before him and downing it in one gulp. His name was Cheng Yang. In his previous life, he was a beleaguered web novelist, frequently failing to update his stories and delighting in disappointing his readers, which led to him receiving sharp blades from his few loyal fans. Upon awakening, he found himself transported to the era of the Three Kingdoms. This is the Wan City government? Zhang Xiao has just surrendered? The military exchange is still unclear? Damn! Cheng Yang instinctively cursed under his breath. In a few days, Zhang Xiao will surely rebel. In the ensuing chaos, a significant number of Cao Cao's men will perish here. Among them will be the formidable General Dian Wei, Cao Cao's eldest son Cao Ong, and even Cao Cao's numerous nephews and grandsons who accompany him to battle, all of whom will fall victim to Zhang Xiao's blade. Perhaps even I will meet my end here. Amin, come here. Just as Cheng Yang was lost in thought, a young man with a lecherous expression, clearly of dubious character, approached Cao Cao and smiled obsequiously. Uncle, did you call for me? Are there any songstresses in the city? Bring one over to liven up the atmosphere. Well, I couldn't find a songstress. Look here. Cao Anmin grinned, producing a painting of a beautiful woman from his bosom, slowly unfurling it before Cao Cao, giving him a knowing glance. Although it was merely a painting, an impressionistic one at that, Cao Cao could not remain seated after just one glance. The woman depicted was enchanting and stunningly beautiful. Even a simple gesture of admiring flowers exuded an allure that could topple nations. Those nearby, although aware of the impropriety, dared not voice their objections, for they understood that once Cao Cao indulged in wine, he always sought to stir up some mischief. Moreover, he had been away from Xuchang for some time, surrounded by men in the military. Cao Cao was likely feeling restless. Uncle, this is Madame Zhou, the widow of Zhang Ji, renowned for her beauty. In person, she is incomparably more exquisite than in the painting. She is truly a rare gem. My nephew has already sent someone to find her. Would you like me to escort her to your chambers later? His voice was low, barely audible to most in the banquet hall. However, Cheng Yang, seated just behind Cheng Yu and close to Cao Cao, heard every word distinctly. Damn! Cao Amin, you fool! Why provoke her of all people? Infuriating Zhang Xiao will surely lead to rebellion. Not only will Cao Ong and Dian Wei be slaughtered, but a majority of those present will meet the same fate. Boom! In an instant, Cao Cao's body trembled violently. Had someone just mentioned that Zhang Xiao would rebel? That Cao Ong and Dian Wei would be killed? That most of those present would perish alongside them? This is utterly absurd. Cao Cao scanned the room, his gaze sweeping over the faces of those nearest, seeking to identify the one who spoke so recklessly. Uncle, please continue to enjoy your drink. I shall handle the matters below, ensuring your satisfaction. Realizing Cao Cao's expression had darkened, Cao Anmin turned to leave, eager to deliver Madame Zhou to him without delay. For heaven's sake, stop him. If you don't, are you wishing for everyone to die together? Boom! That voice echoed once more in Cao Cao's mind. Who dares to speak such nonsense? Uncle, are you all right? Seeing Cao Cao in such a fluster, Cao Anmin instinctively halted, concern etched on his face. I am fine. Amin, come here. The matter of Madame Zhou had to be momentarily set aside. Cao Cao's foremost priority was to uncover the identity of the speaker. If it were true that Zhang Xiao would rebel, and that Cao Ong, Dian Wei, and the majority here would be killed, wouldn't calamity be upon us? The thought alone sent shivers of fear coursing through Cao Cao's heart. Cao Ang was not only his eldest son, but Jianwei was also his most trusted general. Just the nephews and grandsons gathered in the banquet hall numbered in the dozens. This was fresh blood for the Cao family. If they perished, the Cao clan would be left without successors. Finally, he managed to halt Cao Anmin, but whether Cao Cao would reconsider remained uncertain. To provoke Zhang Xiu's aunt would surely lead to dire consequences. No, I must leave quickly. I can't let my stubborn father remain here either. Damn it. Wan City is far too perilous. I wish to return home. I no longer wish to engage in battle. The voice in his heart returned, yet Cao Cao was already prepared. He had been watching the officials nearest to him intently and had begun to ascertain that no one had spoken just moments before. Did I hear their inner thoughts? It could not be mistaken. While pondering the identity of this mysterious individual, Cao Cao reflected on the words that had just invaded his thoughts. Madame Zhou is Zhang Xiu's, and if she is harmed, Zhang Xiu will undoubtedly be incensed. The likelihood of rebellion is quite high. It appears that Madame Zhou must not be touched, almost thwarted by that fool Cao Anmin. With the notion of pursuing Madame Zhou dismissed, Zhang Xiu had no just cause to rebel, and Cao Cao felt a sense of calm returning. Yet, who could this person be? His father was here as well, an obstinate old man. It seemed likely that it was a father-son duo within the military. Cao Cao turned to cast his gaze over Sun Yu and his son, Cheng Yu and his son, Mao Jie and his son, and others in attendance. What are you looking at, man? Why haven't you dealt with that scoundrel Cao Anmin? This person does nothing of substance, engaging only in underhanded schemes. You, a formidable warlord and a figure of considerable stature, actually keep such a person by your side. Do you not realize you are digging your own grave? Alas, I must leave this place. I cannot remain here. If Zhang Xiu regains his senses, he will certainly strike at the banquet hall. If I do not depart now, it will be too late. Cao Cao's expression faltered. This young fellow dares to call me by my childhood name. He possesses quite the audacity. You intend to flee? I shall ensure you do not succeed. Tonight, unless I expose you, no one shall depart. As the Lord, Cao Cao would never stoop to quarreling with a child. His self-reference as a man was merely a moment of mischief, and he had not revealed it in front of the crowd. Moreover, this young man claimed to be a great warlord, a figure of unparalleled renown. TSK, he certainly knows how to flatter. Esteemed guests, it is rare for us to gather so harmoniously tonight. Let us drink to our heart's content and not leave until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Come, raise your glasses. Until dawn, none shall depart. Cao Cao lifted his cup, urging the guests to drink while secretly glancing at the young man beside him. Damn, Cao man, you enjoy stirring up trouble, don't you? You are the chosen one, blessed with fortune, and surely you shall escape unscathed. Yet, we mere mortals cannot withstand such turbulence. I implore you, show us mercy and allow us to return. If we linger any longer, Zhang Xiu might very well scatter my ashes. Cao Cao smiled broadly, his lips curling in delight, although he still could not discern who it was. The thought of this young man's frantic state, brought to tears by his machinations, filled him with a sense of satisfaction. Letting you be so irreverent, calling me a man, allowing you and your father to plot an escape. You wish to play tricks on me? Let us see how I shall deal with you. However, the chosen one, blessed with fortune, I must admit, your insight is commendable. Chapter 2 Promotion of Close Associates. After lingering for over half an hour, Cao Cao showed no signs of concluding the gathering, and Cheng Yang was genuinely anxious. Unbeknownst to him, Cao Cao had already dismissed the idea of pursuing Madame Zhou. He believed that the old lecher was simply enjoying himself and wished to drink to his heart's content before returning to Madame Zhou. If this continued, Zhang Xiu might very well arrive to exact vengeance tonight. Damn it, it's now or never. If we do not leave, it will be too late. Cheng Yang tugged at Cheng Ye's sleeve and whispered, Father, it's getting late, we should return quickly. Such a seemingly trivial gesture was swiftly captured by Cao Cao's keen perception. He narrowed his eyes, filled with expectation, and inquired, Chancellor Cheng, do you and your son have matters to attend to? Cheng Yu looked up, bewildered, and replied, No, my lord, nothing at all. Your Excellency. Seeing Cao Cao's inquiry, Cheng Yang recognized the opportunity and interrupted Cheng Ye's response. My father struggles with alcohol. He has already become intoxicated, and I wish to take him home to rest. Oh dear, you must understand, we cannot linger otherwise. We are surely doomed. And do not blame me, you must blame yourself for being unable to control your third leg. Wan City is treacherous, you cannot handle Madame Zhou. What a clever boy, it's indeed you. Finally confirming the identity of the mysterious individual, Cao Cao appeared exceedingly thrilled, especially upon seeing Cheng Yang's anxious expression. As the Lord, he felt a swell of pride within him. Do you take me for a fool? Do you think I am unaware of the gravity of the situation? You are gravely mistaken. I, Cao, would never jeopardize state affairs for the sake of a woman. Yet, what on earth is this man? Cao Cao, both amused and exasperated, fixed his gaze upon the father and son duo, admonishing, why the rush? Is it really so challenging for the esteemed Cheng to handle a few cups of wine? Both of you, take your seats. You shall not leave until the gathering has concluded. What on earth? Is this how the script is written? Oh man, just let us go back. I may not be able to confront you, but I certainly can evade you. You indulge in the aunt of Zhang Xiu and revel in your pleasure, while we are left to bear the consequences. I beseech you, treat us as mere trifles and let us go. Will you? Sir Siku, my father is gravely ill and truly cannot withstand the drink, I implore you. Fool! What nonsense are you spouting? When has your father ever been seriously ill? Cheng Yu shot him a glare, unable to restrain his reprimand. My lord, my son is momentarily thoughtless. Please do not take it to heart. My health has always been robust. Curse it, father. You are digging your own grave. I am utterly at a loss. Cao Cao, with a smile, clasped his hands behind his back, observing the father and son with great amusement. Indeed, Cheng Yu is an honest man. He speaks plainly without pretense. But the lad at home is rather cunning. Cheng Yang, is it? Come, take a seat beside me. Among the younger generation, you are the most promising. Come here. What is happening? Goodness, what does this mean? Oh man, are you unaware that the one who stands out becomes the target? Are you attempting to lead me to my demise? Cheng Yang was utterly taken aback, rooted to the spot, unable to move for what felt like an eternity. You foolish boy, why are you dazed? The Lord is calling for you. Cheng Yu hastily prodded his arm. Seeing this, Cheng Yang had no choice but to muster his courage, stand up, and sit beside Cao Cao, not daring to lift his head. The hall was filled with ministers and generals, all wearing expressions of bewilderment. Isn't this Cheng Ye's foolish son? How has he captured the Lord's favor? Is there ancestral grave smoking? What incredible fortune! Just as Cheng Yang felt as though he were sitting on needles, a woman of enchanting beauty and graceful demeanor entered the hall. Her beauty was breathtaking, and as she walked into the banquet hall, all eyes were irresistibly drawn to her. Even Cheng Yang, who had seen many stars in later years, could not help but gasp in astonishment. Who is this? Her looks are simply extraordinary. Is it possible for a woman to be this beautiful? Oh no, I am feeling butterflies. Cao Cao, with a smile, stole a glance at Cheng Yang. This lad has taken a liking to Lady Zhou, has he? You little rascal. How dare you criticize me? I am Zhou, and I have come to pay my respects to Sir Siku. I wonder why you summoned me? Zhou naturally referred to Lady Zhou, and the crowd nodded in admiration, discussing her beauty. Yet, Cheng Yang could not find joy in this revelation. With Lady Zhou's entrance, it signified that Zhang Xiu's rebellion was not far off. Cao Anmin, that scoundrel, dares to act. This is truly a disaster. Am I to perish here? Damn it. Cao Cao regarded Cheng Yang with amusement before smiling at Lady Zhou and declaring, as the widow of Zhang Ji, Lady Zhou is the aunt of General Zhang Xiu. The prosperity of Wancheng today owes much to her. Bring forth a reward of 100 taels of gold and confer upon her the title of lady. May our two families remain united in friendship. Lady Zhou, having received your reward, you may return now. Thank you, Sir Siku. Lady Zhou bowed in gratitude, accepted the gold and silver, and made her way back to Zhang's residence. Is that all? Oh man, have you lost interest in her? Cheng Yang was left in a daze, unable to comprehend why Cao Cao had not been swayed. Cao Cao puffed out his chest, addressing the crowd. Lady Zhou is Zhang Xiu's, and you must not treat her lightly simply because she is a widow. Should you provoke Zhang Xiu, it will undoubtedly lead to chaos. What the Lord says is indeed wise. We have learned our lesson. Oh, this is somewhat different from what I expected. A man is quite insightful, grasping the essence of the matter with a single glance. By heavens, he truly is a formidable figure. It seems I was overly concerned. Cao, I am thoroughly impressed by your maneuvering. Cao Cao could not help but chuckle. You lad, are you now convinced? Do you recognize the might of Cao? With your petty schemes, you dare to play before me? I have consumed more salt than you have rice. At this moment, Cao Cao was exceedingly pleased, not merely because he had stabilized the situation, averting a military upheaval, but more importantly, because his casual remark had earned Cheng Yang's respect. This feeling of accomplishment surpassed even that of Zhang Xiu's surrender. However, it must be said that this lad indeed possesses foresight. Had he not anticipated this step, I might have truly taken an interest in Lady Zhou. In such a case, Zhang Xiu would undoubtedly have rebelled, and everyone present would likely meet a grim fate. Cheng Yu, oh Cheng Yu, you have raised a fine son. It is thanks to him that we have escaped calamity. Cheng Shangshu, I find your son quite admirable. Why not keep him by my side as a personal attendant? Ha! Gasps of astonishment filled the hall. The personal attendants beside the Lord may hold little power, but their futures are boundless. Throughout history, those who become personal attendants to the sovereign are not only of noble lineage but also share a close bond with the Lord. Without exception, they are all key candidates for future leadership. Some may even become the mainstays of the court in times to come. Yet Cheng Yang, this foolish lad, possesses no discernible talent. What merit does he have to serve beside the Lord? Even if Cheng Yu shares a decent rapport with the Lord, their bond is not so intimate. Sun Ye's sons, Sun Yun and Sun Yu, are renowned for their literary prowess and wisdom. Who cannot surpass him? Eugene's son, Yu Gui, is commendable in martial arts and command. Why does the Lord overlook everyone else and favor this young man, especially in the midst of a banquet?
Chapter 3. The youngster knows my heart. The crowd was as perplexed as a monk who could not grasp the fundamentals. Cheng Yu's eyes twitched, and he hastily clasped his fists in greeting, saying, "My lord, this young lad of mine is truly somewhat. He understood his son better than anyone else. Although he was unaware of Cao Cao's intentions in wanting to keep Qing Yang by his side, he dared not take the risk. If one day Cao Cao discovered that his son was nothing more than a good-for-nothing, he might very well punish him. As a concerned father, this was something Cheng Yu absolutely wished to avoid. My lord, my son lacks talent and capability and is unworthy of such a responsibility. It would be wise to seek someone more accomplished for this role." Cheng Yang breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that his father was perceptive. "You want me to be a close attendant? No way. Serving a ruler is akin to accompanying a tiger. Do you think I'm foolish? For one, I cannot tolerate your temperament. You killed the entire family of El Bosch, who treated you so well. That's truly terrifying. You could have simply done the deed without declaring, 'I would rather betray the world than let the world betray me.' Are you out of your mind? Such words should not be tossed around carelessly. Keep them to yourself instead of putting on a show. Now, everyone in the world despises you. There's no turning back. Anyway, I have no desire to follow you. Upon returning home, I will resign from my position and live a quiet life, never again meddling in your affairs." The preceding words struck a chord with Cao Cao, for he too often felt remorse over El Bosch's family, not for having killed them, but for having hastily spoken and left behind a historical reproach. "The lad knows my heart," Cao Cao mused, increasingly convinced. Cheng Yang must not be let go. This young man was too cunning. Whenever something arose, instead of reporting to him, he would first consider fleeing. That simply would not do. No matter how slippery he was, he could not escape from my grasp. Thus, it was decided that there would be no further debate on this matter. And Min, draft the document. I shall issue the appointment letter on the spot. Cheng Yang's eyes widened, realizing he could not evade this fate, and thus remained silent. "Uncle, what about Lady Zhou?" Seizing the opportunity, Cao Anmin could no longer contain himself. "How shall we arrange matters with Lady Zhou? Should I secretly bring her to your quarters? Are you still not giving up? Cao Cao himself has no such intention, yet you still think of playing tricks." Do you see Cao Boss alive and well, and you are unwilling to let him live in peace? Lady Zhou is indeed beautiful, but do consider her status. For others, it may be merely a tale of love and hatred. But if it involves you, it could spark a war between two nations, you fool. Cao Cao narrowed his eyes, turning back to glare at Cheng Yang. Did this young man just express a desire for Lady Zhou in his heart? A sudden thought struck him, a rather peculiar idea. Since you have an interest in Lady Zhou, why not grant you a favor? After all, Zhang Xiu and his men will accompany me back to Sudu, leaving only our people to guard Wancheng. If I were to give Lady Zhou to you, would you not feel grateful? Would you not obediently remain by my side to serve? Let it be so. Take Chao Anmin away, give him 50 lashes, and throw him into the dungeon. Chao Anmin's eyes widened in shock. Uncle, what are you doing? Take him away. Cao Cao did not even glance back, leaving behind only a scornful look. Several guards dragged Chao Anmin away, administering 50 harsh blows. At this, Cheng Yang was utterly taken aback. Wow, is Cao Boss really that brilliant and formidable? I truly underestimated him. This maneuver is quite impressive. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he finally felt at ease. Cao Cao cleared his throat, addressing the assembly. Since Zhang Xiu has surrendered, he shall soon accompany me back to Sudu for an official position. We must leave a capable general to guard Wancheng. Who do you all deem suitable? The crowd exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. Wancheng was a solitary city, strategically vital, serving as the southern gateway to Sudu and the entry point to regions like Hanzhong. It faced threats from Elbu and Lubei to the east, and was in distant view of Jiangdong. To guard Wancheng, a general must possess not only outstanding martial prowess and a commanding presence, but also foresight and wisdom. Otherwise, one could easily fall victim to schemes while stationed in such an isolated city. After a long pause, the banquet hall remained silent. Cao Hong, sensing the moment, rose and clasped his fists, saying, "My lord, I, Cao, am unworthy, but I wish to remain here as a guardian." Cao Hong? No, that won't do. While Cao Hong had decent martial skills and could command troops adequately, he lacked strategic insight. Leaving him to guard Wancheng could lead to trouble, and it would be far more prudent to have him stay in Sudu to lead the forces. Upon hearing Cheng Yang's thoughts, Cao Cao was immediately struck by inspiration. This lad truly had insight. It was indeed true that while Cao Hong was sufficient for defense, he fell short in an offensive capacity. Wancheng was a critical location, with numerous warlords eyeing it greedily. Leaving Cao Hong there would indeed be concerning. But how to refuse him? It would be too disheartening to say, "Cao Hong, you are not capable." That would be too demoralizing. A more tactful approach was needed. Noticing Cao Cao's predicament, Cheng Yang deduced the situation. What was wrong with Cao Boss? Had he drunk too much and lost his wits? He should just refuse him. Leaving him there would be doing him a disservice. Simply say that Sudu cannot do without him, that Cao Cao cannot do without him, and he must stay by his side. Cao Cao shivered slightly, realizing the brilliance of Cheng Yang's suggestion. With a smile, he said, "Cao Hong, this matter is absolutely out of the question." "Why not?" Cao Hong asked anxiously, fearing that Cao Cao looked down upon him. The other officials felt a sense of awkwardness. They believed Cao Hong was capable, but for such a perilous and vital solitary city, he indeed fell short of the qualifications. The fact that the Lord had made his position clear suggested he had no intention of sparing him any face. However, Cao Cao's tone shifted. "We have only recently taken control of Sudu, and the affairs of the state and military are in dire need of attention. Sudu cannot do without you, nor cannot you must return with me to assist in governing Sudu." Cao Hong was momentarily stunned, then overwhelmed with excitement. "Yes, my lord. I was reckless, and I deserve this rebuke." Having received Cao Cao's acknowledgement, his face beamed with joy, unable to hide it any longer. Seeing this, Xiahou Yuan and Xiahou Dun fell silent. One was the commander of the eastern camp, and the other the leader of the western camp. Since Sudu could not do without Cao Hong, it naturally could not do without them either. Cao Cao suddenly turned to Cheng Yang, inquiring, "Young man, who do you think would be suitable to remain?" "Ah, this." Cheng Yang lowered his head, feigning deep contemplation. "Don't ask me. If you do, I shall say I don't know. I do not wish to be the one to stick my neck out. Who to leave? Isn't Shaoran waiting there? This man has achieved numerous military exploits. He possesses both valor and wisdom. He has martial skill when needed and cunning strategy, and he excels in commanding troops and leading campaigns. How could you not see such a talent and instead ask me? Cao Cao, as if struck by a sudden revelation, finally recognized how nearly he had overlooked a critical talent. Cao Ren was his own cousin, part of the same clan. With this blood relation, his loyalty was unquestionable in the chaotic times of yore. Before Cao Ren joined him, he was merely a young lad who already understood the importance of gathering troops and engaging in guerrilla warfare. Later, when he followed Cao Cao, he had established remarkable military achievements, defeating Yuan Shu, battling in Shuzhou, attacking Pengcheng, and confronting Elbu. Cao Ren was both a vanguard and a commander. He could devise strategies and lead troops to victory. In truth, among the many generals in the Cao camp, Cao Ren was the most balanced and of the highest caliber. Were it not for hearing this young man's thoughts, he might have missed out. Cao Cao cast Qing Yang an appreciative glance, then addressed Cao Ren. Cao Ren, you shall guard Wancheng. How does that sound? Unlike Cao Hong, Cao Ren was meticulous and far-sighted, fully aware of the task's importance. Rest assured, my lord, I would not hesitate to lay down my life. Excellent. Cao Cao raised a cup of wine, personally presenting it to Cao Ren. From this day forth, I entrust the southern gateway to you. Cao Ren gladly accepted, fervently proclaiming, thank you, my lord, thank you, Cheng, my close attendant. Cheng Yang, who had been quietly observing from the side, was taken aback by this declaration. What the hell? If you wish to thank someone, thank Cao Cao. What do you thank me for? I said nothing. Don't push me into a corner. Instantly, all eyes in the banquet hall shifted from Cao Ren back to Qing Yang, leaving the room in stunned silence. Chapter 4. The bull-headed man in front of me? Just now, Cao Ren was thanking Qing Yang. Everyone present felt a wave of astonishment. Why would a 15 or 16-year-old lad, with hardly any facial hair, be thanked by Cao Ren? Was it this young man's idea for him to guard Wancheng and become the general there? The specifics were unclear to everyone, but regardless, they all sensed that this matter was undoubtedly linked to Qing Yang. Seeing the puzzled expressions of the crowd, Cao Cao could not help but chuckle. Bring forth the wine. I wish to toast with Cheng, my close attendant. The maid gracefully approached, pouring 2 cups of exquisite wine. Cao Cao lifted 1 cup and personally handed it to Qing Yang, exclaiming, come, Cheng Qin Sui, do sample this wine. It is a rare imperial vintage I brought from Shudu. Phew. Amon, could you refrain from causing a stir? Do you not see that their entire group is fixated on me? You serve me wine personally, and it feels as though you wish to roast me over a fire. Cao Cao could not suppress a chuckle. You rascal, are you throwing a tantrum? You must learn to recognize my prowess. Qing Yang accepted the cup and took a sip, only to furrow his brow in dismay. Is this it? A fine imperial wine, and yet it pales in comparison to the brew I could concoct with my feet. And these dishes? They resemble swine feed. No, my pigs eat better than this. Pft, cough, cough. Just as he was enjoying his drink, Cao Cao nearly choked. What? Is this it? This is the finest imperial wine in the realm, rarely savored even by the young emperor, only brought forth during grand feasts for the ministers, and you, with just a flap of your lips, declare it unworthy? You truly possess a remarkable talent for exaggeration. Moreover, the chefs here are the finest from Wancheng. Even the most pampered courtiers, accustomed to delicacies, find it delectable. You dare to liken it to pig feed? You claim your pigs dine better? How absurd, my lord. My lord, what is it? Cao Cao jolted back to reality from his musings. My lord. Zhang Xiu seeks an audience. Let him enter. Cao Cao resumed his position, casting a sidelong glance at Qing Yang. You claim your pig's feed is superior? I shall remember that. Upon my return, I will pay a visit to ascertain the truth of your words, General Zhang. What brings you here? Cao Cao inquired directly. Zhang Xiu, gripping his sword, scanned the banquet hall before kneeling partially and fixing his gaze upon Cao Cao. I was unaware that the Minister of State was entertaining guests, and my impetuousness warrants your forgiveness. However, I have heard that my aunt was summoned to the governor's mansion. I wonder where she is now? Hiss, you clever fellow, you have indeed hit the nail on the head. Fortunately, I did not indulge in the favors of Lady Zhou. Otherwise, at this very moment, Zhang Xiu would not be here to inquire but rather to lead a rebellion. The more Cao Cao pondered, the more alarmed he became, increasingly convinced of Cheng Yang's uncanny ability to foresee events. Rest assured, General Zhang, Cheng Yu interjected cheerfully, the reason my lord summoned Lady Zhou was to bestow upon her the title of noble wife. Zhang Xiu's eyes widened in surprise. Is this truly the case? Cheng Yu stroked his beard. If the general harbors doubts, you may inquire upon your return. Why Lord holds great respect for Zhang Ji's character, and thus has generously rewarded his widow. Zhang Ji had minimal interaction with Cao Cao and was indeed an adversary. During Zhang Ji's service under Dong Zhuo, he nearly killed Cao Cao. If it were true that Cao Cao respected Zhang Ji, Zhang Xiu found it hard to believe, even if he were to reward Zhang Ji's widow. Nevertheless, the fact that he would bestow the title of noble wife upon the Zhou family compelled Zhang Xiu to concede to Cao Cao's magnanimity. In that case, thank you. My lord is indeed worthy of his title. Such a capacity for generosity is truly admirable. Cao Cao waved his hand, smiling. General Zhang, you flatter me. Come, sit, and share a drink with us. Thank you, my lord. Once seated, the guests approached to toast. As Cao Cao surveyed the room, he noticed behind Zhang Xiu a robust and fierce-looking man, exuding an imposing aura. Instantly, he sensed that this individual was no ordinary figure. And who might this be? I am Hu Chair, at your service, Minister of State. The burly man clasped his fists and spoke in a booming voice. Excellent, bring forth the wine. Just as a maid was about to serve the wine, Cao Cao seized the jug and poured for Hu Chair, smiling as he said, General Hu, allow me to toast you. Hu Chair was visibly moved, clearly unaccustomed to such treatment. Zhang Xiu narrowed his eyes, observing the exchange with an impassive demeanor. Good heavens, Amon, are you stirring trouble again? First, you sought to claim Zhang Xiu's woman, and now you appear to covet his man. Is it your intention to leave no stone unturned in Zhang Xiu's household? You dare to encroach upon his territory before his very eyes. Do you not fear his wrath? Cao Cao's hands trembled. The cup he was extending suddenly halted in midair. How could I have overlooked this? Zhang Xiu's ability to maintain his hold over Wanqing is no solitary endeavor. Hu Chair, with his valor and might, is undoubtedly a pivotal leader by his side. If I were to target him, Zhang Xiu might not express discontent openly, but he would surely harbor resentment in private. This thought sent a chill down Cao Cao's spine, and the more he contemplated, the more he recognized Cheng Yang's extraordinary insight. General Zhang, please do not be troubled. Cheng Yu interjected good-naturedly. My lord intends to honor Lady Zhou, not as a mere gesture, but to elevate her status. Zhang Xiu's curiosity piqued. What does this entail? Cao Cao regarded him intently. Today, upon seeing that Lady Zhou is still in her youth, barely in her 20s, and possessing a beauty that inspires compassion, I deemed it cruel for her to remain a widow for life. Thus, I plan to introduce her to a worthy family. What say you? Before Zhang Xiu could respond, Sun Yu chuckled. This is indeed a momentous occasion. It would be unjust for Lady Zhou to remain in mourning simply because Zhang Ji has passed. Zhang Xiu sighed. Since it is the Lord's wish, I shall acquiesce. My aunt is still young, and it would not be right for her to linger in the Zhang household. However, I am curious to know which noble family you have in mind? Cheng Yu shared in the enthusiasm. Indeed, my lord. Which family's son are you referring to? Cao Cao chuckled, focusing his gaze on Cheng Yu. Far away in the heavens, yet close at hand. Cheng Yu, it is none other than your own son. Chapter 5. To save face or not? Cao Cao's proclamation reverberated in Cheng Yu's ears. The usually earnest and unassuming Grand Minister of Works trembled. Could it be that Lady Zhou has taken a liking to me? Otherwise, why would my lord speak of proximity? The realization that Cao Cao had summoned Zhang Xiu merely to discuss a potential union filled him with both embarrassment and an inexplicable thrill. How could I accept such an offer? Cheng Yu hastily cleared his throat, squared his shoulders, and raised his hand. My lord, I understand your good intentions, but this matter may be somewhat inappropriate. Cao Cao raised an eyebrow. What makes it inappropriate? A match made in heaven. I see no fault in it. Cheng Yu grinned. While it is true that a match between talent and beauty is ideal, I am no longer a young man. I am well past my prime. Lady Zhou is so youthful, and should I marry her, there will surely be whispers behind my back. Furthermore, my original wife has a fiery temperament, and I must confess I am somewhat intimidated by her. Should Lady Zhou? Hearing Cheng Yu's words, Cao Cao's face turned green. Stop, Cheng Yu. What do you mean by that? Had it not been in front of Zhang Xiu, Cao Cao would have erupted in a tirade. Reprimanding Cheng Yu soundly, I am merely introducing a match for your son. Why are you making such a fuss? And you speak of talent and beauty. Look at yourself, with gray hair and a face lined with wrinkles. You resemble a gnarled old pine tree. How do you have the audacity to speak of such things? Qingyu lifted his head, gazing at Cao Cao with a perplexed expression. And why, Lord, what troubles you? Cao Cao, fuming, puffed out his cheeks and glared. I intend to arrange a match between Lady Zhou and this young rascal Qingyang, not you. You are no longer a child. Do take a moment to look in the mirror before stepping out. If you cannot find one, then perhaps relieve yourself. Given Chang Yu's status, he refrained from voicing the latter part of the statement. In an instant, Chang Yu's complexion shifted. It was utterly mortifying. Zhang Xiu cleared his throat, awkwardly attempting to smooth things over. How amusing! Lord Chengyu is truly witty, in my opinion. Let us set this matter aside for now and revisit it later. At this point, the atmosphere had grown somewhat uncomfortable for all present. As the representative of the lady, Zhang Xiu could not shamelessly prolong the discussion. He seized the opportunity to excuse himself, heading back to inform Lady Zhou of the events. Cao Cao retained Chengyu. Unable to suppress a chuckle, I must say, Old Cheng, you truly have a knack for turning a fine engagement into a disarray. Alas, we shall have to postpone this matter until we return to Shudu. Days passed, and the affairs of Wanqing were resolved. Cao Cao and his army commenced their journey back to Sudu. To ensure the enduring stability of Wanqing, he left Cao Ran and tens of thousands of soldiers behind. While bringing Zhang Xiu and his clan back with him as a personal attendant, Cheng Yang found himself obliged to stay by Cao Cao's side at all times. I'm utterly exhausted. What sort of personal attendant is this? Serving tea, pouring water, and constantly watching Cao ominous expressions. This life is unbearable. Once we return, I shall feign illness and retire from this so-called official position. Being at home, eating and sleeping at leisure, what bliss! Cao Cao furrowed his brow, realizing that this young man was indeed indolent and lacked ambition. Forever scheming to evade responsibility, he thought, I must devise a way to keep him close. Cheng Yang, what are your thoughts on Lady Zhou? Cheng Yang's face stiffened. Lady Zhou? Why bring her up all of a sudden? Is it possible this old lecher still harbors desires? Well, my lord, what are your intentions? Oh, I wish to propose a union to you. After careful consideration, Lady Zhou is undoubtedly the most beautiful. What do you think? Cheng Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. In a way, Aman is truly offering Lady Zhou to me. Such good fortune. Has this old lecher finally come to his senses? Before Cao Cao, Cheng Yang could not exhibit too much enthusiasm, so he replied tactfully, I am indifferent. There are countless flowers in the world, and a man need not worry about lacking a wife. However, should my lord insist, I have no objections. Your boldness is commendable. Though your heart may be dancing with joy, you feign indifference quite well, I must admit. You are quite clever. Nevertheless, your words about the abundance of flowers and the resilience of man are rather eloquent. I did not expect such literary flair from one so young. Having discerned Cheng Yang's true sentiments, Cao Cao began to formulate a plan. Upon returning to Shudu, he summoned Cheng Yang to his residence, intending for him to meet Lady Zhou and engage in a thorough conversation. Is this the Sima mansion? Cheng Yang mused, feeling a ripple of excitement deep within. Throughout history, those who held the privilege of establishing a residence were invariably illustrious figures. As the lord of the Cao Wei faction, Cao Cao was undoubtedly one of the most renowned heroes of his time. Unfortunately, the vast enterprise of the Cao family was seized by the Sima clan, resulting in ruin and desolation. The tragic fate of the Cao descendants, some met with untimely deaths while others fled, was indeed lamentable. What did he say? Cao Cao, who had been smiling, suddenly changed countenance upon hearing the words. The Sima clan brought about the downfall of the Cao family. The Cao descendants faced such grim fates. How could matters have deteriorated to this extent? Which member of the Sima clan was being referred to? Within Shudu, there was more than one official with the surname Sima, some holding high positions while others were merely commoners. Nonetheless, it was imperative to uncover the truth. Cheng Yang, why don't you take a stroll in the courtyard? I have urgent matters to attend to. After arranging for Cheng Yang, Cao Cao swiftly departed. Anxious, he intended to investigate which officials bore the surname Sima. Cheng Yang followed the attendants to a courtyard. Lord Cheng, this is the residence of our lord. Please rest here for a moment. He will return shortly. Cheng Yang, bewildered, nodded. What is Aman up to? In the blink of an eye, Cao Cao had disappeared. Despite his confusion, Cheng Yang was acutely aware of his standing. He dared not wander about or touch anything. Feeling bored, He reclined on a chair in the courtyard, covering his face with a handkerchief and basking in the sun. Father, you have returned from Wancheng. Just as Cheng Yang closed his eyes to rest, a melodious voice rang out from outside the courtyard. The sound was as sweet as a songbird, bright and clear. A lovely girl with large eyes approached Cheng Yang, vigorously shaking his arm. Father, father, why are you sleeping? Cheng Yang hastily removed the handkerchief and jested. Dear daughter, you have mistaken me for someone else. The girl stepped back in astonishment. You are not my father. Cheng Yang chuckled awkwardly, thinking, at the very least, not my biological one. You dare to tease me. I shall call my father to punish you. This girl, though young, possessed a fiery temper. Merely a jest, and she threatened to have him beaten? He glanced at her and replied, Given your beauty and charm, I shall not stoop to your level, little girl. Do refrain from misidentifying your father in the future. If it were someone else, they might abduct you and keep you as a little wife. How dare you tease me? I will tell my father. The girl huffed, turning to leave. Cheng Yang, amused, waved his hand and said, Go ahead, summon my father. I would like to have a word with him. By the way, what is your father's name? I might just know him. Fuming, the girl spun around and shouted, My father is Cao Cao. I will have him chop off your head and flay your skin. Cao, Cao. Goodness, this just has gone too far. Chapter 6. What do you think of my daughter? Qinghe, why are you here instead of your own room? Cao Cao happened to return from the courtyard, colliding with the girl. She was none other than Cao Cao's beloved daughter, Princess Qinghe, sister to Chaoong, both born of Lady Lu. With her father's backing, Princess Qinghe spoke with confidence, pointing at Cheng Yang. Father, who is he? How dare he say I am not his biological daughter? Cheng Yang approached quickly, laughing. I did not lie. You are not my biological daughter. You dare to take advantage of me, father. Look at him. Qinghe, do not cause a fuss. I have important matters to discuss with Lord Cheng. Ever since learning that the Sima clan might usurp the Cao family's legacy, Cao Cao had felt a sense of unease. Moments ago, he had inspected the household registration and found numerous officials with the surname Sima, some even holding significant ranks. Given Cao Cao's naturally suspicious nature, he regarded everyone as a potential rebel. However, he could not execute them all, and inquiring directly was inconvenient, leaving him troubled over how to investigate. Little Cheng, come here. I have a few questions for you. Cheng Yang complied, stealing a glance at the girl as he left it. So, this is Princess Qinghe? Quite beautiful indeed. A charming young lady. Alas, her fate is unfortunate. She has a husband and numerous concubines, yet remains childless, left alone in an empty chamber. How pitiful! If I could marry such a stunning girl, I would cherish and adore her every day. I would pluck the stars from the sky if she wished. But alas, she is Cao Cao's daughter. Never mind, I shall not dwell on that. First, I must send Amon away and find an excuse to slip away myself. Once home, I will feign illness and hide for a few days, ensuring he cannot find me. This rascal intends to escape. Cao Cao's heart sank, suddenly feeling lost. Though young, this lad possessed wisdom beyond his years and harbored remarkable strategies. Such a talent could not be wasted. Cao Cao fixed his gaze on Cheng Yang, and a sudden thought struck him. The young man had just mentioned that Qinghe's future was not particularly bright. If he were to marry a beauty like Qinghe, he would undoubtedly cherish her. Why not arrange for Qinghe to be betrothed to him? In doing so, he would become a member of the Cao family, and then where could he run? Cao Cao smiled subtly, feeling quite clever. Little Cheng, what do you think of Qinghe? What do I think? How would I know? She is indeed fierce, both in temperament and... Cheng Yang instinctively glanced at the girl, then chuckled, quite well indeed. Then how about I betroth her to you? What? Father, what nonsense are you talking about? I would never marry this scoundrel. What is happening? Why is Cao Amon suddenly proposing marriage for his daughter? Has he lost his mind? I am merely an unremarkable individual. Albeit extraordinarily handsome, but surely he wouldn't be so eager as to offer his daughter to me. Princess Qinghe displayed a fierce demeanor, unmistakably not someone to be trifled with if I were to wed her. Would there still be a chance for a peaceful life to follow? Furthermore, the tumultuous disputes among the sons of the Cao family regarding succession have caused quite a stir, with few emerging unscathed. Should I become the son-in-law of Cao Cao, I would undoubtedly find myself embroiled in the ensuing chaos, and the outcome could be far from favorable. Additionally, the Sima clan has been coveting Cao Cao's legacy, And although they dare not act while he remains in power, one cannot guarantee their restraint in the future. If I were to marry Princess Qinghe, I would surely be caught in the crossfire. No, no, my life is of utmost importance. I must not acquiesce. Cheng Yang lowered his head and subtly remarked, "My lord, I have heard from my father that you intend to arrange a match between me and Madame Zhou. You suddenly spring this upon me, and I am utterly bewildered." Cao Cao was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had overlooked this detail. Initially, his only thought was to please Cheng Yang, ensuring his loyalty and service. Thus he had entertained the notion of gifting Madame Zhou to him. Yet, he had neglected to consider his own daughter. This young man, though not particularly old, possesses quite the cunning mind. He claims that the Cao family's succession disputes lead to inevitable turmoil, resulting in few fortunate endings. How could matters have deteriorated to such an extent? The more Cao Cao pondered, the more apprehensive he became, especially when contemplating the entanglements with the Sima clan, which sent chills down his spine. It seemed none of his sons were inclined towards prudence. Cao Ang was too gentle, Cao Pai too sinister, Cao Ji too dissipated, and Cao Zhang was wholly consumed by the thirst for battle. None offered him peace of mind. What troubled him most was indeed the Sima clan. Who were they, really? With this thought, Cao Cao became resolute. He must bring Cheng Yang into his family fold. Should the Cao family encounter misfortune in the future, having Cheng Yang around would safeguard his descendants, ensuring that their substantial legacy would not fall into the hands of others. The matter of marriage could be deliberated later. There was no rush. However, as young individuals, it would be beneficial for you to engage in more dialogue. Feelings are cultivated over time. Come, let us retire to the study for a chat. Cao Cao affectionately took Cheng Yang's hand, leading him inside. Princess Qinghe pouted, visibly displeased. "Father, have you taken leave of your senses? Why are you being so kind to this little rascal?" Cao Cao glanced back at her, casting a fierce glare. "Why, dear daughter? Everything I do is for your sake and the good of the Cao family. Little rascal, can you not show a modicum of respect? After all, I am a person of standing. It is fortunate I did not agree. If I had truly married you off, I would have felt compelled to strip you bare and give you a thorough reckoning, or else I would be failing your father." This incorrigible young man harbored such malice. Cao Cao raised his gaze to Cheng Yang, unable to suppress a hint of a smile. "It is good to have ambitions. When the day comes that you wed Qinghe, you may deal with her as you wish." The three of them sat in the study, with Cao Cao positioned facing south, directly across from the main entrance. Cheng Yang sat to his right, while Princess Qinghe occupied his left. The scene resembled that of a family elder conversing with his daughter and son-in-law about trivial matters. "Little Cheng, we have successfully recruited Zhang Xiu. What do you propose should be our next step in Xuchang?" Cheng Yang was taken aback. "My lord, how could I dare to speak on matters of state? Furthermore, I am wholly unversed in such affairs and have no insight to offer. What should be done? Ensure our troops are well trained. Stockpile provisions. Have sufficient talent under our command. Is this even a question? Of course, we must train our soldiers and cultivate the land, while actively recruiting talented individuals. How do you intend to lead if you consider merely recruiting Zhang Xiu to be an accomplishment? Do not forget, Yuan Shao, Yuan Shu, Sun Quan, and Liu Bei are all vigorously pursuing development and production. If Xuchang lags behind, it will fall further behind. Should the day come when war breaks out, and we find ourselves lacking in provisions, soldiers, and talent, you will have nowhere to lament at that point. It will not be you, this lecherous old man, pursuing another's wife. Rather, others will seek to take yours." Hearing Cheng Yang's thoughts, Cao Cao felt a surge of frustration. "You scoundrel, can you not think of something positive? Lecherous old man, have I lusted after you?" Cao Cao's irritation deepened, yet upon reflection, he recognized the validity of Cheng Yang's words. The current situation in Xuchang, while relatively stable, remained precarious. To the north lay Yuan Shao, to the south Liu Biao, and in the east, Sun Wu, and in Huainan, Yuan Shu. These individuals were all formidable adversaries. Moreover, El Bu and Liu Bei were stationed in Xuzhou, while Zhang Lu and Liu Zhang were entrenched in Sichuan and Hanzhong, and even Ma Tang and Han Sui were eyeing the central plains with intent, occasionally harassing places like Chang'an. There can be no room for complacency. However, this young man clearly understood the crux of the issue yet feigned ignorance, putting on an act of complete unawareness. What a skilled performer! Today, I must pry open your lips. Otherwise, Cao Cao, have lived in vain for so many years. Chapter 7. In the near future, Yuan Shu of Huainan will declare himself emperor. The situation in Xuchang remains grim. To the north, Yuan Shao, to the south, Liu Biao, with warlords vying for power in every direction. The crucial point is that many of them possess greater strength than Xuchang. Contemplating this, Cao Cao could not help but sigh repeatedly. Princess Qinghe then inquired, "Father, do you have worries that weigh on your mind? Perhaps I could offer some assistance." Cao Cao chuckled. "What assistance could you possibly provide? The northern front remains unsettled, and I am often consumed with concern. Yuan Shao, with his illustrious lineage, dominates the region. It is only a matter of time before he marches south to besiege us, which would be detrimental to Xuchang. Yuan Shao commands an army of tens of thousands, controlling the 4 major provinces of Jizhou, Qingzhou, Bingzhou, and Yuzhou, and he maintains excellent relations with the northern nomadic tribes. Among all the warlords, his power is unmatched, and his relationship with Xuchang is exceedingly tense. Until Yuan Shao is defeated, I shall find no peace. Yet, to vanquish him is no simple task. It would be a stroke of luck if he does not strike at us first." In truth, Cao Cao had conferred with Guojia, Sun Yu, and others regarding whether they should take military action against Yuan Shao. However, given the current situation, the disparity in strength between Xuchang and Yuan Shao is considerable. To act recklessly would be perilous, and a single misstep could lead to total disaster. Conversely, if they choose not to act, there is the fear that Yuan Shao may attack Xuchang, putting them in an even more precarious position. The lack of provisions, soldiers, talent, and territory. This is one of the realities Qing Yang has mentioned. At that moment, the voice of Qing Yang echoed in Cao Cao's mind. "Tio, confront Yuan Shao. What foolishness! He is currently embroiled in conflict with Gongsun and will not have peace for at least 3 to 5 years. Should you not take advantage of the situation and let them fight it out? By the time they realize that Xuchang is their true enemy, they will undoubtedly unite against you." Cao Aman. "Are you seeking trouble for yourself, jumping into a fire pit?" Huh. Cao Cao, who had initially worn a frown, suddenly found clarity. Ignore Yuan Shao. He will be preoccupied with Gongsun for 3 to 5 years? If that is the case, then Xuchang may find some stability for the time being. Especially after acquiring Wan City, regions such as Hanzhong and Jingzhou will be held in check, making any assault on Xuchang a geographic disadvantage. This would grant Xuchang several years of developmental time. Cao Cao's previous gloom lifted, and he gazed at Qing Yang with a smile. "Little Cheng, who do you believe will be our next adversary in Xuchang? Can Yuan Shao contend with Gongsun?" Qing Yang replied softly, "This, I cannot ascertain, my lord. You should consult with military advisor Guo and Lord Sun." Though he spoke these words, his mind churned with thoughts. How foolish, man. Can Gongsun truly rival Yuan Shao? Even for you to defeat him would require considerable effort, let alone those incapable individuals. Moreover, why does Cao Aman remain fixated on Yuan Shao? The greatest threat to Xuchang at present is Yuan Shu. After seizing Wan City, that rascal is poised to declare himself emperor. Should you not prepare for that? Xuchang is nominally the capital of the Han Empire. As the Grand Minister of the Han, if Yuan Shu proclaims himself emperor, you must act swiftly, or what will become of the Han's prestige? What of your own renown, Cao Cao? What did you say? Yuan Shu is to declare himself emperor? The relaxed expression on Cao Cao's face immediately tensed. The audacity of that rascal Yuan Shu to seek the throne. Cao Cao found it hard to believe. He even questioned whether this was merely a figment of Cheng Yang's imagination. After all, the matter of declaring oneself emperor is fraught with peril, and with the Liu family still in existence, who would dare overstep such bounds? Anyone who does so would become a target for the entire realm. Yuan Shu, being of noble lineage, having seen much of the world, would not act so recklessly. Cao Cao dared not jump to conclusions regarding this matter. However, if it were true, a great war would be inevitable, and he must prepare thoroughly. Cao Cao felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles. Looking at Qing Yang, he coaxed gently, "Little Cheng, who do you believe is the greatest enemy to Xuchang? Yuan Shao or Yuan Shu?" Qing Yang lowered his head, feigning ignorance. Replying to my lord, "I am but a simpleton with limited knowledge, unable to draw conclusions." Cao Iman, what folly is this? With so many strategists at your disposal, why must you ask me? One moment you wish to confront Yuan Shao, the next you consider Yuan Shu. Do you think this is manageable? You should focus on stockpiling provisions and training soldiers. There are still many uncultivated fields in the outskirts of Xuchang. Have they all been developed? With only a mere few tens of thousands of troops, are you not recruiting more soldiers? Only by stabilizing your foundation can you ensure long-term peace and development. All day long, thoughts of attacking this and that consume him. The treasury is empty, the barracks devoid of soldiers, and he cannot defeat anyone. Cao Cao furrowed his brow slightly, lost in contemplation. This statement indeed holds merit. In recent times, Xuchang has been persistently engaged in external military campaigns. 2 years prior, there was the assault on Shuzhou. The year before that, the conflict with Elbu. Last year, skirmishes with Liju and Guasi. And this year, yet another offensive against Zhangxiu. They had already clashed with Elbu 3 times, leaving the treasury in a dire state. If this continues unchecked, it is likely that a major crisis will ensue. It appears that I must heed this young man's counsel, cultivating land, stockpiling provisions, and training soldiers. Cheng Yang, what was your original position and rank? Cheng Yang abruptly raised his head and replied to his lord. I was merely a lowly foot soldier, lacking in capability and rank. What does Cao Cao intend? Does he consider me useless and plan to send me back? Just now, no matter what he asked. I responded with ignorance. Surely, he must look down upon me now. Well, how splendid. A mere foot soldier and such things happen. Did you not wish to be my close attendant? Then you need not pursue that anymore. Cao Cao sighed and continued. I find myself in need of a military advisor. Henceforth, you shall serve as an officer in the Minister of Works office. Your annual salary will be 300 sure. With additional rewards during festivals. Cheng Yang, filled with joy, widened his eyes upon hearing this. What? A military advisor? In the Minister of Works office? No way. I have been acting like a fool, and yet you wish to promote me? Cao Cao, do you have a sound mind? I have no desire for an official position. I merely wish to return to a life of indulgence, to eat, drink, and revel, to live as a carefree young master. Occasionally, I might flirt with a lady, enjoy a drink, or visit a brothel. What nonsense is this military advisor business? I just want to lay back and do nothing. Is that too much to ask? Hearing Cheng Yang's thoughts, Cao Cao felt immensely satisfied. Moreover, he instructed Princess Qinghe. Cheng Yang is the young master of the Qing family, not only handsome but also quite talented. You are both young. I encourage you to grow close. The princess's cheeks flushed slightly, unsure of what to say. From the very first meeting, Cao Cao had emphasized the importance of interaction between the two youth. Such an obvious hint could not be missed by anyone. In front of Cao Cao, Princess Qinghe found it inappropriate to refuse. However, this young man hardly appeared to be a person of good character. Chapter 8. The brash Cheng Yang is not worth worrying about. Cultivate land and stockpile provisions. Recruit soldiers. Yuan Shu in Huainan is poised to declare himself emperor shortly. These words echoed incessantly in Cao Cao's mind. Could it truly be so? The young man's thoughts are indeed remarkably accurate. Cao Cao was half convinced, yet to be cautious, he summoned Guojia and Sun Yu. Feng Xiao, Wenrua, you are to immediately instruct our men to commence land cultivation and recruit soldiers. Additionally, we must keep a vigilant watch on Huainan. I have a premonition that Yuan Shu may attempt to declare himself emperor. Declare himself emperor? Both men gasped in astonishment. Sun Yu raised an eyebrow, chuckling, My lord, are you jesting? The emperor is still in Xuchang. Who would dare to declare themselves emperor? Guojia nodded, echoing, Wenrua is correct. In this uncertain world, no one would dare to act rashly. Yuan Shu has just suffered defeat at the hands of Yuan Shao. Having barely secured Huainan, to suddenly declare himself emperor would be akin to self-destruction. Not merely self-destruction, but sheer folly. What is he thinking? As a mere vassal, how dare he covet the throne? Does he even deserve it? Sun Yu, a staunch royalist, nearly erupted upon hearing Cao Cao's words about Yuan Shu's ambition. My lord, is this what you have been told? Such utter nonsense. It is outrageous. He should be executed for such treasonous thoughts. Cao Cao quickly gestured for calm. Gentlemen, do not be so agitated. This matter was relayed to me by the young lad from the Cheng family. I too find it implausible, but it is better to be prepared. If we stockpile provisions early, we will be one step ahead. The young lad from the Qing family? Cheng Yang. Sun Yu could hardly believe that this boy, having only served a few days as an attendant, would dare speak so boldly before Cao Cao, claiming Yuan Shu intended to declare himself emperor. What audacity, moreover. He never imagined that the usually astute and strategic lord would actually believe this young man's words and call them together for serious discussion. This was a personal affront, my lord. I feel it is best to set this matter aside and devise a different plan. Cultivating land and stockpiling provisions is acceptable. Recruiting soldiers is also fine. However, there is no need to rush. As for Yuan Shu declaring himself emperor, we need not prepare for that. It is simply absurd. Before Cao Cao, he could not express his thoughts too harshly, but Sun Yu was genuinely infuriated. Cao Cao himself was at a loss, sighing heavily in his study. Feng Xiao, go inquire about the situation in Huainan. Is Yuan Shu truly making any moves? Alas, my lord, you do not trust us, Sun Yu thought to himself. This was clearly a sign that he had fallen prey to Cheng Yang's deception. His expression darkened as he stood, clasping his hands in salute. I shall accompany Feng Xiao. Once we ascertain the truth, it will bring peace of mind to the lord. The two men shook their heads in resignation as they exited. Alone in his study, Cao Cao found himself uncertain whom to trust. Leaning back on the soft couch, he was about to take a brief rest when suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded from outside the door. Chao Hong and Chao Ren rushed in, breathless with urgency. Why, lord, we have a grave situation. Cao Cao's heart raced, but he feigned calmness as he reproached, what is the matter? Speak carefully. There is no need for such recklessness. Without hesitation, Chao Hong blurted out, my lord, Yuan Shu has declared himself emperor. What? Cao Cao sat up straight in shock. Yuan Shu has truly declared himself emperor? Absolutely, my lord. What you suspected, do you already know? Cao Cao smiled faintly, confessing, to be honest, I had anticipated this step and have already instructed Sun Yu and Guo Jia to prepare. Do not panic. Since Yuan Shu has overstepped, he must be dealt with. I have this matter under control. It should not pose significant issues. Chao Hong and Chao Ren stared in disbelief. News from Huainan had just arrived. Yet he seemed fully aware of it. They knelt in awe, exclaiming, my lord, you truly are remarkable. We are in complete admiration. In truth, Cao Cao was even more astonished than they were. This young man had indeed predicted everything. Who would dare believe such precision without first-hand experience? As the three of them deliberated strategies in the study, Sun Yu and Guo Jia returned. Upon entering, Sun Yu immediately scolded Chao Hong, General Chao. Why are you here instead of in the barracks? You made it difficult for us to find you. Guo Jia wiped the sweat from his brow and smiled. So, is the situation in Huainan relatively stable? Stable? What do you mean? Yuan Shu has declared himself emperor. Both men's expressions changed dramatically. Yuan Shu has declared himself emperor. When did this happen? The secret message from Huainan has just arrived. We came to inform you. Chao Hong turned to the lord. My lord, how can this be possible? The suddenness and gravity of the news left Sun Yu struggling to comprehend. What was even more unfathomable was that their lord, Cao Cao, had received this information even before the secret message arrived. This was utterly preposterous. Do not worry, gentlemen. I have a plan in mind, Cao Cao said, his demeanor relaxed and unperturbed, as if the matter were trivial. What a clever lad. How fortunate I chose to believe in you and immediately promoted you to military advisor in the Minister of Works office. Otherwise, I would have lost a great opportunity. What? Are you all just staring? Go about your business. Seeing their stunned expressions, Cao Cao felt a surge of satisfaction. He even patted Sun Yu on the shoulder, jesting, in life, one should learn until the very end. Do your best. From now on, you and the young man from the Cheng family will serve together. You ought to assist him more. Sun Yu wore a pained expression. He understood that Cao Cao was teasing him. Yet he had no choice but to respond with a forced smile. I and the Minister of Works office, Guo Jia and Sun Yu, having toiled until late into the night, finally found a moment of respite. They sat casually in the courtyard, idly gazing at the stars while exchanging pleasantries. They were Cao Cao's most trusted strategists, one overseeing civil affairs and the other military matters. The rise of the Cao Wei faction from a mere band of guerrilla fighters to its current stature was largely due to their efforts. Yet, both now felt a sense of helplessness. The notion of Yuan Shu declaring himself emperor was utterly unexpected. Has he gone mad, seeking his own demise? Sun Yu pondered in confusion. Guo Jia, however, delved deeper, contemplating that Yuan Shu was merely a foolish and incompetent man. As the legitimate heir of the Yuan family, he had squandered their legacy, a true anomaly. Sun Yu chuckled. Indeed, he has brought shame upon the Yuan family. After being thoroughly defeated by Yuan Shao and humiliated by Elbu, he had previously maintained a decent relationship with Sun Jian, only to go back on his word and hoard Sun Jian's provisions. He has offended every lord across the realm. The two exchanged knowing smiles, and Guo Jia remarked, "Who can argue with that? Now, he is stirring up trouble once more. Alas, it seems this time we are destined for utter doom." Who could have anticipated how Qing Yu's young scion managed to deduce this? Could it be that he is an extraordinary talent? How could that be? Sun Yu waved his hand dismissively. Apart from Cheng Yu, the Cheng family has no one of merit. The eldest, Cheng Wu, is a mere mediocrity. The second, Cheng Yin, is a fool. The third, Cheng Yang, is even more absurd, utterly useless. Otherwise, how could Cheng Yu willingly allow him to serve as a menial soldier in the army? The two pondered this and found it somewhat reasonable. Yet, how could a completely ineffectual menial soldier rise to the position of military advisor in the Sikong's court? Would our Lord Cao Cao truly be so oblivious to the gravity of the situation? Chapter 9. Killing with a borrowed blade. My lord, in my humble opinion, we should immediately mobilize our troops to confront Yuan Shu, eliminate the traitor, and set an example for others. The others echoed their agreement. The discussion in the Sikong's council chamber regarding Yuan Shu's declaration of himself as emperor had erupted into chaos. There was no doubt that among the feudal lords, a traitor had emerged, and Su Du could not afford to remain idle. However, how to subdue this traitor posed a significant challenge. Simply put, our granaries are insufficient. We must engage in battle, without question. With such a scoundrel on the loose, we cannot afford to remain passive. Yet, our provisions are nearly depleted. Over the years, Cao Cao has been embroiled in conflicts year after year. We have fought against Elbu 3 times and Yang Feng twice. Before confronting Zhang Xiu, we were locked in a stalemate with Li Ju and Guosi for several months. The already meager supplies have dwindled further. Cao Cao is so impoverished that he has resorted to digging up ancestral graves to sell antiques. However, provisions and military pay are the most fundamental issues. One can traverse the world with wealth, but without it, one cannot take a single step, and war is no exception. Cao Cao is increasingly feeling the anguish of lacking both money and grain. Alas, if only I had encountered that lad Qingyang sooner and heeded his advice to cultivate farmland and stockpile provisions, I, Cao Cao, would not have fallen to such a lowly state. The assembly fell into a heavy silence, with no one possessing a viable solution. After a lengthy pause, Cheng Yu suddenly spoke. If we must urgently gather provisions, in my opinion, we can only increase taxes. However, this would further burden the common folk. The assembly remained mute. Though they recognized the impropriety of this suggestion, none voiced their opposition. Father, are you really pushing yourself into the flames? To raise taxes is to invite scorn upon yourself. How could you propose such a thing? Chang Yang's voice echoed in Cao Cao's mind once more. Cao Cao sighed subtly. Increasing taxes indeed breeds resentment. Yet, to refrain from such action is untenable. We cannot simply ignore Yuan Shu's defiance. War requires sacrifices. As the sages of old have taught us, and I, Cao Cao, am no exception. Determined, Cao Cao was about to instruct Sun Yu to draft a document when suddenly, he recalled Qingyang. Might this young lad have a clever solution? Qingyang, since you are part of the Sikong's military council, you ought to assist me in this dilemma. But you have any ideas regarding the pressing issue of provisions? Seeing the situation, Cheng Yu quickly approached to dissuade him. My lord, the young one is naive and ignorant, lacking any skills. He has no solutions to offer. Please do not place him under duress. Damn it, father, regardless of how things stand, I am still your son. Must you belittle me so? And in front of so many people, do I not have any dignity left? Truly, you are my biological father. Even Xiao Aman, despite his misdeeds, understands the importance of preserving his subordinates' dignity, yet you. Cao Cao furrowed his brow. What do you mean by Xiao Aman, despite his misdeeds? You can insult your father directly, but why drag me into this? I am not your father, Dong Zhao, Sun Yu, and the other strategists had grown accustomed to Cheng Yu's remarks. The Cheng family's sons displayed little talent. The eldest, Cheng Wu, and the second, Cheng Yin, were barely acceptable, both holding official positions. The third, Cheng Yang, was utterly devoid of merit, failing in both literary and martial pursuits. Otherwise, why would he serve as a menial soldier? Thus, the others had long since grown accustomed to Cheng Yu's disparagement of his son. Cao Cao looked at Cheng Yu and chuckled, no matter, let us all express our opinions freely. It matters not if we speak amiss. He turned back to Qingyang, inquiring if he had any good ideas, and he was all ears. Come on, man. Could you not inquire in front of so many people? It makes me seem like a once-in-a-lifetime genius. I am but a salted fish, wishing only to lie down. Even flipping over seems a hassle. As for provisions, ha! Just because you lack them does not mean others do not. Go and ask. You are guarding a living emperor. What purpose does he serve if not to be utilized? Is he merely for display? Now is precisely the time to use the emperor's authority to command the disloyal. If there are no provisions, demand them from others. You could even compel them to send troops to confront Yuan Shu. Those who refuse can be denounced with an edict for their disloyalty. Cao Cao's mind suddenly cleared. Indeed, I am the Sikong of the Han dynasty, overseeing both civil and military affairs. The Emperor Lu Xie is in my hands, and I represent the true authority of the Han, with but a decree. I can command whoever I wish to mobilize troops, and failure to comply will surely bring public condemnation and scorn. I could even issue a sacred edict to denounce them as disloyal. Failing to send troops is also an option. They can either provide funds or grain. They must decide for themselves. With the little emperor in my grasp, while outsiders may gossip, should anyone dare to overstep. This trump card is more powerful than anything else. What a clever lad. This one statement has awakened a slumbering mind. The gloom on Cao Cao's face vanished, replaced by an indescribable lightness. Gentlemen, if we were to issue a decree in the emperor's name, calling upon the lords of the realm to unite against Yuan Shu, what say you? Everyone's eyes brightened. Splendid, truly splendid. My lord, this method of watching from the sidelines while striking with a borrowed blade is extraordinarily ingenious. Not only does it target the traitor Yuan Shu, but it also depletes the strength of the other lords. This shift in power dynamics is exceedingly favorable for us. To uphold the emperor's justice cannot be deemed as killing with a borrowed blade, protested Dong Zhao. Although Cao Cao's expression remained stern, his tone was light, signifying that he was not genuinely reprimanding Dong Zhao. The two exchanged knowing glances, both sharing a silent smile. Killing with a borrowed blade is indeed an astute strategy. I, Cao Cao, intend to employ this very tactic, using your blades to slay Yuan Shu, while simultaneously utilizing Yuan Shu's own to strike at you. Regardless of who emerges victorious, the ultimate beneficiary will undoubtedly be I. Cao Cao, relay my command immediately. Instruct the Ministry of Personnel to draft an edict to be sent to Shuzhou, Jingzhou, and Dongwu. Command Elbu and Liu Bei to mobilize their forces to attack Yuan Shu's eastern gate. Instruct Liu Biao of Jingzhou to assault Yuan Shu's western gate. Command Sun Su of Dongwu to assault Yuan Shu's southern gate. Furthermore, issue additional sacred edicts to summon Zhang Lu and Lu Zhang from Hanzhong and Sichuan to send troops as well. Cheng Yu furrowed his brow. My lord, the regions of Hanzhong and the like are distant and inconvenient for travel at it. Would be quite difficult for them to mobilize troops eastward. Moreover, Zhang Lu and Lu Zhang are unlikely to send their forces. Cao Cao waved his hand dismissively. Sun Yu, you only see one side of the matter and not the other. I do not genuinely wish for them to send troops. Rather, I aim to inform them that a traitor has emerged in the Han court, and all lords must contribute their resources. If they refuse to send troops, then they must provide provisions, or else they too are guilty of treason. Cheng Yu was momentarily taken aback, his expression a mix of disbelief and admiration. My lord, you are engaging in extortion. Cao Cao laughed heartily, clearly delighted. Extortion? This was your own son's idea. Initially, I only sought to find a way to eliminate Yuan Shu. Who would have thought that your son is far more cunning than I? His idea was to use a blade to pierce the eyes of all the feudal lords. The key is, this blade is not even my own. It is Yuan Shu's. Cao Cao's enthusiasm grew with each reflection on this brilliant scheme. Finding it increasingly amusing, Liu Bei, claiming to be the emperor's uncle, upon receiving the edict, would undoubtedly mobilize at once without needing any prompting. Even if it were merely for appearances, he would not delay. Sun Wu of Jiangdong had maintained a strong relationship with Yuan Shu until the latter had Liu Biao attack Sun Jian, leading to the latter's demise. Now, with Sun Su stationed in Jiangdong, having reconciled with Liu Biao, the grudge of a father's murder would surely be laid at Yuan Shu's feet. He would not hesitate to lead his troops against Huainan, as for Liu Biao. Having fought against Jiangdong for so long, leaving Jingzhou in ruins, was it not all Yuan Shu's design? Liu Biao would be eager to flay Yuan Shu alive. With these three sending troops, Yuan Shu was as good as finished. By the time they had sufficiently weakened him, I could conveniently swoop in for the final blow, without lifting a finger. Moreover, the strength of Shuzhou, Jingzhou, and Jiangdong would be considerably diminished in the process. Cheng Yang, that rascal, possesses an extraordinary strategic mind. Cao Cao was ecstatic, his gaze towards Cheng Yang shimmering with admiration, akin to a man smitten. Cheng Yang, how are you faring in your role as military advisor? Are you adjusting well? How am I faring? I am utterly miserable. I long to return home. I crave the indulgences of feasting and revelry. My lord, you know well that I am but a simpleton, utterly unversed in such matters. This role as military advisor is far beyond my capabilities. I am indeed unaccustomed to it. Cheng Yang sighed dramatically, feigning a look of deep shame and torment. Unaccustomed, you say? Very well, then shall I relieve you of this duty? Man, you would truly release me? Splendid. At long last, I have endured to the end. I shall no longer have to endure your countenance. Just look at that pig-like face of yours. Resembling Guodi Gang. It is enough to ruin my appetite. The wretched creature. Cao Cao muttered disdainfully under his breath, then cleared his throat. Since you are unaccustomed to the role of military advisor, there is no need for you to continue in that capacity. Henceforth, you shall reside at the Sima residence and serve as my personal strategist. Thank you, my lord. However, as he spoke, Cheng Yang's expression changed dramatically. What? A strategist? Were you not intending to dismiss my position and send me back? You little rascal, do you wish to return? Not a chance. Am I a rotund buffoon? A pig-faced fool? Am I merely a pot or a vat? You shall keep your eyes peeled. Chapter 10. Princess, are you here to attend to my bedchamber? My lord, what summons have you for me? Within the Chao manor, Cheng Yu bowed respectfully and inquired, Cheng Yu, how old is your youngest this year? Cheng Yu was momentarily taken aback. Did my lord mean my youngest son? Cheng Yang? Yes, indeed, that is he. With a smile that radiated benevolence, Cao Cao remarked, your son must be around 16 or 17 by now. In response to my lord, he has just turned 16 this year. 16? Ah, 16 is splendid. At that age, it is time to establish a family. Cao Cao stroked his beard and turned to Cheng Yu, saying, your son is quite remarkable, quick-witted and resourceful. I have high hopes for him. What? What is this? Quick-witted? Resourceful? This is the first time someone has praised his son in such a manner. Cheng Yu's face fell, and my lord, are you speaking in jest? Just today in the council chamber, you posed several questions to him. And he was utterly at a loss. How can this be considered resourcefulness? Cao Cao laughed heartily, clearly pleased with himself. Are you daft, Cheng Yu? I can hear the true thoughts of your son. While you all perceive him as an uneducated dullard, you are mistaken. This lad possesses great talent. To you outsiders, he may appear somewhat lazy, but I understand him well. I intend to betroth Princess Jinghe to him. Cheng Yu, what say you? Ah, is this truly the case? Cheng Yu was utterly bewildered by Cao Cao's words. Just days ago, you introduced Madame Zhou to my son. How is it that now you wish to marry your daughter to him, your most cherished and beautiful Princess Jinghe? No less, my lord, what merit does my son possess to be deemed worthy of Princess Jinghe? I implore you to retract your decree and not jeopardize the princess's future. Cao Cao waved his hand dismissively, interrupting him. If I deem him worthy, then he is indeed worthy. Furthermore, the princess harbors fond feelings for your son. She has been mentioning him incessantly these days, inquiring why that little rascal has not returned home. Just listen to that, a little rascal, returning home? What transpired between them? Cheng Yu's heart raced with apprehension. Could it be that his foolish son, smitten by Princess Jinghe's beauty, had dared to tease her? At this moment, Cheng Yu dared not resist any further. Angering Cao Cao would lead to dire consequences. My lord, this matter must be addressed with Princess Jinghe first. If she has no such intention, Cao Cao chuckled. Tomorrow, I shall send Princess Jinghe to your home, allowing the two young people to converse properly. Cheng Yu's countenance darkened as he bowed in gratitude, though confusion clouded his mind. What was truly afoot? Why was my lord so eager to facilitate this union, seemingly fearful of my reluctance? What extraordinary fortune has befallen this scoundrel of a son? Yet, she is the daughter of Cao Cao. The affairs of the feudal lords are often fraught with complications. Should any misstep occur, life may become intolerable. The following morning, Princess Jinghe, accompanied by her maidservant, visited Cheng's residence, It was not that she genuinely sought to pursue Qingyang. Rather, due to family upbringing, Madame Ding seldom permitted her to venture out. Moreover, she was required to remain home, studying needlework and literacy. Naturally vivacious, she had been confined to the courtyard for half a month, and the stifling atmosphere felt suffocating. Seizing the rare opportunity to breathe fresh air, Princess Qinghe was elated. Upon her arrival at the Cheng residence, the Cheng family had long awaited her with congratulations. After all, she was Cao Cao's daughter, entitled to the utmost respect and decorum. "We have seen the princess." "Your Highness, greetings, Uncle Cheng." Princess Qinghe waved gracefully, glancing around with a smile. "Where is your son?" "My father sent me to meet him, saying we should grow closer." Cheng Yu's expression shifted slightly, pondering the implications of the princess's words. How could a young lady of her stature speak of growing close to my son? Surely, she is not the type to indulge in such frivolity. My son has only just returned home after a night of revelry and is still inebriated. If the princess wishes to see him, I shall lead you to him. How could one interpret my lord's intent for them to grow closer? Surely, it cannot be as indiscriminate as it sounds? The Cheng family prided itself on scholarly values, and Cheng Yu, having been educated in the classics, held high standards regarding potential daughters-in-law. Regardless of the other party's status, there should be no compromise in moral conduct. Princess Qinghe, being cherished by Cao Cao, had been pampered since childhood. It was not impossible for her to exhibit capriciousness. Cheng Yu had to remain vigilant. He could not afford to let this opportunity slip through his fingers. Upon reaching the courtyard, he knocked on the door, calling out, "Third son, rise. Someone has come to see you." Cheng Yang, still groggy, sat up and upon seeing Princess Qinghe, exclaimed in astonishment, "What brings you here?" "My father sent me to keep you company and instructed me to grow closer to you." "Closer? How provocative! Your father truly knows how to facilitate matters." Cheng Yang threw off the covers and winked at Princess Qinghe, saying, "Come here. I shall teach you how to be affectionate." Princess Qinghe was momentarily stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. Cheng Yu's face darkened, and he scolded sharply, "Impudence! This is Princess Qinghe. Do not be disrespectful." Cheng Yang, still under the effects of last night's revelry, found himself emboldened. Noticing Cheng Yu's presence, he chuckled, "Father, this is an order from the Grand Sima, to be affectionate with the princess. What are you doing here, being a complete third wheel?" "Third wheel? What is a third wheel?" Princess Qinghe asked, perplexed. "Just a blockhead." Cheng Yang, with an exaggerated flick of his hair, eyed Princess Qinghe and inquired, "Did your father send you to serve my bedchamber? The Cao family is rather enthusiastic, isn't it?" I cannot believe you." Cheng Yu, seizing a wooden stick, aimed a blow at Cheng Yang's backside. "Watch out, father, it was just a joke. You actually hit me." Cheng Yang leapt away, grabbing Princess Qinghe and bolting out of the house. "You little scoundrel. Come back. Where are you running off to?" Cheng Yu pursued frantically, while Cheng Yang dashed ahead, both exchanging curses as they went. After a lengthy chase, Cheng Yang, realizing he could not evade his father, grabbed Princess Qinghe's hand and dashed onto the street. Once Cheng Yu could no longer see them, he finally released Princess Qinghe, leaning against his knees, gasping for breath. "My father is somewhat traditional, rather feudalistic. Therefore, there are things one cannot say before him, little Qing. It is not that the Grand Sima ordered us to be affectionate. Come, let me demonstrate." Princess Qinghe, her face flushed from running, felt even more embarrassed as Cheng Yang teased her. She glared at him with indignation, threatening, "If I say be affectionate, would you dare? You little rogue, you truly deserve a beating." Cheng Yang licked his lips. The young lady was indeed quite charming, exquisitely beautiful. Alas, she is Cao Cao's daughter. Returning to the matter at hand, Cheng Yang truly did not dare to pursue anything more. At most, he could exchange a few playful quips. Should he genuinely develop feelings for Princess Qinghe, he would have to contemplate the future consequences. He did not wish to be tethered to Cao Cao, especially as a sun-and-law as they strolled through the streets. They chatted casually, exchanging light-hearted banter. Princess Qinghe, blinking her large eyes with curiosity, asked, "Is this how you speak to your father at home? Does he often hit you? I noticed he wields that stick with great proficiency." Cheng Yang shook his head solemnly, replying, "You do not understand. I in harmonious families. This is quite normal. This is called filial piety and brotherly respect. My elder brother is even harsher. He is truly a rogue." Princess Qinghe giggled, unable to help but admire Cheng Yang's wit. Though you are a scoundrel, you are rather amusing. Filial piety and brotherly respect. Yet you are beaten so often? How interesting, by the way. I heard that Madame Zhou from Wanqing is your romantic interest. Is that true? Of course it is true. Cheng Yang feigned a lie, though he genuinely found Madame Zhou appealing. A stunning beauty, who wouldn't he be enamored? Madame Zhou will be your sister in the future. You are both equally beautiful, so do get along. Eventually, the three of us can grow closer. Bah, unashamed. Princess Qinghe's cheeks flushed, and she pinched Cheng Yang's wrist, threatening, if you dare to be so slick-tongued again, be careful. I might just hit you. Chapter 11. This boy is no decent person. Qinghe, why have you returned so late? Stammering, Princess Qinghe faced Cao Cao's inquiry, feeling somewhat flustered. Cao Cao smiled gently. No need for concern, dear daughter. I harbor no intention of reprimanding you. How did your conversation with the young man from the Qing family go? He seems like a decent fellow, doesn't he? Princess Qinghe pondered for a moment before responding candidly. He does possess quite an appealing appearance, but somehow, he doesn't strike me as a serious person. Not a serious person? I merely requested that you engage in conversation with my daughter to foster their relationship. Do you dare to take liberties? Exclaimed Cao Cao, suddenly flustered. That young man hasn't mistreated you, has he? Princess Qinghe shook her head. He hasn't harmed me at all, but upon leaving his house, he took me out for drinks and music. Moreover, he invited several young ladies, and it appeared to be a place of leisure. Is that so? Such occurrences? Cao Cao chuckled helplessly, genuinely unaware of the young man's intentions. Clearly, sending Qinghe to seek him out was an attempt to bring them together, but this young man had taken her to listen to music and indulge in frivolities? It must have been deliberate. Cao Hong, summon Cheng Yu to join us. We must uncover the truth. As Cao Cao's cousin, Cao Hong served as the steward of the Cao residence, managing household affairs alongside Cao Ran. Upon Cheng Yu's hasty arrival, the three quickly disguised themselves and departed the Cao estate, making their way to the location Qinghe had mentioned. Upon reaching the Drunken Flower Pavilion, Cao Cao directly inquired, "Is the young man Qing Yang present here?" "Why, yes. Are you friends of Master Cheng?" The attendant stammered. Furious, Cheng Yu retorted, "Friends? I am his father. Where is he?" He was consumed with rage, wishing to flay Qing Yang alive for his indiscretion. Cao Cao sneered, "Hold your temper for now. Let us see what kind of trick he is playing." He believed Qing Yang would not be so foolish as to act without propriety, nor would he dare to lead Qinghe astray. This must be intentional. Take us to him. They traversed through a corridor and entered an elegant room. As they stood outside, they could hear the dulcet voices of several women singing a rather lewd tune. Upon recognizing the melody, Cao Cao realized it was 18 touches, particularly the Risku version. Additionally, a woman's giggle echoed, "My lord, do not stand so far away. You are quite the handsome one, indeed. Come, let me give you a kiss." Cheng Yu, incensed, kicked open the door and pointed an accusatory finger at Qing Yang, demanding, "You scoundrel! How could you be in such a place?" Qing Yang sprang up in surprise. "Father! My lord? Little Cao! What brings you all here?" "Little Cao?" Cao Hong's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape. "You call me Little Cao? I am the same age as your father." Cheng Yu seized a prepared stick and banged it on the table. "What brings you here?" "Oh, I see. After a few days apart, you've learned to indulge in flower wine." As he spoke, he raised the stick as if to strike. Qing Yang, sensing the imminent danger, hastily dodged aside. Although he feigned panic, his heart was remarkably steady. It seemed Qinghe had returned home in a huff, reporting him to Cao Cao. Very well, this would ensure that Cao Cao would never consider marrying his daughter to him. His future life of leisure was thus secured. Upon hearing Cheng Yang's thoughts, Cao Cao immediately grasped the situation. "You, young man, believe my daughter unworthy of you. Is the Cao family so undesirable in your eyes that you would go to such lengths to avoid association? You think to slip away unnoticed? I, Cao, shall not allow you to escape. You wish to distance yourself from us? Not a chance." Determined, Cao Cao resolved not to let Qing Yang go, opting to remain undeterred by his antics. Noticing the several beautiful women in the room, he could not help but inquire, "Are they delightful? I heard someone was seeking your affections. Did you hear that? Surely, my lord won't hold it against me? I merely came to have a drink, just to put on an act. I am not engaging in any illicit activities. I trust that should suffice." Qing Yang stammered, feeling guilty and unsure of what to say. Upon glancing up, He caught Cao Cao gazing at the women with a bemused smile and impulsively remarked, "I was merely jesting. I did not kiss anyone, my lord. Why not partake yourself? After all, the money has already been spent. I heard you used to frequent such establishments. Enough, cease your tongue." Cheng Yu interjected, nearly overwhelmed with indignation. "What do you mean, you too should partake? What do you mean, my lord is a regular here? You are doing this intentionally, aren't you, my lord?" Cheng Yu quickly turned to Cao Cao, bowing repeatedly. "My son speaks without thinking. Please do not be angered by his audacity. His behavior is most unseemly. Clearly, he is unworthy of Princess Qinghe." Cao Cao found himself in an awkward position, hastily diverting the subject. "As for the marriage between this young man and Qinghe, in my view, there is no significant issue. However, he should refrain from visiting such places in the future. Just as I have never set foot in one, it is only the frivolous youths who indulge in such nonsense." While he earnestly expressed his views, a familiar maidservant entered and cheerfully greeted him. "Master Cao, it has been some time since your last visit. Have you changed your tastes? You used to come here quite frequently." Cao Cao was momentarily taken aback, his face flushing red as he turned away. Feigning a cough, feigning. "Are we? You think I do not know who you are? Cao Amon. Have you been caught red-handed?" Cao Cao nearly choked, shooting a fierce glare at Qing Yang, who quickly shrank back, feigning innocence. "What are you glaring at? It was not I who exposed your secrets. Fate has its own reckoning." The maidservant, pouring drinks for the group, suddenly noticed Cheng Yu and exclaimed, "Oh, Mr. Cheng, you are here too. It has been a while since I last saw you. I heard you were off fighting. I never imagined you, looking so gentle, would also be a warrior." Cheng Yu quickly concealed his face. "You have mistaken me for someone else." The maidservant laughed heartily. "Why are you shy all of a sudden? You were never like this. When you visited, you would drink straight from the jar and embrace the ladies. That song, Chamber Melody, was written by you, wasn't it? It has become quite popular." Cao Cao erupted in laughter. Clutching his belly, "Chamber Melody? Excellent, excellent. Old Cheng, why not sing a verse?" Cheng Yu's face burned with embarrassment as he turned to leave. "My lord, I must take my leave now." The maidservant hurried after him. "Mr. Cheng, do not depart just yet. I can find a couple of ladies for you to sing a tune with." Cheng Yu fled without looking back, disappearing like a startled rabbit. Chapter 12. Do I have someone backing me? Do you accept this? After capturing Qing Yang, the group proceeded directly to the Siquang residence. There was no returning to the Cheng household, as his father awaited him there, likely ready to punish him. Alas, how did I end up with such a father, always ready to strike and devoid of civility? Civility? You still recognize the concept of civility? Cao Cao retorted, thoroughly exasperated. "Thank heavens you are not my son. Were you, I would certainly have beaten you to a pulp." However, truth be told, Cao Cao held a greater admiration for Qing Yang. Despite harboring some mischievous thoughts, they could not overshadow the brilliance of his schemes. After a night's rest at the Siquang residence, the following morning, Qing Yang was roused early by Cao Hong, who took him straight to the council hall. "Listen here, young man, as a strategist beside my lord. You must be more reliable. The dawn is approaching. Do not delay in reporting for duty." Qing Yang gazed at the sky, puzzled by the early hour. "Why so soon? Do we not usually go after dawn breaks?" "Spare me your chatter," Cao Hong replied, clearly impatient. "Last night, Sun Yu and Guo Jia came to see my lord, informing him that landslides along the official roads in Huainan have rendered them impassable for ox carts. With the army about to march, if the supplies cannot be transported, how will the soldiers eat? They are bound to starve. My lord spent the entire night in worry. Do not provoke his ire." Qing Yang chuckled. "Rest assured, I will keep silent." "Landslides? Is that a landslide?" He mused, in a wonder. "The official road is irrelevant to me. I have no intention of going there. However, Amon does seem rather foolish." While he pondered, Cao Cao suddenly appeared from the side. "Foolish? Did you just call me foolish? Could it be that you have a plan?" Cao Cao had long since become immune to Qing Yang's thoughts, since he could hear them. The young man had often murmured his opinions. "Get to the council hall. Why are you still lingering here?" On my way, on my way." As he spoke, Qing Yang attempted to slip away. "Wait, come here. I have something to ask you." Qing Yang froze. "My lord, did you call for me?" Cao Cao nodded. "Since you are my strategist, consider how to alleviate my burdens. Tell me, Do you have any good ideas for assisting the troops in transporting supplies? Cheng Yang cast a furtive glance at Cao Hong, noticing him signaling insistently and feigned difficulty. Well, I truly do not know. Uncertain, yet still claiming ignorance. Regardless of what Cao inquires, your response remains the same. I do not know. Young man, do you believe that Cao cannot pry open your lips? Is there truly no way to extract the truth from you? Cao Cao, with a gentle yet persuasive manner, urged, think it over, truly contemplate it. Perhaps a solution will present itself. Think it over? I need not ponder, for I already know the answer. I simply refuse to divulge it. I shall not speak. What can you do about it? The landslide has evidently obstructed the road. So why not forego the ox cart? A single ox and cart cannot carry much. Moreover, it is laborious, time-consuming, and resource-draining. Such a method appears cumbersome and inefficient. Bypass the ox cart? Cao Cao mused, puzzled, if not an ox cart. Then what alternative do you propose? Carrying it by hand. Absurd. How much can a single person bear? At most, 30 to 40 pounds, and even then, it is slow and burdensome, requiring frequent rest. Such a notion is utterly impractical. Cao Cao looked at Cheng Yang, continuing to entice him. The inability to pass with the cart truly burdens our soldiers. Indeed, under Cao Cao's coaxing, Cheng Yang could not help but voice his thoughts again. If the cart cannot pass, let us reduce its size. Most vehicles are ox carts, with 2 wheels. While they may appear large, they cannot carry a significant load. If we convert it into a unicycle, allowing it to be pushed by a person, it would not only save time and effort, but also be remarkably convenient. Not to mention, even amidst landslides or hilly terrains, wherever a person can tread, a unicycle can follow. Cao Cao's eyes widened in astonishment. A unicycle? What manner of vehicle is this? I have never heard of such a thing. It's stable? And to be pushed? Wouldn't he that require even more exertion? Yet this young man claims it is efficient. Could this truly be plausible? Cao Cao, somewhat skeptical, summoned Sun Yu and Guojia, accompanied by several others to the courtyard, where they found an ox cart and bent down to inspect it. My lord, what do you wish to see? This is merely an ordinary vehicle. Cao Cao inhaled deeply, gesturing towards the ox cart. Tell me, if we were to transform it into a unicycle, allowing it to be pushed, would that not be more convenient? Ah? Ha ha. Sun Yu could not contain his laughter, exclaiming, I had thought my lord had a brilliant strategy, yet it turns out to be this ludicrous idea. 2 wheels are deemed insufficiently stable. And you wish to remove one? A unicycle? Can it even move? Cao Hong chimed in with a laugh. Indeed, my lord, a one-wheeled cart cannot be drawn by livestock. Otherwise, it would tip over if it is to be pushed by a person. What immense effort that would require. One might as well tire themselves to death. Cao Cao, slightly embarrassed, urged Cao Hong, let us modify it. We shall attempt it. Perhaps it may prove useful. The group, though reluctant, understood that once Cao Cao had spoken, there was no avoiding the task at hand. They retrieved saws and hammers, reluctantly beginning their work. After considerable effort, they transformed the ox cart into a unicycle. Cao Hong placed the items down, lamenting, my lord. We have modified it and examined it. You must see for yourself, this unicycle can scarcely stand upright, let alone be utilized. Sun Yu, with a resigned smile, approached the unicycle, propping it up. After giving it a few pushes, his expression suddenly changed in astonishment. How can this be so remarkably light? He turned to Cao Cao, exclaiming, my lord, it is exceedingly light and requires no effort at all. Cao Cao beamed with delight, realizing the truth in the young man's words. Place some weight upon it. Let us see how it holds. Cao Hong lifted a stone and placed it inside the cart, expecting Sun Yu, being aged and scholarly, to struggle. However, to his surprise, Sun Yu propelled the unicycle across the courtyard with remarkable speed. Truly magnificent. My lord, this is astounding. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, were eager to give it a try. Guojia, Qingyu, Cao Hong, and Su Chu each took turns, all equally astonished by the unicycle's agility and swiftness. There is hope. The supplies for our southern campaign are secured, murmured Sun Yu, glancing back in admiration at the inventor of the unicycle, Cao Cao. What a brilliant invention, my lord. Your ingenuity knows no bounds. I am thoroughly impressed. Indeed, I too am in awe. Cao Hong sighed with a chuckle. I had thought my lord was muddled with worry over the logistics. Yet who could have anticipated this? Cao Cao's smile was uncontainable. He felt immensely satisfied. These individuals, often flaunting their intelligence and cunning in his presence, especially Sun Yu and Guo Jia, now found themselves humbled. Yet, with Cheng Yang providing insightful strategies, he felt no fear of their dissent. Chapter 13. Young man, how can I sleep soundly without you? With the logistics resolved, the focus now shifted to the campaign against Yuan Shu. Yuan Shu, possessing a formidable army of over 100,000 in Huainan, was a major warlord in the Jiangnan region, his strength not to be underestimated. Moreover, his brother, Yuan Shao, was lurking in Qingzhou and Jizhou, poised to make a move against Xuchang. Cao Cao found himself besieged on two fronts, each adversary presenting significant challenges. Should Yuan Shu fail to strike, his homeland might fall prey to Yuan Shao. In such a case, he would have nowhere to lament his misfortune. Thus, he summoned his strategists and generals to devise a comprehensive plan. Yuan Shu's audacity to claim the throne was a matter of grave concern, prompting Cao to declare, I intend to lead the troops personally against him. Yet, we cannot neglect Yuan Shao in the north. What strategies do you propose should he choose to march south? Cao Hong was the first to step forward. My lord, I am willing to remain in Xuchang to protect our homeland from any incursions. Cao Cao nodded slightly. While Cao Hong may lack offensive capabilities, his defensive strengths, coupled with their familial ties, provided Cao with reassurance. However, strategizing was not his strong suit, and leaving him solely in command would be unwise. Cao Cao instinctively turned to Qing Yang, having developed a strong reliance on him. Mr. Cheng, whom do you believe would be suitable to assist Cao Hong? Mr. Cheng? The assembly gasped in disbelief, unable to fathom that this youth, scarcely 17 and yet to reach adulthood, was already being addressed as M.Art. By the Lord. Cheng Yang felt the pressure mounting, inwardly lamenting, just ask your questions. Why must you elevate me to such a pedestal? Faced with the incredulous gazes, he lowered his head and muttered, I do not know. Humph! Among the strategists, Dong Zhao could not restrain himself, exclaiming, Ever since you arrived at the Sikong residence, every inquiry from the Lord has been met with your unwavering ignorance. How can you dare to call yourself Mr.? Perhaps you are merely Mr. I don't know. As his words echoed, laughter erupted among the assembly. Cao Cao, while aware of the underlying truth, could not help but acknowledge that this young man's consistent reticence had indeed robbed him of face. It seemed his personal charisma was insufficient. Do not mock. This young man from the Cheng family possesses some merit, he defended, only to incite further laughter. Cheng Yang, feeling overwhelmed, responded foolishly, I truly do not know. With the derision mounting, even the usually affable Cheng Yu could no longer bear it. Lamenting how his son, lacking in talent and ambition, had inexplicably garnered the Lord's favor. Is this not a burden for him? My lord, in my humble opinion, we should focus on the southern campaign. While the Qingzhou forces may harbor intentions, Yuan Shao is a man of suspicion and will not dare to assault Xuchang. Father, how can you speak without thinking? The question is about who to leave behind to assist Cao Hong. Yet you respond with reassurances about Yuan Shao. If Yuan Shao were to attack, who would bear the blame? Moreover, while Yuan Shao may not align with Yuan Shu, he views Cao Cao as an even greater threat. With Cao Cao absent from Xuchang, this opportunity would be too tempting for him to resist. Even capturing a city or two would result in substantial losses for Xuchang. What is more, Yuan Shu is not likely to conquer quickly. Without a capable strategist to guard Xuchang, trouble will surely arise. Hearing Cheng Yang's insights, Cao Cao's resolve solidified. Indeed, what the young man spoke was true. While Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu were at odds, for Qingzhou and Jizhou, their greatest adversary was none other than Cao Cao himself. He would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike Xuchang while Cao Cao was preoccupied in the south. However, the question remained, whom to leave to assist Cao Hong? Guo Jia? No, Guo Jia was needed to oversee the army. Sun Yu? Also not an option, as he was responsible for logistics. As he pondered, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated Cao Cao's mind. Mr. Cheng, how about you assist me in guarding the city? Cheng Yu trembled at the unexpected honor, his heart swelling with joy. He quickly prostrated himself, proclaiming, My lord, such esteem. I shall bravely face any challenge ahead. Cao Cao blinked in surprise, somewhat embarrassed. When I mentioned Mr. Cheng, I was referring to your young son, Cheng Yang. At this proclamation, the room fell into an uproar. Cheng Yang. He was to be left to guard Xuchang. What was he, Merely a greenhorn, relying on Cheng Yu's connections to barely qualify as a strategist? What capabilities did he possess to undertake such a responsibility? Cheng Yu knelt on the ground, his hands still raised in reverence. When he heard those words, he froze instantly. The atmosphere in the council chamber became palpably awkward. "Oh, father, how embarrassing you are. At your age, why are you so easily flustered? That Mr. Cheng is not you. Is he? What? Amon has assigned me to guard the city. This is too much of a compliment. Isn't it? I know I possess exceptional talents and carry a certain charm, but guarding a city... Wait. If Amon intends for me to guard the city, does that mean I am free? I can indulge in leisure, revelry, and enjoyment? How delightful. Just as Cheng Yang was about to agree, he looked up to find Cao Cao's face dark as thunder, resembling the bottom of a pot, staring at him with a mixture of helplessness and frustration. What is this? Yet you have assigned me to guard the city. A man of honor must not go back on his word. Before he could finish, Dong Zhao hurriedly stood up. My lord, this matter is absolutely inadvisable. Cao Cao sighed with relief, grateful for the intervention. Otherwise, he truly did not know what mischief this young man could commit. What could be wrong with it? Mr. Dong, please elaborate. Dong Zhao glanced at Cheng Yang. I believe that Cheng Yang is entirely unfit and incapable of assuming the role of city guard. Cheng Yang quickly defended himself. I am not taking any position. I merely intend to stay in Shudu and keep an eye on things. Keep an eye on things? Do you take this lightly? That is even more inappropriate. The others chimed in, agreeing that it was indeed unwise. Cheng Yang was still young and lacked the necessary experience. Entrusting him with the task of guarding the city could lead to calamity. Damn it! Do you think I would bring disaster by guarding the city? I know better than any of you how to defend against Yuan Shao's attacks, where they will strike, how to defend, and how to counterattack if I am not capable. Who among you is? Cao Cao was shaken to the core. Did this young man truly know that Yuan Shao would indeed come? Furthermore, did he know exactly when, where, and how they would launch their surprise attacks? The decision of whether to keep him or bring him along became increasingly perplexing. After a long deliberation, Cao Cao remained uncertain. Suddenly, Guojia spoke up. My lord, why not let me stay? You. Cao Cao hesitated, military advisor. You are not joining me to confront Yuan Shu? Guojia smiled. Yuan Shu has already lost the support of the people and is not to be feared. Moreover, Liu Bei, El Bu, Sun Tzu, and Liu Biao are all mobilizing their forces. The situation in the Huainan region will stabilize shortly. There is no need for you to worry. It is Yuan Shao who remains unpredictable and must not be underestimated. Guojia certainly had some acumen, hitting the nail on the head. Yuan Shu was not a concern. The worry lay with Yuan Shao. With him stationed in Shudu, everything would be foolproof. Thus, I shall boldly recommend myself, expressing my willingness to remain in Shudu to assist Guojia in guarding the city. This way, I can avoid the hardships of heading south. Tio think, I would have to endure a month of harsh conditions? Exposed to the elements and engaging in combat, where is the joy in that compared to staying at home? My lord, I believe it is most appropriate for the military advisor to remain. Aside from him, no one else can bear this responsibility. I am willing to stay in Shudu and lend my meager support to the military advisor. I implore you to grant this request. His ulterior motives did not escape Cao Cao's keen perception. Cao Cao smiled knowingly at him, shaking his head slowly. No, no. Huh? I have said so much, and you still refuse? Amon, what do you mean by this? Cao Cao clicked his tongue, recognizing the implications. You think you can slip away easily? No way. Young Mr. Cheng, you must accompany me south to fight in person. Without you by my side, I cannot rest easy. Ugh. Amon cannot be intentionally setting me up, can he? You cannot rest easy without me? You mustn't speak so frivolously, or others may misunderstand. I in the council chamber. Everyone widened their eyes in astonishment. Sun Yu glanced at Guojia and whispered, Do you think this young man could be the Lord's favorite? Guojia nodded in agreement. It does seem so. Otherwise, why would the Lord be so resolutely attached to him, keeping him in the Sikong mansion? No wonder, no wonder. Upon realizing this, Sun Yu smugly concluded that he finally understood why Cao Cao cared for Cheng Yang so much, not due to the young man's capabilities, but because he was the Lord's favorite. Sun Yu observed Cao Cao and then Cheng Yang, grinning with a knowing smile. The military is lonely and quite desolate. Having the Cheng family's young man by the Lord's side surely provides some comfort. Regarding the matter of the Qing family's young man accompanying the expedition, I wholeheartedly support it. Guojia concurred. I agree as well. After all, one cannot take women into battle. Huh. What does this mean? You two fools, what are you implying? You may insult my intelligence, but you shall not tarnish my character. Am I that kind of person? No wonder Guojia is a short-lived ghost. You truly are a vile character. Tarnishing my reputation. You might as well die early for an early reincarnation. Cao Cao initially thought little of it, considering it a jest not to be taken seriously. After all, during the Eastern Han period, male relationships were quite common, and many aristocratic families engaged in the practice of keeping young male companions. Such matters were not worth dwelling upon. Yet, Cheng Yang's heartfelt words genuinely startled Cao Cao. Guojia being a short-lived ghost? What was the meaning behind this? Wasn't his health generally good? He was the strategist Cao Cao relied upon most. How could he be short-lived? Cao Cao looked closely at Guojia for a moment, then abruptly turned to Qingyang. Young Cheng, what do you think Guojia's lifespan is? Huh? Qingyang was taken aback. This? The crowd gaped, utterly confused. Was it appropriate to ask such a question? What did it mean? Even Qingyang himself was at a loss. What is Amon doing? Asking about Guojia's lifespan. Has he discerned something? Does he realize that Guojia does not have long to live? My goodness. He cannot ask me that. How am I supposed to respond? Oh, if Guojia does not die, Zhuge Liang does not rise, then he has only a few years left. Wouldn't that incite hatred? No, I cannot say anything. I do not wish to offend anyone. Cheng Yang cleared his throat and earnestly stated, My lord, regarding this matter, I do not know. Before he could finish, Dong Zhao coldly interrupted. We have long understood. The Qing family's young man speaks of knowing nothing. A true master of ignorance. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Seeing his son being bullied, Cheng Yu was about to stand up for him, but unexpectedly, Cao Cao became furious. Dong Zhao, you are all strategists. Why do you persist in harassing the Qing family's young man? Has he provoked you? Dong Zhao did not expect that Cao Cao would defend Qingyang, especially in front of so many people. Reprimanding him so harshly in the past, he had been able to manipulate the emperor to command the unworthy. All thanks to his suggestions. Had it really been less than 2 years, and he had already forgotten? Cao Cao did not care about Dong Zhao's thoughts, loudly chastising in the council chamber, we discuss matters at hand. Do not attack others, yes, the crowd could only comply. Cao Cao exhaled, yet his heart remained unsettled. Guojia does not die, Zhuge Liang does not rise. If that is the case, then Guojia is destined for calamity. But who is Zhuge Liang, moreover? How can one discern the calamity awaiting Guojia? Is it an illness? Or has he incurred the ire of thieves? It cannot possibly be a sudden death, young Cheng. Feel free to speak your mind. There are no repercussions, and no one will blame you. What do you think about Guojia's lifespan? Qingyang raised his head, seeing Guojia looking at him, and could not help but lower his gaze in response to my lord. Regarding Guojia's lifespan, I do not know. However, I think the military advisor should take care of his health, refrain from overexerting himself, and also pay attention to his diet to avoid adapting poorly to the local environment. If he falls ill, he must seek treatment and not bear it stubbornly. The cause of Guojia's demise was said to be due to adapting poorly to the environment or illness. But in any case, it stemmed from physical reasons. Qingyang's suggestions were on point. As long as one pays attention to their health and exercises regularly, even if they adapt poorly to the environment or fall ill, they should not succumb to sudden death. Hearing his remarks, the crowd deemed him excessively disrespectful. What does it mean to say if ill, seek treatment? Are you cursing him? Furthermore, with the Lord being so close to him, there must be some untold secret. Thus, everyone held a rather unfavorable view of Qingyang. Unexpectedly, Guojia's expression changed drastically, staring at Qingyang in horror. How do you know I suffer from adapting poorly to the environment? Huh? Qingyang was baffled. I did not say anything. Guojia's expression darkened. You just said it, that I adapt poorly to the environment. To be frank, I was born weak. Especially in a new environment, I immediately struggle with adapting. For instance, when we went to Wanqing, I had difficulty eating and sleeping well. After several days, I adjusted, but upon returning to Shudu, I fell ill again and my life is fragile, and I cannot move about at will. However, for the sake of the Lord's grand ambitions, I have never mentioned it. But how did you know, young Cheng? How did I know? Even if I told you, you would not believe me. It turns out he truly does struggle with adapting to the environment. This is not difficult to treat. Why has it troubled you for so many years? Cao Cao's eyes lit up. This young man has a solution. Can he cure Guojia's ailment? He narrowed his eyes. Smiling at Qingyang, young man, since you can identify his ailment, it seems you have a remedy. Guojia was also quite excited. Young man, do you truly have a solution? Qingyang hesitated, stammering, no, forget it. In front of so many people, I will not take the lead. After we return, I will relay the solution to my father and have him pass it on to Guojia. Thus, I can remain an observer. My father will gain a reputation, and Guojia will be saved. A single stone strikes 3 birds. However, what exactly are the remedies for acclimatization? It seems that Cao Cao was initially somewhat disappointed, but upon turning back, his face was filled with excitement. You rascal, had it not been for Chao's ability to hear your thoughts, you would have nearly deceived me. You shy away from taking the lead, always hiding behind others. Does this indicate a lack of trust in me, Cao? Very well, since you refuse to step forward, your father shall not benefit from this opportunity either. Military advisor, since it is indeed a matter of acclimatization, I happen to possess an old remedy that specifically treats your condition. You merely need to follow the prescription, take the medicine for a few months, and thereafter, this chronic ailment of yours will not trouble you again. My lord, is this truly the case? Guojia exclaimed with overwhelming joy. Cao Cao waved his hand and chuckled. Of course, would I deceive you? Subsequently, before all present, he pinned a prescription and handed it to Guojia. In the council chamber, everyone was astonished, their gazes toward Cao Cao filled with wonder once more. My lord. You Sun, you stammered, as the situation was indeed quite extraordinary. Just a few days ago, you devised a unicycle, resolving the logistical dilemma, and now, you've written a prescription, saving military advisor Guo's life. How is it that I feel my lord has undergone a transformation? Indeed, it has become quite extraordinary in the past. It was you who sought our counsel. Now, we are the ones beseeching your assistance. How embarrassing! Cao Cao's heart swelled with joy. This facade he donned was truly refreshing and unique. Not only did it forcefully win over the hearts of many, but it also left them utterly subdued, delightful. Seizing the moment, Cao Cao cast a discreet glance at Qingyang. At this point, Qingyang was equally perplexed. Amon truly lives up to his reputation as a formidable hero. I had underestimated him before. Remarkable, Amon is indeed formidable. It seems that from now on, I must tread carefully in his presence. Dog thief? Just as Cao Cao was reveling in his triumph, his expression darkened. You scoundrel, I rescue you from trouble, and yet you dare call me a dog thief. Very well, if I cannot deal with you, I shall take it out on your father. Chapter 15. You possess quite a few treasures. A grand army of 100,000 marched forth, resplendent in their advance toward Huainan. Cao Cao sat firmly in the center, occasionally admiring the scenery outside the carriage while discussing strategies for confronting the enemy with Sun Yu. Naturally, Qingyang was also reluctantly brought along. In truth, he had no desire to engage in battle. Remaining at home would be far preferable. Plentiful food and drink, exquisite wines and delicacies, the freedom to sleep when weary or play when inclined. Moreover, there would be no danger. Yet, to venture into battle meant not only poor sustenance and restless nights, but potentially risking one's life. Amon, I curse you. Just as Cao Cao was engrossed in conversation with Sun Yu, such a phrase abruptly intruded upon his thoughts, causing him to become restless. You scoundrel, why do you insult me without cause? I have promoted you, provided you with a salary, supported your entire family, and even introduced my daughter to you. Yet, instead of appreciating my kindness, you harbor secret grievances against me. Do you possess no conscience? Upon seeing Cao Cao roll his eyes and glare at him, Qingyang suddenly felt a surge of guilt. Damn! Look at this, I am truly at a loss. If you wish to wage war, go ahead without me. Why must you drag me along? Am I your father? I had intended to have a pleasant conversation with Princess Qinghe, not to waste time on your antics. Now, thanks to you, once we return from Huainan, I shall find a way to win over your daughter. You truly are a good person. Cao Cao felt utterly speechless. After a moment's contemplation, he called out loudly, Chengyu, come here. My lord, you called for me? Hearing the summons, Chengyu swiftly dismounted and hurried over. Cao Cao nodded and coldly instructed, Chengyu, Right ahead and behind the troops. Check for any stragglers and look for signs of the enemy. Yes. Cheng Yu mounted his swift steed, racing to the front lines and then swiftly to the rear, panting heavily in no time. Yet, military orders were as solid as mountains. Unless Cao Cao called for a halt, he could not stop. Cheng Yang observed and sensed that Cao Cao seemed to be doing this deliberately, but he could not pinpoint the exact circumstances. Could Amon be intentionally putting my father through this? It makes no sense. With so many scouts, why must he have my father running back and forth? Can his physique withstand this, if one wishes to scout the enemy? Wouldn't a telescope suffice? No matter the distance, it could offer a clear view without such exertion. Thankfully, I secretly crafted one yesterday. I shall discreetly deliver it to my father shortly. A telescope? What is that? This was the first time Cao Cao had ever heard of such a device. He looked at Cheng Yang, a thought suddenly striking him. 18 noon. The army halted to prepare meals and rest. Taking advantage of the distraction, Cao Cao quietly opened Cheng Yang's box. Inside, he found several small knives and a bamboo tube. Is this the telescope? Cao Cao picked up the bamboo tube and aimed it into the distance. After a single glance, he immediately jumped up in excitement. Wow! Through the telescope, he could not only see the swaying branches atop distant mountains, but also soldiers drawing water by the riverbank, and even the birds by the shore and fish in the water were all visible with crystal clarity. In an instant, Cao Cao's spirit soared. With this device, wouldn't scouting military conditions become exceedingly effortless? One could simply hide in a high place and scrutinize the enemy camp's details. You little rascal. When did you manage to create such a treasure? Cao Cao became enamored with the item, toying with it incessantly, showing no intention of putting it back after the meal. As the army resumed its march, Cao Cao boldly held the telescope aloft, gazing at the distant scenery. Why does that bamboo tube in Amon's hand look so familiar? Cheng Yang immediately sensed something was amiss. Isn't this my telescope? How did it end up in his hands? Sun Yu fixed his gaze on Cao Cao and, after a long moment, cautiously inquired, My lord, what is the secret behind this bamboo tube? Why do you keep looking through it? Sun Yu, why don't you give it a try? Sun Yu took the bamboo tube, mimicking Cao Cao's actions, and was instantly drenched in cold sweat. How can you see so far, my lord? Where did you acquire this? Cao Cao, unfazed, replied nonchalantly, I found it. Damn. Found it? You must have taken it from my box. You truly are something else. No wonder I didn't see Amon around during lunch. It turns out he was off stealing from my belongings. Cao Cao wore a peculiar smile, casting a glance at Cheng Yang, evidently quite pleased with himself and his mind. He had firmly secured this little rascal. My lord, in truth, under Cao Cao's intense gaze, Cheng Yang felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, forcing him to feign, in truth, I had long wished to present this item to my lord. I simply lacked the opportunity. Fortunately, you found it in my box, so I need not say more. I'm glad you like it. Smooth talker. Cao Cao grinned and asked, Do you have anything else you wish to present to me? Bring it forth, lest I have to go scavenging again. Amon, must you not be human? Is it so easy to concoct something? There are only so many precious items. I was counting on making a profit from them in the future. If you take them all, how am I to support my family? Cheng Yang, biting the bullet, pulled out a new type of compass. This is a compass, known as Sinan. I have improved it, my lord. See if you like it. Cao Cao took it, examining the exquisitely crafted and remarkably accurate compass. His curiosity piqued. He couldn't help but chuckle, You little rascal, you've collected quite a few treasures. Is there more? More? Can't you be satisfied? You can't just seize everything. Realizing that Cao Cao had him under his thumb, Cheng Yang reluctantly reached into his robe and produced a dagger. This was forged at my home. It looks quite good. I present it to my lord. Beyond this, I truly have nothing left. This moment, not only was Cao Cao astonished, but even Sun Yu was equally taken aback. For the dagger presented to Cao Cao was entirely jet black, ancient and imposing, unmistakably a weapon of extraordinary quality. What shocked them further was Cheng Yang's claim that he had forged the dagger. When did the Cheng family come to understand ironworking? How could they have produced such exquisite dark iron? Their expressions shifted as they tested the dagger's hardness and sharpness, their enthusiasm only intensifying. Cheng Yang was taken aback, unaware of why they were staring at him so intently. He hastily sought an excuse to slip away outside the carriage. They waited in vain for his return. Cao Cao grew anxious and called out loudly, Cheng Yu, come here. Cheng Yu rode over swiftly, my lord. What is it? Cao Cao's face was alight with excitement. You? Cheng Yu, you've been secretly forging iron at home. Tell me, when were you able to craft such fine weapons? Cheng Yu was utterly bewildered. My lord, my family does not understand ironworking, nor have we ever forged iron. Then, what is this? Cao Cao presented the dagger before him. Cheng Yu glanced at it and replied with a smile, this is something my son crafted himself a few days ago. He was bored at home and said he wanted to forge a small knife. So I thought it harmless and let him proceed. What is wrong, my lord? Is there something amiss with this small knife? Cao Cao was left utterly astounded. Had it not been for Cheng Yu's explicit revelation, he would have been disinclined to believe that this dagger was forged by Cheng Yang himself. Chapter 16. Will my son become emperor? What truly shocked Cao Cao was not merely Cheng Yang's ability to forge iron, but rather the exceptional quality of the iron he produced, surpassing even his prized Qing steel and the two renowned swords, Etienne. The crux of the matter was that Cheng Yang's family had no background in metallurgy. They were entirely unconnected to the ironworking trade. Cheng Yu had mentioned it was merely a pastime for his younger son, a diversion born of boredom. Cao Cao glanced around, inquiring, where is your boy? Where has he run off to? Cheng Yu, looking perplexed, replied, was he not your devoted strategist? Wasn't he just here? Sighing, he concluded, that young lad must have slipped away. Never mind, we shall address it upon our arrival in Huainan. Days later, the army reached the borders of Huainan. The forward and rear troops, along with various camps, had been established. In tandem, El Bu, Liu Bei, Sun Tzu, and Liu Biao had also positioned their forces, encircling Shouchun. As Cao Cao marveled at Cheng Yang's clever stratagems. He found himself increasingly intrigued by his ironworking skills. As night fell and all others succumbed to slumber, Cao Cao found himself restless and commanded Su Chu to summon Cheng'ang. Su Chu, with a sly grin, squinted as he asked, my lord, shall I fetch some water for a wash? Cao Cao, bewildered, replied, what do you mean, wash? Su Chu chuckled. After several days on the road, one must be rather filthy. I fear you both. Cao Cao, now more confused, retorted, what nonsense are you spouting? I asked you to call Cheng Yang. I have matters to discuss with him. Understood. Su Chu, now amused by Cao Cao's urgency, continued, I'm merely inquiring if the Cheng lad intends to wash up. Not a chance. I'm in a hurry. Wash up. Just bring him here. Su Chu, eyes wide, maintained his mischievous grin. Shortly thereafter, he ushered Cheng Yang into Cao Cao's tent. Go on. My lord cannot bear to be apart from you for even a moment. Without you, he can hardly sleep, much to the envy of others. What on earth? What do you mean he cannot bear to be apart from me? It is the middle of the night. Must you be so bothersome? I've walked all day. My legs are weary. Can't a man get some rest? What business cannot wait until daylight? Chowamon. You truly baffle me. Awakened abruptly by Su Chu, Cheng Yang was brimming with indignation, and even upon encountering Cao Cao, his demeanor remained less than cordial. Cao Cao, relieved, smiled indulgently and inquired, your expression suggests you are upset. Did you not sleep well? I would love to slap you across the face. I was enjoying a fine sleep, and you woke me up, only to suggest I didn't sleep well. Was this intentional? Cao Cao chuckled and handed Cheng Yang a cup of cool tea, saying, the night is long and sleep eludes me. I specifically sought you out, along with Sun Yu, to engage in conversation. Conversation? About what? About your sister. Cheng Yang mused inwardly, though he smiled broadly and replied, perfectly. I too find sleep elusive. Let us converse. Huh? You're quite audacious, Cao Cao remarked. Before long, Sun Yu entered the tent. Cao Cao pulled out the dagger and asked Cheng Yang, I hear from your father that you forged this dagger yourself? Cheng Yang was taken aback and hurriedly denied. No, it wasn't me. I had someone else forge it. What does Amon intend? Asking about my dagger. He surely does not expect me to help him with ironworking, does he? Please don't. Forging iron is laborious, and you offer no compensation. What if I did forge the dagger? I shall never admit it. What can you do to me? A faint smile crept across Cao Cao's lips, affirming his suspicion that Cheng Yu had not deceived him. This dagger was indeed crafted by Cheng Yang. Well done, young lad. I had no idea you possessed such hidden talents. Cao Cao mused. I believed your cleverness lay solely in strategizing. But it seems you have a keen understanding of metallurgy as well. Cheng, Our army's weapons and armor need modernization. However, my subordinates have been unable to produce quality iron, and at great expense. If you can create superior iron, I would like to entrust this task to you. Although the state typically controls salt and iron, there are private contracts available, and this could yield significant profit. Cheng Yang's interest peaked. He lifted his head. How much? Cao Cao held up 5 fingers, shaking them as he continued. You need not concern yourself with the ore. However, your salary shall be this amount monthly. 5,000 taels. Ha! The overseer in the army earns more than that each month. Since you're in charge of the technology, it must be at least 500,000. Oh. Ha ha! Overcome with excitement, Cheng Yang laughed heartily. 50,000. I would certainly take it. My father pays me only a few dozen taels at a time. My annual allowance barely covers a few hundred sure of grain. This is the perfect opportunity to earn some extra income, my lord. Since you insist, I shall comply. As he spoke, he couldn't help but chuckle again. Cao Cao observed Cheng Yang's gleeful demeanor, feeling a sense of pride swell within him. In that case, the matter is entrusted to you. Cheng, should you perform well, I shall have additional rewards in store for you. Additional rewards? Monetary compensation is welcome, but please spare me the titles. Who desires the burdens of office when one can enjoy life? For instance, while we have gathered to confront Yuan Shu, who knows what treacheries might unfold among us? If I recall correctly, Elbu has likely conspired with Yuan Shu to ambush Liu Bei. Suddenly, the smile faded from Cao Cao's face, replaced by a look of alarm. What is happening? Elbu has allied with Yuan Shu to ambush Liu Bei? If that is indeed the case, the anti-Yuan alliance will surely crumble, and the outcome remains uncertain. Cheng Yang, what do you believe I should be wary of in this situation? What to be wary of? Do you not understand? Elbu, a man of 3 surnames and no integrity, could just as easily betray you as he allied with you against Yuan Shu. He may have already turned his attention to Liu Bei. It is imperative that Liu Bei be prepared. If he delays, he may find his own allies in disarray before Yuan Shu makes his move. Upon hearing Cheng Yang's insight, Cao Cao wasted no time. He turned to Sun Yu, commanding, Sun Lingjun, draft a letter immediately to inform Liu Bei's camp to remain vigilant, lest he be ambushed. Sun Yu, taken aback, protested, My lord, both Liu Bei and Elbu are stationed east of Shochuan. Who would seek to ambush him? Cao Cao countered. What do you think? Sun Yu's expression shifted as realization dawned. You mean Elbu? By my word, Amon is quite astute. Though battle has yet to commence, I have observed the subtle signs. You are truly remarkable, Amon. It is no wonder you shall eventually rise to power, nor that your son may ascend to the throne. I am shocked. The implication of those words struck Cao Cao like lightning, leaving him trembling and drenched in sweat. Cheng Yang's assertion echoed relentlessly in his mind. This lad implies that the realm of the Han will ultimately fall to Cao Cao. Chapter 17. How to secure Guanyu. My lord, do you truly believe Elbu will ambush Liu Bei? This seems rather far-fetched, Sun Yu remarked skeptically within the central tent. Cao Cao quickly redirected his thoughts. Oh? Does Sun Lingjun believe this unlikely? Indeed. Sun Yu elucidated, Elbu occupies Shuzhou while Liu Bei defends Xiaopei. They rely on each other, as one cannot survive without the other. Elbu, despite his folly, would not dare to attack Liu Bei. That would be akin to digging his own grave. Cao Cao found Sun Yu's reasoning compelling, yet he placed greater trust in Cheng Yang's insights. One must not fear the improbable. Rather, we must guard against it. Elbu is a treacherous man, untrustworthy, and could conspire with Yuan Shu to strike at Liu Bei. If that were to occur, our alliance against Yuan Shu would collapse entirely. Indeed, Amon's words strike true. Better to be cautious than complacent. Compared to Sun Yu, Amon possesses a broader vision. Flattered by Cheng Yang's praise, Cao Cao felt a rush of exhilaration. Until now, he had only endured the scathing remarks of this lad, even enduring direct insults. Yet now, the boy had deigned to commend him. Perhaps he possessed some discernment after all. Let it be so. Go quickly. If you delay, it may jeopardize our military interests, resulting in significant losses. Sun Yu, with no other choice, hastily penned a letter and dispatched it to Liu Bei under the cover of night, urging him to remain vigilant against potential ambushes. However, a lingering doubt resided in his heart. He felt that while Cao Cao possessed cunning, it was limited to petty schemes. When faced with grave matters, he would still rely on himself and Guojia. With Guojia absent, any military decisions would hinge upon Cao Cao's judgment. Though sending word posed little risk, Cao Cao's suspicion of internal discord unsettled him. Should it turn out that Elbu was steadfastly loyal and nothing transpired, how would Liu Bei perceive this? He would undoubtedly suspect that Cao Cao was covertly sowing discord, intending to incite conflict between the Liu and El families, so that he might reap the benefits of their strife. Consequently, it was highly probable that they would unite against Su Du. As the messenger had already departed, Sun Yu remained deeply frustrated. He felt that Cao Cao should not be allowed to act unilaterally. Otherwise, significant matters would surely be compromised. I shall retire for the night. My lord, tomorrow, I will explain the situation to Liu Bei to prevent any suspicions from arising, lest he believe we are instigating discord. Cao Cao initially intended to clarify matters, but at that moment, Cheng Yang's thoughts suddenly echoed in his mind. Sun Yu has quite the temper. After all, he is the lord. If a mistake is made, you should kindly offer guidance. Moreover, a man has not erred. Is Elbu truly a man of loyalty and righteousness? If he were, Ding Yuan would not have perished. Elbu, who slays his adoptive father. After killing his adoptive father, he then slaughters his comrades. Just wait and see. With these few words, Cheng Yang provided Cao Cao with reassurance. He gazed at Sun Yu, squinting and smiling as he said, Sun Lingjun, please feel free to do as you wish. In due time, all will be revealed. Meanwhile, after colluding with Yuan Shu, Elbu raised his troops under the cover of night. Intending to seize Liu Bei's camp, Liu Bei, having received a secret missive from Cao Cao, was already on guard and had set an ambush in advance. When Elbu's forces arrived, they found themselves awaited. At that moment, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei surged forth from the shadows, causing Elbu to flee in disarray, his helmet and armor cast aside, his face smeared with dirt. Liu Bei, relieved yet acutely aware of the peril they had just escaped, wasted no time in composing a letter, dispatching Guan Yu on swift horseback to present it to Cao Cao. When Guan Yu arrived at Cao Cao's camp, the dawn was just breaking, and Cao Cao was reviewing his troops alongside Sun Yu and others. The herald hastily approached, kneeling before Cao Xiao. My lord, Liu Bei was ambushed by Elbu last night, and General Guan Yu requests an audience. Cao Cao remained composed, his heart steady, responding with the tranquility of a gentle breeze. Please invite him in. Yes. Cao Cao turned, smiling at the gathering. Gentlemen, Guan Yu requests an audience. Let us go meet him. The more nonchalantly Cao Cao appeared, the more Sun Yu's astonishment grew. Elbu truly ambushed Liu Bei? This fool must have lost his mind. How could he possibly know? Could it be that the Lord possesses divine foresight? Sun Yu stared at Cao Cao, unable to tear his gaze away. Cao Cao cleared his throat and, as if nothing were amiss, inquired, Sun Lingjun, why do you keep staring at me, my lord? I am in awe. I am utterly convinced. The evidence lay before him. He could not deny it. Cao Cao chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Such trivial matters are hardly worth mention. A general must be aware of the strengths and weaknesses of his troops, as exemplified by Dian Wei and Su Chu. A minister must understand the timing and terrain, like you and Guo Jia, and a lord must be versed in the celestial and terrestrial, the minutiae of life, and the deceptions of ages past. I, Cao, am but a novice, having merely glimpsed the threshold. The path ahead remains long. His words left the assembly in stunned silence. By heavens, I, Cao, have truly put on quite the display. Cao Cao's face beamed with delight, while internally, he felt a surge of exhilaration. What a lad! I have not misjudged you. You are indeed remarkable. To have foreseen this event is truly commendable. You're my Zhang Shang, my Zhang Liang, Lord Sima. I am Guan Yu, and I pay my respects to you. Just as he reveled in his thoughts, Guan Yu approached briskly. Upon seeing Cao Cao, he knelt in excitement. Thanks to your wisdom, my lord, we have escaped calamity. Otherwise, my brothers and I would surely have perished beneath Elbu's iron hooves. Please rise, Yunchong. Cao Cao assisted him to his feet, grasping his hand. There is no need for excessive formality between us. It has been many years since we parted in Chang'an. How have you fared? Guan Yu smiled. Thank you for your concern, my lord. Fortunately, all is well. Cao Cao nodded, regarding Guan Yu. Momentarily at a loss for words, he yearned to recruit Guan Yu into his ranks. However, the latter was steadfast in his loyalty to Liu Bei, and no means would suffice to alter that allegiance. During the campaign against Dong Zhuo, Cao Cao had previously encountered Guan Yu, discreetly sending him wine, meat, and gold. Regrettably, Guan Yu had declined the gold, returning it to signify his refusal. From that moment, Cao Cao recognized Guan Yu's noble character, untainted by greed. Could this rascal truly be attempting to persuade Guan Yu to switch loyalties? It was hardly surprising, given the merits of Elbu, Zhao Yun, and Dian Wei, not to mention Guan Yu, who possessed martial prowess, strategic acumen, and impeccable integrity. Aside from a hint of arrogance, he lacked any serious flaws. After all, he was Liu Bei's brother. How could one hope to win him over? Yet, I do have a method in mind, though I shall not reveal it. Suddenly, Cao Cao turned sharply to Cheng Yang, astonished. This lad has a plan. He believes he can coax Guan Yu to my side? Chapter 18. My lord, you truly are a son of a gun. While wealth is easily acquired, a capable general is a rarity, a figure like Guan Yu, embodying loyalty and valor while possessing strategic insight, is indeed a treasure of the ages. If he could be retained within Chao's camp, it would be an immeasurable boon to his ambitions. Yet, did this lad truly possess a viable strategy? After much contemplation, Cao Cao resolved to inquire further. You, tell me, if I were to invite Guan Yu to serve under me, do you think he would agree? Indeed, you have set your sights on Guan Yu, Cheng Yang retorted. He is Liu Bei's brother, closely tied to him. How could he forsake his master for your mere words? Besides, you and Liu Bei are two sides of the same coin. Neither is virtuous. Having grown accustomed to Cheng Yang's sarcasm, Cao Cao dismissed it and pondered. It was indeed a challenge to persuade Guan Yu, known for his unwavering loyalty. Cao Cao smiled. If you have a plan, I shall reward you handsomely. A reward? What kind of reward? Perhaps money? If Cao Cao were earnest, I might consider assisting him. Guan Yu's loyalty to Liu Bei was steadfast. Thus, if one wished to win him over, one must first undermine Liu Bei. Unbeknownst to Cheng Yang, his thoughts were conveyed in full to Cao Cao's mind. Why, lord, what reward do you intend to grant me? Money? Cao Cao slammed his hand on the table, summoning a servant to bring forth a tray. If you can persuade Guan Yu to follow me, I will reward you with 10 pieces of gold. 10 pieces? 10 pounds of gold? My goodness, a man. You are exceedingly generous. 10 pounds of gold would afford me a comfortable existence for some time. Cheng Yang lifted the silk covering the tray, only to be left speechless. It turned out that the 10 pieces referred to 10 pounds of brass, not gold. Damn. I must have overestimated you. You, Cao Cao, are so impoverished that you are digging up ancestral graves to sell antiques. How could you possibly part with 10 pounds of gold? You think I am a beggar? I regret to inform you that I have no means. Eh? This scoundrel dares to complain of the sum. 10 pounds of brass is already quite generous. You know our situation in Sudu is dire. Even our provisions are cobbled together. That is your concern? Not mine. Sighing, Cheng Yang lamented. How did I end up following Cao Cao? Among the lords, he is the most destitute. If only I had allied with Yuan Shao, as he possesses wealth. Jiangdong's Sun Wu is also appealing. A land abundant in resources, with plenty of delectable offerings. Perhaps I might even encounter the lovely sisters De Qiao and Xiao Qiao. Perhaps I should find an opportunity to resign and take a trip to Jiangdong. If I meet them with money in hand, I shall be at ease. Cao Cao was truly startled into a cold sweat. What nonsense is this? Are you considering defecting to Sun Tzu? I have even given you my daughter. And you still think to consort with other women? Cao Cao was on the verge of tears, suppressing his emotions, and reluctantly retrieved a pouch of gold from his bosom, placing it on the table. He was dismayed, his hands trembling. This is my hard-earned savings, all pure gold. There is a fair amount, perhaps 2 or 3 pounds. Spend it wisely. Personal savings. It seems a man truly has a fondness for Guan Yu. Cheng Yang chuckled as he pocketed the pouch of gold. With this pouch, I have the means to travel to Jiangdong, and should I encounter De Qiao and Xiao Qiao, I will be prepared. Damn you! Cao Cao glared, admonishing. Having received the money, hurry and fulfill your task. Tell me, how can we retain Guan Yu? Cheng Yang smiled and replied, My lord, consider this. Since Guan Yu is Liu Bei's brother, why not target Liu Bei directly? Cao Cao pondered for a moment, his brow slightly furrowing. Kill him? Cheng Yang shook his head. If you kill Liu Bei, Guan Yu will surely despise you, leaving no chance for reconciliation. My lord, does Liu Bei not often refer to himself as imperial uncle? If he were not the imperial uncle, he would be nothing more than a charlatan. You need only to tarnish Liu Bei's reputation, so that Guan Yu looks down upon associating with such a petty person. In due course, he will come to you willingly, brilliant, truly brilliant. This is truly a cunning scheme aimed at the heart. In the past, Cao Cao was always preoccupied with the thought of killing. He believed that if he could not resolve disputes, he might as well eliminate those who instigated them. However, he has suddenly realized that killing and pillaging, engaging in overt and covert theft, is indeed a strategy of the lowest order. A true master can orchestrate a death so imperceptibly that the victim remains unaware of their demise. Liu Bei. That fellow constantly proclaims himself to be the emperor's uncle. Since his rise, he has incessantly reiterated this claim, regardless of the occasion or audience, to the point where the falsehood has almost become reality. Moreover, Liu Bei's fame has only grown, and his territory has expanded significantly. If this continues, he may very well become the legitimate heir of the Han dynasty. Yet, Cheng Yang's plan effectively nips this in the bud. You claim to be the emperor's uncle, do you? Well, the emperor is now in my grasp, and I declare you are not. Cao Cao nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. This plan is splendid. I shall immediately write a letter to Guojia, instructing him to manipulate affairs in the court and crush Liu Bei, exposing him as a fraud pretending to be of royal lineage. At that point, he will not only become a public enemy, but his subordinates, including Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, will all fall under my command. Cheng Yang observed Cao Cao's duplicitous demeanor and could not suppress his disdain. How despicable. Wasn't it just Guan Yu you wanted? What, now you wish to eliminate Liu Bei as well? If you truly kill him, no one could argue against it. But to make him a public enemy? Amon, you truly are a scoundrel. Cao Cao was puzzled. Isn't this what you taught me? How did it turn into me being the scoundrel? You double-faced dog. Boy, hurry and prepare the ink. I wish to write this letter at once. Once we defeat Yuan Shu, Liu Bei will be of no use to me, and I shall ensure his disgrace. Very well, you are the Lord. Your word is law, however. This ink, it is truly difficult to use, and this paper, inferior to even the toilet paper at my home. As the Lord of Shuchong, is this not a disgrace? A renowned hero, yet I see nothing special. Toilet paper. When one visits the latrine, do they not use a toilet token? Or a towel, which can be washed and reused? How is it that his household utilizes toilet paper? What on earth is that? Cao Cao, filled with doubt, scribbled away while musing internally. He could not fathom how such expensive paper could possibly be used for the lavatory. It seemed excessively extravagant. Upon completing the letter, Cao Cao couldn't help but inquire, boy, do you possess any good paper? Cheng Yang was startled. Oh no, has Amon figured it out? I only brought 2 bundles for this urgent campaign. He wouldn't want them, would he? Never mind. I shall give him a few sheets, claiming that this is all I have, and deflect his curiosity. Cheng Yang retrieved 3 or 4 sheets of white paper from his pocket. Smiling ingratiatingly, my lord, this is the toilet paper I use. It is all I have. What do you think? Cao Cao, upon seeing it, was instantly taken aback. Heavens, this is toilet paper. For the latrine. The paper he uses to wipe himself is of better quality than the paper I write with. Cao Cao was at a loss for words, simply staring at Cheng Yang in shock. Chapter 19. Promoted again. The paper Cheng Yang produced was delicate, pristine, and exquisitely soft. A mere glance revealed its superior quality. And yet he had the audacity to use it as toilet paper. What a waste! Furthermore, he had clearly brought 2 large bundles but claimed to possess only a few sheets. Boy, you are quite stingy. Cao Cao grumbled internally but couldn't help but ask, did you create this paper? Cheng Yang instinctively shook his head. I cannot claim to have made it. You scoundrel is always eager to acquire good things. If I admit to crafting it, he will certainly demand the recipe. No. I still hope to use these to amass wealth and live a carefree life. If I give it to him, it would be like drawing water with a bamboo basket, leaving me with nothing. Besides, I have already promised to assist him with iron smelting. It would be too conspicuous to also delve into papermaking, which does not suit my low-key and leisurely nature. With that in mind, Cheng Yang fabricated a story, my lord. I merely found this paper. I do not know who made it, boy. At this point, you still attempt to play tricks on me. Cao Cao chuckled softly, eyeing Cheng Yang, and inquired, you found it? You certainly have a knack for finding things. First, you found a knife, and now you have discovered so much paper. When will you find a woman? Cheng Yang scoffed. Find a woman? Aren't they readily available? I have no interest in your daughter. You have exerted so much effort to bring her to me. If one didn't know better, they might assume she was ill. You are the one who is ill. Your entire family is. Cao Cao was infuriated. He could berate himself, but not his beloved daughter, the cherished princess of Qinghe. After a pause, Cao Cao seductively suggested, I was thinking, if you can make paper, why not turn this into a business? With your skills and my connections, we could certainly reap substantial profits. Currently, in Xuchang and other counties, most writing materials are bamboo slips. While there are some that use paper, it is cumbersome and rather expensive. You understand my meaning? Of course, I understand. You merely wish to profit together. Nevertheless, Cheng Yang acknowledged the merit of Amon's proposal. As the Grand Minister of the Han, his influence is undeniable. A single word from him would undoubtedly secure the market in Xuchang. The rest, relying on his connections, would pose little problem. This proposal is excellent. It could yield great profits, but how should the earnings be divided? 90 to 10. Hearing this arrangement, Cao Cao was pleased. You are somewhat conscientious. You take 1 share, and I take 9. This way, the financial plight of Xuchang might truly be alleviated. With this thought, Cao Cao continued, Boy, what do you think? Shall we collaborate? Collaboration is possible, but the profits, 90 to 10. Cao Cao, unwilling to prolong the dispute, directly voiced Cheng Yang's thoughts, adding with emphasis, I take 9. You take 1. You will still have 1 share for yourself. Are you pleased? I am pleased, indeed. Cheng Yang retorted, You wish to take 9 shares and leave me with 1? Very well, I shall not indulge in this nonsense. I will not play along with you. Cheng Yang lowered his head, visibly displeased. This paper is genuinely what I found. I cannot make paper. Cao Cao finally comprehended the extent of Cheng Yang's greed. So, he wishes to monopolize 9 shares, leaving only scraps for himself? How audacious! Yet, he was powerless against him, for the core technology lay firmly in Cheng Yang's hands, providing him with ample leverage. Cao Cao gritted his teeth. Determined to concede a little more, 80 to 20. I take 8. You take 2. You only take 2? Cheng Yang shook his head, continuing to feign ignorance, my lord. I truly cannot make paper. 70 to 30. I take 7. You take 3. I genuinely cannot. Cao Cao's complexion paled, raising his voice nearly to a shout, 50-50. Is that acceptable? Cheng Yang said nothing. He was now quite satisfied at 50-50. Neither side gains an advantage nor suffers a loss. Very well, since my lord insists, I shall reluctantly give it a T or Y. As he spoke, he inadvertently chuckled to himself. By heavens, I am about to prosper. With Amon at the helm, I need not spend a dime. Merely contribute my presence to share the profits. Once I am wealthy, I shall resign from office and construct a grand villa in the mountains, marrying 6 or 7 beautiful women, changing them daily, finding new ways to enjoy life. And of course, I shall take the princess of Qinghe along. If she refuses, I shall simply abduct her and live my little carefree life. Cheng Yang was elated, while Cao Cao wore a grim expression. As if he had swallowed a dead FL, have a means of earning money and access to exquisite paper was undoubtedly delightful. But the thought of this scoundrel always wanting to escape left him feeling sour and disheartened. He needed to devise a way to keep him tethered. He could not let such a talent slip away. If such a person could not be utilized for his purposes, it would indeed be a grave mistake on Cao Cao's part. As night fell, seemingly well past midnight, Cheng Yang hurriedly stood and said, My lord, the night is deep. You should rest early. Cao Cao nodded. Do not forget what you promised me. First, sort out the ironwork, then consider the paper-making. Upon our return to Xuchang after the battle, we shall commence immediately. Understood. I take my leave. Upon returning to his tent, Cheng Yang indulged in a restful sleep. The following morning, he was promptly awakened by Su Chu. Boy, what did you do to the Lord last night? How is it that he woke up with 2 large dark circles under his eyes? Dark circles? Cheng Yang grinned. My lord probably did not sleep well last night. It is no wonder. If it were you, you too would be unable to sleep, filled with excitement the entire night. Su Chu shivered in response. Damn it, they truly should not have. He sighed, leading Cheng Yang into the war tent, where he immediately announced, My lord, esteemed officials, strategist Cheng Yang has arrived. Cao Cao acknowledged him with a nod, gesturing to the seat beside him. Cheng Yang, come sit next to me. As Cheng Yang approached, the 2 to 3 dozen individuals in the tent turned their attention toward him. The position beside Cao Cao was typically occupied by Guojia and Sun Yu, followed by Qing Yu and Dong Zhao. Now, Before Cheng Yu had even risen to prominence, this young fellow had already reached such heights? This is utterly incomprehensible, is it not? As the doubts lingered in the hearts of the crowd, Cao Cao continued, saying, "From now on, Cheng Yang shall serve as the supervisor of the 3 armies, responsible for overseeing the management of weaponry, armor, and the like. Dong Zhao, relinquish your military responsibilities for the time being." Dong Zhao, bewildered and at a loss, found himself completely sidelined. With wide eyes, he glanced between Cao Cao and Cheng Yang, and finally, unable to contain himself, he boldly declared, "My lord, you cannot assign such a crucial task to a mere youth based on personal preference. Is this not akin to undermining our own stronghold?" Chapter 20. This lad possesses some skill. Not only did Dong Zhao harbor doubts regarding Cheng Yang's capabilities, but Cheng Yu, Cheng Yang's father, also deemed this decision rather inappropriate. How could a lad of 17 or 18 possess sufficient insight to undertake such a grave responsibility in military affairs? Should anything go awry, would it not be like placing him upon a blazing furnace? The mere thought of it sent cold sweat cascading down Cheng Yu's back, prompting him to voice, "My lord, I too believe this to be unwise." Cao Cao smiled faintly. "Mr. Cheng, do you not trust your own son?" Cheng Yu sighed in resignation. "Precisely because he is my son that I know him well. My lord, I implore you to reconsider. This matter must not proceed. Are you all determined to oppose Cao?" Regrettably, a group of blind fools, guarding the prodigious talent of Cheng Yang, dared to perceive him as incompetent. With a barely perceptible sigh of regret, Cao Cao steadied himself and resolutely stated, "This matter is settled. Military affairs shall temporarily fall under Cheng Yang's purview. Additionally, the Allied forces have arrived, and I have convened the troops. Starting tomorrow, we shall launch a full-scale assault on Shochuan. I urge everyone to contemplate how we might besiege the city with minimal losses." Discussions regarding Cheng Yang's appointment came to a close. The strategies for attacking Yuanshu had long been on their minds. In truth, sieging a city involves a direct assault with one's own soldiers, inevitably resulting in casualties and losses. Cao Cao's intentions were unmistakable. He wished for everyone to devise an effective plan to minimize their own casualties. Su Yu furrowed his brow in contemplation before slowly proposing, "With hundreds of thousands of troops from various factions, we could encircle Shochuan, besieging it without direct assault, and the city will eventually fall." Dong Zhao eagerly concurred, "This is splendid. Lord Su's idea is indeed commendable. Be wise surrounding the city without attacking. We need only wait a while. And Yuan Shu's forces will lose their will to fight. At that point, we can take the city with a single blow." Cao Cao remained steadfast, refraining from expressing his opinion, instead casting a glance at the long-silent Cheng Yang. Cheng Yang's heart skipped a beat, and discomfort washed over him. "Why are you looking at me? You just thrust me into the spotlight before so many people, making me the target of their scrutiny. Isn't that enough? Did Su Yu not suggest that surrounding the city without attacking is a fine strategy? Let us proceed with that." Cao Cao, filled with suspicion, inquired, "Cheng Yang, do you believe Lord Su's strategy is sound?" Cheng Yang nodded, with an innocent expression. "I suppose it's all right, I suppose." "All right, that implies that this method is inadequate." Cao Cao shared this sentiment. First and foremost, they needed to exclude Lu Bu from the Allied forces. Having colluded with Yuan Shu, including him was evidently unacceptable. If they truly intended to besiege the city, what if Lu Bu dispatched reinforcements? Would they besiege the city while facing a counteroffensive? That seemed unlikely. The more Cao Cao pondered, the more he felt this approach was reckless. He turned to Cheng Yang and asked, "Do you have a better plan?" "Actually, I do have one, but could you refrain from questioning me further?" "Cao?" Cheng Yang replied. "Shochuan is not large, and its walls are not particularly high. If bows and arrows cannot reach them, we can use a catapult, construct a frame, find a high vantage point, and secure it. Utilizing the principle of leverage, we can hurl stones at the walls. Even if Shochuan's walls are as strong as iron, they will be reduced to rubble. At that point, if the walls collapse, our troops can enter and exit freely without the need for a siege." Cao Cao was taken aback. "A catapult? That is indeed a clever idea. However, do such effective catapults truly exist?" After contemplating, he felt that since Cheng Yang had already considered this, he must have a plan in mind. Thus, he cleared his throat and addressed everyone. "Cheng Yang, the task of besieging the city is entrusted to you. You must provide me with a comprehensive strategy within 2 days." The crowd gasped in astonishment. Having just assigned him the responsibilities of military affairs, Now he was also tasked with the siege. What on earth was going on? My lord, please reconsider. Cheng Yu implored, kneeling down. How can my son Cheng Yang bear such a heavy responsibility? Should he delay military matters or lead our forces to defeat, he would be unable to shoulder the consequences. Dong Zhao sighed in exasperation, shaking his head repeatedly. He felt as though he had encountered a ghost today. How could such an event transpire? Su Yu had proposed such a brilliant strategy, yet the Lord chose to trust a mere youth, one whom even his own father looked down upon. It seemed that the Cao camp was destined to be ruined by the hands of Cao Cao and Cheng Yang. Cheng Yang, astonished, looked up at Cao Xiao. My lord, what is the meaning of this? Seeing the discontent among the crowd, Cao Cao felt a twinge of displeasure. With a calm demeanor, he waved his hand and smiled at Cheng Yang. Those of great virtue do not conform to the masses. Those who achieve great success do not conspire with the crowd. Simply follow your own methods and pay no heed to others. With that, he waved his hand and turned to leave. Pay no heed. I do not wish to manage anything. I merely want to rest. Why have you burdened me with so many matters? Cao, your ambition is truly astonishing. Cheng Yang grumbled to himself, furrowing his brow in thought. Upon looking up, he noticed that everyone was casting curious glances in his direction. Esteemed colleagues, this situation is not as you imagine. Lad, what kind of enchantment have you cast upon our Lord? Why does he trust you so implicitly? Moreover, I have heard that our Lord has been considering marrying Princess Qinghe to you. Do you possess some kind of sorcery that has bewitched him? Cheng Yu stood protectively in front of Cheng Yang, feeling utterly distressed. How did our family end up in such a predicament? Aiming for a stable position, living a peaceful life, was that not sufficient? Why have we become a thorn in everyone's side? What quality has our Lord found in this lad? Despite being Cheng Yang's father, Cheng Yu harbored doubts yet was deeply worried. Do you truly have a way to repel the enemy? Cheng Yang smiled and replied, I do have a method, but it requires the cooperation of Lords Su and Dong. Cooperation? Dong Zhao chuckled softly. What sort of cooperation? Are you suggesting we offer advice to devise a brilliant siege strategy? In front of so many witnesses, Cheng Yang found it difficult to articulate his thoughts. He pulled Dong Zhao and Su Yu aside and hurried to the tent where the weaponry was stored. Gentlemen, are you familiar with catapults? Su Yu nodded. I am aware of them, but the existing catapults lack the necessary power to breach Shouchuan's defenses, and they are extremely cumbersome to operate. Cheng Yang replied with a smile. That is easily remedied. We simply need to make some modifications. He picked up a piece of paper and a pen and sketched a simple diagram. Gentlemen, we need only add something here to utilize the principle of leverage. Conserving energy. Then, we can make slight adjustments here to employ rotational force, enhancing the threat posed by the stones we launch. Half an hour later, Cheng Yang had successfully elucidated his ideas. The two men stared wide-eyed. It was their first encounter with such peculiar physics concepts. The principles of leverage and rotational force left them bewildered, but upon reflection, they realized there was indeed merit to his words. This lad truly seems to possess some talent. Chapter 21. The Catapult. With the first improved catapult serving as a model, Su Yu and Dong Zhao had a reference point. They commanded their soldiers to replicate a dozen or so units exactly. One by one, the catapults were set up at elevated positions, exuding an air of grandeur. However, could such a simple wooden device truly breach the walls of Shouchuan? Not only did the soldiers in the camp express skepticism, but even Cao Cao felt considerable doubt. He regarded Cheng Yang, asking uncertainly, Young man, does this device truly work? It seems rather precarious. Cheng Yang chuckled. It should be fine, I suppose. Suppose? Is military affairs a child's play? It either works or it does not. There is no room for supposition. Cheng Yang chuckled again but chose not to respond. Internally, he began to grumble. Do you think I am merely toying with you? If it were not feasible, would I even present it? Cao Cao's expression darkened at the thought of being referred to as old and decrepit. Nevertheless, observing Cheng Yang's demeanor, which exuded confidence, he chose not to dwell on it. Furthermore, he was reluctant to press the issue, as he was wary of displeasing such a formidable figure. Should he become upset and leave, it would be a significant loss. Let us test it. While Yuan Shu remains unprepared, we will launch a surprise attack, aiming to capture Shouchuan today and allow everyone to return home sooner. This lad's eagerness to agree so readily makes sense. He is likely eager to return home and enjoy his comforts. Cao Cao smiled faintly, raised his command flag, pointed toward Shouchuan, and shouted, "Heed my command. Launch the stones." Nearly 100 well-prepared soldiers worked in unison, maneuvering to place colossal stones into bags, turning the winches, and pulling the ropes. Then, with a resounding shout, they released the stones with a thunderous boom. Dozens of massive boulders soared into the sky, hurtling towards the low-lying city of Shouchuan with a cacophony of deafening crashes, echoing like successive claps of thunder descending from the heavens, smashing the city walls and creating gaping holes. Even Cao Cao and his companions, positioned at a distance, felt the ground tremble beneath their feet, some nearly losing their balance and risking a fall from their elevated perch. Cao Cao stood in stunned silence, momentarily lost in thought. Although he had anticipated that Cheng Yang would produce a formidable weapon, he had not expected the trebuchet to yield such devastating results. One stone could breach the city wall. Imagine the destruction if hundreds were launched simultaneously. Would it not bring the entire fortress crashing down? Meanwhile, the defenders of Shouchuan had already heard the commotion. Looking beyond the city walls, they saw no hidden ambush and, emboldened, ventured outside. In an instant, they were rendered speechless. Surrounding the stones, they exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of the origin of the enormous projectiles. Some even speculated that they were meteors sent by the heavens as punishment for Yuan Shu's usurpation of the throne. Cao Cao, peering through his telescope, couldn't help but chuckle at the confused expressions of the defenders. The stones continued to soar, some crashing against the walls, others striking the city gates, while a few were launched higher, toppling sections of the towering battlements. The defenders, engulfed in terror, fled into the city gates to report to Yuan Shu. Cao Cao, holding his telescope, watched with great amusement. "Smash away, keep smashing," he exclaimed. The massive stones ascended, wreaking havoc with each strike. Cheng Yang, in a rush to display humility, remarked, "Oh, it's all thanks to Lord Sun and Lord Dong. I merely offered a few suggestions." Cao Cao, with a teasing scoff, replied, "Suggestions? Do you think I am unaware? This trebuchet was your sole creation, while they merely observed, providing no assistance at all." Sun Yu and Dong Zhao exchanged glances, their faces alternating between crimson and pale, feeling a twinge of discomfort. They looked at Cao Cao, then at the trebuchet, and finally, their gazes converged on Cheng Yang. Indeed, this young man possessed genuine talent, and no wonder the Lord esteemed him so highly. They had assumed he was merely a favored servant, yet he proved to be remarkably capable. The realization filled Dong Zhao with shame, and lowering his head, he clasped his fists before Cao Cao, saying, "My lord, I was reckless earlier, unaware of Master Cheng's brilliance. You truly have an eye for talent." Sun Yu nodded repeatedly, expressing his agreement. Although no one spoke further, they all sensed that Cheng Yang was not as incompetent as rumored. In fact, he was quite capable. Even Cheng Yu, who had previously harbored little hope for Cheng Yang, felt a surge of pride, wishing to point at him and declare, "Behold, my son, my own flesh and blood." After more than an hour of diligent effort, the soldiers had launched nearly 800 stones, leaving the walls of Shouchuan in ruins, reduced to mere rubble, with the gates barely recognizable. Seeing the opportune moment, Cao Cao commanded his troops to advance, ordering the prepared cavalry and infantry to seize the opportunity and take the city of Shouchuan by storm. The army surged forward without hindrance, swiftly occupying strategic locations. Yuan Shu, realizing the walls had crumbled and that the city was indefensible, had already fled. Cao Cao, while dispatching men in pursuit, made his way, surrounded by his followers, to the Shouchuan government office. Just an hour earlier, this stronghold had seemed impregnable. Now, it lay in ruins. Who would believe it without witnessing it firsthand? With such a formidable weapon at their disposal, would it not render future sieges a mere formality? As easy as eating and drinking? Contemplating this, Cao Cao's expression shifted, and he turned to Sun Yu, stating, "The trebuchet is our army's greatest secret. We must ensure it remains confidential. Issue orders that any leaks are to be met with immediate execution." Sun Yu nodded earnestly, replying, "Rest assured, Prime Minister. I understand." He glanced at Cheng Yang, cautioning, "Cheng Yang, you must grasp the gravity of this situation. Do not let slip a word to outsiders, do you comprehend?" Cheng Yang smiled, assuring Lord Sun, "Fear not. I have always been tight-lipped and shall not speak carelessly." Sun Yu acknowledged him with a nod and, after instructing his subordinates, sought out Cao Cao, whispering, "My lord, I believe we must keep a close watch on Chengyang, especially ensuring he does not leave Xuchang and venture into enemy territory. If he were to be deceived by outsiders, it would pose a significant loss for us." His words struck a chord with Cao Cao. To retain Chengyang, he exerted considerable effort, even considering bringing forth his daughter. Yet, the crux of the matter was that this young man had little interest in a political career, longing instead to resign and return to his simple life at home. The more power he was offered, the more agitated he became, yearning for an early departure. With a sigh, Cao Cao turned to Sun Yu. "Do you have any strategies to retain him?" Sun Yu pondered briefly before stating earnestly, "To be candid, I have a viable solution, my lord. I have a daughter, just 15 or 16 years old, who is yet unmarried. Perhaps we could wed her to this young man. It would stabilize him and allow for subtle encouragement to strive for excellence. Thus, he would feel secure in Xuchang and become a significant asset for us." Cao Cao, taken aback, thought to himself, "I was considering arranging a marriage for my daughter as well. You, old fellow, are trying to undermine me." Sun Yu smiled, "My lord, I am aware of your intentions. You arranged for them to meet for the sake of Princess Qinghe." "Good to know," Cao Cao replied, his expression neutral. However, Sun Yu remained undeterred, "But they have yet to become engaged. Until it is official, it is not a done deal." Noticing Cao Cao's increasing displeasure, Sun Yu refrained from further comments and quietly slipped away to find Cheng Yu. That evening, during a celebratory banquet at the government office, Cao Cao continued to grapple with the issue, lost in thought as others approached to toast him tea. That moment, Cheng Yang's voice suddenly pierced his reverie. "Why so distracted, my lord? This is a joyous occasion. Why the somber demeanor?" Cao Cao, feeling helpless, forced himself to focus and raised a few cups with the guests. At this point, Dong Zhao cleared his throat and declared, "Yuan Shu has been defeated. Only remnants such as Ji Ling remain unvanquished. These remnants cannot be allowed to roam free. I propose we gather our forces and pursue the traitors." Cao Cao nodded slightly, expressing his agreement. "Mr. Dong, who do you believe should lead this effort?" Dong Zhao chuckled. "These remnants are like lost dogs. It matters not who is sent. Since I dine at your table, it is my duty to alleviate your burdens. I am willing to lead a cavalry force to capture Ji Ling." Though originally a scholar, Dong Zhao now sought to lead troops against the enemy, clearly sensing that Yuan Shu's power was waning and posing little threat, eager to earn some merit. Cao Cao was delighted, exclaiming, "It is truly a stroke of fortune for me that Mr. Dong possesses such resolve." Just as he was about to grant his approval, he noticed Cheng Yang in the corner, visibly anxious. This young man, did he have reservations? "Cheng Yang, what are your thoughts?" Suddenly put on the spot, Cheng Yang quickly raised his head. "I think it's manageable." "Manageable? Nonsense." Cao Cao thought to himself, recognizing that Dong Zhao was clearly attempting to claim credit. Allowing him to lead would surely breed discontent among the soldiers. Cao Cao's heart sank as he turned to observe. Indeed, seeing Xiahou Yuan, Xiahou Dun, Dianwei, and Su Chu, all of whom wore expressions of discontent, glaring coldly at Dong Zhao. Moreover, while Ji Ling had been defeated, he was still an experienced general. Dong Zhao underestimated him as a cornered beast, unaware that it would fight back fiercely. Pursuing Yuan Shu would only force Ji Ling into a desperate counterattack. If left unattended, internal strife could lead to his demise at the hands of his own men. Thus, pursuing him would lead to regret. This young man speaks with some logic. After some contemplation, Cao Cao turned to Dong Zhao and politely declined. "Mr. Dong, your willingness to lead is commendable. However, Yuan Shu has already become a pariah among the people. Even if we let him go, he has little time left. We should focus on pacifying the populace and restoring production." Dong Zhao stiffened, reluctantly conceding. However, deep down, he remained unconvinced. How could Cao Cao refrain from eliminating Yuan Shu, who dared to declare himself emperor? What was this, a jest? Sun Yu, Cheng Yu, and others also felt that Cao Cao's words were indeed excessively boastful. A matter that should have been easily within grasp was not pursued, and how could they not chase after it? With merely a cavalry unit, they could have executed the treacherous and established their renown. Such a splendid opportunity was squandered, and the Lord was indeed muddled. While the others remained silent on the surface, they could not help but feel a sense of regret. The following day, while Cao Cao was inspecting the sentiments of the people in Shochuan with his officers, a scout suddenly rushed over to report, "My lord, Liu Bei sent men last night to pursue Yuan Shu." Upon hearing this, Sun Yu spread his hands, shaking his head incessantly. This is disastrous. We clearly defeated Yuan Shu. Yet Liu Bei seized the opportunity. Is it not infuriating? Dong Zhao, with an expression of indignation, glanced at Cao Cao and began to complain. At the banquet yesterday, I suggested pursuing Yuan Shu, but the Lord was unwilling. Now, look, while we hesitated, Liu Bei went ahead. Alas, though Liu Bei may be hypocritical, he is resolute in action. His insinuation was clear, a subtle jibe at Cao Cao. Cao Cao, maintaining his composure, fixed his gaze on the scout and inquired, "What of Yuan Shu now? Is he dead?" The scout shook his head. "He lives." Liu Bei personally led a cavalry alongside Guan Yu and Zhang Fei to the riverbank, intending to slay Yuan Shu. However, in a desperate turn, Yuan Shu's forces launched a fierce counterattack, resulting in a significant defeat for Liu Bei. Now, his army has suffered heavy casualties and fled back overnight. At this revelation, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Cao Cao looked up at the sky, inadvertently casting a glance at Qing Yang. "Goodness, you have even deduced this. Truly, you are worthy of being my Jiang Shang, my Zhang Liang." Cao Cao became increasingly convinced that in comparison to Sun Yu and Dong Zhao, Qing Yang possessed a more profound vision and exquisite strategies. He felt as if they were not of the same caliber, as if this young man could see through everything. Cao Cao turned to the others, calmly stating, "Gentlemen, do you have anything further to say?" Sun Yu, momentarily stunned, could only shake his head, finding himself at a loss for words. The Lord's calculations are exquisite, beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. We are indeed shallow, unable to perceive the Lord's brilliance. Cao Cao smiled, graciously accepting their praises. "My Lord, what shall we do next? Is there any news from Yuan Shu's side?" Time and again, Cao Cao had accurately predicted the course of events, even earning the respect of the typically proud Dong Zhao. Cao Cao waved his hand dismissively. "Do not concern yourselves with him. Let him be, he shall not last long. Will he?" He then turned to Qing Yang, giving him a conspiratorial wink. "What do you gaze upon? I say, Amon. Your glances at me have been increasing of late. Could it be that your inclinations are unconventional? Am I to believe that Cao Cao harbors an interest in men? No, that cannot be," he thought. The history of the Three Kingdoms clearly states that the Cao family favors married women, the Eastern Wu covets young maidens, and Shu Han is filled with other inclinations. What are these notions? What peculiar thoughts plague this young man's mind? Nevertheless, Cao Cao found himself in agreement with the first point. He believed that, compared to youthful maidens, mature women possessed greater depth and allure. "Qing Yang, do you find women more appealing? Or maidens?" he suddenly posed, leaving Qing Yang utterly embarrassed. I do not know. Which is superior, women or maidens? In youth, one does not appreciate the allure of women, mistakenly valuing maidens as treasures. For your esteemed Cao family, from top to bottom, it is all the same. You fancy the wives of others, and your second brother Cao Pai shares the same taste, while your third brother fancies his sister Law. In essence, your family is enamored with the wives of others." Cao Cao's face turned pale. That's so? Pyre too, and Cao Ji, he fancies his sister-in-law? Whose sister-in-law, Inges or Pyres? At this thought, Cao Cao was left in utter disarray. Chapter 23. A confrontation with the bull-headed man-war arrives swiftly and departs just as quickly. Since Yuan Shu fled from Shouchuan, his army had become a band of traitors, filled with grievances. Simultaneously, due to his self-proclaimed imperial title, he had become the target of scorn among all the lords. Yuan Shu had become the subject of universal disdain. Later, his generals Chen Lan and Lei Bo revolted, seizing the remaining supplies and fleeing into the wilderness. Desperate, Yuan Shu sent word to Yuan Shao, offering to surrender the imperial seal in hopes of being accepted. However, on his way to seek refuge with Yuan Shao, he was intercepted by Chao's forces and had no choice but to retreat back to Huainan. Along the way, his army was left with merely 30 stones of grain, with neither food nor drink. After lamenting for a long while, Yuan Shu bellowed several times before spitting blood and dying. Upon hearing the news, the men in Chao's camp were struck by a mix of sentiments. On one hand, they felt Yuan Shu had brought his downfall upon himself, while on the other, they could not help but regard Cao Cao with newfound admiration. In their eyes, he was akin to a divine being, calculating without error. Sun Yu repeatedly lamented, as a strategist, "Not only can I not alleviate my lord's burdens, but I must also rely on him for guidance to avoid mistakes. I truly feel ashamed as a son." Upon hearing this, Cao Cao did not dispute but grew increasingly fond of Qingyang in the months of June and July. After settling matters in Huainan, Cao Cao prepared to return to court. Liu Bei, accompanied by Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, intentionally came to bid farewell. Cao Cao recalled the disputes between Elbu and Liu Bei and subtly hinted. The region of Shuzhou originally belonged to Xuanda, but unfortunately, it was seized by that rogue. Rest assured, Xuanda, Shuzhou will eventually return to your hands. Such a shallow scheme of sowing discord was naturally dismissed by Liu Bei, who did not take it to heart. In truth, even Cao Cao himself did not believe it would yield significant results. However, he was soon to return to Xuchang and would likely find it difficult to meet Guan Yu again. "General Guan, as we part ways, I hope you take care." Cao Cao thought to himself, "This Amon, is he attempting to undermine me again?" No matter how many heartfelt words he speaks in front of Liu Bei, it would be futile. It would be better to take Guan Yu back to Xuchang and operate discreetly. Once he is away from Liu Bei, it would be easy to manipulate him. Cao Cao felt a sudden pang of anxiety and glanced at Qingyang. Unable to suppress his doubts, bring Guan Yu back to Xuchang. I would like to, but how would Liu Bei allow it? Even if Liu Bei were willing, Guan Yu himself may not be so eager. After a moment's pause, Cao Cao felt that opportunities must be seized. If lost, they would not return. Struggling to suppress his awkwardness, he said to Guan Yu, "Yun Chong, how about you accompany me back to the capital?" Ah? Not only was Guan Yu bewildered, but even Liu Bei was at a loss for what to make of this statement. What is Cao Cao trying to do? Attempting to undermine me in front of Liu Bei? Who does he think he is? Qingyang found the situation amusing. He had not anticipated that Cao Cao would be so foolish, naively putting on a show in front of Liu Bei. "Amon, you are committing an egregious blunder, performing a farce right before your brother's eyes. How amusing. You wish to take Guan Yu. There are countless reasons to justify it. Liu Bei claims to be the emperor's uncle. So take all three of them and assert that Liu Bei has made great contributions in the campaign against Yuan Shu, thus requiring his return to the capital for rewards. Furthermore, allow them to establish a familial connection with the emperor, granting Liu Bei an official title as the emperor's uncle. After all, having navigated among the lords for much of his life, he would surely be swayed by the title of uncle, even if he is reluctant to part with Xiaopei and unwilling to enter Xuchang. He would undoubtedly send Guan Yu, for Guan Yu is his brother. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Cao Cao's eyes lit up as he immediately recognized the brilliance of Cheng Yang's plan. Clearing his throat, he addressed Liu Bei and Guan Yu. "You brothers have taken up arms since Yuan Shu's declaration as emperor, immediately setting forth to quell the rebels. You have tirelessly pursued Yuan Shu for hundreds of miles, a significant achievement indeed. Xuanda, Yun Chong, you should accompany me back to Xuchang, where I shall present your merits to the emperor." Upon hearing this, Liu Bei was greatly intrigued. However, he was acutely aware that entering Xuchang without necessity was fraught with peril. It was very possible to enter but not to exit. After some deliberation, Liu Bei reluctantly replied, "It is our duty to quell Yuan Shu, as the emperor's uncle. It is only fitting as for the merits. I have not concerned myself with them." This was a polite refusal. Cao Cao had anticipated this response and chuckled, continuing to coax him, "Xuanda, since you claim the title of emperor's uncle, you ought to possess an official status. Why not return with me to the capital to meet the emperor? The emperor would surely appreciate your contributions and would be inclined to issue an imperial decree announcing your title to the world. From then on, you shall be renowned as Liu the emperor's uncle." This statement truly struck a chord with Liu Bei. With the emperor's endorsement, he would be undeniably the emperor's uncle. To put it bluntly, not only would he stand tall among the lords, but with the backing of his bloodline, he might even be qualified to uphold the orthodox lineage of the Han dynasty, continuing the Liu family's legacy. This, Liu Bei was clearly tempted, yet he dared not act rashly, fearing he might be placed under Cao Cao's watch in Xuchang. Cao Cao, seeing him wavering, continued to fan the flames. "Brother Xuanda, are you having doubts? The world is the king's land. All territories belong to the king's subjects, as the emperor's uncle. What is there to fear?" After contemplating thoroughly, Liu Bei concluded that he could not go to Xuchang. However, the matter of recognizing the Son of Heaven could not be overlooked. After pondering for a moment, he could not help but chuckle. "Lord Sikong, the small city of Xiaopei is fraught with danger. Especially with Lu Bu lurking ominously, it is indeed impossible to leave. Nevertheless, since Yun Chang is my brother, it would be just as fitting for him to represent me. Why not allow Yun Chang to accompany you into the capital? Cao Cao was overjoyed, declaring that it could not be better. Time is of the essence. Let us proceed without delay. Liu Bei nodded and instructed his subordinates to present an offering of cattle, sheep, and fine wine, which would serve as gifts from Guan Yu to the Son of Heaven. He then produced a family tree, discreetly placing it into Guan Yu's hands while whispering, "When you meet the Son of Heaven, you may present this family tree before the court of civil and military officials. It contains my hereditary lineage, and the Son of Heaven will recognize it at a glance." Guan Yu acquiesced, bidding farewell to Liu Bei before following Cao Cao and others toward Shudu. Along the journey, Cao Cao was exceedingly attentive and indulgent toward Guan Yu. Regrettably, Guan Yu's mind was solely occupied with thoughts of his elder brother. Showing no interest in Cao Cao's overtures of goodwill, he could distinctly sense that Cao Cao's excessive courtesy seemed to harbor intentions of enticing him to join his camp, which only fueled his disdain. The more unattainable something is, the more it stirs one's desires. At that moment, Cao Cao was likely experiencing such sentiments. He gazed at Guan Yu, who remained steadfastly unyielding, and his own agitation began to surface. "Chengyang, why is it that Guan Yu remains unmoved? I have treated him with such kindness. Must I kneel and implore him?" Chengyang chuckled and shook his head, replying, "My lord, I believe that Guan Yunchang values loyalty and righteousness above all else. He is a man of deep sentiment, and no matter how much you spend, he will not cast a glance in its direction." Cao Cao furrowed his brows, asking, "What shall we do then, if he is so loyal?" "We must approach him through the bonds of affection. Guan Yu's loyalty stems from Liu Bei. We must devise a strategy involving Liu Bei." Upon hearing Cheng Yang's insights, Cao Cao froze momentarily, sitting in his carriage deep in thought. Chapter 24. Guan Yu, you have chosen poorly who waits outside the palace. Your Majesty, it is Liu Bei's brother. Oh? What brings him here? Your Majesty, Guan Yu has come on behalf of Liu Bei to pay homage to the imperial presence. To pay homage? Emperor Xia Lu Xie slowly raised his head and commanded, "Announce Guan Yu's entrance." With a single order, Guan Yu walked steadily into the grand hall. "This humble officer, Guan Yu, pays his respects to your Majesty." "Long live the Emperor. No need for formalities." "Thank you, your Majesty." Despite having rehearsed the ceremonial protocols beforehand, Guan Yu felt an undeniable sense of unease. "Your Majesty, my elder brother Liu Bei has often expressed his concern for you and has specifically sent me to deliver some tributes." Liu Xie waved his hand and smiled. "You are most considerate. Your elder brother's name is Liu Bei, and he shares the surname Liu." "Indeed," Guan Yu respectfully affirmed. "I too share the Liu surname. How fortuitous." Seeing this, Guan Yu hastily knelt and proclaimed, "In response to your Majesty, my elder brother Liu Bei is indeed of the Han lineage, sharing a bloodline with you, both being descendants of the High Ancestor." "Oh? Is that so?" Liu Xie appeared quite excited. "Do you have any means of proving this?" Guan Yu smiled slightly, retrieving a family tree from his bosom and handing it to the attendant eunuch. "Your Majesty, this family tree is a treasured heirloom of my elder brother's, documenting his ancestral lineage. Your Majesty may compare it with the Han family records." Liu Xie nodded. "Very well, present it to me. If I truly have such a royal uncle, it would indeed be a joyous occasion for the Liu clan." The attendant eunuch complied, bringing forth the family tree from Guan Yu and retrieving the Han family records to compare before Liu Xie. Cao Cao observed quietly, narrowing his eyes with a smile. He had long since swapped the family tree in Guan Yu's possession. The records documented that both Liu Bei and Liu Xie descended from Han Gaozu Liu Bang. And even during the reign of Han Jingdi Liu Qi, they remained of the same lineage. However, divergences began to arise after the reign of Jingdi. The attendant eunuch scrutinized the family tree, then glanced at the Han records. And suddenly his expression grew grave. "Your Majesty, it appears that they do not match." "What? They do not match?" Upon hearing this, Cao Cao was the first to rise, feigning surprise as he picked up both family trees and examined them thoroughly for a long while before turning to Guan Yu, stating, "Yun Chang, how could you present a false family tree to deceive the Emperor?" "A false family tree." The moment the words left his lips, the hall erupted in an uproar. Guan Yu hastily looked up, repeatedly insisting, "No, how could I dare deceive your Majesty? This family tree is genuine. Genuine? Look for yourself." Cao Cao scoffed, discarding both family trees to the ground. Guan Yu picked them up to inspect, and indeed, they did not match. How could this be? How could this happen? This was given to me by my elder brother Liu Bei. How could it not align? Qingyang, witnessing this, glared at Guan Yu and reprimanded loudly, "Well, you, a mere warrior, dare to swagger before the Son of Heaven and deceive him? If the attendant eunuch had not exposed you, you might have truly succeeded." The attendant eunuch, covered in cold sweat, dared not speak. He had begun to suspect that the events unfolding in the court were a scheme orchestrated by Cao Cao. Guan Yu, filled with dread, desperately pleaded, "I did not. I truly did not. I am an honest man. How could I deceive the emperor? How could I swagger and deceive? This family tree was given to me by my elder brother Liu Bei." Upon hearing this, Cheng Yang's reprimand grew even harsher. "The evidence is clear, and yet you still dare to argue. You have committed the crime of deceiving the emperor, a sin that is unforgivable. Seize him and imprison him until a date is set for trial." Guan Yu, unable to defend himself, was utterly bewildered, only lamenting repeatedly that he was innocent, innocent. Cao Cao, sensing the opportune moment, gestured for Sun Yu to withdraw and, with a meaningful tone, remarked, "Yun Chong, you have fallen victim to Liu Bei's deceit." Guan Yu stood in stunned silence, utterly confused. Cao Cao continued, "If Liu Bei were truly an imperial uncle, how could the family tree be false? If he were indeed an imperial uncle, why did he not approach the emperor sooner? Instead, it was only when I offered him a reward that he mentioned this matter, and furthermore, he sent you to present yourself?" This, Guan Yu stammered, struggling to find a response. Cao Cao, guiding him further, concluded that Liu Bei was well aware he was not an imperial uncle, but a fraud, which prevented him from presenting his claim openly. However, since Cao Cao had promised him a reward, he harbored hopes of fortune, concocting a false family tree to deceive the emperor. Should he fail, it would be Guan Yu who bore the consequences. And should he succeed, he would seamlessly become an imperial uncle. One must admit, Liu Bei was indeed ruthless. Guan Yu sensed something amiss, yet surrounded by the court's officials, he could not grasp the full situation. Listening to Cao Cao's reasoning, he began to see the logic in it. Yet, Liu Bei was his elder brother. A sworn brotherhood had been established. Could he truly treat him this way? Seeing Guan Yu's doubt, Cheng Yang quickly interjected, pointing a finger and scolding, "Guan Yu, confess honestly. Did you come willingly to deceive the emperor, or was it Liu Bei, that scoundrel, who plotted to exploit the situation and deceive his majesty?" Without a moment's hesitation, Guan Yu exclaimed, "I, Guan, am an honest man. How could I engage in such treachery? If this matter were to be pursued, it would likely be Liu Bei who sought to exploit the situation." Sighing, he continued, "At this point, I wish not to shield him. It is likely that Liu Bei intended to take advantage of the turmoil." Cao Cao's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. Yet, maintaining a facade of disappointment, he shook his head and lamented, "Yun Chong, your loyalty is commendable, yet you have unfortunately chosen poorly. You regard him as an elder brother, but he may not regard you as a brother in return. If Liu Bei truly considered you a brother, how could he betray you? He claims to be an imperial uncle, but in reality, he is a fraud. What a predicament this is." Guan Yu, already feeling aggrieved, became increasingly sorrowful upon hearing Cao Cao's scathing remarks. He gazed skyward, unable to restrain the tears streaming down his face, reflecting on the years spent with Liu Bei, only to discover it had all been a ruse. This man was nothing but a deceiver. Cao Cao and Cheng Yang, one playing the role of the harsh critic, the other the alarmist, each took their turn to disparage Liu Bei while amplifying Guan Yu's plight. Their seamless collaboration was nothing short of perfect. With such a dual assault, Guan Yu found it increasingly difficult to withstand the pressure. What a pity it was that Guan Yu had been so blind. Cao Cao and Cheng Yang exchanged glances, each unable to suppress their laughter, reveling in the success of their cunning strategy. Chapter 25. The ranking of warriors. Cao Cao was exceedingly delighted to have retained Guan Yu and Xuchang. During the time when the 18 warlords united against Dong Zhuo, he recognized that Guan Yu was no ordinary man. Thus, Cao Cao had long harbored intentions towards him, thanks to Cheng Yang's favor. His wish was finally fulfilled. In celebration, Cao Cao hosted a lavish banquet specifically to honor Cheng Yang. Moreover, it was time to address the matter of his daughter Qinghe and Cheng Yang. Otherwise, this young man would continue to be the subject of others' attention. Young man, it is thanks to your cunning stratagem that I could enlist Guan Yu. Come, let us toast. You are the one with the cunning. This is called wisdom, do you understand? Cheng Yang lifted his cup and took a sip, his mind inevitably wandering. 1 Lu, 2 Zhao, 3 Dianwei, 4 Guan, 5 Ma, 6 Zhang Fei, Huang, Su, Sun, and the 2 Xiahou, the 2 Zhang, Su, Pang, Gon, Zhou, and Wei. Cao Cao felt ecstatic over having acquired Guan Yu, yet he pondered how he would react if he managed to gather the top 10 warriors in the realm. 1 Lu, 2 Zhao, 3 Dianwei, 4 Guan, 5 Ma, 6 Zhang Fei. What is this? I have never heard of it before. Could it be a ranking of the warriors in the world? Upon hearing this, Cao Cao could not help but ponder deeply. When he recalled Dianwei's name, memories of past battles flooded back to him. Thanks to Dianwei's protection, he had emerged unscathed from countless skirmishes. Otherwise, he might have perished in the fires of war long ago. To think that Dianwei would be ranked third was indeed justified. Yet soon, Cao Cao felt a wave of frustration, for among the top-ranked warriors, many were unfamiliar to him. For instance, he did not know who the second Zhao was. Among the top 6 warriors, he could claim only Dianwei, while the others were ranked far behind. Even the formidable Su Chu barely managed to secure the 8th position, and that was not even guaranteed to be him. With a heavy sigh, Cao Cao inquired, Cheng Yang, who do you think is the mightiest warrior in the world? Without a doubt, it is Elbu. Is that even a question? Cheng Yang, mindful of decorum, answered honestly. It must be Elbu. Cao Cao nodded. And who would take the second place? Certainly, it must be Zhao Yun, Zhao Zilong. However, he is currently just a minor general, likely still serving under Gongsun Zan as his subordinate commander. Zhao Yun is indeed remarkable, with unparalleled martial skills, resourcefulness, and impeccable character, loyalty and righteousness beyond question. A veritable undefeated general. It is a pity that he has fallen into Liu Bei's hands. What? There exists such a formidable figure. And yet he has fallen into Liu Bei's grasp? This simply cannot stand. Cao Cao pondered for a moment and deliberately hinted, in the past, while I was under Gongsun Zan, I encountered a young general who was quite impressive. His name eludes me, but it was something like Zhao Yun. Cheng Yang interjected. Yes, Zhao Yun. I admired his eloquence and prowess greatly. Alas, it seems fate has not yet aligned for us. As Cheng Yang listened. He nodded subtly. Cao Cao indeed had an eye for talent, recognizing the prowess of the revered Zhao Zilong of Changshan. This young man, known for his audacity, would undoubtedly become Liu Bei's most trusted general. After hearing this, Cao Cao quietly committed it to memory. Do you think there is a way to bring Zhao Yun to Xuchang? Well, Cheng Yang chuckled. It seems that his elder brother may not have long to live. Zhao Yun will likely bid farewell to Gongsun Zan to return home for his brother's funeral. If you truly wish to recruit Zhao Yun, that would be the opportune moment to employ a few tactics. Unconsciously, Cheng Yang spoke his thoughts aloud. Cao Cao paid it no mind, contemplating before nodding in agreement. And after Zhao Yun, who do you think is the mightiest? After Zhao Yun, it would be your Dianwei. Why are you so inquisitive today, Alaman? Cheng Yang replied, in truth, many warriors possess comparable martial skills. For instance, Ma Chao, the son of Ma Tang from Xiliang, Huang Zhong, the general from Changsha and Jingzhou, and Zhang Fei, the brother of Guan Yu. They all stand on equal footing. A glint of insight flickered in Cao Cao's eyes as he realized the existence of so many heroic figures in the world. Clearly, he needed to devise a strategy to bring them all under his banner. With such fierce generals leading his campaigns, what warlord could withstand him? What great enterprise could fail? If he could recruit Zhang Fei, who outshone Su Chu and Xiahou in the rankings, it would truly be like adding wings to a tiger. Cheng Yang, now that Guan Yu has agreed to stay in Xuchang, what do you think we should do to lure his brother Zhang Fei here? Cheng Yang lifted his gaze to meet Cao Cao's. Their eyes locked, and an atmosphere of conspiratorial camaraderie enveloped them. Why, Lord? I believe you must take action against Liu Bei. You could have Guan Yu write a letter summoning Zhang Fei. Subsequently, you could deceive Liu Bei with a ruse about impersonating the imperial uncle. With Zhang Fei's fiery temperament, he would undoubtedly erupt. Finally, you could issue a public edict exposing Liu Bei's various crimes, ordering Elbu to apprehend him. Why then, Liu Bei would find himself at a loss for words, unable to defend himself, and would be entirely at your mercy. This young man possessed a remarkably sinister plan. Cao Cao chuckled with satisfaction, patting Cheng Yang on the shoulder. Excellent. This way, Liu Bei will become a wanted criminal, and surely everyone will denounce him. As for Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, once they arrive in Xuchang, they will be entirely under my control. Capturing 2 unclaimed warriors shall be a mere formality. Splendid, truly splendid. Bring in the rewards. Moments later, Princess Qinghe approached, carrying 50 taels of finely crafted gold. Upon seeing her, Cheng Yang was momentarily entranced. Good heavens, in just half a month, how has this young lady become so enchanting? Her hair is styled in a refreshing updo, with 2 small braids resembling a ponytail. If I were to catch her from behind, it would be as if I were riding a horse. How delightful! Lost in thought, Cheng Yang grinned foolishly at her. Princess Qinghe snorted, playfully sticking out her tongue and scolding. Still gazing? If you continue, I shall have your eyes plucked out. Look at you. It's clear you are up to no good. Cheng Yang hastily waved his hands. No, I am only thinking of good things. If you don't believe me, you can ask Lord Sikong. Cao Cao's expression darkened. This rascal. My daughter graciously presents you with gold, and you can't even muster a word of thanks, while your mind wanders to such frivolous thoughts? You truly are a lecher. Sigh. He appears so demure, yet who could have guessed such lewdness lurked beneath? Cough, cough. Cao Cao cleared his throat. You 2 young people should converse more often. Cheng Yang, you may return now. Do not forget to report to the Military Affairs Department tomorrow. Qinghe, please see him off. Reluctantly letting go of his daughter to keep this scoundrel in Xuchang, Cao Cao endured. Chapter 26. A Decade of Affection. Wasted since Guan Yu's arrival in Xuchang, over 10 days had passed. In this time, Liu Bei had received not a single word from him. While embarking on a pilgrimage to meet the emperor was indeed a significant event, it was only reasonable to expect at least a letter to convey his circumstances. Moreover, even if he was too lazy to write, he could have sent someone back to deliver a message. With these thoughts in mind, Liu Bei felt increasingly anxious. Unable to remain still, he turned to Zhang Fei and asked, "Third brother, do you think something might have happened to Yunchang?" Zhang Fei could not help but chuckle at the question. "Brother, look at what you are saying. Second brother possesses such formidable martial skills and wisdom. What could possibly happen to him? In this world, few could stand against him." Liu Bei felt slightly reassured yet furrowed his brow. "That may be true, but I fear that Cao Cao may be concocting some scheme. Furthermore, it has been over 10 days without a word from him. Could it be that he has chosen to remain in Xuchang and not return?" Zhang Fei shook his head solemnly. "Brother, do not entertain such thoughts. What manner of man is our second brother? How could he be tempted by wealth and status to remain in Xuchang? Such words are too hurtful." Liu Bei, feeling disheartened, fell silent. Days passed, and Liu Bei could no longer wait. He resolved to send Zhou Song to Xuchang to ascertain the situation. Just then, a messenger burst into the room, holding an imperial edict with a look of trepidation. "My lord, there is news from the emperor." Liu Bei's heart leapt with joy. "Oh? Finally, the emperor has sent a decree. It seems my claim as the imperial uncle is gaining recognition." The messenger's expression shifted dramatically. Unsure how to respond, Zhang Fei snatched the edict from the messenger's hands and opened it, only to find he could not read the characters. Liu Bei chuckled and took the edict, reading it aloud in a serious tone for all to hear. "By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees. There exists a shameless villain, Liu Bei, who deceives and misleads others, falsely claiming to be the imperial uncle. He pretends to serve the Han dynasty, amassing wealth and fame, hoarding soldiers and horses. He acts with arrogance and tyranny. This person forges family trees to deceive the emperor. He misleads superiors and subordinates alike. His crimes unforgivable. Loyal subjects of the realm, anyone may rise to punish him." Liu Bei stood in shock, his face pale. "What in the world is this? How did I become a wanted criminal? Moreover, unforgivable crimes. What has transpired?" His hands trembled as he clutched the edict, his shoulders shaking. Zhang Fei listened intently, and after a long silence, he turned to Liu Bei with a look of disbelief. "Brother, you have always claimed to be the imperial uncle. Is it possible that it was all a lie? Have you been deceiving me all along?" Liu Bei, unable to defend himself, stared at Zhang Fei and implored, "I assure you, I truly am the emperor's uncle. The genealogy explicitly states so." Zhang Fei, his expression impassive, shook his head and replied, "The emperor has declared that the genealogy is a forgery. You are not the emperor's uncle, brother. How could you do this? We have fought side by side for the realm. Not expecting much from you, but at the very least, loyalty is paramount, is it not? After all this time, you suddenly reveal that you have deceived me for over a decade. This is unfathomable, Liu Bei. His face paling, struggled to articulate a defense. Zhang Fei sighed heavily, feeling dejected. He turned to the messenger and asked, "Where is my second brother? Where is Guan Yu?" The messenger replied, "General Guan is in Xuchang and cannot be reached at the moment." Zhang Fei let out a deep sigh. Even in such a dire situation, he does not return to offer a word. How can he be so occupied? The messenger glanced around and reluctantly divulged the truth. General Guan has pledged allegiance to Cao Cao. What? My second brother has defected to Cao Cao? Liu Bei's complexion drained of color, his eyes widening in disbelief. The messenger nodded solemnly. General Guan is in Xuchang, awarded a high position, spending all his time in close association with Cao Cao. It seems he has no intention of returning. Liu Bei's heart sank. He never anticipated that his once loyal brother would betray him, let alone ally himself with Cao Cao. Zhang Fei, witnessing this, was incredulous. "Brother, do not heed the words of outsiders. Although you have indeed deceived us regarding your claim of being the emperor's uncle, my second brother is a man of great principles. He would not so easily turn traitor. Remember, we swore an oath. We may not share the same birth date, but we shall die on the same day. Now that my second brother is in trouble, we cannot simply stand by. Perhaps he has genuinely been misled by Cao Cao." Zhang Fei, resolute, declared, "Rest assured, I will travel to Xuchang and bring him back to confront you." Liu Bei hesitated, at a loss for what to do. Without warning, Zhang Fei mounted a swift steed, accompanied by several followers, and galloped out the door toward Xuchang. The journey from Peixian to Xuchang spanned over 600 li. Zhang Fei rode tirelessly, reaching his destination by the following evening. Without a moment's pause, he stormed into Guan Yu's newly awarded residence, sarcastically remarking, "Ah, the capital's riches and splendor. Such a grand estate. No wonder some forsake their roots for a life of indulgence." Upon seeing Zhang Fei, Guan Yu felt a surge of emotion, but the implications of his words were evidently critical. Steeling himself, Guan Yu replied, "Third brother, you must understand, we have been deceived for over a decade. I have but one question. The emperor has issued a decree that Liu Bei is a treacherous scoundrel, a fraud. Would you wish to be associated with such a person?" Zhang Fei was rendered speechless. "If he is indeed such a disloyal traitor, then I would not wish to be associated with him." Guan Yu scoffed, producing Liu Bei's genealogy and the Han dynasty's family tree, elucidating each point meticulously. Though Zhang Fei was illiterate, Guan Yu's explanations were compelling, offering undeniable evidence that plunged his heart into despair. It appeared Liu Bei was indeed a nefarious character, a deceitful scoundrel. The very reason Zhang Fei had agreed to be sworn brothers with him was because he claimed to be a relative of the Han dynasty and the emperor's uncle, coupled with grand ambitions of restoring the Han and saving the people. Yet now, if Liu Bei were not truly the emperor's uncle and was merely a cunning deceiver, how could he ever hope to achieve such noble aspirations? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Zhang Fei felt a surge of anger and sorrow, nearly brought to tears. "Brother, perhaps we should return and hear Liu Bei's explanation. We must demand an account." "An explanation? What is there to explain? If you seek clarity, I have a friend named Qingyang, who is quite discerning. I shall have him clarify matters for you." As he spoke, he led Zhang Fei towards Cheng Yang's residence. In Chapter 27, the unexpected arrival of these two prominent figures at the Cheng residence left not only Cheng Wu and Cheng Yin perplexed, but even the seasoned Cheng Yu was taken aback. How had the esteemed Guan Yu, revered by all, become friends with this young Qingyang? And now, his brother Zhang Fei, known far and wide as a formidable warrior, was visiting as well? The situation was indeed curious. "General Guan, may I inquire what discourse you have with my son?" Cheng Yu asked, regaining his composure. Guan Yu respectfully bowed, stating, "I seek to verify a matter with your son and introduce him to a friend." Realizing that his son must make an appearance, Cheng Yu hastily sent someone to find Qingyang while urging Cheng Wu to summon Cao Cao to defuse the situation. Upon learning that Zhang Fei was present, Cao Cao, who had been with Guan Yu, immediately sprang into action, mounting his carriage and hastening to the Cheng residence. By the time he arrived, Qingyang was already seated in the parlor, engaged in earnest conversation with Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. Cao Cao, not wanting to intrude, remained outside, observing discreetly. "Mr. Cheng," Guan Yu gestured, This is my third brother, Zhang Fei, also known as Zhang Aida. Cheng Yang nodded, acknowledging, I have long heard of your name. You rank among the top 10 martial generals in the realm. Zhang Fei was momentarily taken aback by the praise, hastily responding, I am unworthy of such accolades. Then, gathering his courage, he inquired, Mr. Cheng, is my elder brother truly the emperor's uncle? Cheng Yang smiled slightly, retorting, if Liu Bei were indeed the emperor's uncle, why does the emperor not acknowledge him? If he were truly related, why does he not publicly recognize his kinship? And if he were the emperor's uncle, how could the genealogy be false? The barrage of questions left Zhang Fei dumbfounded. Speechless. After a moment, he mustered the courage to challenge, he is my elder brother. How could this be possible? Cheng Yang, undeterred, interjected, do you believe Liu Bei regards you as a brother? You may be wholeheartedly devoted to him. But does he reciprocate that loyalty? Zhang Fei, you have fought alongside Liu Bei. Yet how many of your friends and family from Zhuo County have perished? How many of Liu Bei's relatives have suffered? You both risk your lives daily, yet Liu Bei has married twice. If he truly considered you brothers, would he neglect your lifelong affairs? In truth, he does not see you as brothers, but rather as tools for his own ambitions. This relentless questioning struck a chord deep within Zhang Fei as he reflected upon Cheng Yang's words. His expression oscillated between sorrow and rage, ultimately leading him to cover his face and weep uncontrollably. Outside, Cao Cao observed in astonishment. This young man, often silent and reserved, now wielded words like a blade, cutting deep without shedding blood, yet striking at the very heart of the matter. Seeing Zhang Fei's distress, Guan Yu too felt a wave of sorrow, lamenting his own plight. Cao Cao seized the moment to approach, asking, What troubles you? Why do you seem so distressed, Guan Yu? Upon noticing Cao Cao's presence, Guan Yu sighed heavily. Lamenting, I am regrettably ensnared by ill fortune, having encountered the treacherous Liu Beidem, my once cherished reputation has been tarnished, and yet, let bygones be bygones, Cao Cao interjected, attempting to soothe the situation. Before he could finish, Cheng Yang's face turned pale with frustration. You fool! I have painstakingly worked to bring him to tears. You do not climb the pole in the right direction. Instead, you create a significant favor by accepting these two formidable generals. Yet you dare to undermine our efforts here. You speak of letting bygones be bygones. But what if that Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, unable to part with Liu Bei, reconsider and decide to reconcile? Having sworn brotherhood, they ought to overlook past grievances and start anew. Wouldn't that render your efforts futile? You foolish simpleton. Cao Cao trembled violently, his heart filled with an unparalleled dread. This young man speaks the truth. I would prefer for them to loathe Liu Bei for eternity, to be sworn enemies. But how could I utter such words as let the past be forgotten? What if they come to their senses? Forgive and seek Liu Bei again. I would have no place to weep. Cao Cao hastily composed himself and continued along Cheng Yang's line. The past should not be held against one another. Yet Liu Bei has indeed not treated you as equals. Your kin and friends have fought alongside him, and countless lives have been lost, leaving you shattered. But Liu Bei, he has never regarded you as brothers. After regaining his composure, Cao Cao added, If I, Cao, were fortunate enough to encounter heroes such as yourselves, I would not merely treat you as brothers. Even sharing the same table and sleeping in the same bed would feel inadequate. Upon saying this, Cao Cao deliberately glanced at Cheng Yang. Young man, am I not correct? Cheng Yang rolled his eyes. Fortunately, Cao Aman responded quickly and salvaged the situation. However, the sentiment expressed was truly repugnant. Sharing the same bed? You, old fool, go 3 days without a woman and become as restless as a randy boar. How could you possibly share a bed with 2 grown men? The metaphor of the wilting chrysanthemum. Fragrant yet tragic, was lost on Cao Cao, yet he could endure the other insults. However, this randy boar remark truly struck a nerve. Damn it. Could you not phrase your insults more sweetly? How did I end up with such a strategist? Truly, what a wretched fate. Cao Cao's face darkened with rage, yet he found himself powerless against Cheng Yang. After all, he was counting on Cheng Yang to help him conquer the world. Taking a deep breath, Cao Cao had to swallow his indignation and, glancing at the midday sky, shouted to Cheng Yang's father, Cheng Yu. Old Cheng, do you have no sense of observation? It's midday, and you haven't arranged for a meal? Look at you, and what about Cheng Wu and Cheng Yin? Do they not know to serve tea and water? As foolish as a pig. After berating them, Cao Cao felt a sense of relief and instructed Cheng Yu to prepare wine and food, as he intended to enjoy a few drinks with Guan Yu and Zhang Fei to strengthen their camaraderie. Chapter 28. After so many years of eating, it has all been swill. Presently, Cao Cao could gain no advantage from Cheng Yang. So he turned his attention to Cheng Yu. You little rascal, if I cannot deal with you, how can I not handle your father? Go ahead, keep cursing. With a glare at Cheng Yang, Cao Cao again shouted at Cheng Yu and the others. Old Cheng, are you not bringing out the wine? Why are you acting as slow-witted as a pig? Hurry up, move quickly. After scolding Cheng Yu, Cao Cao felt only one thing. Satisfaction. He clicked his tongue and, glancing at Cheng Yang, proudly swung his legs. Young man, do you yield? I am the lord here. Cheng Yang found himself puzzled. What is wrong with this Cao A man? Why does he relentlessly target my father? Fine. You insult my father. I will pursue your daughter. Tomorrow, I shall invite Qinghe over, first to take her virtue, and then you can hurry to become a cheap grandfather. Damn. You truly are a piece of work. Cao Cao was at a loss. He hoped for Cheng Yang and his daughter to be together, but he did not wish for this young man to act recklessly. What if he caused a scandal? And when the time came, who would he turn to for reason? Forget it. I will not stoop to his level. Clearing his throat, Cao Cao made an effort to smile. Old Cheng, quickly prepare the meal. Then come over, we shall drink a few good cups with Yunchang and Ida. Cheng Yu's eyes widened. He was utterly bewildered by Cao Cao's erratic behavior. What is happening? One moment he is furious. The next he is smiling like a sycophant. It is truly strange. Once the wine and dishes were set, Cheng Yu sat down with Cao Cao and began to chat with Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. Cheng Yang looked at the food on the table and immediately lost his appetite. Why is it still the same fare? I am exasperated. Can we not have a decent meal? It is all swill. Just like at A man's house, swill. Cao Cao smacked his lips, enjoying the meal immensely. Such a delightful dish, and you dare to call it swill. Have I wasted decades of my life on such fare? Cheng Yang, do you comprehend the art of cooking? Cao Cao chuckled. Seeing this, Cheng Yu quickly smiled. My lord, how can you say such a thing? My son has always been lazy and has never set foot in the kitchen. How would he know the culinary arts? Perhaps the meal does not suit his taste, which is why my lord inquired. Cao Cao shook his head. To be honest, I find your household's meals rather splendid. For instance, this roasted meat is delicious, full of flavor. Nonsense. If roasted meat lacks flavor, how can it be called roasted meat? It seems A man is quite pitiful. After living for so long, he has never tasted true delicacies. Enough of this torment. I shall take my leave and prepare some food myself. Anything is better than this swill, my lord. Cheng Yang cleared his throat and smiled. I am feeling slightly unwell and cannot accompany you. I will take my leave. Please enjoy your meal. After all, it was his own home, and Cheng Yang felt free to leave without waiting for Cao Cao's response. Cao Cao chuckled. Young man, do you wish to feast alone? That would not be proper. The group continued to drink and converse, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Zhang Fei, having consumed several bowls of white liquor, had long forgotten Liu Bei de tea this moment, under Cao Cao's subtle coaxing. He was eagerly calling him brother, nearly kneeling to pledge allegiance to Cao Cao. Cao Cao glanced at the time and stood up with a smile. Please wait a moment. I shall wash my hands. The three quickly rose. My lord, please go. We will await your return. Cao Cao turned around, not bothering to wash his hands, and headed straight for the Cheng household's kitchen. From a distance, he caught whiffs of an extraordinarily delectable aroma wafting from the kitchen. Just inhaling it made Cao Cao's throat tighten and his appetite surge. Inside the kitchen, Cheng Yang's lively, elegant, and witty singing could be faintly heard. Among the flowers, a pot of wine. Drinking alone, with none to share. Raising my cup, I invite the moon. In reflection, we become threed. What a clever lad. You can even compose poetry. Although, why does this poem sound so peculiar? Cao Cao quickly strode over, and as he entered, he saw Cheng Yang devouring a freshly roasted chicken leg with fervor. Cao Cao exclaimed, rushing over to snatch it away. Give that to me, you young rascal. How dare you eat in secret? After swallowing a mouthful of roasted chicken leg, Cao Cao was momentarily stunned. This is simply too delicious. How can food in this world be so exquisite? I must say, compared to this, The delicacies I have previously enjoyed truly resemble swill. Young man, do you usually eat this? Cheng Yang was taken aback. Bewildered. What is happening? Damn it, man. Can you not be a bit more ambitious? After a pause, he could only respond honestly, not often. Just occasionally I sneak a few skewers. Why Lord knows that meat should not be consumed in excess. It is harmful to the stomach. Cao Cao shot him a sideways glance. What a sight! Next to the stove, you have dozens of skewers lined up. Lamb, pork, chicken legs, chicken wings. Is that not excessive? You are just shy of roasting a whole pig. Enough talk. Roast it properly. Once cooked, take it all to the living room. Cao Cao grabbed all the cooked skewers and, while munching enthusiastically, mumbled, visiting your home and not being allowed to eat my fill? How absurd. This is quite good. Inwardly cursing a man, Cheng Yang had no choice but to obediently start roasting meat. Before long, dozens of skewers of roasted meat were ready. He placed them on a plate and brought them over. My lord, Yun Chong, Ida, father, come, taste my cooking. The others had already caught the enticing aroma and had eaten a couple of skewers from Cao Cao. Without a hint of politeness, they all dug in. Especially Zhang Fei, who, with his face flushed from drink, devoured several large chunks of meat. Unable to contain himself, he ate with such gusto, like a bear that had not eaten meat for years. How could a man like Zhang Fei, so crude and unrefined, attract a wife? What could Su Haoyin see in him? Was she blind? Su Haoyin, the niece of Su Yu, was historically also Zhang Fei's wife. Cao Cao was enjoying his meal when he suddenly paused, struck by the absurdity of Cheng Yang's thought. This young man claims that Yin'er could fall for Zhang Fei. He glanced at the burly man beside him, finding it hard to believe. Contemplating for a moment, Cao Cao directly asked, Ida, you are of an age. Have you thought of settling down? Zhang Fei grinned sheepishly. Not yet. I haven't met the right one. Cheng Yang snickered. Haven't met the right one? Every single dog says that. Little do they know, it's not that they haven't met the right one. It's that the right one doesn't fancy them. Cao Cao chuckled. Single dog? That term is quite aggressive. Yet it fits perfectly. How about I arrange a marriage for you? Zhang Fei's eyes lit up. That would be wonderful. I wonder whose daughter it will be. Cao Cao dared not guarantee whether success was attainable. Zhang Fei, with his unappealing looks, would certainly fail to attract the affections of any woman, let alone a widow. It was improbable that Yin'er would cast her eyes upon him. In Chapter 29, concerning Zhang Fei's matrimonial prospects. Upon seeing Zhang Fei's inquiry, Cao Cao felt a moment of trepidation. His niece was also the beloved niece of Xiahou Yuan the days before Xiahou Yuan joined him in rebellion amidst the chaos and turmoil of war. He had sacrificed his own young son during a year of famine, using the scant provisions he had left to nourish the daughter of his deceased brother. This very girl was Xiahou Yin. Xiahou Yin was known for her demure virtues and striking beauty, and many young gentlemen admired her. Moreover, being the only descendant of Xiahou Yuan's family, she was cherished immensely in both the Chao and Xiahou households. Could a jewel like her ever take an interest in Zhang Fei? Even Cao Cao could scarcely believe it. After some contemplation, Cao Cao decided to pass this burdensome issue to Cheng Yang. Ah, little Cheng, whom do you think would be suitable for an introduction? Cheng Yang looked up and met Zhang Fei's eager gaze. Feeling a moment of sympathy, he replied candidly, I believe the young lady Xiahou Yin from the Xiahou family would be quite appropriate. Zhang Fei immediately inquired, Is that truly so? She is indeed a fine lady? Cheng Yang nodded affirmatively. She is indeed admirable, a virtuous lady and the niece of Xiahou Yuan, perfectly matched for Ida. Zhang Fei was filled with uncontainable joy, rising to his feet and raising 3 bowls of wine in a toast to Cheng Yang. Brother, should this endeavor come to fruition, you shall be my matchmaker. From this day forth, if ever you require my assistance, I would not hesitate to lay down my life. At this proclamation, Cao Cao was left dumbfounded. He had exerted considerable effort to persuade Zhang Fei to remain by his side and entrust him with significant responsibilities. Yet, Cheng Yang had inadvertently provided the answer himself. Sighing in self-reproach, Cao Cao reasoned that if this matter were to succeed, Zhang Fei would indeed remain in Su City. Thus, he thought it wise to oblige Cheng Yang and allow him to act as the matchmaker. He set down his wine bowl, smilingly declared, Little Cheng, this matter is now entrusted to you. Ida's future happiness rests entirely upon your shoulders. Before Cheng Yang could respond, his father, Cheng Yu, furrowed his brow. Contemplating his son's tender age, only 16 or 17. His own marital affairs were still in disarray, yet here he was, attempting to play matchmaker for another, especially for the likes of the notoriously unattractive Zhang Fei. Would Xiahou Yuan ever consent? Even if he did, would Xiahou Yin have no objections? My lord, I believe this matter is utterly inadvisable. Oh? You oppose? Zhang Fei interjected loudly. Cheng Yu was taken aback, steadying himself before replying. I dare not oppose, merely suggest that my son is still quite young and not yet of age to serve as a matchmaker, my lord. I kindly urge you to consider another. Should this venture fail? Not only would the lord be displeased, but Zhang Fei might also take offense. Zhang Fei grunted in discontent, yet Cheng Yang waved his hand, grinning. Father, fret not. Since this concerns Ida, I must give it a try. Regardless of the outcome, indeed, Cheng Yang wished to forge a connection with Zhang Fei. After all, he was a formidable general ranked among the top 10 in martial prowess, and he would surely prove useful in the future. Zhang Fei slammed his palm upon the table, exclaiming, Excellent, my friend. I shall count you as a companion. Whether this succeeds or fails matters not. After their meal, Cheng Yang wasted no time. He procured several gifts and, accompanied by Zhang Fei, set forth to visit the Xiahou residence to pay respects to Xiahou Yuan. Due to the improvements he had made to the trebuchet, combined with Cheng Yang's current oversight of military affairs, he was regarded as a colleague by Xiahou Yuan, who treated him with courtesy. Upon meeting, after exchanging pleasantries, Cheng Yang began to subtly broach the subject. General Xiao, have you heard of the legendary 3 heroes of Hulao Pass who battled Elbu? Xiahou Yuan nodded, recalling the tales of that fateful encounter. Though he had not been present, I have heard much about that battle, and it remains a source of thrill and trepidation whenever it is recounted. Cheng Yang smiled. To speak candidly, this here is General Zhang Fei, who fought valiantly against Elbu for 300 rounds. As he spoke, he nudged Zhang Fei's arm. Zhang Fei quickly clasped his fists and bowed. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed father-in-law, HM. Xiahou Yuan was momentarily taken aback. What audacity! You, young man, refer to me as father-in-law. How can we possibly determine who is the elder here? General Zhang, what is the meaning of this? Cheng Yang hurriedly interjected, General Xiahou, you must have misheard. Ida meant to say, I have the honor to meet the esteemed general. Xiahou Yuan held the title of cavalry commander, and so the address was somewhat plausible. As the conversation shifted from the battle at Hulao Pass to discussions of martial prowess across the land, Cheng Yang seized the opportunity to lavish praise upon Zhang Fei, insisting that no one could rival him in valor. Xiahou Yuan, feeling a competitive spirit arise, subtly suggested that he wished to spar with Zhang Fei. Seizing the moment, Cheng Yang readily agreed, pulling Zhang Fei aside to advise him. Xiahou Yuan possesses high standards and pride. If you can impress him thoroughly, earning his genuine respect, then your endeavor shall be secured. Zhang Fei chuckled, Is that so? Very well, brother. Rest assured, I shall make him dizzy in no time. Not so fiercely, my friend. Merely best him to the point of concession. However, remember to exhibit humility and courtesy, for he shall become your future uncle. Should you act too boorishly, your prospects with Xiahou Yin may be dashed. Zhang Fei nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in Cheng Yang's words. They took their positions and shouted, commencing their duel in the courtyard. Servants and Xiahou Yuan's young sons gathered to witness the spectacle. Zhang Fei's prowess significantly outmatched that of Xiahou Yuan. It became evident after their initial exchanges. As the duel progressed into the 70th or 80th round, Xiahou Yuan began to falter. Observing this, Cheng Yang quickly signaled Zhang Fei. With a hearty laugh, Zhang Fei retreated a few paces and clasped his fists, declaring, General Xiahou, you possess exceptional skill. I am in awe. Xiahou Yuan wiped his brow, responding indeed. You are a remarkable warrior, worthy of standing shoulder to shoulder with Elbu. Yenner, prepare a feast. I shall toast 300 cups with General Zhang. Yenner? Xiahou Yin? Upon hearing that name, Zhang Fei swiftly turned, and there, gliding gracefully through the corridor, was a young lady of enchanting beauty, carrying a jar of wine. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Fei was utterly captivated. Xiahou Yan's cheeks flushed, and she cleared her throat several times. Zhang Fei, roused from his reverie, gazed at her again, before exhaling deeply, Brother Cheng, this young lady is truly exquisite. His candid remark rendered the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Xiahou Yuan chuckled, dismissing the tension as he gestured towards Zhang Fei's bowl. Yenner, pour wine for General Zhang. He is a hero of our time, a figure capable of contesting Elbu. Zhang Fei hastily rose. I dare not presume, General Xiahou. Your esteemed reputation has long reached my ears. When did this buffoon become so gracious? Cheng Yang mused to himself, observing Zhang Fei's newfound composure. It was evident that the presence of a woman had a transformative effect. Cheng Yang felt relieved. It was clear that Zhang Fei had made a favorable impression on Xiahou Yuan. Moreover, Xiahou Yan's demeanor suggested she bore no aversion towards Zhang Fei in ancient times. Marital arrangements were typically determined by family. As long as Xiahou Yuan consented and Xiahou Yan offered no objections, the union could indeed materialize. Cheng Yang smiled, addressing Xiahou Yuan, General Xiahou, Ida now serves as a formidable figure beside the Lord. And his elder brother, Guanyin Chong, is the renowned warrior who defeated Hua Xiong with ease. Would it not be advantageous to strengthen ties through kinship? Xiahou Yuan stroked his beard, smiling but not immediately responding. Instead glancing towards Xiahou Yan. Her cheeks flushed as she softly reproached, Why do you all gaze at me? Is it not my uncle who holds the final say on my affairs? Stealing a furtive glance at Zhang Fei, she offered a gentle smile before turning to depart. Chapter 30. Sima Yi, let him be killed. My lord. Mr. Sima awaits you outside. Let him in.asu command. Mr. Sima? Cheng Yang's heart skipped a beat. Which Mr. Sima could it be? Surely it could not be Sima Yi, who at his age should still be engrossed in his studies. Why would he appear here now? Upon hearing Cheng Yang's thoughts, Cao Cao's brow furrowed slightly. This young man exhibited interest in Mr. Sima? Your humble servant, Sima Yi, pays his respects to Lord Sikong. Dressed in a scholar's robe and adorned with a high cap, Sima Yi gracefully strode in from the courtyard. Cheng Yang's eyes widened in realization. Indeed, it was Sima Yi. Please, no need for formalities. Take a seat, Cao Cao said, nodding slightly and gesturing to the soft couch opposite him. Years prior, he had heard of Sima Yi's reputation. Recognizing the boy's intelligence and extensive knowledge, as well as his unique insights into Confucian doctrine. Thus, Cao Cao had long sought to recruit Sima Yi to serve in his court, hoping to enlist his aid in achieving his ambitions. Sima Yi offered a faint smile, addressing Qing Yang. You must be the esteemed Qing Yang, young master. I have heard your name during my studies at the cottage. I did not anticipate meeting you here today. It is a pleasure. Qing Yang promptly clasped his fists, expressing his humility. I am unworthy. Your name resonates throughout the land, Mr. Sima. I am the fortunate one to meet you. Cao Cao chuckled, amused by Cheng Yang's unexpected composure, as the young man usually exhibited a rather lackadaisical demeanor. Yet, before his smile could fade, the echo of Cheng Yang's thoughts reverberated in his mind. Sima Yi, you scoundrel, the bane of generations of Wei, the architect behind the extermination of Chao's descendants. Who would have thought I would encounter you here? To my astonishment, it turns out that the individual I had previously regarded as Sima Shi was. In fact, Sima Yi. Cao Cao's heart raced with trepidation, and simultaneously, his countenance darkened considerably. A mere Sima Yi, who now appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary scholar, would eventually annihilate the descendants of Cao, usurping the grand legacy of the Cao clan. Cursed be it, truly cursed. Suppressing the fury within, Cao Cao turned to Qing Yang and inquired, Young Cheng, have you also heard of the esteemed Sima? Heard of him? More than just that. A man. This fellow possesses a predatory gaze, harboring ill intentions. Do not be fooled by his current facade of meekness. I would wager it is all an act, a century later. After several transitions, the Great Wei legacy would fall into the hands of Cao Fong. It is from this juncture that Sima Yi began to wield excessive power. He not only eliminated Cao Cao's trusted general, Cao Zhen, but also slaughtered Cao Zhen's son, Cao Shuang, and systematically eradicated his followers, annihilating entire families. Thereafter, he embarked on a prolonged path of usurpation, seizing control of the court, humiliating the orphan Cao family, and ultimately deposing the emperor to establish a new one. Alas, during that time, the Cao family was in a far more lamentable state than the present Lu Xia, at the very least. Lu Xia faced no threats as long as he refrained from provoking others. Conversely, the Cao family endured relentless suffering, driving Cao Biao to his demise, imprisoning the Wei clan, and nearly exterminating the entire Cao lineage. The most tragic aspect was that he was still the regent for the Wei emperor. Cao Cao felt a chill run through him, nearly suffocating from the rage that surged within. How could this be? How could it come to such a dire fate for his once thriving family? His beloved son, Cao Cao, was forced to his death. How infuriating! Alas, a man is a fool for keeping such a man close. Do you not fear that one day, upon your demise, your descendants will be unable to contain him? If not, I shall take Qinghe and flee. It matters little if a man dies. He suffers from a chronic ailment and will inevitably succumb. The greatest pity lies with Qinghe, such a beautiful girl. It is a shame to lose her. What the hell, you wretch! Upon hearing Cheng Yang's unspoken thoughts, Cao Cao's expression darkened instantly. What do you mean it doesn't matter if I die? You are already contemplating fleeing with Qinghe? And what of your father-in-law? Have I been in vain for you? You ungrateful cur, always scheming to escape. Do you think I, Cao, am so unworthy of your regard? My lord, what troubles you? Sima Yi, perceiving Cao Cao's grim demeanor, felt somewhat bewildered. What troubles me? You intend to annihilate my descendants and yet inquire about my well-being. Cao Cao's ire surged, and he glared coldly at Sima Yi, his heart brimming with hatred. In truth, without Cheng Yang's counsel, Cao Cao had already formulated a plan. Naturally suspicious by nature, he now understood Sima Yi's character. A man of his ilk could not be retained. I summoned you here to inquire if you would be willing to serve under me. Sima Yi hesitated, kneeling partially and delicately replied, I am grateful for your lordship's favor, but I have grown accustomed to the tranquility of rural life, and fear I may not be suited for the esteemed court. Humph! Cao Cao scoffed. So, you are unwilling. Cold sweat trickled down Sima Yi's back. Entirely soaked, it is not a matter of unwillingness, but rather my lack of capability. I fear I may disappoint your lordship. Cao Cao wasted no more words. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, You, Sima Yi, are utterly unappreciative. If that is the case, there is no need for further dialogue. Seize Sima Yi and imprison him. What? Ah man, has he finally come to his senses? Imprisoning him is acceptable. It is best to find an opportunity to eliminate him. Otherwise, future generations will surely suffer. Cheng, may not fare well either. The lineage of Sima Yi initiated the Jin dynasty, one of the darkest epochs in Chinese history. Initially, the rulers of the Jin were not commendable. The turmoil sparked by the 8 kings of the Western Jin led to over a century of chaos from the 5 barbarians, a harrowing descent into a hellish existence. The Yongjiao Rebellion, the submergence of the Central Plains, and the fall of the Han people marked a monumental catastrophe for the Han ethnic group. By the time the Eastern Jin was established, the Central Plains had already fallen into the hands of the Hu people. During the period of the 5 barbarians, invaders such as the Xiongnu, Xianbei, Chong, Di, and others not only consumed human flesh but also exploited women as military provisions. The Chong and Xiongnu, when lacking supplies during warfare, would capture Han women for sustenance, referring to them as two-legged sheep. The Chong alone slaughtered over 4 million Han individuals. Moreover, they would confine Han women, using them both as sustenance and as tools. These women were perpetually at risk of being violated or devoured. Han General Ranmin, after defeating the Chong, rescued over 20,000 women in a single sweep in Hebei. Subsequently, the Xianbei defeated Ranmin, and these women fell back into the clutches of torment, continuing their tragic fates as two-legged sheep. They not only endured incessant violations but were also consumed entirely by the Xianbei within the span of 3 months. In 304 AD, the Xianbei launched a massive incursion into the Central Plains, led by the Murong clan, plundering countless treasures and abducting tens of thousands of Han maidens. This was in addition to the countless cities razed and entire lineages extinguished. With atrocities beyond comprehension, contemplating this, Cheng Yang was overwhelmed with boundless resentment. He glared at Sima Yi, his eyes almost aflame with fury. To kill him. How else could he quench this thirst for vengeance? Chapter 31. The master artisan emerges. Sima Yi. Cao Cao cast a cold glance his way and demanded, You have persistently refused to serve in an official capacity. Could it be that you harbor ulterior motives? Upon sensing the gravity of the situation, Sima Yi hastily knelt and fervently explained, I have merely been studying at home. How could I possibly be plotting anything? Studying? Those who claim righteousness often belong to the ranks of ruthless scoundrels. And disloyalty is frequently found among scholars. There are countless authors in this world, spewing nonsensical drivel. Well said, Man experts and scholars are indeed of this ilk. You have seen through it. However, this is merely a reflection of certain phenomena. Overall, Sima Yi poses a significant threat to your Cao Wei faction. With Cheng Yang's repeated affirmations, Cao Cao's remaining fondness for Sima Yi dissipated entirely. Narrowing his eyes, he spoke expressionlessly. I have no desire to harbor a schemer in my midst. My lord, Cao Cao disregarded his attempts at explanation, bellowing out to those outside the study, come forth. This man has shown contempt for his superiors, disregarding summons. I have invited him to serve multiple times. Yet he has consistently refused, indicating clear malintent. Take him away and imprison him. Sima Yi was drenched in cold sweat, his back completely soaked. My lord, I am wronged. I am wronged. Yet, the guards paid him no heed and promptly seized him, dragging him away. Outside, Chao Hong, Sun Yu, and others, hearing the commotion, were left in stunned disbelief. What transgression had Sima Yi committed to incur their lord's wrath? Observing the situation, Chao Hong rushed into the study, clasping his fists in inquiry. My lord, you just summoned Sima Yi. Why, without cause, have you imprisoned him? Cao Cao, panting with rage, did not respond. Stepping closer, Chao Hong continued to admonish, my lord, the Sima clan descends from the illustrious Zhu Rong, and many within their ranks are prominent officials with considerable influence in court. Furthermore, Sima Yi possesses considerable strategy and wisdom, with a heart for the nation. Acting hastily may not be prudent. A heart for the nation. At the mention of those words, Cao Cao's heart seethed with hatred. It was not merely a matter of having noble aspirations. He harbored intentions to seize the Cao family's legacy. Moreover, he sought to eradicate the entire Cao lineage and drive his descendants to their demise. This man deserved not just death, but 1,000 torturous fates. Nonetheless, in his fury, Cao Cao refrained from executing Sima Yi on the spot. He required a pretext, a sufficient charge to justify Sima Yi's execution. So, was Sima Yi truly apprehended? Has a man been stimulated into clarity? Well then, you old fool have finally done something sensible. If your descendants in the afterlife possess any awareness, they shall undoubtedly be grateful. Huh. What manner of words are these? What does it mean that I have finally done something sensible? What does it mean that my descendants in the afterlife will be aware I am still alive? And my descendants will have perished? You scoundrel! Upon hearing Cheng Yang's unspoken thoughts, Cao Cao could not help but chuckle. This lad speaks with such disarray. I truly wonder how his father raised him. He is a fine child, yet he rambles incessantly while secretly berating me. Having captured Sima Yi and severed this root of calamity, Cao Cao felt an immense sense of relief. As for Cheng Yang's harsh words, he chose to overlook them. After all, they were merely inner thoughts. Venting frustrations was permissible. He, too, had occasionally harbored grievances and scolded others inwardly. Chao Hong, Sun Yu, why have you both come? Amidst the turmoil surrounding Sima Yi, Cao Cao was preoccupied with determining his punishment. Only upon seeing Chao Hong did he suddenly come to his senses. My lord. Chao Hong clasped his fists, appearing somewhat moved. Chao Hong, along with Lord Sun, has brought treasures for you. Oh? What treasures? Present them forthwith. Chao Hong nodded excitedly, stepping outside the study to receive a slender wooden box from the hands of a guard. He placed the box on the desk and, deliberately building suspense, remarked, my lord, you may open it yourself. What could it be that is shrouded in such mystery? When Cao Cao opened the box, he discovered 2 swords nestled within. One was entirely obsidian black, ancient and weighty. The other was a serene azure, graceful and light. Cao Cao gasped in astonishment, for he had never encountered such exquisite swords. This black sword, is it forged from dark iron? Excellent, truly excellent. It possesses a solid and profound heft. A true treasure indeed. But this azure one, how was it crafted? Could it be that our smelting techniques have reached such remarkable heights? He picked up each sword in turn, occasionally laying them on the desk for careful appraisal. And at other times, he wielded them freely within the study. The black sword exuded a chilling aura, its cold gleam unmistakable, while the azure sword sparkled with an ethereal beauty. What exceptional swords, Chao Hong chuckled, casting a knowing glance at Cheng Yang. Thanks to your guidance, our military smelting technology has made tremendous strides. These 2 swords were crafted using your methods. You truly are a talent favored by my lord. Your prowess is indeed remarkable. What is this? Such divine weapons, and they were overseen by Qingyang. This is astounding. Cao Cao had entrusted Qingyang with supervision of the military workshop as well as the paper-making endeavors. However, he had always perceived these tasks as exceedingly arduous. It was hard to fathom that, within a mere 10 days, such remarkable weapons could be produced. The more he pondered, the more incredulous he became. Under normal circumstances, he had not seen Qingyang in the military workshop. The lad seemed to squander his time either indulging in food and drink at home or wandering about with Qinghe. Did you take advantage of everyone's inattention to quietly set everything in order? Cao Cao stared incredulously at Qingyang, his eyes wide with disbelief. What are you staring at? Look at your expression. Forging a sword is but a trivial matter for me. I simply didn't wish to make a commotion and frighten you. You really are naive, Qingyang retorted, brimming with confidence. A man, believe it or not. I could even forge a firearm. Just imagine. I could take aim at your forehead and fire a shot that would leave you breathless. Cao Cao, having finally mustered the courage to praise him, found the young man boasting once more. Let him boast, if he will, even calling himself my lord. And what is this about firearms? What could that possibly be? Long rifles that spit fire? A deluge of information flooded Cao Cao's mind, leaving him momentarily overwhelmed. After a moment of contemplation, realizing he did not fully grasp the implications, Cao Cao refrained from further inquiries and pointed at the two swords, saying, "Since these swords are your creation, why not bestow upon them a name?" Chapter 32. When the heavenly sword emerges, who can compete? What names would befit these two swords? One ancient and profound, the other azure and elegant. Could they be the heavenly sword and the azure steel sword? By chance, had he inadvertently crafted these two legendary blades? The heavenly sword, the azure steel sword. What splendid names, truly magnificent, Cao Cao exclaimed, astonished. He had not anticipated that this young man was not only a master forger but also possessed a keen intellect. For how else could he conceive such names? Qingyang, have you come up with them yourself? Qingyang raised his gaze and responded inquiringly, shall we call them the heavenly sword and the azure steel sword? At this, not only did Cao Cao beam with delight, but even Sun Yu and Chao Hong appeared utterly astonished. The heavenly sword, the heavenly treasure sword. What an extraordinary name! Both men nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "My lord, that name is splendid." Naturally, they should consider who had named them. It was Qingyang, a trusted confidant of Cao Cao. Thus, the matter was settled, and Cao Cao declared, "Qingyang, step forward to receive your reward." Wow! Ah man, finally you are coming around. At last. My efforts were not in vain. You still owe me a month's wages. 50,000 coins would allow me to indulge for quite a while. 50,000 coins? Cao Cao had initially intended to bestow upon Qingyang a title and an official position, but in a moment of excitement, he had forgotten about the monthly payment. Initially, he had promised Qingyang that, for overseeing the military workshop and offering technical guidance to the craftsmen, he would pay him 50,000 coins each month. Now, he had completely forgotten this prior agreement. Qingyang, thank my lord for your generosity. Cao Cao glanced at Qingyang with a sense of helplessness. This young man, upon mentioning money, had his eyes gleaming with greed. You, of the Qing family, are supposed to be from a scholarly lineage. Why do you not learn anything from your father? Instead, you act like a petty merchant, daring to demand money from me. Cao Cao mused, a thought striking him. He could not help but chuckle. Little Qing, rest assured, since you are working for me, I shall not treat you unjustly. How about I appoint you as an advisor? It is a significant position. In the future, should you have any ideas or strategies, feel free to express them candidly. It matters not if you err, for the primary duty of an advisor is to offer counsel. What the hell? You really have no integrity. What about the money you promised me? 50,000 coins. Surely you will not deny me this? Qingyang exclaimed, incredulous. You are our lord, a dignified minister of state, a chancellor of the Han dynasty. Are you truly so miserly? If you refuse my rightful wages, do not blame me for being ungracious. I shall no longer attend the military workshop. Even if I do, I will merely idle about, and you can do nothing to me? Oh? Am I so miserly? Cao Cao chuckled, amused. You speak of money incessantly and yet have the audacity to criticize me? Without payment, you would neglect your duties. How utterly reckless. Originally, Cao Cao had intended to give him the agreed-upon monthly payment of 50,000 coins. However, only a few days had passed, and it was not yet time to settle accounts. Nevertheless, Cao Cao continued with a teasing tone. If you can achieve any further accomplishments within the month, I could consider settling your payment early. And there would be ample rewards. What rewards? Qingyang inquired. Cao Cao smiled. What do you desire? What do I desire? You must know it well, money. If I express my desires, will you grant them? If I say I want your wife, will you send her to me, all cleaned up? Qingyang retorted, his tone laced with mischief. So bold, even coveting my wife. I, Cao Mengda, would never dream of such things. Cao Cao sighed softly. If within a month you achieve any notable results, I shall double your payment and grant you 100,000 coins. What say you? Thank you, my lord. 100,000 coins. How long will that last me? If I were to drink and feast without working, it would provide me with a life of leisure for quite some time, my lord. You may continue your conversation. I must return now and guarantee a satisfactory response within 3 days. Good. This lad seems quite confident. Otherwise, how could he make such bold claims? Cao Cao felt a surge of enthusiasm once more. He picked up the heavenly sword and the azure steel sword, gently stroking them as he admired their craftsmanship. My lord, Sun Yu interjected, furrowing his brow with evident concern. Cao Cao, intrigued, asked, What troubles you, Sun Yu? Why the look of worry? Sun Yu sighed. Alas, my lord, I cannot shake the feeling that Qingyang is somewhat inscrutable. Cao Hong, eager to chime in, agreed. I share that sentiment. I know the young men of the Qing family well, and especially Qingyang. He seemed rather unremarkable in the past. Old Cheng sought to secure a future for his son, hosting a banquet to invite me, hoping I would arrange for him to serve as a menial soldier in the military, allowing him to gain some experience over the years. Now it seems he has not only succeeded but has become quite the expert. Ah, you are only now realizing this? Cao Cao replied, maintaining his composure as he continued to admire the heavenly sword. Many a talented individual has gone unrecognized in the past, were it not for my discerning eye. Qingyang might have remained buried in obscurity. Cao Hong, Sun Yu, you must learn to keep your eyes sharp. Do not judge a person by their appearance, nor underestimate them because of their youth. The two men bowed their heads in acknowledgement. My lord's wisdom is duly noted. We shall remember your words. Cao Cao carefully stored the heavenly sword and azure steel sword, entrusting them to a guard. He then rose, his expression serious, declaring, Let us visit the prison. Sima Yi has dared to disregard my edicts, repeatedly defying me. This man, with his predatory gaze, harbors ulterior motives. I shall ensure he understands the consequences of crossing me. Sun Yu and Cao Hong exchanged glances, both puzzled. Since when had Sima Yi, who had been diligently studying at home, developed such treacherous intentions? Though he had disobeyed commands, it was rumored that he suffered from a debilitating illness, rendering him unfit for office. Was the Lord being too hasty in his judgment? The two individuals exchanged a glance, both feeling compelled to step forward and offer some earnest counsel. Cao Hong, a cousin of Cao Cao and a close confidant, was the first to speak. My lord, to kill a scholar without just cause seems rather inappropriate, does it not? The Sima family has held high offices for 3 generations and enjoys considerable local renown. To act rashly might provoke their kin and clansmen, who are likely to resist. With Cao Hong having opened the discourse, Sun Yu quickly followed suit. Indeed, my lord, General Cao speaks most wisely. Sima Yi must not be executed, nor should he be harmed. Cao Cao turned his gaze, his eyes cold and penetrating. You claim he should not be killed, yet I have received word that this man must indeed be eliminated. Both men were taken aback and simultaneously queried, could it be that it was Master Qingyang who suggested this? Chapter 33. Ah man, are you becoming a father? In the prison, Cao Cao fixed his gaze on Sima Yi, regarding him with an icy sidelong glance. Sima Yi, are you dissatisfied with being imprisoned here by me? Sima Yi felt a deep discontent regarding his incarceration, and confusion washed over him. Why had Cao Cao chosen to arrest him? The demeanor of Cao Cao suggested that he was intent on punishing him severely. What could be the reason? During their recent conversation, only a young man had been present. Was it possible that this was his idea? Yet, he bore no grudge against the youth in times past. Cao Cao had held him in high regard, even summoning him several times within a year in hopes of having him serve. only to be declined due to Sima Yi's claim of suffering from wind phlegm. Had Cao Cao now become so enraged that he was determined to force Sima Yi into service to assist him in his schemes? Though bewildered, Sima Yi firmly believed that Cao Cao would not truly harm him. This course of action was merely an attempt to compel him to lend his assistance. My lord, I harbor no discontent. However, I am innocent and should not be confined within these prison walls. Sun Yu and Chao Hong nodded in agreement, affirming that Sima Yi was indeed blameless. Not only was he innocent, but he was also a renowned scholar, contributing to the education of the populace and the promotion of knowledge. My lord, Chao Hong interjected, I believe Master Sima speaks rightly. My lord, Sun Yu added, I too believe Sima Yi is innocent. The two shared a common intent, wishing to persuade Cao Cao to relent. However, Cao Cao pressed on. Sima Yi, you have repeatedly claimed your innocence. I must ask you, how is your wind phlegm affliction faring? Sima Yi abruptly trembled, realizing the precariousness of his situation. He had never been ill. The supposed ailment was merely a ruse to avoid following Cao Cao. Should Cao Cao cling to this matter, he would be ensnared by his own deception. In a moment of desperation, Sima Yi concocted a response. My wind phlegm condition fluctuates at times. I am as robust as anyone. Yet during my episodes, I suffer excruciating pain and am unable to walk. As of late, my health has been stable, and I have not suffered any episodes. A man, you think you can use my wind phlegm as leverage against me? You are sorely mistaken. I declare that I have recovered, and thus there will be no evidence to verify your claims. You will find no grounds for inquiry. Yet if you seek to force my assistance, I shall not acquiesce. In that case, my wind phlegm shall surely return, and we shall see how you intend to deal with me. Sima Yi was confident, dismissing the matter with ease. Why, you seem to be recovering quite swiftly. How remarkable, Cao Cao remarked, signaling for his attendants, bring me a bowl of water. I have a remedy that is specifically for wind phlegm. Having uttered these words, Cao Cao turned to depart, not sparing Sima Yi another glance. Dare to harm my descendants and extinguish my lineage? Sima Yi, I shall not allow you to survive. Upon returning home, Cao Cao fondled two exquisite swords on his desk, growing increasingly enamored with them. The thought that his blacksmith could forge such remarkable weapons filled him with excitement. Once mass-produced, his army would be unstoppable. Unable to contain his enthusiasm, he summoned Chao Ong and Chao Zhang, instructing them to accompany him to the military factory to observe how Qingyang operated. While also ensuring the young lords understood the intricacies of weaponry fabrication, preventing them from becoming mere theorists devoid of practical knowledge. The group arrived at the military factory and bypassed the need for guards to announce their presence. Heading directly to Cheng Yang's workspace, that moment, Cheng Yang was vociferously reprimanding a group of blacksmiths. I instructed you to fetch water from the Huai River. How is it that you have only brought city river water? Are you deaf or blind? Do you not comprehend plain language? This young man indeed worked with fervor. Despite his usual carefree demeanor and idleness, he displayed remarkable diligence at such a critical juncture. Clearly, Cao Cao had not misjudged him. With a smile, Cao Cao seized the opportunity to impart a lesson to Chao Ong and Chao Zhang. Did you see that? When conducting work, one must embody the essence of diligence. Take young Master Cheng as an example. While he may appear casual at times, when he is serious, he is exceedingly disciplined with both himself and others. There is no room for carelessness. You both must learn from Master Cheng. Chao Ong nodded, deeply understanding, and declared, Father, I comprehend. I shall take Master Cheng as my role model and strive not to disappoint you. Cao Cao was pleased, turning to Chao Zhang, and you? Chao Zhang, lacking formal education, struggled to articulate his thoughts. He clasped his fists and simply stated, I feel the same. That will suffice. Yet, unexpectedly, Cheng Yang shouted again, if you do not perform adequately and fail to produce decent ironwork, the Lord will not pay me. Do you understand? Given how stingy he is, do you think it's easy for me to earn even a small sum? Cao Cao's expression darkened. How dare he speak thus? I was just praising you, and you respond with such insolence. You truly are a miserable wretch, obsessed with wealth. Cao Cao cleared his throat and approached, inquiring, what is the matter? Young Cheng, why are you shouting? By the heavens, that scoundrel man has arrived. You could have given me a heads up. You nearly scared me to death. I have not even married or sired a child. If I were to die of fright, would you see to my funeral? This is utterly absurd. Merely calling your name has led to such outrageous remarks about my funeral arrangements. You truly are a devoted subject. Cao Cao maintained a stern countenance, pretending not to understand, and focused on the large water tanks before him. I heard you mention something about Huai River water and City River water. What is that all about? My lord, you may not be aware. Cheng Yang replied with a smile, ingratiatingly, the river water serves primarily for cooling and quenching purposes. The quality of the water varies, impacting the quenching results. Huai River water is deep, pure in quality, and dense. Using it for quenching will yield steel blades of suitable hardness, durable, sharp, and long-lasting. In contrast, City River water is shallow, light in quality, and low in density. Using such water for quenching will not only fail to produce good steel blades, but will also easily damage our fine iron, wasting our resources. Upon hearing this, everyone was left in utter admiration, including Cao Cao, Cao Ong, Cao Zhang, and all the craftsmen present. They had spent their lives dealing with iron and steel yet had never encountered such profound insights. No wonder young Cheng was capable of forging legendary weapons like the Heavenly Sword and the Azure Steel Sword. It was clear that not only the materials and methods mattered, but also the water quality, temperature, and technique significantly influenced the final product. Cao Cao beamed with pride, gesturing toward Qingyang while admonishing Chaoong and Chaozhang. Do you see this? This is what we call professionalism. This is true skilled. In the past, when you engaged in scholarly pursuits or practiced archery, you might have penned a few essays or hit a few straw targets, believing yourselves to be exceptional. Yet remember, there are always those more skilled than you, and there are greater heights to attain. Young Master Cheng's demands for water quality in his forging are so stringent. Will you continue to take pride in your meager talents? Chaoong felt a surge of realization and responded, Father, no need to elaborate. I shall remember this lesson. Chaozhang added, I shall no longer be arrogant or complacent. I must seek out Master Cheng for guidance. Cao Cao nodded in satisfaction, turning to address Cheng Yang, eager to summarize the insights gained. However, he noticed that Cheng Yang was staring intently at Cao Zhang with a look of astonishment. Who is this young man? His hair is golden, his beard unkempt, and he possesses a towering physique. Could he be a foreigner? A barbarian? My lord, eldest son. Who is this golden-haired individual? A person from the western regions? An outsider? Cao Cao struggled to suppress his urge to strike him. Explaining, this is Cao Zhang, my son. Due to his golden hair and beard, he is affectionately referred to as the golden-bearded 1.0. So this is Cao Zhang. He certainly has a most peculiar appearance. A man's family is composed entirely of true Chinese, with black hair and eyes, short and stout, resembling Guidi Gang. How is it that this lad is so tall and fierce-looking? Could it be that a man has been unfaithful? In truth, is Cao Zhang the offspring of a foreigner? Considering a man's frequent military campaigns and numerous wives, it is plausible that one of them, unable to withstand the loneliness, sought out a tall foreign stallion for a dalliance. A man? Are you becoming a father? Congratulations, a man. You are becoming a father. This revelation left Cao Cao utterly speechless. You are the one who is becoming a father. All of you are becoming fathers. Your father, Cheng Yu, is becoming a father. Your elder brother, Cheng Wu, is becoming a father. You wretched scoundrel, do you possess not a single kind word? Cao Zhang is my own progeny, a true member of the Cao family. Do you comprehend? Your dog of a son? It seems that your father still needs a good reprimanding, and Cao will have to trouble your father once again. The more Cao Cao thought about it, the angrier he became, and as he turned around, he was met with the sight of Cao Zhang's golden hair. Enraged, he recalled the phrase unexpectedly becoming a father, and instantly grabbed a handful, yanking it down with great force. Chapter 34. Will my family's golden-haired child meet a tragic and untimely end? Father, what are you doing? Cao Zhang exclaimed, his face a mask of terror as he stumbled backward. His father was notoriously suspicious and ruthless. Back when Cao Cao's assassination attempt on Dongzhuo had failed, he encountered Chen Gong. The two, desolate and alone on the run, planned to seek refuge at the home of El Bosch, who was a sworn brother of Cao Song. However, due to his paranoia, Cao Cao exterminated El Bosch's entire family and left behind the famous saying, "Better for me to betray the world than for the world to betray me." Though a tiger may not consume its own cubs, Cao Zhang was nonetheless fearful. What if his father were to lose his sanity and fixate on him? While he couldn't say his father would kill him, he was certain he would not be let off lightly. Father, the child is innocent. Cao Zhang boldly reiterated. Cao Cao scoffed, pointing at his son's golden hair. No matter what means you employ, get rid of that yellow mane. Look at our family. Is there anyone with such hair? Cao Zhang was momentarily taken aback, then, with a mix of laughter and tears, replied, Father, I never wished for it. As he spoke, he drew a short knife and shaved off his golden locks, leaving only a bald head. A man, what are you doing? Are you out of your mind? Look at how you've terrified Cao Zhang. He resembles a polished egg. Strangely enough, it does seem festive. If one were to crack a nut on that scalp, it would surely be delightful. Upon hearing Cheng Yang's thoughts, Cao Cao felt even more exasperated and rolled his eyes. You are the one resembling a polished egg? How ridiculous. Was I truly that impulsive? I hope I didn't frighten Cao Zhang too much. Sighing deeply, Cao Cao looked at Cao Zhang and consoled him. It's all right. You look particularly spirited with your head shaved. From now on, do not grow that yellow mane again. Yes, father, I understand. Cao Zhang, having narrowly escaped a fright, rubbed his smooth scalp and began to chuckle foolishly. Cheng Yang stared at Cao Zhang for a long while, noting, Cao Zhang, the golden-haired child, is indeed courageous and valiant. Among a man's sons, while Cao Ji possesses literary talent, it is only Cao Zhang who excels in martial prowess in a world rife with chaos and war. This lad has single-handedly battled tigers before coming of age and has fought across the lands as an adult. If it came to a showdown, he may very well rival the likes of Dian Wei and Su Chu. What? Cao Cao was taken aback. Could it be that this unruly child, who seemed so oblivious, possessed such formidable abilities? To slay a tiger single-handedly requires immense strength. Cao Cao gazed at Cao Zhang, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Zhang'er, what do you enjoy doing? Cao Zhang clasped his fists and replied, in response to father, I enjoy horseback riding, archery, and combat. Cao Cao nodded, a smile spreading across his face. Then, with whom do you spar? Cao Zhang rubbed his bald head, feeling slightly embarrassed, and said, I do not spar with others. They are too weak and cannot withstand a blow. I prefer to go into the wilderness to hunt tigers. On one occasion, I encountered a fierce tiger and killed it with one hand. Gasp! Not only did Cao Cao gasp in astonishment, but even the generals such as Zhang Fei and Cao Hong could not help but display their shock. This lad is incredibly fierce. If what he says is true, he is indeed a natural warrior of unparalleled strength. Satisfied, Cao Cao stroked his beard. Indeed, he is a prized steed of our family. Someone, bring forth the Qinggang sword and bestow it upon my son. Thank you, father, for your generosity. The emergence of such a figure in the Cao family could be considered a significant asset on the path to dominance. Naturally, Cao Cao felt elated. He supported Cao Zhang with both hands before turning to Cheng Yang with a look of appreciation. Young man, you possess the ability to recognize talent. If not for you, I might have missed out on a great general, and he is my son to boot. First Guan Yu, then Zhang Fei, Zhao Yun. And now with the addition of Cao Zhang, our camp is indeed brimming with fierce warriors, all thanks to you. Just then, Cao Cao contemplated rewarding him for his efforts, realizing that Cao Zhang had been working tirelessly, overseeing the foundry and strategizing, all while defeating Yuan Shu single-handedly. He felt it would be remiss not to reward him. After a moment's thought, he resolved to give Cheng Yang the promised 50,000 coins ahead of time. However, at that moment, Cheng Yang quietly muttered to himself, this dog of a son, why is he hunting tigers? They are a nationally protected species. No wonder there are so few tigers in later generations. They have all been wiped out by people like you. It's a pity that although Cao Zhang can defeat a tiger, he cannot withstand the bonds of brotherhood. In the end, he will be poisoned by his own brother and meet his untimely demise in his residence at the tender age of 35. What a pity! What the hell? Upon hearing Cheng Yang's thoughts, Cao Cao felt utterly devastated. What on earth is this situation? After much difficulty, a talented general has emerged from the Cao family, only to find out that some heartless scoundrel poisoned him. Is this truly his son? If so, who could it be? Who would commit such heinous acts against their own kin? Cao Ong, Cao Pai, or one of the adopted sons? If not his own, then who? The offspring of the Cao family? Cao Xiu? Cao Peng? Cao Anmin? Or perhaps from the Xiahus? The emergence of such a disgraceful character within the family filled Cao Cao with immense rage. Fortunately, there was still time. Being anxious would yield no results. He decided to observe quietly for a while, hoping to uncover some clues. As for Cao Zhang, He truly needed to be guided properly and made to realize the challenges he would face in the future. It would be best if he could stay close to this lad, not only to receive constant instruction, but also to ensure he could turn misfortune into fortune in times of danger. If he could learn some wisdom and strategies from him, Cao Cao would feel even more at ease. With this thought, Cao Cao inexplicably felt a surge of excitement, and even his gaze towards Cheng sparkled with fervor. What the hell, a man? Why are you looking at me again? You keep staring at your own son one moment and drooling over me the next. You can't possibly have a penchant for men. Can you? I like women, not men. Go find someone else. Look for Su Chu, find Zhang Fei, or if all else fails, try Xiahou Dun. They are all quite fierce and would surely satisfy you. You dog. How dare you imply that Cao Cao has a preference for men and suggest I seek out Su Chu or Zhang Fei? If I were to have such preferences, I would indeed seek you out. Cao Cao snorted coldly, narrowing his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Cheng present. Cheng replied, I want Zhang'er to stay by your side, serving tea and water, carrying books and documents, and learning some skills from you. What do you think? You want this polished egg to serve me tea and carry my books? What are you up to? You don't mean to have him become my disciple, do you? Cheng turned his head to glance at Cao Zhang's shiny scalp. Become my disciple? No way, no way. That would be a hassle with no benefit. Absolutely out of the question. Meanwhile, Cao Zhang was also in disbelief, staring at Cheng incredulously. Him? A half-grown child. I should serve him tea. Does he even deserve it? Chapter 35. You two dog-like father and son. Teach Cao Zhang? Absolutely not. Cheng shook his head repeatedly, feigning madness. My lord, you truly jest. Young Master Zhang is brave and strong, endowed with divine strength. How could he serve me tea? Please, my lord, do not joke with me. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Leave? As a military overseer, you're not on duty here. Where do you think you're going? Cao Cao chuckled, a sly grin on his face. Are you planning to abandon your post? I'm feeling a bit unwell and wish to consult a doctor. Cheng replied, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. My lord, could I not take a half-day's sick leave? If you don't stay, what purpose do you serve here? Go fetch me Cao Zhang. He is a boy capable of slaying a tiger with a single punch. Educate him. He should be the one educating me. Not willing? Playing tricks? Haha, I'm not afraid of anyone trying to outsmart me. Those who have attempted to do so in front of me have all met their end. Cao Cao shook his head. Helplessly sighing, Zhang'er, Cheng looks down on you. He believes you are dull-witted and lack the skills to be his disciple. Me? Dull-witted? Come, that scoundrel named Cheng. What? Cao Cao swiftly turned around, glaring at him. Cao Zhang quickly corrected himself. Sir, I meant to say sir. Come, that scoundrel named Cheng. Let us compare our strength and see whose head is harder, yours or my fist. He rolled up his sleeves and charged at Cheng, ready to brawl. What? You want to compare your head with my fist? You really dare to say that? This rascal hasn't even become my disciple yet, and he is already thinking of hitting me. If one day he truly manages to land a blow, won't he end up killing me? No way, no way. Cao, a certain individual, insists that you comply. Should you refuse, he will instruct Zhang to relentlessly beat you. Cao Cao cleared his throat, gazing at Cao Zhang, and emphasized, Zhang, mere words without action are unworthy of a true man. Those aware of your reluctance to raise a hand, understanding your hesitation to harm an official, may sympathize. Yet, to the uninitiated, it may appear you are merely posturing, attempting to intimidate. Cao Zhang let out a sharp sound, laughing. Father, do you mean to beat him senseless? Cao Cao waved his hand repeatedly, saying, I did not imply a matter of life and death. That is contingent upon your own ability. Cao Zhang clasped his fists, declaring, Child understands. He vigorously rubbed his scalp and blew a couple of breaths onto his hands, addressing Cheng. Please bear with me. After all, with one punch, I could fell a tiger. Your slender limbs would surely break, but fret not. I shall refrain from delivering a fatal blow. A near-fatal one will suffice. Anyone who dares belittle me, Cao Zhang, and mock my bald head shall find themselves weeping for their mothers before I relent. You two have latched onto me, haven't you? In the vast Siquang residence, why must you fixate on me? If a fight is desired, seek Sun Yu or Guojia. Why come to me? As Cao Zhang advanced, his fist, as large as a sandbag, swung before him incessantly. Cheng, feeling anxious, capitulated. Fine, my lord, young Master Zhang, I concede. I shall comply entirely. Cao Cao chuckled inwardly. You were quite the tough one, yet here you are yielding so readily. Your prompt acquiescence has rendered it impossible for Zhang to strike you. I find myself feeling rather empty. Zhang, cease this. Do you not wish to greet Mr. Cheng? Just as Cao Zhang was preparing to act, he was halted by Cao Cao, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Father, I sense that Mr. Cheng is not acting of his own volition. Though he verbally concedes, his heart surely resists, and I can see he is not at all pleased. Why not allow me to give him a thorough beating? Cheng Yang leapt to his feet, exclaiming joyfully, My lord, young Master Zhang, I am absolutely delighted. Cao Zhang scoffed, If you're so happy, why is there no smile upon your face? Cheng Yang strained to form a smile, which resembled a grimace. Am I not smiling? Just look how joyfully I smile. Cao Zhang disdainfully curled his lip, lowering his fists, and moodily retreated behind Cao Cao. Truly, what goes around comes around. At that moment, Cao Cao could hardly contain his delight. Mr. Cheng, are you not quite boastful? Do you not frequently berate me in your thoughts? While I cannot deal with you, Zhang certainly can. Let us see if you dare to act so brazenly in my presence henceforth. Though they jested and bickered, the fundamental courtesies still needed to be observed. Satisfied, Cao Cao clasped his hands behind his back, pointing at Cheng Yang, and instructed Cao Zhang, From now on, you shall remain by Mr. Cheng's side. Serve him tea, fetch water, present books, grind ink, and treat him with the respect due to a mentor, though you understand? With his father issuing such orders, Cao Zhang naturally dared not defy him. He approached Cheng Yang, kneeling before him and bowing 3 times, leaving red marks upon his scalp. Disciple Cao Zhang pays his respects to his esteemed teacher. You may rise. Thank you, esteemed teacher. My lord, there is something I am uncertain whether to mention. Cao Cao raised an eyebrow. What is it? Mr. Cheng, do share. Do not hesitate. Cheng Yang chuckled, rubbing his hands together. My lord, when one becomes a disciple, there are customary gifts involved. Since I have taken on a student, surely there should be some acknowledgement. Damn it, I was truly frightened by this duo of father and son. Regardless, I must be compensated for my emotional distress. A sum of 30 to 50,000 must be the minimum. Emotional distress? You impudent brat, all you speak of is money. Cao Cao was truly at a loss. Logically, when one becomes a disciple, a gift should indeed be presented. Yet the pressing issue was that the Siquang residence was devoid of funds. If they had money, would they need to send the tomb-robbing experts to exhume the ancestral grave of the Liu family? Would they need to peddle antiques to profit from the dead? After a moment's contemplation, Cao Cao suddenly devised a plan, smiling. A gift for the apprenticeship is indeed necessary. Not only should it be given, but it must be substantial. Zhang, later, go to our kitchen, carry back a pig leg, and personally deliver it to Mr. Cheng's residence. Additionally, prepare a basket of eggs. Upon your arrival at the Cheng residence, the teacher will surely treat you well. Enjoy a few cups with your master and taste his culinary skills, while also fostering the bond of master and disciple. Cheng Yang was momentarily stunned. What do you mean? Man, are you truly dismissing me with a pig leg and a basket of eggs? You expect to feast at my home? With Cao Zhang's physique, he would need at least 5 to 6 pounds of meat and a couple of jars of wine to feel satisfied. So you are saying you will contribute nothing, and I must pay for it instead? You are truly calculating. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Cheng Yang insisted, No need. We are all kin. There is no need for gifts. We can forego the apprenticeship gift, truly. Cao Zhang gasped, waving his hands. No, no. Though I may be a rough person, I still understand the significance of etiquette. An apprenticeship gift must be given. Isn't just a pig leg? Master, please do not be modest if you decline. I would feel embarrassed to ask for a meeting gift. Exactly. Cao Cao was grinning widely. Meeting gifts. There must be a meeting gift. Cheng Yang, as Zhang's master, you must contribute something as a meeting gift. Cheng Yang was utterly bewildered. How could you two be so calculating? Chapter 36. Has Xiahou Yuan been slain? An old man. Within the Cheng residence, Cao Zhang, this fool, truly arrived carrying a pig leg. However, at least Cao Cao still possessed some conscience. Additionally sending along 100 taels of gold and 2 cases of fruit wine. Regardless of the circumstances, Cao Cao intended to attend his son's apprenticeship banquet. Master, Cao Zhang has come at his father's behest to pay his respects. Cao Zhang knelt fully, presenting tea before Cao Cao and Cheng Yu. Cheng Yang slightly nodded, seated in a chair, accepting the teacup and sipping delicately. He exhibited the demeanor of a true teacher, since he had already committed to a man. This task could not be evaded. Life is akin to a wall's edge. If one cannot resist, then one must lie down and enjoy it slowly. Hearing Cheng Yang's inner thoughts, Cao Cao was momentarily taken aback. How could this lad possess such a sordid mindset? However, crude as his words were, they held a certain logic. But what would he teach Zhang? What methodology would he employ? That was a question. Cheng Yang set down the teacup, retrieving a small, round object from his bosom, extending it toward Cao Zhang. Since you have pledged yourself as my disciple, I must reciprocate. You often express your desire to gallop upon the battlefield, conquering far and wide. Thus, I present you with a small gift, a token of my mentorship. As Cao Zhang accepted the small object, he grumbled, "What is this mysterious item? I have heard you are quite skilled in metallurgy. Why not bestow upon me a suit of armor or a treasured blade?" Cao Zhang felt somewhat disappointed, hastily stowing the small item away, dismissing the matter. At that moment, however, the observing Guijia's eyes widened in astonishment. "Young Master Zhang, what is that item? Quickly, let us have a look." The others, witnessing Guijia's urgency, were equally puzzled. What could this be that could astonish the knowledgeable and clever Guijia? Cao Zhang, bewildered and sensing the gravity of the situation, hastily retrieved the object and held it respectfully in his hands. In his palm lay a delicate and exquisite compass. The compass, one of the 4 great inventions of ancient China, was a primitive version, based on the south-pointing spoon. Its accuracy and craftsmanship, when compared to modern counterparts, were naturally incomparable. The compass gifted to Cao Zhang was not a south-pointing spoon, but a genuine compass. Not only was it remarkably refined and portable, but its precision was also exceptional. After examining it for a moment, Guojia could not help but exclaim, "Incredible, my lord, look! Regardless of how I shift its position, even if I turn it upside down, this fine needle remains unwaveringly pointed north, not deviating in the slightest." Cao Cao's hands trembled slightly, his heart racing with excitement. He understood better than anyone the immense significance of the compass in military campaigns. During rescues or in battlefields and wilderness, if one could not discern direction, it posed a fatal threat to the entire army. Let us not even mention the recent campaign against Yuanshu and Huainan, where the vanguard troops repeatedly lost their way, nearly crossing into Elbu's territory to engage in battle. If they could accurately determine their position, even amidst rain or darkness, the army would have much to rely upon. Cao Cao composed himself, casually turning the compass over, smiling, "Such a precious gift. How can a mere lad like you possibly accept it? Zhang, allow me to keep it for you. When you grow older, I shall return it." Cao Zhang, empty-handed, stared wide-eyed at Cao Cao. Cao Cao turned back, scolding Qing Yang and Yu. Such a crucial military secret cannot be displayed so carelessly. Thank goodness Zhang is the son of Cao. Had this treasure fallen into enemy hands, how would you bear the responsibility? Qing Yang wore a bewildered expression. "Is this truly my doing? A gift intended for your son has somehow turned into a source of blame? You, old fellow, with a mere wave of your hand, have taken it, and now you turn around to scold me? One must not be too callous. What do you call this? This is nothing short of heartlessness." Cao Cao chuckled. "What heartlessness? It's rather vivid. Isn't it? Nevertheless, this compass must not, under any circumstances, be entrusted to Cao Zhang. If it were to fall into enemy hands, the consequences would be dire. It must be retrieved and thoroughly studied, much like the telescope, to be regarded as standard equipment for the senior commanders of the Cao army." Cao Cao cleared his throat and turned the page. "Old Cheng, Zhang has already paid his respects. Why not hasten to prepare a feast?" Cheng Yu beamed with delight and shouted towards the courtyard, "Prepare the feast, bring forth the wine." The household servants hurriedly set the table with delectable dishes, wine, and snacks, swiftly arranging them at various seats. Once everyone settled in their respective places, they began to congratulate Cheng Yu, exclaiming how fortunate it was for the old Cheng family to have produced such a fine son, who was now the esteemed mentor of the heir. Cheng Yu smiled broadly, humbly acknowledging their praises while joining in the revelry. "Cheng Yu, you are indeed blessed." In the midst of the conversation, Xiahou Yuan suddenly stood, raised a cup of wine, and approached Cheng Yu. engaging him in animated discussion. This lad Qingyang, I may not know his other talents, but his ability to discern people is truly exceptional. My niece's husband, Zhang Fei, is introduced to us by Qingyang. That fellow is remarkably fierce, a master of martial arts. At this, everyone could not help but chuckle. Qingyang found it hard to contain his laughter, thinking, and this is just the beginning. Are you already tipsy? Your boasting makes me feel embarrassed. Nevertheless, Xiahou Yuan was no slouch either. Among so many renowned generals under a man's command, Xiahou Yuan undoubtedly ranks among the top few in terms of skill. Not only is he adept at rapid assaults, but he is also skilled in surprise tactics, balancing both offense and defense, making him a rare polymath. Oh? This lad is aware of Xiahou Yuan's prowess? Hearing Qingyang's thoughts, Cao Cao couldn't help but smile while stroking his beard. In his early years, Xiahou Yuan had already accompanied Cao Cao on numerous campaigns. His valor was unmatched, and his military achievements were numerous. Cao Cao owes much of his current status to Xiahou Yuan's unwavering loyalty and trust. Moreover, they share familial ties. Xiahou Yuan's wife is Cao Cao's sister-in-law. When Cao Cao faced legal troubles back in his homeland, it was Xiahou Yuan who took the blame and served time. Allowing Cao Cao to escape, he cast a furtive glance at Xiahou Yuan, his eyes filled with appreciation. It was unexpected that Qingyang held Xiahou Yuan in such high regard. It seemed that heroes often recognize one another. Just as he nodded in satisfaction, Qingyang's voice of regret echoed in his mind. What a pity that such a loyal and brave general was slain by that old man Huang Zhong. Cao Cao's face turned pale. Huang Zhong? An old man? How could one of my finest generals be felled by an elderly man? In an instant, Cao Cao was left utterly shocked. Chapter 37. Is this called Tai Chi? Are you daft, my lord? Why do you keep staring at me? Xiahou Yuan felt uneasy under Cao Cao's gaze. Cao Cao furrowed his brow in anger and admonished him. In the future, you must never act recklessly or impulsively. Xiahou Yuan stood upright, respectfully replying, this subordinate will heed your teachings. The others present found the situation peculiar. Why was the lord reprimanding Xiahou Yuan? Did he have some special task for him? In truth, Cao Cao felt a deep sense of humiliation. A dignified general brought low by an old man. This was not merely embarrassing. It was absurd. Yet, who exactly was this old man Huang Zhong? He had never heard of him. Perhaps this individual possessed remarkable skills and abilities. When the opportunity arises, he should be recruited. After the feast, everyone was quite intoxicated. Cao Cao patted Qingyang on the shoulder, smiling, young Cheng, I entrust Zhang to you for the time being. You must educate him well. Rest assured, my lord. I shall take good care of young Master Zhang, Qingyang replied, and Cao Cao nodded in satisfaction. With the assistance of Chaoang and others, he boarded the carriage and returned to his residence, leaving only Cao Zhang and Qingyang, staring at one another. Master, I am ready. What shall you teach me? Martial arts? Archery? In the courtyard, the wine cups were not yet cleared, and Cao Zhang was already eager to practice. Martial arts? Martial arts? Yes, martial arts. Qingyang replied with a smile, since you have taken me as your master, I cannot hide my skills. I happen to have a set of martial arts techniques to impart to you. Take your time to study them. Really? Cao Zhang exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. It wasn't that he looked down on Qingyang. It was just that Cao Cao had previously warned him. Qingyang's strength lay in wisdom and strategy. Cao Cao hoped Qingyang would teach him formations and military tactics. Even if he couldn't provide military strategy, imparting principles of military governance would suffice. But why did his young master start with martial arts? If he wanted to learn martial arts, did he really need to seek out a master? Cao Zhang couldn't help but let out a sigh. Clearly disappointed. Do you look down on me? Fine. If you do, then I'll truly show you my skills. Young Master Zhang, pay attention. Saying this, he leisurely demonstrated a simple set of Tai Chi movements. This set of Tai Chi was taught to him by his physical education teacher back in school and was even part of the physical examination curriculum. Therefore, he had learned it well enough, though he had become somewhat rusty due to infrequent practice. Master, what slow and sluggish movements are these? Is this truly martial arts? You dare to question the renowned Tai Chi? Pay attention and learn. Remember, Tai Chi revolves around the principles of Confucianism and Taoism, with yin and yang at its core, supported by the 5 elements, guiding breath and energy, harmonizing body and mind, blending softness and firmness. Cao Zhang chuckled. Is it really that impressive? All right, I'll give it a try. He mimicked Qingyang's posture, embracing the round and maintaining balance, drawing arcs and pushing hands. Although he couldn't grasp the true essence of Tai Chi's yin and yang, he found the martial art quite intriguing and enjoyable. Tai Chi is easy to learn but difficult to master. It emphasizes using leverage to overcome force and maintaining a seamless flow of energy throughout the body. After practicing a few times, although he memorized the movements, he still felt a bit lost, as if he were grasping at straws. However, he vaguely sensed some deeper meaning in the simple act of embracing the round and drawing arcs. After bidding farewell to Qing Yang, Cao Zhang returned home late at night and began to ponder the movements. The following morning, he resumed his routine of running and practicing martial arts at the training ground. However, the more he practiced, the less fulfilling it felt, far inferior to the Tai Chi Qing Yang had taught him. Thus, he closed his eyes and began to perform the movements fluidly in front of a crowd. Many soldiers and officers present were friends of Cao Zhang. Upon seeing him standing idly, not practicing archery or engaging in combat drills, but instead flailing about like a fool, they found it utterly ridiculous. "Hey, Zhangzi, what are you doing? Summoning rain." It was Cao Zhang's mischievous friend, Xiahou Ba, the second son of Xiahou Yuan. "Get lost." Cao Zhang retorted crossly, "I'm practicing Tai Chi." Xiahou Ba laughed. "Who taught you that?" "Tai Chi. More like turtle boxing. Can you even kill someone with that? I fear your punch wouldn't even reach before you'd be kicked away." Cao Zhang rolled his eyes at him, too lazy to respond. "Just go away. Don't hinder my practice. You don't understand. Tai Chi is addictive." Hearing this, several others gathered around, imitating Cao Zhang's movements with varying degrees of enthusiasm. However, without Cheng Yang's guidance, they failed to grasp the principles of fluidity and balance, resulting in either soft, lackluster attempts or overexerted movements that were entirely off-mark. Among them, a few with good martial arts foundations practiced a few times and began to sense the essence, showing some semblance of guided breath. Half an hour later, when Xiahou Yuan came to inspect, he was taken aback. "What on earth are you all doing? Why aren't you practicing properly, father?" Xiahou Ba replied cheerfully, "We're practicing martial arts." "Look, Tai Chi." Xiahou Yuan raised his whip and struck Xiahou Ba's rear end, scolding, "Are you out of your mind? Get lost. Don't create trouble in front of me." Seeing this, everyone hurriedly dispersed, obediently returning to their formations. In the end, only Cao Zhang remained. Xiahou Yuan, furious, marched up and grabbed his ear. "So it's you causing trouble here. Come, we're going to see the Lord." "Uncle, Xiahou, please don't pull my ear. Be gentle." "Ah, ouch, come on." Xiahou Yuan dragged Cao Zhang all the way to Cao Cao, saying, "My lord, Cao Zhang has been causing a ruckus in the training ground, deliberately disrupting the soldiers' drills. Is this true?" Cao Cao was greatly astonished. Although his son was somewhat unruly, he had always regarded the military camp as a sacred place and would never dare to act recklessly within its confines. What could have caused such a commotion today? Has his audacity been emboldened by taking Qing Yang as his master? "Tell me, what transpired, father?" "I did nothing wrong. I was simply practicing my martial arts," Cao Zhang replied, his face filled with grievance. Xiahou Yuan's expression darkened. "What you call practicing martial arts resembles the antics of a monkey, and you have led a group of soldiers astray." Cao Zhang protested, "It truly was practice, as instructed by my master." Qing Yang taught you this? Does he possess knowledge of martial arts? Zhang'er, do not be hasty. Let us see you demonstrate that set of techniques." With no other choice, Cao Zhang complied. He began with the opening stance, executing single whip. White crane spreads its wings and wild horse parts its mane. Although his movements were slow, they exhibited a harmonious blend of strength and gentleness, flowing seamlessly together. As the onlookers watched, Cao Cao's gaze transitioned from anger to suspicion, then to astonishment, and ultimately to profound shock. This martial art not only encompassed the principles of yin and yang and the 5 elements, but also flowed with exquisite grace, adapting effortlessly to the practitioner's intent. Could it be that Qing Yang was not only a master strategist but also a grandmaster of martial arts? Chapter 38. The Collapse of a Man's Composure Master. "I claim this Tai Chi is your teaching? Yet they refuse to believe me," Cao Zhang lamented in the training grounds. "Look at this multitude, this grand spectacle. Was it necessary to take such matters with such seriousness? Even a man is surprised. How sheltered are you all?" Qing Yang chuckled. "Indeed, I taught him. What of it? Tai Chi, while slow, is merely meant to help Cao Zhang stretch his limbs." However, before he could finish, Su Chu, Dianwei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei turned to him. all bearing expressions of shock. Tai Chi is a treasure of the Huaxia culture. Its profound philosophies and martial principles might be unknown to outsiders, but these men were all masters of martial arts. How could they not recognize its significance? Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Zhang Fei stepped closer and quietly inquired, "Sir, is this set of techniques truly what you imparted to Cao Zhang?" Cheng Yang replied with a smile, "Is there any doubt? Why do you all bear such expressions?" Guan Yu and Dian Wei exchanged glances, then nodded in agreement. They approached Cheng Yang with cupped fists, saying, "If that is the case, we implore you, Master Cheng, to demonstrate it once more, that we may bear witness." Before such a large audience, Cheng Yang felt somewhat embarrassed. Yet, surrounded by these robust warriors, there was no escape. Damn. I merely wished to teach a bit of Tai Chi, and now I've attracted a host of troubles. Had I known, I would have refrained from teaching. A simple military boxing or 5-step technique would have sufficed. A man, that rogue, did not even lend me a hand, despite being my pupil's father. He finds amusement in watching me display my skills like a monkey. Does he not? Cao Cao, ignoring the rogue epithet, became intrigued by Cheng Yang's military boxing and 5-step techniques. So, he truly is a martial arts expert. How can that be? This young man appears delicate and refined, not resembling a practitioner at all. In the training grounds, Cheng Yang slowly began performing Tai Chi after a few years of university, where physical education consisted of Tai Chi and military boxing. He still remembered all the moves. After demonstrating, although his strength and stability could not match Cao Zhang's, the fluidity and connection between his movements surpassed those of Cao Zhang by several degrees. At this point, everyone had to concede. What an exceptional martial art! Truly remarkable. Guan Yu, with his high aptitude in martial arts, was aptly named the martial saint. Master Cheng, your set of techniques embodies the principles of yin and yang, the 5 elements, with many wondrous variations. Moreover, the movements flow effortlessly and with an air of elegance. It is simply astonishing. After a brief pause, Guan Yu suddenly clasped his fists and knelt. Might I ask, does Master Cheng harbor any disdain for me? If not, would you be willing to teach this set of techniques to me? Cheng Yang was taken aback. Why would you bow to me? You are the illustrious martial saint, revered by countless future generations. How can you lower yourself in such a manner? He hurried to assist him up. General Guan, there is no need for such formalities. If you wish to learn, I shall have Cao Zhang teach you. Guan Yu was overjoyed. In that case, I am most grateful. Cao Cao, however, wore a look of suspicion. The martial saint? Is Guan Yu proclaiming himself an emperor? Was it not Sima Yi who aspired to such a title? Is Guan Yu also seeking to usurp the Cao family's legacy and threaten my progeny? His expression darkened as he contemplated this. At that moment, Zhang Fei, Su Chu, and others clamored, I wish to learn too. I wish to learn. Very well, let everyone learn from Cao Zhang. Cao Cao chimed in, joining the chorus. Little Cheng, enough already. If you wish to learn, then learn. Why ask me? Cao Zhang knows how. This young man had quite the temper. Unbeknownst to him, as Cao Zhang's master, he was bound to consider his pupils' consent before teaching outsiders. Cao Cao cleared his throat. Little Cheng, since you are a master of martial arts, you must possess more than just this Tai Chi. Correct. Perhaps something like military boxing or 5-step techniques that you could demonstrate for us. To avoid raising Cheng Yang's suspicions, Cao Cao deliberately referred to military boxing as military techniques. It stands to reason that if it is indeed military boxing, it must be applicable for the troops. If the soldiers of the Cao camp could all learn it, their combat capabilities would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Cheng Yang felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Was it truly about practicing martial arts? A man, you might as well work me to death. If it is something everyone can learn, then of course, it would be military boxing. Its movements are concise and practical, far superior to the nonsensical drills in the Cao camp. However, if I claim to know it, a man will surely insist I teach the entire army. Thus, I shall secretly teach military boxing to Cao Zhang, who can then pass it on to the other soldiers. In this manner, I can enjoy my leisure. Very well, Cheng Yang smiled apologetically. I do possess several sets of techniques. However, since I have already taken Cao Zhang as my disciple, I shall naturally impart these techniques to him. Should you wish to learn, seek him out in the future. Cao Cao smiled faintly. This lad is quite astute. Yet, he still harbored doubts. Would the martial saint truly rebel? After the crowd dispersed, Cao Cao remained troubled. He summoned Cheng Yang and inquired indirectly, Little Cheng, What are your thoughts on Guan Yu? Quite good indeed. And do you believe he would ever rebel? Rebel? What nonsense is that? Lord Guan is a paragon of loyalty and righteousness, revered by future generations. Have you lost your senses? When you sought him out, you were practically begging him to return to Xuchang. Now that you have had your fill, you wish to turn your back on him? How shameless can you be? Cao Cao felt as though he had just been verbally chastised by Qing Yang, and his temper flared. You rascal, you have quite the knack for insults. However, it was a relief that he had not misjudged Guan Yu. He truly was a man of loyalty and integrity. As they spoke, a young boy suddenly ran up, waving at Cao Cao, accompanied by a couple of attendants. Father, your son pays his respects. Oh? What brings you here? Cao Cao exclaimed with delight, affectionately lifting the child. Why are you not studying at the academy? Have you come to follow in your elder brother's footsteps and become a general? The young boy stuck out his tongue. I do not wish to be a general. I want to be a strategist like you. Father, good. Such ambition. While holding the child, Cao Cao pointed to Qing Yang. This is Mr. Qing Yang, the advisor I rely upon most. The boy wriggled free and respectfully performed a scholarly bow. I am Cao Chong, here to meet Mr. Cheng. Cao Chong, the prodigy, Cao Chong. Qing Yang was taken aback. What a remarkable child. This little one could recognize characters at 3, recite poetry at 4, chant scriptures at 5, and learn military strategy at 6. Upon hearing Qing Yang's thoughts, Cao Cao could not contain his joy. Cao Chong was his most cherished child, the one who filled him with pride. Although merely a toddler, his intellect had already reached an adult level. In fact, many adults might not compare to him in cleverness. Cao Cao intended to cultivate him as his successor. Mr. Cheng, what are your thoughts on my son? Does he meet your standards? Qing Yang stammered. Young Master Chong is exceptionally bright and astute, surpassing ordinary individuals. Not only in Xuchang but throughout the realm, few can match him. Cao Cao's excitement grew even more profound upon hearing this. In the Cao family, there is Cao Ji in literature, Cao Zhang in martial prowess. And now, in strategy and intellect, we have Cao Chong. Just imagine, when they mature, who could stand against the Cao clan? Qing Yang nodded repeatedly. Indeed, indeed, Lord Sima, your observations are spot on. However, turning away, he could not help but murmur inwardly. While it is true that Cao Ji is talented, his life has been filled with sorrow. Pressured by his brother to compose a poem in 7 steps, failing to do so would lead to execution. In the end, he succumbed to despair and died far from home, unable to enter the capital. Cao Zhang's fate was no better. He met his end through poison and died abruptly. As for Cao Chong, his fate is indeed the most tragic of all. He did not live to see adulthood, passing away at merely a tender age of 10. The news struck Cao Cao like a thunderbolt, shattering his thoughts in an instant. While he was already aware of Cao Zhang's demise by poisoning, the thought of Cao Ji living in perpetual melancholy was equally distressing. Was it true that his elder brother would compel him to compose a poem in 7 steps, threatening him with execution if he failed? Who dared to treat his own offspring in such a manner? And now, Cao Chong, who did not survive to adulthood, perished at such a young age. This is utterly bewildering. It seems that all of Cao Cao's descendants are doomed to such unfortunate fates. Chapter 39. Young one, why not take Cao Chong under your wing as well? Cao Cao's emotions were a tumultuous blend of sorrow and frustration. The news of Cao Zhang being poisoned, of Cao Ji's inevitable despondency, and the untimely death of his beloved youngest son, Cao Chong, weighed heavily upon him. What manner of fate was this? The mere contemplation of it was exhausting. He had entrusted Cao Zhang to Qing Yang, hoping that Qing Yang's prowess would safeguard his safety. But what of Cao Chong? Perhaps Cao Cao turned to Qing Yang and thought it prudent to entrust Cao Chong to him as well. If he was aware that Cao Chong faced a great calamity, surely he would possess the means to avert it. Furthermore, should anything befall Cao Chong, as his teacher, Qing Yang would be held accountable. Cao Cao turned back, smiling at Qing Yang. Young Cheng, why not take Cao Chong as your disciple as well? Qing Yang was momentarily taken aback. Take Cao Chong as a disciple? What do you intend? Is one Cao Zhang not sufficient? Now you wish to burden me with Cao Chong as well? Have you mistaken me for a nursery, my lord? You might as well entrust me with your wife. I shall care for her too, while you simply seize anyone you please. Qing Yang's expression was one of incredulity. My lord, are you not mistaken? Young Master Chong is still but a child, merely a few years old. Cao Cao was aware of this, yet for the sake of Cao Chong's life, He could not afford to be overly concerned. Young Chung, you see, whether you take one or two, it is the same. So why not take on an additional one? Young Chung is both clever and endearing. Teaching him to read and write would indeed be a joy. Moreover, everyone is already aware of your connection to Qinghe. In a sense, he is your younger brother. What could be more delightful than teaching your brother? Teach? Nonsense. I refuse, Cheng Yang exclaimed. You dare to raise your temper with me? Very well, whether you wish to or not. You shall take him under your wing. Cao Cao cleared his throat. The tutors I have procured for young Chung are all esteemed scholars of our time, with a monthly stipend of 50,000 coins. Cheng Yang's heart skipped a beat. 50,000 coins. This was equivalent to 10 months of his previous salary. Additionally, there would be further gifts presented on the 1st and 15th of each month, amounting to 2 or 3,000 coins. 2 or 3,000 coins in a year would total over 300,000. Of course, since Chong-er is my most cherished son, should you agree to take him as a disciple? The rewards could be doubled. My lord. Cheng Yang clasped his hands in a gesture of obligation. It is indeed a privilege for me to accept young Master Chong as a disciple. You can rest assured that I shall dedicate myself to his education. Upon hearing this, Cao Cao chuckled with delight. You think you can evade my grasp? Just by your words, I can discern your true intentions. Your greed is evident, and you shall not escape my palm. Cao Cao patted Cao Chong's arm affectionately. Chong-er, from now on, you shall study under him or Cheng, not be fooled by his seemingly carefree demeanor. He is, in fact, quite learned. Who are you insulting? Who do you think you are? You scoundrel! It is no wonder you suffer from your headaches, and it is no wonder you are destined to die a lingering death. This is all retribution. Cao Cao was suddenly infuriated. I suffer from headaches? I will die a slow death? He was utterly at a loss for words. Heavens! Are you playing with me? A few sons have died young, others poisoned, and none have met a good end, and now I am to die a lingering death. Cao Cao's face turned pale as cold sweat broke out. He understood that Cheng Yang's words were profoundly accurate, for he indeed suffered from severe headaches. Although the pain was not yet unbearable, it was worsening with each episode. In just 3 to 5 years, it would become intolerable, leading to excruciating agony. For a moment, Cao Cao was lost in thought, seemingly foreseeing his own tragic fate years hence. What to do? Since Cheng Yang had already discerned this, should he seek his assistance? Perhaps he could even become his disciple. Cao Cao chuckled to himself at the absurdity of it. Forget it. Life and death are predestined, and wealth and nobility come from heaven. I can manage my symptoms for now. In the future, I shall seek his guidance slowly. Having come to this realization, Cao Cao resumed his previous topic. Chong-er, you shall regard Mr. Chung as your benefactor. Do you understand? Cao Chung nodded earnestly. Yes, I understand, father. Then, he raised his delicate, handsome face and, with an innocent smile, addressed Qing Yang. Disciple Cao Chung pays his respects to you. Sir, Cao Chung, it must be said, was quite sensible and adorable, especially considering his tender age. He was merely a child. Yet he deliberately mimicked the demeanor of an adult, donning scholarly robes and performing the rites of a scholar. Truly resembling a budding scholar that had no need for formalities. Cao Chung. What book are you currently studying? Upon hearing Cheng Yang's inquiry, Cao Chung stood respectfully to the side and replied earnestly, in response to your question, Sir, I have just completed reading The Art of War by Sun Tzu, and I am currently studying the 9 chapters on the mathematical art. Goodness. At merely 5 or 6 years old, he has already finished reading The Art of War? When I was that age, I was still rolling around in the mud. How infuriating it is to compare. Cheng Yang genuinely praised him before adding, very well, since you are studying the 9 chapters, I shall teach you some arithmetic knowledge. After I finish my work, I will visit the Cao residence to see you. Thank you, sir. After Cao Chung departed, Cao Cao began to ponder. Does Cheng Yang truly understand arithmetic? If it is merely simple calculations, Chong-er would already know them, having studied the 9 chapters for several months, and is quite knowledgeable. Would Cheng Yang be able to teach him? Throughout the morning, Cao Cao could not shake off this concern, and after lunch, seeing that there was nothing to attend to at the Prime Minister's residence, he ordered a carriage to be prepared and set off for home. Eager to uncover the truth. At that moment, Cheng Yang was seated comfortably, diligently reviewing Cao Chong's assignments. Cao Zhang, the third son, was also present, eager to join in. Cao Cao approached the courtyard door without announcing himself. standing behind a rockery to observe from a distance. Before long, Cheng Yang's thoughts echoed in his mind. This child prodigy is truly remarkable. His assignments already reflect the level of a middle school student and have even touched upon high school mathematics. Concepts of equations, square roots, and pi, goodness. He has self-studied and reached these topics. Given time, once he fully grasps the 9 chapters, he will undoubtedly become another Lu Hui. Lu Hui? Cao Cao furrowed his brow. Who is that? I have never heard of him. Perhaps he is an unknown mathematical genius. Cheng Yang set aside the assignments and remarked, Cao Chong, your current level is quite commendable. However, there are areas where you are too rigid and lack flexibility. Without the ability to adapt, it becomes difficult to apply what you have learned. How about this? I will change my approach and give you a question to solve. Are you ready? Cao Chong nodded. Please, sir, enlighten me. Chapter 40 Amon, you wouldn't consider harming Hua Tua, would you? Testing Cao Chong was no simple task. He was exceptionally intelligent and eager to learn. If the questions were too difficult, it would seem like bullying a child. If too simple, it would reflect a lack of skill. After some contemplation, Cheng Yang posed a question. If a competition among soldiers on horseback occurs, and you overtake the second place, what position do you hold? Before Cao Chong could respond, Cao Zhang interjected. If you pass the second, that must mean you are first, master. What kind of question is that? A 3-year-old could answer it. Cheng Yang smiled but remained silent. First? Fool. No wonder you can only be a general and not a commander. Cao Zhang, use your brain. Cao Cao, eavesdropping nearby, was also baffled. If he surpassed the second, isn't he first? Such a simple principle. Who wouldn't he understand? Is this fellow attempting to be cryptic? Cao Chong, pondering with a hand on his head, suddenly had a revelation and cheerfully exclaimed, Sir, I understand. The answer is second. Cheng Yang nodded approvingly. Correct. Although you have overtaken the second place, there remains one ahead of you. Therefore, you have merely replaced second place and are not yet first. As he spoke, he turned to reprimand Cao Zhang. One must think critically and not take things for granted. If Lord Sima were here, he would certainly know the answer without hesitation. You are simply too lazy to ponder. Cao Zhang chuckled softly, refraining from uttering a word. Sir, this question of yours is quite intriguing. I have never encountered anything like it before. It seems to differ from the points of entry discussed in the texts. Of course it differs. The materials in the books are primarily foundational knowledge. The bedrock of all learning. What Chung speaks of is the art of flexible application, transforming knowledge into capability. If you are interested, I shall pose another question. What say you, esteemed teacher? Well, listen closely. There are 10 candles on the table. If 5 are extinguished, how many remain? After posing the question, Cheng Yang gently closed his eyes, awaiting Cao Chong's response. Unexpectedly, Cao Zhang interjected with a sudden outburst. Master, this question is far too simple. If 5 candles are blown out of 10, 5 remain. Even a 3-year-old could calculate that. Cheng Yang let out a dismissive hum, shaking his head. If the Prime Minister were present, he would surely reprimand you. Your answer is incorrect. At this, not only was Cao Zhang perplexed, but even Cao Cao wore a look of bewilderment. Zhang'er speaks truthfully. If there are 10 candles and 5 are extinguished, how can there be any error? Is there some hidden meaning? After a brief pause, Cao Chong suddenly chuckled. Sir, I comprehend. This is not an arithmetic problem, but a riddle of intellect. You seek to test my mental agility. Oh, do enlighten us, Chung urged. Rising to his feet, Cao Chong bowed with utmost respect. Indeed, there are 10 candles on the table. 5 have been extinguished, yet they remain on the table. Therefore, the answer is 10. Cheng Yang beamed with satisfaction. They say Cao Chong is a prodigy, but until now, he had not fully grasped this. However, in their direct exchange, Cheng Yang recognized that this child was truly extraordinary. Riddles of this nature would have stumped him in his youth, yet Cao Chong approached the question with an alternative perspective. Undistracted by extraneous factors, the reputation of the Cao family's genius was well-deserved. Cheng Yang sighed contentedly, poised to offer praise, when Cao Chong unexpectedly broke into applause. Sir, it is no wonder my father holds you in such high regard. You truly are a remarkable individual. To be your disciple is indeed a stroke of fortune for me. Good heavens, does this sound like something a 5 or 6-year-old would say? Did you grow up on hormones? A man is certainly fortunate, having a clever, understanding, and exceedingly charming son at over 40. If I had such a child, I would wake up smiling from dreams every day. Ahem, little Ching, Chonger, have you completed your lesson? Cao Cao approached, his expression radiant and filled with vigor. He felt elated for Cao Chong and firmly believed Qing Yang to be a person worthy of trust. Father, Mr. Chung is indeed exceptional. Thank you for finding such a wonderful teacher for me. Cao Chong bowed deeply, embodying the demeanor of a scholar. Cao Cao could not suppress a hearty laugh. Excellent, splendid indeed. Observing this, Cao Zhang clasped his fists and chuckled, Father, I too must express my gratitude for finding such a fine master for me. Scram! You can't even solve a question suitable for a 3-year-old, and yet you have the audacity to thank me. Allowing little Cheng to be your teacher feels like an injustice to him. With a snort, Cheng Yang couldn't help but smile. Goodness, a man is truly double-faced. When Cao Chong thanks him, he praises. When Cao Zhang thanks him, he tells him to scram. If I had a father like that, I would surely be driven to despair. Hearing Cheng Yang's thoughts, Cao Cao felt a twinge of guilt. Yet, as a father in ancient times, he believed in absolute authority over his children, regardless of right or wrong. If reprimanding was necessary, so be it. They must endure. If they could not, they would weep in silence. However, Cao Zhang had grown accustomed to this. Master, master. As they conversed, Cao Hong suddenly rushed in. He clasped his fists toward Cao Cao. Brimming with excitement, Master, the physician you asked me to find has been located. Oh, pray, invite him in. Ever since learning that his chronic headache would accompany him throughout his life, Cao Cao had been restless. All men cherish their lives, and as the ruler of Xuchong, he felt this even more keenly. But the renowned physician Hua Tuo, indeed, the most famous divine healer in the realm, Mr. Hua Tuo has arrived. Is he here to treat a man's headache? Surely, he is not going to perform surgery. In the various tales of the three kingdoms, the story of Cao Cao and Hua Tuo has been widely circulated. Burdened by the weight of governance, plagued by anxiety and suspicion, Cao Cao suffered from a severe headache. Thus, he sought out the renowned physician Hua Tuo for treatment. After diagnosing him, Hua Tuo indicated that the ailment would not be cured in the short term, and even with prolonged treatment, it could only be temporarily alleviated, not eradicated. However, there was a method, surgically opening the skull to extract the root of the ailment. Subsequently, Hua Tuo met his demise. But this is a matter of the later three kingdoms. How could he arrive now? Qingyang followed closely behind, aware that if anything went awry, he might be able to speak a good word for Hua Tuo, leveraging his identity as the young master's teacher. A man wouldn't kill Hua Tuo, would he? He is a divine healer. If you kill him, the medical advancements of the Han dynasty would regress by years. Cao Cao turned his gaze back to Qingyang. What do you take me for? Hua Tuo is the physician I summoned to treat my affliction. How could I harm him? You truly have a wild imagination. Chapter 41. What nonsense is this? You wish to sever Chao's head? In the inner chamber, Cao Cao had changed into civilian attire, awaiting Hua Tuo's arrival to treat him. Cao Hong, Cao Ren, and several other Cao family youths stood by. Waiting, before long, a voice called from outside, report. Renowned physician Hua Tuo requests an audience. Cao Cao adjusted his attire, admit him. With a single command, Hua Tuo entered slowly through the courtyard gate. His hair and beard were gray. Yet his demeanor was gentle and kind. Though over 50 years of age, he appeared vigorous and sprightly, showing no signs of aging, a rarity in an era where life expectancy barely reached 50. Upon entering the inner chamber, Hua Tuo raised his hand in greeting. I have the honor of meeting Lord Cao and all esteemed guests. Hua humbly presents my respects. Cao Cao hastily rose, welcoming him with a smile. Divine healer Hua has traveled far. There is no need for such formalities. Please, take a seat. Hua Tuo waved his hands repeatedly. You are too kind, Lord Cao. Cao Cao replied, What are you saying, divine healer? You are renowned throughout the land. I have long heard of your name. It is indeed a great fortune to meet you today. Come, divine healer, have some tea. He took Hua Tuo's hand, guiding him to sit on a soft couch while he stood opposite, personally pouring tea for him. Cao Hong and Cao Ren exchanged astonished glances. Why is the Lord so courteous today? He treats this mere village physician with such deference, serving him tea himself. Even Sun Yu and Guo Jia have never received such treatment. Not only Cao Hong and Cao Ren, but even Hua Tuo felt overwhelmed by the honor. Rumors depicted Cao Cao as cunning and ruthless, yet today, He appeared as a gracious and enlightened ruler. Could it be that those were mere fabrications? Lord Cao, I can serve myself, Hua Tuo insisted, rising quickly. You two, please sit. Cao Cao nodded, taking the opportunity to glance back at Cheng Yang. You think Cao would harm Hua Tuo? Preposterous. You slander me. I shall show you how I treat physicians and care for the people. Divine healer, Cao Cao continued, there is no need for such formalities. I cannot accept the title of divine healer. Then let us address you as Mr. Hua. Mr. Hua, I have invited you here because I have been feeling unwell and would like your assistance. Hua Tuo raised a hand. Lord Cao, there is no need for all this. I understand. Upon entering the inner chamber, I could tell. Cao Cao's complexion was pale, cold sweat beading on his brow, and a myriad of worries etched on his face, clear indicators of a chronic headache. Lord Cao, if my observations are correct, you are indeed suffering from a severely debilitating headache. Ah, this? Cao Cao was taken aback, astonished at Hua Tuo's acumen. Even before feeling his pulse or conducting a thorough examination, he had accurately diagnosed Cao Cao's condition. I am entirely convinced. As Cao Cao spoke, he offered a symbolic bow, casting a glance at Cheng Yang. Such a skillful physician is sought after by many. You thought I would kill him? Absurd, utterly absurd. Seeing Cao Cao glance at him once more, Cheng Yang felt a sudden pang of anxiety. A man. Why do you keep looking at me? Hua Tuo is here to treat you. Why are you sneaking glances at me? Is there something wrong? Truly, a man does have issues. Alas, poor Hua Tuo, such a good man. Yet because he is treating a man, he might end up imprisoned and killed. A man? You truly are something else. Hearing Cheng Yang's thoughts, Cao Cao was incensed, nearly triggering a headache. Is it you who is ill, or am I unwell? Can I not make my own decisions? Just because you think I would kill Hua Tuo? Does that mean I must? Cao certain today would never lay a finger on Hua Tuo, lest dire consequences ensue. However, what those consequences might be, even Cao Cao himself was oblivious. He observed as Hua Tuo opened his medicine chest, retrieving a cushion, and realized he was about to undergo a comprehensive examination. In a flurry, he extended his right hand, placing his wrist upon the cushion. Mr. Hua, please. The moment Hua Tuo touched Cao Cao's pulse, his expression turned grave. As the examination prolonged, Hua Tuo's brow furrowed deeper, ultimately bowing his head in solemn contemplation, as though facing a formidable adversary. The onlookers held their breath, none daring to utter a word. Cao Cao, feeling a sense of dread, was beaded with cold sweat. Mr. Hua, what of my ailment? With a deep sigh, Hua Tuo replied, his countenance tinged with bitterness. Lord Cao, your condition is far more severe than I had anticipated. In an instant, Cao Cao's complexion paled, yet he fought to suppress his inner turmoil, attempting to maintain a facade of nonchalance. How could that be? I merely suffer from occasional headaches, which I can endure. It hardly seems as grave as you suggest. Hua Tuo inhaled deeply, fixing his gaze upon Cao Cao, and asked each word with deliberation. Lord Cao, does your headache not grow increasingly painful? Are the episodes not becoming more frequent? Is the interval not shortening? Cao Cao stood momentarily stunned, involuntarily nodding. However, a flicker of hope lingered within him. Surely, this could not signify a terminal condition. There must be a remedy. After a moment of contemplation, Hua Tuo abruptly retracted the cushion and closed the medicine chest, speaking earnestly. Indeed, I possess a method, though I fear Lord Cao would not consent to it at that moment. Cheng Yang, who had been quietly observing, gasped in shock. In a way, Hua Tuo, you cannot be serious. Should you dare to proceed thus, do you not fear that a man will swiftly execute you? It would be wise to depart while you still can. Should a man lose his senses, you will surely be unable to escape this calamity. Cao Cao, upon hearing this, felt a surge of indignation. You wretched brat, do you truly deem me so unworthy of respect? Hua Tuo is here to heal me. Why would I harm him? Once he has cured my headaches, I will settle the score with you. Mr. Hua, Cao Cao rose, cupping his fist in salute, and solemnly declared, if you possess a solution, I implore you to share it. Hua Tuo's expression was laden with sorrow. However, this method is fraught with peril. Cao Cao, with hands clasped behind his back, chuckled, having traversed the battlefield for years. I have faced countless storms. Would I truly judge a gentleman's heart with the narrowness of a villain? This statement seemed to bolster Hua Tuo's resolve. After a brief hesitation, he finally spoke candidly. Lord Cao, though your condition appears manageable at present, it is, in truth, a terminal affliction. As time progresses, the pain will intensify, the episodes will multiply, until you can no longer bear it and your spirit departs this world. With each word Hua Tua uttered, Cao Cao felt a chill seep into his heart. By the conclusion, he was left trembling, unable to find his footing. With the current state of medicine, Lord Cao, your malady cannot be treated with herbs or needles. It can only be. Cao Cao stepped forward, his voice urgent. Only what? Hua Tua fixed him with a steady gaze, enunciating each word. Only by cleaving open your skull and extracting the root of the ailment can it be eradicated. Huh! What nonsense is this? Cleave open my skull. Extract the root? I swear, I will be the one to sever your head. Cao Cao erupted in fury, springing to his feet and delivering a kick that sent Hua Tua sprawling several feet away. You treacherous old scoundrel! You intend to murder me. How dare you disguise such intentions under the guise of healing? I shall be the one to end your life first. Bring Hua Tua to me. Throw him into the dungeons. Chapter 42. Reserved for future use, Cao Ran drew his sword, positioning it against Hua Tua's throat. Old man, speak. Who sent you? How dare you threaten my elder brother? I shall ensure you have no place to rest in death. Hua Tua, thoroughly frightened, felt his spirit leave him as he collapsed to the ground. General, please, I speak from the heart. Cao Cao, seething with rage, retorted. You, Hua Tua, face death yet still speak defiantly. I summoned you to treat my headaches. And yet you propose to cleave my head. One stroke and my head would be lost. Naturally, my headaches would vanish, rendering you a most effective healer. Hua Tua implored, Lord Cao, what I meant was to open the skull. Not to remove it entirely. Merely opening it does not guarantee death. Take him away. Drag him off. Cao Cao waved his hand, too exasperated to engage further. By the heavens, to merely open the skull does not ensure survival. Do you think me a fool? After I went through such trouble to summon you, treating you with hospitality, you threaten my life. This vexes me to no end. Cao Cao fumed, nearly bursting with rage. Wishing to end Hua Tua's life on the spot, that moment, Chengyang stepped forward. Wait! The assembly gasped, turning their attention to him. Chengyang took a few steps closer, musing to himself, a man? Do you truly intend to kill Hua Tua? He has journeyed far to earnestly save you. You lack the knowledge of medicine yet seek to execute him. Such actions are unjustifiable. Cao Cao trembled, contemplating the sincerity of Chengyang's words. Had Hua Tua truly come to assist him? Initially skeptical, he now found the notion utterly plausible. Fate. Could this indeed be what they referred to as divine providence? Cao Cao sighed. Little Cheng, what do you propose? Chengyang pondered briefly, then replied with a smile. My lord, Hua Tua is renowned as a divine healer. To imprison him would likely incite public outrage. Instead, Cao Cao shot him a glance instead. What? Chengyang lowered his voice instead. Allow me to handle him. I assure you I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Upon hearing this, Cao Cao furrowed his brow. You wish to take Hua Tua. What are your intentions? Do you plan to aid him? Intend to aid? What nonsense. Hua Tua has committed no crime. He merely proposes a surgical procedure. Many have undergone such operations in my homeland without dire consequences. Furthermore, with Hua Tua's exceptional skill, do you not fear that should he perish, you may find yourself in need of his expertise one day? A man, Cao Zhang perished from poison, Cao Chong from illness, even Cao Pai and Cao Ji met untimely ends in their 40s. Have you not considered that had Hua Tua been present, their fates might have been different? At that moment, a revelation struck Cao Cao like a thunderclap, exploding within his mind. Indeed, how had he not realized this sooner? Had Hua Tua remained, perhaps Zhang's poison, Chang's illness, and the health of his other sons would have turned out differently. Cao Cao's emotions surged as he felt a glimmer of hope, eagerly turning to Chengyang. What suggestions do you have? Chengyang hesitated, then whispered in Cao Cao's ear, My lord, I believe it wise to keep him for future use. Agreed. By the heavens, your acquiescence comes swiftly. Is my request so easily granted? This is not what I anticipated. I thought a man would demand his life regardless of my counsel. Who knew he could be so easily swayed? A smile crept upon Cao Cao's lips. Do you truly believe me so easily swayed by flattery? You underestimate me. I am merely a seeker of talent, generous and benevolent. Yes, indeed. Cao Cao cleared his throat. Little Chung, this Huatu, huh? Cheng Yang could not help but look up. Your words are rather harsh. Cao Cao quickly corrected himself. Mr. Hua, I will arrange for you to stay. Yes, my lord. Remember, he is not to leave Sioux City. Rest assured, my lord, I understand. Having narrowly escaped death, Huatua was filled with gratitude towards Cheng Yang. Once Cao Cao and the others departed, he grasped Cheng Yang's hand, trembling as he expressed his thanks. Thank you, young brother. Had it not been for your presence, my life would have surely been forfeit. Cheng Yang waved his hand with a smile. No need for formality. I have long heard of your esteemed name, the divine healer of our age. Huatuo's face flushed with embarrassment. I am humbled. The two exchanged pleasantries before Cheng Yang led him to his home. Cao Chong intended to follow, yet the guards, deeming him too young, refused him passage. Cao Chong pondered, then summoned his sister, Princess Qinghe, insisting he accompany her for a day out. The guards conferred and ultimately permitted their departure. The siblings raced to Cheng's residence, and upon entering, Princess Qinghe pointed an accusatory finger at Cheng Yang. So, you've gained some prowess, have you? Now a teacher to my brother. You regard me with disdain? Cheng Yang, with a forced smile, said, How could I dare? What brings you here, miss? Princess Qinghe shot him a glance and retorted, What brings me? A foul wind. Tell me, where is that scoundrel who intends to sever my father's head? Upon hearing the unsettling tone, Cheng Yang quickly feigned ignorance. Do not stir up trouble. They are merely trying to treat your father. If you don't understand, refrain from making wild claims. Oh, you, Cheng Yang. The princess, hands on her hips, exclaimed, How dare you betray me? You are infuriating me. Cheng Yang, at a loss for words, replied, Betray? My lady, we are not yet wed. How can it be called betrayal? Perhaps we should consummate our union tonight. Then we would truly be one. Princess Qinghe's face flushed crimson. Her cheeks puffed in indignation as she pouted, casting a forlorn glance at Cheng Yu. Uncle Cheng, look at him. Cheng Yu, feeling awkward, quickly turned away, saying, Well, you two carry on. I shall take the young master outside to play. My son, you have quite the gall, he thought. You dare to tease the daughter of Sikong. You are far braver than I was at your age. Had I possessed even half your courage back then, I would not have fallen into your mother's hands. Cheng Yu lamented, pulling Cao Chong's hand as they exited. At that moment, Hua Tuo, freshly attired, approached them. Upon their meeting, Hua Tuo raised his hand in greeting. Lord Cheng, greetings. Where are you headed? Cheng Yu, grinning, gestured towards the courtyard, just taking a leisurely stroll. Ahem, Mr. Hua, my son is discussing some serious matters indoors. It would be best not to disturb them. It can wait until they are finished. Discussing matters? What business is to be had in broad daylight? Hua Tuo queried, somewhat perplexed. However, as the host had spoken, he felt it inappropriate to pry further. After a few laps around the courtyard, Cheng Yu felt a sudden weariness. His back aching and breath short. Hua Tuo scrutinized him closely, his face turning pale. Lord Cheng, you are afflicted with a grave illness. Chapter 43. My lord, do you care for some leftover food? Cheng Yu chuckled. Mr. Hua, what brings this on? I am full of vigor, hardly looking ill. Hua Tuo frowned, asking, Lord Cheng, do you frequently experience dizziness or weakness in your limbs? Cheng Yu shook his head, stating he felt none of those symptoms. Merely what? Hua Tuo pressed. Cheng Yu hesitated before admitting, merely that after every intimate encounter, I find myself rather parched and it takes a while to recover. Hua Tuo nodded. Indeed, that is the case, Lord Cheng. You are indeed unwell, and it is quite serious. This ailment is known as young hyperactivity. Cheng Yu's eyes widened. Young hyperactivity? What sort of affliction is that? Hua Tuo chuckled softly, leaning closer. It stems from excessive indulgence, leading to a deficiency in kidney, thus harming your vital essence. Cheng Yu's face flushed with embarrassment. Hua Tuo's insight was undeniably astute. But can it be treated? He inquired. Hua Tuo replied, It can be cured. But one must refrain from excessive indulgence. Should you continue to engage in such activities with your wife, the risk of sudden demise is very real. Cheng Yu shuddered at the thought of such severity. It seemed wise to avoid the brothels in the future. After a brief pause, he cleared his throat. Mr. Hua, let us keep this matter between ourselves. Especially do not mention it to my family. Otherwise, she would certainly cause a scene. Hua Tuo was taken aback, realizing the implication. Goodness, Lord Cheng indulges in fast food daily? Just then, Cheng Yang approached, standing between them with a puzzled expression. What are you two discussing? What scene? Cheng Yu shot him a glare. When adults are speaking, children should refrain from interrupting. Go play with Princess Qinghe. Why so irritable? Cheng Yang smirked. Very well. I shall go play and conveniently inform mother that you are hiding something from her. Cheng Yu hastily covered his mouth. Enough. Take this. He tossed 2 gold ingots towards Cheng Yang, who quickly stashed them away. Turning back to Hua Tuo, he smiled. Mr. Hua, may I inquire about your plans? Hua Tuo sighed. To be frank, I initially intended to treat Cao Gong and then wander around, acting as a traveling physician. However, due to my momentary indiscretion, Cao Gong harbors resentment towards me, forbidding me from leaving Sudu. I am at a loss for what to do. I see. Cheng Yang mused. Mr. Hua, have you considered establishing a clinic in Sudu? A clinic? In Sudu? Hua Tuo chuckled self-deprecatingly. In the past, perhaps that would have been feasible. But now, I believe it is unwise. Young Cheng, forgive my candor, but the lords of Sudu are quite difficult to please. This was not without merit. Sudu was currently the heart of the Han Empire, housing royals, dignitaries, and esteemed families. Tio put it bluntly. A single brick could fall from the city walls and strike several high-ranking officials. For a mere country doctor like Hua Tuo, making a living there would indeed be challenging. Cheng Yang pondered, subtly suggesting, what if someone were to assist you? Hua Tuo turned to scrutinize Cheng Yang closely. You wish to help me? Young Cheng, he sighed again. While your family may have some influence with Cao Gong, the waters of Sudu run deep. I have greatly offended Cao Gong in the past. It would be prudent not to wade into such murky waters, lest you drag your family into it. The old man clearly bore a deep grudge against Cao Cao. However, to simply abandon him seemed a pity. After a moment's reflection, Cheng Yang confidently declared, Fear not, Mr. Hua, I shall speak to my lord. You can remain at ease. I assure you, the clinic will come to fruition. As evening fell, Cheng Yang prepared a lavish feast, particularly roasting a good 10 pounds of meat, setting up a modest banquet in the courtyard to entertain Hua Tuo. When the food was served, Hua Tuo barely touched it, as it was devoured by Cheng Yu, Cheng Wu, and a group of gluttonous companions. Especially Cao Chong, despite his youth, showed no restraint when it came to the skewers. As he chewed voraciously, he offered continuous commentary on the food. Once satiated, the little fellow patted his belly and exclaimed, Sir, your meals are truly delightful. I shall visit often. Visit often? You wish to treat my place as a restaurant? Princess Qinghe chimed in. Yes, do come regularly. In fact, why not take care of all our meals at the Cao residence? Goodness, now that is audacious. You wish to bankrupt me with such demands? Cheng Yang waved his hands. All right, finish up and depart quickly. Night falls, lest my lord worry. Cao Chong stood, bowing to Cheng Yang. Thank you for your hospitality, sir. Cheng Yang nodded appreciatively, recognizing the wisdom and decorum of Cao Cao's favored son, far surpassing that of his siblings. After wiping his mouth, the siblings boarded their carriage, surrounded by guards, and made their way to the Cao residence. With some free time on his hands, Cheng Yang recalled his promise to Hua Tuo regarding the clinic. He gathered the leftover food and soup intended for the pigs, leading a horse behind him as he ambled along. Upon arriving at the Cao residence, he met Cao Cao and promptly opened the food box. Smiling, my lord, I know you are quite busy and work tirelessly. I specially prepared some dishes for you to enjoy. Cao Cao was taken aback with astonishment. When did this lad become so thoughtful? He used to be so stingy, always asking for money. Now he brings me delicacies? Has our time together softened his heart? Observing the array of dishes and inhaling their aroma, Cao Cao felt immense joy. Quickly, let me taste. Think what you will, as long as you are pleased. Cheng Yang arranged the leftovers on the table and stood silently by. Cao Cao rolled up his sleeves and began to eat heartily, praising as he devoured the food. Delicious. It has been ages since I have tasted such exquisite meals. Young Cheng, do not just stand there. Join me. Cheng Yang awkwardly took a seat opposite Cao Cao. Yet no matter how much Cao Cao urged him, he would not touch his chopsticks. Cao Cao, seeing you enjoy your meal so heartily, I cannot bear to interrupt. What I brought is merely leftover food. Meant for the pigs? Leftovers? 4 pigs? Chapter 44. My lord, you are truly insidious. Cao Cao, faced with a table laden with delicacies, found himself at a loss for words. It was no wonder the roasted meat was cold, nor that the roast chicken lacked legs. The gluttonous boy had devoured them all. So, after eating to the last morsel, did you remember Chow certain when feeding the pigs? Am I a pig? Cao Cao immediately lost his appetite, throwing down his chopsticks and turning to shout towards the door. Su Chu, come here. Su Chu, looking somewhat bewildered, ran into the study. Why, lord, did you call for me? Cao Cao gestured towards the food on the table. There are some delicacies here. I bestow them upon you. Su Chu's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? Thank you, my lord. He had long been salivating over the dishes. Chow boss, you are quite clever. Upon hearing Cheng Yang's thoughts, Cao Cao chuckled inwardly. Clever? I possess numerous schemes. Moreover, take half of this food and deliver it to the Cheng residence. Tell Cheng Yu that this is a reward from Chow, and I insist that he eat every last bit, leaving not a single bone behind. Afterwards, Cao Cao raised his head, wearing a concerned expression as he addressed Cheng Yang. Little Cheng, you treat me well, thus I shall treat your father well. You think of me, and I shall think of your father. Damn it, I underestimated him. I didn't expect a man to have such a trick up his sleeve. Father, you will have to endure and settle for leftovers. Cheng Yang sighed in resignation. My lord, actually, I came here late at night to discuss a matter with you. Cao Cao wiped his hands and asked, What is it? Speak. All right. Cheng Yang hastily picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea for Cao Cao, saying, I believe that since Hua Tuo is a divine physician, his medical skills must be exceptional. Once he arrives in Shudu, we cannot let him idle. Why not establish a medical institution, allowing him to preside over it? This would be a tremendous benefit for Shudu. Cao Cao snorted, Let him preside. Setting aside Hua Tuo's reputation, just consider his methods of treatment. Cutting open the skull to extract the root of the ailment. Can such things truly heal? Cheng Yang dared not respond, but inwardly he could not help but murmur, Believe it or not, it indeed can. It's just that with current techniques, it's difficult to achieve. However, if we could recruit Hua Tuo, the medical standards in Shudu would undoubtedly rise significantly. Notably, Hua Tuo possesses Ma Fei San and is skilled in surgical procedures. With him as the chief surgeon, handling any sword or knife wounds would be a piece of cake. The recovery capabilities of our soldiers would greatly improve. Ma Fei San? Surgical procedures? What are those? Cao Cao pondered, still somewhat confused. Yet he grasped the essence of Cheng Yang's final statement. Knife wounds, sword wounds, handled effortlessly. Recovery capabilities greatly enhanced. Hua Tuo is that formidable? Cao Cao, half convinced, inquired of Cheng Yang. If we were to build a medical institution, how much would it cost? Money. That old rascal only knows money. He hasn't yet repaid the 50,000 coins he owes me. Surely he hasn't forgotten? If he truly has forgotten, I must remind him, lest he completes the work and I receive not a single coin. What a grievance that would be! As he mulled over this, Cao Cao's expression darkened as he confronted. How much would it cost to build a medical institution? Let us not discuss anything else for now. Oh, my lord, it's like this. I plan to construct a large, comprehensive hospital, categorizing various departments, cardiology, otolaryngology, thoracic surgery, orthopedics, and so forth. Once completed, we shall appoint Hua Tuo as the director and gather other physicians. In this way, the renowned doctors of the realm will converge in Shudu, significantly reducing the rate of soldier casualties while also treating the common folk. This would truly be a noble deed. Cao Cao gasped. This idea was indeed quite commendable. Not to mention, simply reducing the casualty rate of soldiers is already a remarkable achievement. In the Cao camp, many soldiers had been disabled due to injuries, as they fought in battles across the land. Who among them had not sustained wounds? For minor injuries, a bit of medicine and a few days of rest would suffice. However, for serious injuries, especially those affecting bones, such soldiers could no longer continue to fight. They would have to retreat to logistical roles, becoming mere support troops. Consequently, Shudu was constantly recruiting soldiers, yet the overall combat effectiveness remained stagnant, with injured personnel being a major issue. Little Cheng, your proposal is excellent, the word to awaken the dreamer. Very well, I shall entrust this matter to you to manage. How does that sound? No, my lord, I merely suggested it. The specifics should be handled by Sun Yu or Sun Yu. They possess the means and qualifications far superior to mine. What a joke! Building a hospital is laborious, and handling it is thankless work. I shall not partake. If you wish to proceed, seek out Sun Yu or Sun Yu. Do not involve me. You little rascal, trying to outsmart me again. It seems I must teach you a lesson. Cao Cao smiled faintly, narrowing his eyes at Cheng Yang. Are you truly not going? Cheng Yang shook his head. I really will not go. Are you certain? I would rather die than go. Very well. Cao Cao waved towards the door, calling out, Su Chu, when you deliver the food to the Cheng residence, inform Cheng Yu to temporarily set aside his duties and prioritize establishing a hospital in Shudu. This is of utmost urgency. Su Chu, without lifting his head, responded loudly, My lord, understood. I shall seek out Lord Cheng immediately. Cheng Yang's head felt heavy, his eyes nearly popping out. A man. What do you mean by this? I refuse to go. So you send someone to find my father to take over. My father is a strategist. How would he know how to build a hospital? In the end, if he mishandles it, won't it still fall on me? A man, you are too insidious. Cao Cao chuckled, utterly pleased. Kid, if I cannot manage you. I am not a veterinarian. Now, the night is deep. You should return. Please convey to your father that he need not worry about the hospital. Fee, what a bother. Cheng Yang silently cursed, reluctantly leaving the study, leading his horse back slowly. Upon arriving home, he heard excited voices in the courtyard. Father, I didn't expect the Lord to value you so highly. Entrusting such an important task to you, Father, just now in Shudu, it was said that when the Lord mentioned building a hospital, you were the first person he thought of. Even Sun Yu and Sun Yu were never mentioned. In the hall, Cheng Wu and Cheng Yin were gathered around a table, eagerly discussing the documents Su Chu had brought, spitting with excitement. Cheng Yu sat across from Hua Tuo, earnestly inquiring about the details of the hospital. He maintained a calm facade, appearing cultured, yet inside, he was overjoyed. Among Cao Cao's 4 chief strategists, Sun Yu, Guojia, and Cheng Yu, he ranked at the bottom. Ranking low was one thing, but he was also the most inconspicuous of them all. Sun Yu was the Minister of Personnel, hailed by Cao Cao as a talent akin to a royal assistant, the pillar of Shudu. Sun Yu was referred to by Cao Cao as a strategist. Though young, he held a high position and was greatly valued by Cao Cao. As for Guojia, there was no need to elaborate. He was the backbone during Cao Cao's campaigns, involved in nearly all strategies. In contrast, his own situation was hard to articulate. Fortunately, Cao Cao had not forgotten him, not only bestowing Su Chu with wine and food, but also entrusting him with such a significant task. How could one describe the elation he felt? Chapter 45. The treatment of military ministers. Cheng Yu was chuckling to himself when, coincidentally, Cheng Yang returned home, dejected. Cheng Yu, with a stern expression, remarked, Why are you not at home? And instead wandering about in the dead of night? Cheng Yang retorted, Who is wandering? I was attending to important matters. Important matters? Cheng Yu replied coldly, You lounge about every day, failing to fulfill your duties at the government office. What important matters could you possibly have? Cheng Yang was taken aback. What was this about? He had just arrived home, and already he was being reprimanded. Father, are you all right? Did you take the wrong medicine? Beside him, Cheng Wu snorted angrily, Preposterous, third brother, how can you speak to father like that? He advises you for your own good. You are currently relying on father's protection, neglecting your studies, and living idly. When father is no longer around, what will you do? Who will you rely on? Cheng Yu's face darkened. Get lost. Cheng Wu chuckled and quickly explained. I was merely using an example. Father, look at how third brother is acting. He is still unrepentant. What am I to be repentant about? Have you all lost your minds? I am going to sleep. Cheng Yang waved his hand dismissively. Cheng Wu shot him a glare. Sleep, sleep, sleep. All you do is eat and sleep? With no ambition whatsoever. Father, the heavy responsibility assigned by the Lord must not fall on third brother. He will surely mess it up. What are you all babbling about? Cheng Yang turned around. What is going on? Cheng Yu sighed heavily, pointing to the documents on the table. Just now, the Lord sent Su Chu with a message, saying he wishes to establish a large hospital. The document specifically names you, insisting that you be involved. Initially, it would have been fine for you to participate, which could provide some experience. However, in your current state, how can I trust you? Cheng Yang, you need not involve yourself in this matter. If the military affairs department is not busy, you should simply remain at home. Cheng Yang smiled slightly. Is that what you think? It turns out it was for this. Very well, Do as you wish. I am too lazy to vie for leisure. These days, I happen to be free and plan to venture out for some leisure. By the way, father, should anything arise, please do not come looking for me. Waving his hand dismissively, Chengyu strode straight back into the house. His expression darkening as he muttered under his breath, "Little brat." However, he soon turned his attention back to the document before him, delighting in its contents. By the following day, Cheng Yang had indeed packed his belongings and set off on a leisurely journey in a horse-drawn carriage. Chengyu, disinterested in his son's escapade, gathered the necessary documents and summoned Cheng Wu and Cheng Yin to accompany him to report to the Sikong's residence, intending to inquire about the specifics of the hospital from Cao Cao. As the trio entered, Chengyu greeted with a smile, "My lord, we have arrived." Cao Cao, engrossed in examining texts, gestured towards a nearby soft couch without lifting his gaze, instructing, "Please, take a seat." "Little Cheng, how much land do you reckon is suitable for this hospital?" "Little Cheng." Chengyu maintained a composed demeanor, though internally he found it amusing. Was the lord addressing him? Cao Cao then raised his head, recognizing Chengyu, and instinctively asked, "Where is little Cheng? Where is your third son?" Chengyu cleared his throat and replied, "My lord, Cheng Yang has not come." Cao Cao's expression shifted to one of urgency. "If he does not come, what will become of the hospital? What is wrong with that boy? Is he unwell?" Chengyu chuckled awkwardly, "My lord, did your document not state that I and my sons are to jointly oversee the construction of the hospital? Now that Cheng Wu and Cheng Yin are present, we are nearly complete, are we not?" Cao Cao stared in astonishment at Cheng Wu and then at Cheng Yin, a smile creeping onto his face as he exclaimed, "Cheng Yu, how am I to express my thoughts on you? My lord has words to share. Please, do go on. However, my son Cheng Yang is quite unruly and undisciplined. I feared he might hinder the significant matters concerning the hospital, hence my decision to exclude him." Cheng Yu stated earnestly in his view, while Cheng Yang displayed some talent in certain respects, he was fundamentally lazy and lacked ambition, far less devoted than his elder brothers. Cao Cao sighed heavily, "Old Cheng, I must clarify something. The idea of constructing the hospital stemmed from Cheng Yang." Cheng Yu nodded, "I am aware. My lord, I have had extensive discussions with Hua Tuo and learned of it. My son merely relayed the message." Cao Cao, realizing he could not sway Cheng Yu, spoke plainly, "Very well, let us set that aside for now. First, I ask you, how much land is required for the construction of this hospital?" Cheng Yang replied, 10 acres will suffice. In truth, for a standard medical facility, a few courtyards would be adequate. Since my lord seeks to serve the people, it must naturally be larger." Cao Cao, uncertain of the scale Cheng Yang envisioned, thought 10 acres might not be sufficient. "What departments and specialties will be included?" "Specialties?" Cheng Yu inquired, perplexed. "What specialties? Is a medical facility not merely a few consultation rooms?" Cao Cao's countenance fell instantly upon hearing this. "I tasked you with constructing a hospital, and yet you possess less knowledge than I do. How can you oversee this endeavor?" "Go fetch Cheng Yang, my lord. I have yet to begin addressing this matter." "How can I?" Cao Cao interjected meaningfully. "If you do not know how much land is needed or the scale required, how can you proceed? Old Cheng, let me be frank. I appointed you to lead this project to leverage your name and involve Cheng Yang. After all, you are his father. If there are matters to address, he will surely be sought for resolution." Cheng Yu was taken aback, uncertain why the lord had such trust in that boy so soon. Hadn't it been merely a month since he had deemed Cheng Yang a good-for-nothing? With a helpless expression, Cheng Yu sighed, "My lord, my son Cheng Yang departed early this morning, loaded with his belongings, and left through the northern gate." "What? He went north?" Cao Cao asked urgently. "Where is he headed? When will he return?" "I do not know his destination, nor when he will return. However, I noticed he packed not only fresh clothes but also provisions for the journey, suggesting he may not show his face for 10 days or more. Damn it! Is he deliberately avoiding me?" Cao Cao exclaimed, bemused. He then called for Su Chu, quickly, "Go pursue him." Su Chu, bewildered, asked, "My lord, pursue what?" Cao Cao, flustered, replied, "Chase after Cheng Yang. Before he leaves the city, bring him back. If he truly hides for 10 days or more, what shall we do?" Upon receiving the command, Su Chu mounted his horse and galloped away. Cao Cao then recalled something, glaring at Cheng Yu. "Is it possible your third son has gone to Hebei to seek Yuan Shao?" After all, Cheng Yang had often expressed a desire to escape and even considered abducting Cheng He. Though he appeared silent in public, once he set his mind to something, he might just dare to act. Cheng Yu shook his head. Surely not, my lord. You jest my entire family resides in Shuchang. He would not venture to Hebei. He merely seeks a brief respite and will return once he tires. Cao Cao, though aware it was unlikely, could not shake his anxiety. Cheng Yang had long harbored thoughts of resigning and had been known to wander into others' territories. One could not be too cautious. Cao Cao tapped the table and solemnly advised Cheng Yu, Old Cheng, you must keep a close watch on this boy. While he may be manageable at home, once he leaves the city, whether for leisure or social visits, he must inform us. Do you understand? Informed? This boy needs to report every time he steps out for a couple of days. Is he a high-ranking official? A pillar of the state? Even Sun Yu and Sun Yu do not enjoy such privileges, Cheng Yu thought, reluctantly conceding. I shall remember. My lord. As they spoke, a guard rushed in, exclaiming loudly, Report. My lord, Princess Qinghe has left the city with Cheng Yang. Heading north, Chapter 46. I knew you had ill intentions. Could that boy truly have abducted Qinghe and vanished forever? Just days prior, when Cao Cheng had entered his service, he had gifted Cheng Yang 100 gold pieces as a tutor's fee, real gold. No less. Additionally, he had advanced half a year's worth of rewards, amounting to several tens of thousands per month, totaling at least 100,000 over 6 months. Had he just received the money and then run off? Although Cao Cao thought the likelihood was slim, he remained deeply concerned. Setting aside other matters, if this boy took the money and spent 3 to 5 months in leisure, disappearing for half a year, how would the military's metallurgy and casting operations proceed? With the hospital's construction imminent, requiring decisions on scale, location, departments, and specialties, all urgent matters that needed addressing, how could they continue if he abandoned his responsibilities? It would be precarious to entrust others with the oversight. Cao Cao pondered deeply, concluding that waiting idly was not an option. He pointed at Cheng Yu and declared, You must prepare a horse immediately. We will pursue him together, my lord. That may not be appropriate, Cheng Yu protested. Cao Cao, the prime minister of the Han, the ruler of Shuchang, was about to personally chase after his reckless son? How could he bear such a burden? Seeing this, Cheng Wu and Cheng Yin spoke up, My lord, you need not trouble yourself. We brothers will go and tie him up, ensuring he returns on his knees. Absurd. Cao Cao rebuked loudly. Though he is your brother, such disrespect is unacceptable. Do not entertain any foolish ideas. Employ all means necessary to bring him back. Cheng Wu and Cheng Yin exchanged glances, suddenly silenced. When had the third son earned such favoritism from the Lord? Hadn't he always been a good-for-nothing, idle soldier? How is it now that he garnered more attention than even Sun Yu or Guojia? The brothers found it all quite bizarre. The group exited the government office. Mounting swift steeds as they hastened northward, that moment, Cheng Yang was leisurely fishing by a stream with Princess Qinghe, engaged in casual conversation. Initially, he had intended to come alone, but upon encountering the princess at the city gate, she insisted on joining him for some fun, and so he had brought her along. Fishing, a pastime favored by many men, was typically less appealing to women, and Princess Qinghe was no exception. Watching the bobber float idly on the water's surface, she felt a wave of restlessness. Cheng Yang, fishing is so dull. How about we play something more exciting? Without lifting his gaze, Cheng Yang casually grabbed a handful of snacks and munched, asking indistinctly, What do you have in mind? With a playful smile, Princess Qinghe suggested, Let us play hide and seek. You seek me, and if you catch me, I'll give you a reward. Hide and seek? How childish, surely, it cannot compare to fishing. Cheng Yang chuckled. Fishing cultivates one's character and sharpens one's spirit. Just as Jiang Zia fished at the Weishui, so does Cheng Gongzi fish at the Huai River. Little Qing, do you not find it quite elegant? Little Qing, such a knack for nicknames you have, she pouted. You seem to know quite a bit, don't you? Jiang Zia was wise and resourceful, a true sage. Do you think you can compare to him? Can you predict the future? Cheng Yang smiled slightly. I, Cheng, possess foresight and an understanding of fate. If you do not believe me, allow me to demonstrate. Princess Qinghe tossed aside her fishing rod. How will you demonstrate? Give me your hand. Cheng Yang pulled Princess Qinghe closer, gently holding her little hand. Look here, this line signifies your lifeline. The lifeline on your palm is deeply etched and elongated, indicating that you are destined for a life of wealth and longevity. Free from illness and calamity, he held the right hand of Princess Qinghe, squeezing it playfully. her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson hue. Although Cao Cao had made numerous gestures suggesting that he wished to marry her, they were yet to be wed, nor had any formal engagement been established. The boundaries between men and women were significant, and there was no official standing between them. Thus, being so intimately connected, with their bodies pressed closely together, could lead to dire consequences if seen by others. Princess Qinghe attempted to withdraw her hand, but to her surprise, Cheng Yang tightened his grip, compelling her to acquiesce. "Is what you say truly accurate? You wouldn't deceive me, would you?" Cheng Yang shook his head, assuring her, "How could I? I am merely interpreting the lines of your palm. Please remain still. See this line? It represents your career path. The numerous delicate branches indicate that you possess a plethora of ideas and aspirations. Alas, the line is short and faint, suggesting that you tend to pursue endeavors with great enthusiasm initially, but lose interest and abandon them shortly thereafter." Princess Qinghe's eyes widened in astonishment. "How did you know?" "That is remarkably precise." "Precise? It ought to be. If it were not, then there is a cause for concern. Much like the astrological practices of later generations, such divinations often encapsulate the commonalities of human nature. Regardless of who one is, upon hearing such insights, they are bound to resonate. For instance, Princess Qinghe's fleeting passions are a shared flaw among many. Everyone, no matter how steadfast, has undoubtedly relinquished numerous pursuits over time. Cheng Yang chuckled softly, leaning closer to her, continuing to hold her delicate hand. "Look here, this line signifies your love line, or the line of destiny and romance. From its patterns, I surmise that you will fall in love with a handsome and talented man who bears the surname Cheng." "Pa," Princess Qinghe retorted, her face flushed, "you might as well proclaim your own name. Who would fall for you, foolish boy? One should not dismiss such statements lightly, dear Qing. Just observe how similar our fates appear." Their conversation grew increasingly intimate, drawing them ever closer until their faces nearly touched. After lingering in this manner for some time, Cao Cao finally learned from a farmer that a young man and woman had taken a carriage to the river for fishing. Upon arriving at the scene, the group was instantly taken aback by what they beheld by the riverside. Cheng Yu swiftly turned to Cheng Wu, chastising him. "Do not look, this is indecent." He then awkwardly laughed. Turning to Cao Cao, "My lord, I did not expect their relationship to have progressed to this stage. It seems that we, as elders, should refrain from meddling in the affairs of the young. Let nature take its course, and all will fall into place." Cao Cao's countenance fluctuated between shades of red and white, his spirit visibly deflating. While he wholeheartedly supported the union between Princess Qinghe and Cheng Yang and had been striving to bring them together, the rapidity of their intimacy was rather startling. "Cheng Yu, your son certainly possesses a remarkable talent for seduction. How can you take joy in your son bullying my daughter?" Cheng Yu chuckled softly. "My lord, are you not pleased? Did you not wish for Qinghe to wed Cheng Yang? Now that they are so close, it naturally follows that we should formalize the arrangement." Sighing, Cao Cao reflected on the daughter he had nurtured for over a decade. Now seemingly slipping away in an instant, he felt both joy and a pang of bittersweet sorrow. Yet, this arrangement seemed fortuitous. Not only had he secured a worthy partner for her, but he had also effectively tethered Cheng Yang to their family. With this young man as an ally, the future governance of the realm would surely be more stable. Cao Cao nodded at Cheng Yu, instructing him, "See to the preparations, ensuring that everything is conducted with propriety." As he straightened his garments, he made his way toward the riverside, deliberately treading heavily to signal to Cheng Yang to temper his exuberance. However, before Cao Cao could approach, Cheng Yang's thoughts suddenly broke through. "Princess Qinghe is truly exquisite, especially when she is shy. She is infinitely more charming than any so-called celebrities. There is but one flaw. She is the daughter of Amon. The Cao family aspires to imperial grandeur, and I wish to avoid entanglements there. Once ensconced in nobility, the life of those in the imperial family is fraught with peril. Yet, I cannot bear to part with Qinghe. Perhaps I shall prepare a grand feast to delight her, and afterward, inquire if she would accompany me on an adventure for a year or so. The political landscape is turbulent, and soon war may erupt again. That scoundrel, will undoubtedly find a way to send me off to battle. I must secure Qinghe and hide her away before that happens." The mere thought of abducting his daughter sent Cao Cao into a fit of dismay. Chapter 47. The scholar, farmer, artisan, and merchant. Is he not merely a laborer? "My lord, Why do you not approach? Seeing Cao Cao lost in thought, Cheng Yu inquired with a smile. The two would soon become in-laws, a united family. To be frank, Cao Cao now resembled the local emperor of Sudu, while the Cheng family would soon be akin to royal kin. Reflecting on this, Cheng Yu felt a sense of elation. Yet, unexpectedly, Cao Cao turned and reproached him. Your family is filled with scoundrels. Cheng Yu was taken aback, bewildered by this sudden accusation. Just moments ago, they had been discussing the children's marriage, and now the mood had shifted dramatically. Had Cheng Yang offended him? I suspected as much. The third son can indeed be quite unpredictable. My lord, I do not comprehend your words, Cheng Yu replied, confused. Cao Cao was incensed, now fully convinced that Cheng Yang had the audacity to abduct his daughter. Upon returning, he would ensure that the boy was closely monitored, preventing any further antics. With a frustrated grunt, Cao Cao hastened to the riverbank, delivering a kick to Cheng Yang. The young man, lost in an affectionate exchange with Princess Qinghe, was caught off guard, nearly toppling into the water, and immediately erupted in protest. What the hell? Oh, it's you, my lord. That was a close call. He nearly cursed Amon's entire lineage in his moment of shock. Why had he kicked him? Had he witnessed their earlier interaction? That seemed unlikely, given that Amon had always been supportive of their relationship. Supportive? Cao Cao fumed inwardly. My daughter is on the verge of being spirited away by you, and I should be pleased while you make your escape? What are you doing with Princess Qinghe, all alone together? Cheng Yang, cheeks flushed with embarrassment, stammered, My lord, I was merely reading her palm. If you wish, you can ask her. Cao Cao maintained a stoic expression, responding indifferently. Oh, I had no idea you were skilled in palmistry. Pray, enlighten me. What does my fate hold? Without a moment's hesitation, Cheng Yang replied, My lord's fate is self-evident. Your knowledge spans astronomy and geography, mundane and profound matters alike. Your wisdom in both literary and martial affairs, along with your governance, renders you unparalleled, a true hegemon of your time. Cao Cao paused, struck by the sincerity of Cheng Yang's words. Literary and martial prowess, governance of the realm, unparalleled hegemony, he mused, realizing that although there was a hint of flattery, it aptly described his own essence. This young man spoke with such earnestness and charm that Cao Cao found it difficult to remain angry. With a sigh, a smile involuntarily crept onto Cao Cao's face. Young Cheng, how is it that you have ventured so far without a word? Have you been enjoying yourself? Indeed, immensely. Cheng Yang grinned. In that case, let us return. There are matters concerning the hospital that require your attention. Old Cheng, come, let us bring your son home. Cheng Yu, feeling a touch of awkwardness, approached and quietly asked Cheng Yang, Did my lord appoint me to oversee these affairs because of you? Cheng Yang nodded. It seems so. Cheng Yu retorted, Why did you not mention this sooner? You have caused me great embarrassment at the Sima residence. Cheng Yang looked aggrieved. You never gave me a chance to speak. Besides, your joy yesterday was so palpable, I could hardly dampen your spirits. Very well, you have a point. Now tell me, how extensive do you wish the hospital to be? At the very least, 50 mu. So large? Indeed, as they discussed the hospital's plans, they leisurely made their way back. However, before they reached the city gates, they encountered a throng of civil and military officials, all wearing somber expressions as they stood guard within the city. Upon hearing that Chancellor Cao Cao, accompanied by Su Chu, Cheng Yu, and many attendants, had rushed out of the Sima residence in haste, heading northward, they feared that a grave matter had arisen. Consequently, Sun Yu and Guo Jia dispatched individuals to investigate the situation and instructed the guards to remain vigilant and steadfast at their posts. Despite their efforts to uncover the reasons for Cao Cao's departure, they could not ascertain the truth, leaving Guo Jia with no choice but to send someone to fetch him. Additionally, he commanded Eugene, Dian Wei, and Chao Hong to respectively guard the Sima Palace, the military camp, and the city towers, in anticipation of unforeseen circumstances. However, after a considerable time had passed, scouts from outside the city suddenly reported that the Lord Cao Cao had gone to the riverside with Cheng Yu and Su Chu to observe Cheng Yang fishing. Guo Jia widened his eyes, struggling to believe the news. What did you say? The Lord has abandoned the Sima Palace to go watch Cheng Yang fish? The scout nodded, affirming the claim, explaining that they had indeed returned. The Lord had instructed that the esteemed officials need not panic. Very well, you may leave, Guo Jia said, shaking his head in resignation. Wen Ruo? It appears that during this period, the Lord has grown quite close to the third son of the Cheng family. Theo visit him for fishing. He even traveled all the way to the banks of the Huai River. Can you believe it? Cheng Yang was known for his low profile and avoidance of ostentation, and thus most people remained unaware of his true capabilities. Sun Yu had worked closely with Cheng Yang for a few days and could comprehend this connection to some extent. Feng Xiao, the third son of the Cheng family, is not as incompetent as the outside world suggests. He possesses considerable talents. The recent catapult innovations and the subsequent iron smelting techniques are invaluable. Can just anyone achieve such feats? Guo Jia frowned, pondering that perhaps this individual excelled in intricate skills, showcasing the potential of a skilled craftsman. A craftsman? Sun Yu subtly shook his head. Among the scholar, farmer, artisan, and merchant classes, the artisan is merely a step above the merchant, still regarded as a lowly laborer in the eyes of society. Although Guo Jia was referring to Cheng Yang's talents, his words seemed somewhat disparaging. Sun Yu contemplated for a moment and kindly cautioned, Feng Xiao, the third son of the Cheng family, is not limited to craftsmanship. He possesses profound knowledge in other domains as well. For instance, the idea for the hospital the Lord intends to establish is his. Guo Jia smiled slightly. What, could it be that he is also exceptionally knowledgeable in medicine? Ultimately, building a hospital is still within the realm of craftsmanship. When Ruo, I see this quite clearly. All right, I suppose I cannot persuade you otherwise. Let it be. Sun Yu sighed and turned his gaze toward the city gates. At that moment, Cao Cao, Cheng Yu, Cheng Yang, and Princess Qinghe returned, escorted by hundreds of guards, engaged in lively conversation and laughter. Upon seeing them, the crowd hurried to welcome them at the city gates. Cao Cao waved his hand and smiled. Esteemed officials, there is no need for such a grand reception. I merely went out for a brief leisure stroll and nothing more. Guo Jia, who was originally Cao Cao's most trusted strategist and held the highest authority within the encampment, could not help but feel a tinge of resentment at the sudden disappearance of the Lord, without so much as a word or a note left behind. My lord, one must exercise caution and not act recklessly. You are our sovereign and the pillar of Su Du. Should any trouble arise, who would bear the consequences? Moreover, you rushed out in such haste merely to watch a child fish. Chapter 48. This is called cement. I presume you have never seen it before? Unexpectedly criticized by Guo Jia, Cheng Yang appeared perplexed. However, he did not reveal his confusion, for there was merit in what was said. Cao Cao smiled. In truth, I simply wish to take a leisurely outing, thus bringing along a few companions to lighten the mood. There is no cause for alarm. Young man, I have shielded you from danger. You ought to be more perceptive, Cao Cao mused. Yet, surprisingly, Cheng Yang did not express gratitude. Instead, he began to ponder inwardly. Well, if you had not told such a fib, they might have been less concerned. Indeed, he soon noticed several strategists casting cold glances in his direction. Cao Cao sighed softly. Everyone disperse. I find myself somewhat fatigued. After returning, he specifically summoned Cheng Yang and directly inquired, have you made any progress regarding the hospital? Cheng Yang replied with a smile, about that. I have something I wish to show you. He then instructed a guard to bring forth a prepared box. Inside lay a stone, somewhat greenish and dark. Cao Cao, intrigued, asked, what do you bring a stone for? Cheng Yang chuckled. My lord, do you not find this stone remarkable? Cao Cao scrutinized it. The stone was square and highly polished, with no signs of having been shaped. What astonished him further was that he could not identify the type of stone, as it seemed entirely unfamiliar. Did you create this yourself? Cheng Yang nodded. My lord, this is called cement. It begins as mere powder, akin to lime. Yet, when used for construction, it proves not only durable but also exceedingly strong. This stone is essentially a mixture of cement, sand, and bricks. Hiss. Cao Cao squinted his eyes. Cement? I have never heard of such a thing. Is it a combination of water and mud, or something else entirely? Young Cheng, how did you manage to create this? Cheng Yang, initially cheerful, found himself momentarily speechless. How did I create it? I feel as if you are mocking me, yet I lack evidence. However, it is understandable. After all, he has not encountered much of the world, and I doubt anyone else knows of cement, so? You think I, Cao Cao, have never seen the world? As the Lord of Su Du, do I appear to you as a mere rustic? Cao Cao clicked his tongue. If that is the case, then demonstrate it here. I wish to see how you produced it. If the first inquiry had been unintentional, this time Cao Cao was clearly teasing him. Cheng Yang found himself at a loss for words. Yet who could defy the Lord? with a resigned smile, he instructed his subordinates to bring forth the prepared cement and sand, mixing them together before beginning to level a section of the courtyard of Cao's residence. Initially, Cao Cao did not perceive anything unusual. He merely noted that the ground was even and smooth, more aesthetically pleasing than a heap of stones. However, as time passed, his expression gradually shifted to one of astonishment. Once the cement solidified, it became as hard as iron, devoid of any seams, resembling a flawless stone. This was merely a simple flooring. If utilized for constructing city walls and reinforcing the encampment, would Sudu not become an impregnable fortress? Young man, this is indeed a marvelous invention. With it, Sudu shall undoubtedly become a fortified stronghold. You are truly a blessing to me, Cao Cao exclaimed, rising to his feet and stepping closer to Qingyang, grasping his hand and unwilling to release it. Observing Cao Cao's reaction, one could see he had indeed never encountered such a marvel, and this treasure had left him speechless. How could he not reward me with some monetary compensation? Although Cao Cao had heard his thoughts, he chose to selectively ignore them. Young Cheng, what is the potential yield of this cement? If substantial, I wish to prioritize reinforcing the city walls and military camps. Qingyang replied, the yield is quite considerable, and the raw materials are easily sourced. Just some stones, my lord. However, that is secondary. I have already exhausted my funds in the process of creating this cement. What do you propose? Cao Cao nodded. No matter the cost, you may state your needs openly. Finally, Cao Cao has come to his senses, Qingyang thought to himself. Given that he had been invited to express his needs, it was only reasonable to request some form of compensation for his efforts. Just as he began to devise a plan to secure additional funds from Cao Cao, the Lord's next words left him utterly dumbfounded. How about this? It would not be appropriate for you to ask me directly for funds. After all, finances and resources are managed by Guojia. You should approach him and mention that I have approved it. He will certainly acquiesce. What? You want me to ask Guojia for money? Cao Cao, are you unaware that Guojia holds a grudge against me? He is unlikely to willingly part with any funds. Qingyang stood frozen, unable to utter a word. Cao Cao observed his reaction and chuckled. Young man, you still have much to learn. Just because Guojia has reservations about you, I have suggested you seek him for funds. Well then, my lord, I shall refrain from visiting Guojia. Instead, I will send my father or my brother to handle it. They are the ones in charge and should naturally represent our interests. There is no need for such formality. I will summon Guojia here immediately so you may discuss it face to face. Witnessing Qingyang's discomfort brought Cao Cao immense joy. Without further ado, he summoned a guard to fetch Guojia. Before long, Guojia entered with a solemn expression. Upon stepping into the courtyard, he immediately noticed the transformed ground appeared to be composed of smooth stones. Yet there were no gaps between them. Other materials could not achieve such hardness or occupy such a large area, covering nearly half the courtyard. Curiosity piqued, Guojia began to inspect closely, kneeling to tap the surface. His comical expression elicited laughter from Cao Cao. Strategist, what captures your attention? My lord, the ground in your courtyard is quite peculiar, Guojia replied, shaking his head in confusion, unable to fathom its nature. Just as he was about to turn and inquire further, he suddenly noticed Qingyang present and instantly adopted a stern demeanor. You are here too, young man? Qingyang, somewhat at a loss, promptly raised his hand in greeting. I pay my respects to the strategist. Guojia nodded slightly, begrudgingly acknowledging the courtesy, yet his expression remained as frigid as ever. He had heard from the personnel of the military industry department that your recent performance has been commendable, helping to forge a fine batch of weaponry. Excellent. However, if you are not on duty at the military industry department, what brings you to the Cao residence? Could it be that you wish to seek out that girl from Qinghe for a fishing expedition once more? This Guo Fengxiao possesses quite the eloquence. If I were to claim that I was summoned by a man, would you believe me? Furthermore, if it were not a man who had come to invite me, who would dare linger here? That is rather excessive, young Guo. Young Guo? Cao Cao could hardly contain his amusement as he observed the banter between these two adversaries, finding it exceedingly entertaining, especially witnessing Qingyang being thoroughly bested by Guojia. Military advisor, it is as follows. I, Cao Cao, have summoned young Cheng, and moreover, it was young Cheng who prepared the ground in this courtyard. Just imagine, if our city walls, official residences, military camps, and strategic strongholds were all constructed in such a manner. Would they not be as solid as an iron fortress? Chapter 49. Wine solid as an iron fortress. One might say it is easy to proclaim, yet difficult to achieve. A.S. the military strategist and sacrificial wine. Guojia had witnessed countless fortifications, some with widened moats, others with raised walls, yet invariably, they were all constructed of stone and brick, hardly warranting the term solid as an iron fortress. Regarding the ground beneath their feet, Guojia chuckled, "My lord, are you jesting? How can a city be constructed to such a meticulous standard, as unyielding as rock?" Upon hearing this, Cao Cao chuckled, realizing that the military strategist remained skeptical. It was not surprising. After all, for he, like Cao Cao, had not ventured into the broader world. Cao Cao gestured towards Chen Yang and said with a smile, "Let this matter be entrusted to the two of you. Military advisor, this endeavor will require a considerable sum of resources. You two shall confer on it. Remember, do not indulge in extravagance, for our treasury is not abundant, and there are too many demands for funds." Upon hearing this, Chen Yang felt a wave of discouragement wash over him. Moreover, attempting to gain an advantage from Guojia was akin to scaling a mountain. Unless he had some peculiar penchant, he thought to himself, and with this realization, his eyes brightened as he quickly replied, "My lord, I shall certainly fulfill my duties and cooperate fully with military advisor Guo." Cao Cao was taken aback. Had this lad finally seen the light? It was not in vain that he had valued him so highly. "Very well, if that is the case, you may take your leave. Young Cheng, do not forget the words you have spoken." Cheng Yang cheerfully agreed and, upon exiting the residence, stood aside awaiting Guojia. After approximately half an hour had passed, and Cheng Yang's legs had grown numb from standing, Guojia finally emerged with a deliberate pace. He hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Military advisor, why did you take so long? I was nearly beside myself with anticipation." Guojia, expressionless, replied coolly, "It was but the blink of an eye, and you have grown impatient? Young man, you must cultivate patience. By heavens, is half an hour merely a blink of an eye for you? How many blinks does one have in a lifetime?" He mused. He has been in the Cao residence for so long. He wouldn't be concocting some scheme against me, would he? "Military advisor, what shall we do now? My father requires my attention regarding the hospital matter. It still needs my oversight." Guojia smiled slightly. "Have you not already provided an initial plan? Your father, Lord Cheng, along with the clerks from the Sikong's office, have long since gone to arrange the land. According to your own words, 50 acres of flat land must consider both location and transport. It requires careful deliberation." Cheng Yang nodded repeatedly, acknowledging, "You are correct, military advisor. I shall heed your counsel." Guojia waved his hand dismissively. "No, the hospital matter should be decided by your father and yourself. It is beyond my purview. What I am concerned with now is cement." "Your cement? Not in a hurry, my lord. I have been busy all day without a meal. Night is approaching, and I must return home. Farewell, military advisor." Cheng Yang abruptly interrupted. Turning to leave, Guojia was about to address the matter at hand, but seeing this lad suddenly feign ignorance, he felt a twinge of displeasure and hurried after him. "The meal can wait. Cheng Yang, let us first discuss." Cheng Yang smiled. "How about we visit my home for a moment? I have just brewed a few jars of strong liquor. If the military advisor is interested, you are most welcome to sample it." Upon hearing about the strong liquor, Guojia was momentarily taken aback. He was known for his fondness for fine wine, meat, and women, and as such, many had reported his indulgences to Cao Cao. However, since Cao Cao did not mind, Guojia was even less inclined to care. Hearing Cheng Yang mention the strong liquor at his home, he muttered, "Very well. Let us drink and converse." Cheng Yang grinned, "Then let us be off." Upon arriving at Cheng's residence, Cheng Yang personally prepared a few dishes and brought out the exquisite wine he had stored for a long time. These bottles were so precious that he himself hesitated to partake, let alone share with Cao Cao, Cao Zhang, and others. This time, he truly went all out to ensure Guojia was well entertained. "Military advisor, please observe, this wine is all personally brewed by me, and you won't find it anywhere on the market." As for Cheng Yang's homemade wine, to be frank, Guojia held a degree of disdain. However, drinking was akin to seeking companionship. There existed a certain curiosity. For a seasoned drinker such as himself, being able to taste various flavors of wine was a source of interest. "Open it up, and let me see how skilled you are, lad." "Certainly." Cheng Yang placed the jar on the table and removed the clay seal with a swift motion. The jar opened. A rich aroma of wine wafted forth immediately. Guojia, who initially approached out of curiosity, felt invigorated upon inhaling the fragrance. Good lad, this wine is indeed potent. Chengyang smiled slightly, poured a cup, and placed it before Guojia, saying, "Military advisor, please." Guojia accepted without hesitation, taking a hearty gulp and savoring the taste in his throat. A single sip left his throat feeling somewhat overwhelmed, as a fiery sensation surged from his mouth and traveled down to his stomach. My goodness, this is strong. This wine is truly fierce. Having learned from past experiences, he dared not down it in one go, but instead sipped cautiously, relishing each taste. How is it? Is it to your liking? Chengyang inquired with a smile. Guojia slammed his hand against the table, exclaiming, "Not just to my liking. This is nothing short of a heavenly delicacy. By the way, what is the name of this wine?" Chengyang pondered for a moment before replying, "It is called Overwhelming the Donkey. Even a donkey would be unable to withstand it." Guojia's eyes widened, and he pointed at Chengyang, reprimanding, "You rascal! How dare you insult me? Are you implying that if I drink it, I too would be overwhelmed like a donkey?" Chengyang chuckled. "For you, military advisor, it would be overwhelming the wild donkey. And what of our Lord? For our Lord, it would be overwhelming the lustful donkey." Pfft! Guojia could not help but burst into laughter. After consuming a few jars of strong liquor, he felt slightly dizzy. This sensation was unlike anything he had experienced with other wines. As for Chengyang, he sipped slowly from a small cup, savoring the flavor. However, upon witnessing Guojia downing bowl after bowl, he could not help but feel a pang of concern. "Military advisor, we have enjoyed our wine and dishes. Let us now discuss serious matters." Guojia was taken aback. "What serious matters?" Chengyang replied with a grin. "Cement." Guojia suddenly recalled. "Ah, yes, we must discuss serious matters. Young Cheng, how do you produce that cement? Hand it over to me, and I shall manage it, allowing you to enjoy some leisure while accomplishing two goals at once." Upon hearing this, Chengyang finally understood, and no wonder Cao Cao had kept Guojia around and had spoken for so long. It turned out they sought to benefit without cost. He had initially intended to make a substantial profit from the cement, yet now Cao Cao intended to take it for free. This simply would not do. "Even if you offered me your daughter, I would not agree. Military advisor, what did our Lord say? If I do not provide you with the method for making cement, what will happen?" Guojia laughed. "What is there to discuss? If you do not provide it, we can partner up and share the profits. You supply the goods, and the Sikong's office provides the funds, which amounts to a purchase." "Very well, with that said, we have a deal. I can finally earn a bit of extra income. Life will surely improve from here on out." Chapter 50. Reflection, Extraction. Within the Sikong's office, Cao Cao and Guojia sat facing each other. A jar of wine placed between them. "Military advisor, why did you not assist Chengyang, but instead brought over a jar of wine?" Cao Cao inquired with great curiosity. In truth, Guojia was helping Chengyang secure funds. After all, cement was his invention. If he chose not to present the cement, but instead opened a factory and sold it, he could amass a fortune. However, given the significant impact of cement's introduction, Guojia considered the potential backlash and the serious threat to safety, which was why Chengyang had refrained from such actions. That said, since Chengyang was willing to offer the cement to the Sikong's office, it was only fitting that Cao Cao, as his lord, express some form of gratitude. As Guojia reminisced about his conversation with Chengyang from the previous night, he sought an opportunity to request funds on Chengyang's behalf. "My lord, this is no ordinary wine. It is truly divine." Guojia, being a seasoned connoisseur, would not make such claims lightly, indicating that the wine was indeed exceptional. "How thoughtful of you. Is it truly that good?" "What is its name?" Cao Cao inquired. Guojia tapped the wine jar. "My lord, you shall know its quality after tasting a bowl. This wine was specially prepared by young Cheng for you. It is called Overwhelming the Donkey." "Overwhelming the Donkey?" Cao Cao's expression shifted, becoming somewhat uncomfortable, as he pondered why this rascal would choose to disparage him without cause. Cao, almost becoming his father-in-law, muttered under his breath, "You are the real donkey. Your father, Cheng Yu, is the donkey," adhering to the principle of not striking a smiling face. Since Chengyang had entrusted Guojia with a gift, Cao Cao felt compelled to show some courtesy. "Very well, I shall accept your offerings. Strategist, you may continue with your tasks. The matter of the cement will require your efforts." "My lord," Guojia sensing that Cao Cao intended to dismiss him, became somewhat anxious. "Dio, taste it first. Just have a sip before you decide." Guo assured, "I guarantee that once you savor the first cup, it will linger in your memory forever." Cao Cao, feeling irritable, was about to retort when, at the very moment the clay seal of the wine jar was removed, a robust fragrance of alcohol assailed his senses. This wine is remarkably potent. No longer able to maintain his composure, Cao Cao poured a large bowl and raised it to drink. Noticing this, Guojia quickly cautioned, "My lord, be wary. This wine is exceedingly strong. Drinking too hastily may lead to intoxication." Cao Cao chuckled lightly, "Strategist, you underestimate me. I am no novice in the realm of spirits. A mere bowl is inconsequential." Without a second thought, he lifted the large bowl and downed it in one gulp. As the fiery liquid coursed down his throat, his reaction mirrored Guojia's from earlier. He was completely dazed. Soon after, Cao Cao felt the world spinning around him. A wave of dizziness surged from his chest to his head, leaving his mind buzzing and rendering speech incomprehensible. Indeed, this truly lives up to its reputation of toppling a donkey. "Strategist, how did little Chung acquire this wine?" Guojia replied with a grin, "My lord, this wine is personally brewed by Cheng Yang. It is rich and fierce. A single cup can bring down a wild donkey, brewed by him personally." Cao Cao was both astonished and delighted. To be honest, Cheng Yang had already left a profound impression on him. He was indeed a stroke of fortune, not only skilled in strategy but also knowledgeable in metallurgy, and now, he could brew wine as well. The thought that such a remarkable individual would soon become his son-in-law filled Cao Cao with joy. "Strategist, I must tell you, my future son-in-law is truly extraordinary." Under the influence of the potent wine, Cao Cao began to loosen up. He beckoned Guojia and said mysteriously, "Do you know why I hold him in such high regard?" Guojia shook his head. "I genuinely cannot fathom it. Perhaps young Chung possesses other extraordinary talents?" Upon hearing this, Cao Cao burst into laughter. "Indeed, he does possess extraordinary talents. To be candid, strategist, my son-in-law is adept at divination. He not only understands people's strengths and weaknesses, but can also interpret celestial signs." Guojia, astonished, exclaimed, "Is that true, my lord? Has he ever foretold anything for you? What about for several of your sons?" The mere mention of this stirred a wave of agitation within Cao Cao. Many of his sons had not met a good end, and their fates had often been tragic. This was one of the reasons Cao Cao was resolutely determined to keep Qing Yang by his side. With him around, at the very least, the Cao family could remain safe and sound. "If you do not believe, you may inquire further." Guojia nodded, committing this matter to memory. Sensing the right moment, he cautiously suggested, "My lord, given that young Chung has presented both cement and fine wine, his loyalty is indeed commendable. In my view, he should be rewarded accordingly to not diminish his sincere intentions." Cao Cao, interpreting this as a hint for monetary reward, chose to ignore it, instead focusing on the wine jar before him. "Strategist, how much of this wine does little Chung possess? Please ask him to send some more my way, considering it a betrothal gift for Qinghe." Guojia, still trying to comprehend Cao Cao's intentions, replied cheerfully, "This is an easy task. Leave it to me, my lord. How much do you desire?" Cao Cao, with utmost seriousness, retorted, "How much does he have?" Guojia, perplexed, asked again, "No, my lord. How much do you truly wish for?" Cao Cao reiterated, "How much does he have?" Guojia, utterly bewildered, realized, "So you mean, you want as much as he possesses?" "My lord, this is quite unreasonable. You want the ox to plow the field and also milk it, yet you provide no fodder. Would the ox not starve?" Cao Cao chuckled, "Nonsense. The fields are full of grass. He can eat as he pleases. He is my son-in-law. What is wrong with him gifting me some wine? At worst, I shall reward you with 2 jars. "Very well." Guojia no longer pressed the matter of requesting money on Cheng Yang's behalf, and began to strategize on how to ask for wine from him instead. That moment, a guard rushed in, announcing, "My lord, Lord Cheng Yu has arrived, saying he wishes to report on the progress of the hospital land acquisition." Cao Cao's spirits soared at this news, and with a squint of his eyes, he chuckled, "Strategist, look, the wine giver has arrived." The hospital project was proceeding smoothly. Meanwhile, Cheng Yang had just returned from the military industry department, having pointed out several issues before hastily heading to the quarry to instruct a few craftsmen on how to produce cement. After a long day, he was utterly exhausted. Upon returning home, He instructed his servants to prepare a few small dishes and then patiently awaited Guojia's good news. However, after waiting for more than an hour, he had yet to receive any word. Chengyang felt a twinge of curiosity. Had Guojia not come today? He had promised him a gift of 10 jars of fine wine if the matter was resolved. So why was there no update? Surely, he could not have lost interest in his wine. That made no sense. Everyone knew Guojia was a notorious wine enthusiast. As he pondered this perplexity, he made his way to the wine cellar in his backyard. However, upon arriving, he was struck with disbelief. Where is the wine? Where on earth have my months of effort gone? The entire wine cellar was nearly empty. Chengyang let out a wail of despair. And it dawned on him, no wonder Guojia had not come tonight. It turned out he had not lost interest in the wine, but had seized the opportunity to empty the cellar while Chengyang was away, taking all the spirits he had painstakingly distilled. Chengyang was left in tears. Damn it, Guo. Do you have no sense of public duty? No professional ethics? I invited you for drinks, not to rob me blind. Chapter 51. Your father is truly a beast. The matter of cement was mostly entrusted to several craftsmen. In truth, as long as the proportions of materials were mastered, the production was not particularly troublesome. A seasoned expert would only need a few attempts to grasp it fully. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Cheng Yu, Cheng Wu, and Hua Tuo were tirelessly discussing land planning and contacting doctors and pharmacists, busy beyond measure. As a result, Chengyang found himself with ample free time. However, he preferred to avoid idleness, occasionally inviting Qinghe to go fishing and engaging in intimate discussions about anatomical knowledge. Upon returning, he would teach Cao Chong lessons, sharing tales of wondrous future experiences with the children. When boredom struck, he would summon Cao Zhang to teach him a few rudimentary moves of monkey boxing, entertaining himself and Qing'ai. In truth, Chengyang had no knowledge of monkey boxing. He had merely picked up a couple of moves from films. After all, with Guojia having pilfered all the hard-earned wine, he could not voice his grievances, as Guo's patron was Cao Cao, his future father-in-law. What else could he do but accept his fate? One day, while Chengyang was engaged in a discussion on arithmetic with Cao Chong and simultaneously teaching Cao Zhang to read, Qinghe stealthily approached. Chengyang, shall we go fishing by the river this afternoon? There's a small grove nearby, and I'd like to take a stroll. Chengyang smiled knowingly. The little girl had become quite addicted to their little escapades in the groves. Truth be told, he wanted to go too, but today seemed unlikely. I doubt it. There's no one at home, so I must stay and guard the place. Qinghe sighed softly. All right then, we won't go. What are you all doing? Cao Zhang suddenly turned to her with pride, exclaiming, Sister, can't you see? I am learning to read. Qinghe shook her head. You? Learning to read? Let me see. She picked up Cao Zhang's small notebook and read aloud. Cao Cao, styled Mengda. Guojia, styled Fengxiao. Why are they all names? Cao Zhang replied earnestly. The master said that the most efficient way to learn to read is to start with names. These are all the names of the esteemed officials of our Siquang mansion. Qinghe nodded in agreement. That's a good method. Chengyang, when we have children in the future, you should use this method to teach them. Chengyang's eyes widened. Children, we are still quite young. Your thoughts are remarkably far-reaching. Qinghe dismissed his concerns with a laugh. You are already 17. What is the issue? My father was even earlier. My elder brother was born when he was only 16. Chengyang was shocked. 16? Your father is impressive. How old was your mother at that time? Qinghe thought for a moment, perhaps around 13 or 14. By heavens, Cao Cao, you beast! How could you lay hands on a girl of 13 or 14? Chengyang exclaimed. Cao Wei is known for its virtuous wives, Eastern Wu for its youthful maidens, and Shu Han is all about scholars. Yet you, Cao Cao, are no exception. You are a true beast. Just then, as Cao Cao arrived at the gate of Cheng's residence, he suddenly sneezed. Cheng Yu, Cheng Wu, and the accompanying Guojia and Sun Yu quickly inquired with concern, My lord, is your health compromised? Have you caught a chill? Cao Cao waved his hand dismissively. No, it's nothing. Perhaps someone is thinking of me. Old Cheng, let us go visit your home. It has been a few days since I last saw that rascal Chengyang. I find myself missing him. Upon entering the courtyard, he immediately heard Chengyang unleashing a torrent of curses. Qinghe, your father is truly a beast, hardly even worthy of being called human. I have never encountered such a person before. Cao Cao was momentarily taken aback, pondering why he had suddenly sneezed, thinking someone must be missing him. Little did he know, it was this scoundrel cursing him behind his back. What have I done to provoke you? Cao! A frown of frustration crossed Cao Cao's face as he turned to glare at Cheng Yu. Old Cheng, you must discipline your son properly. Luckily, he is my son-in-law. Had he been anyone else, I would have made him pay dearly for such slander. Cheng Yu, drenched in cold sweat, felt relieved that Cao Cao indeed doted on his third son, thus dismissing the matter lightly. My lord, the boy was merely jesting with Princess Qinghe and the other heirs. Otherwise, how could he dare to curse his father? Cao Cao chuckled softly and stealthily approached the small courtyard. As Cheng Yang continued his impassioned tirade, he suddenly cleared his throat loudly. Ahem, Cheng heir, Qinghe, are you all here? By the heavens, you scared me to death. Cheng Yang quickly turned around, his face paling. My lord, we were just discussing academic matters. What brings you here? Upon hearing this, Cao Cao burst into laughter. Academic matters? The study of beasts? Come now, let me see what you have been teaching. He picked up Cao Zhang's notebook and, upon opening it, couldn't help but frown. Why are the characters so crooked? Zhang heir, did you write this? Cao Zhang grinned foolishly. Father, those are the names of the gentlemen from the Xikong residence. What do you think? As Cao Cao perused the list, he read aloud. Cao Cao, styled Mingda. Guojia, styled Feng Xiao. Gohua, styled. Do we have someone named Gohua in our residence? Cheng Yu expressed his surprise. No, there isn't. Who has the surname Go and names their child Gohua? Their parents must be out of their minds, military advisor. Do you know? Guojia chuckled. You haven't heard of it? So how would I? Just then, Sun Yu interjected. My lord, I am Sun Yu, not Gohua. Cao Cao, perplexed, responded. I know you are Sun Yu, but this here says. He glanced down at the characters Gohua, then looked back at Sun Yu. Suddenly unable to contain himself, he burst into laughter, slapping the table. Cheng Yu and Guojia quickly caught on, clutching their stomachs, tears of laughter streaming down their faces. After quite some time, as Sun Yu's face turned a deep shade of crimson, Cao Cao finally regained his composure and sternly admonished Cao Zhang. How could you turn a respectable Sun Yu into Gohua? This lack of seriousness in your work will surely lead to no future prospects. Cao Zhang, aware of his fault, dared not retort and stood meekly, enduring the scolding. Cao Cao then approached Sun Yu, gently reassuring him, it is merely a name, just a title. What significance does it hold? There are countless names like a Mao and a Go in this world, and I myself was called a man in my youth without taking offense. Sun Yu's face flushed with anger. My lord, a man and Gohua are not comparable. I am, at least, a scholar of the sacred texts. And such a name truly tarnishes my dignity. Cao Cao waved his hand dismissively. Sun Qing, truly, there is no need to take it to heart. A name is merely a means of seeking good fortune. It is said that whatever element is lacking in one's fate is reflected in their name, serving as a supplement. The character Hua signifies wealth, indicating a lack of funds in your destiny, and this name might bring you prosperity. Turning towards Guojia, he continued, for instance, military advisor Gua, your fate seems to suggest a poor reputation, as many are inclined to report on you, indicating a deficiency in your esteem. The inclusion of the character just serves to remedy that. And as for Cheng Yang, that rascal, always idle and peculiar, is evidently lacking in masculine vigor, hence his name Yang. Hey, you advise others, yet you also manage to insult me. Is it that a man holds a grudge and seeks to retaliate for my earlier remarks? Cao Cao slyly glanced at Cheng Yang, a hint of amusement dancing at the corners of his mouth. His explanation did indeed lighten Sun Yu's spirits. Thank you for your comfort, my lord. I shall remember your words. Names and destinies do indeed complement each other, reflecting the elements one lacks. Cao Cao smiled languidly. Indeed, this intertwines with the intricate art of physiognomy, which I have observed on occasion. The others praised Cao Cao's vast knowledge. Praising his experience, suddenly, Cao Zhang tilted his head, looking curiously at Cao Cao. Father, you are called Cao Cao. What is it that you lack in your fate? I am called Cao Cao, therefore I lack. Cao Cao abruptly fell silent, his expression darkening as he realized he could no longer maintain his composure. The question struck the group like a thunderclap, resonating through the air. They all stood frozen for 2 seconds before erupting into uproarious laughter. Clutching their bellies and slapping the table in delight, Sun Yu, who had just been feeling disheartened, now laughed the hardest, tears streaming down his face as he shouted at Cao Cao, My lord, you lack Cao. My lord, you lack Cao. Cao Cao stood there, dazed, staring at his raucous companions and then at his son, Cao Zhang, wishing he could strike him dead on the spot. Truly, you have delivered a fatal blow. Here I am, attempting to enlighten them on physiognomy and names, and you, of all people, have rendered me utterly befuddled. A name reflects what one lacks, and you, my son, are absolutely deserving of a good scolding. Yet, Cao Zhang remained oblivious. As he saw everyone laughing heartily, he scratched his head and asked, "What are you all laughing at? Father, what do you lack?" "I lack your nonsense. Is that not apparent?" Cao Zhang shuddered, silenced by the reprimand. But Sun Yu, having felt wronged earlier, seized the opportunity and, with a face tinted purple from laughter, earnestly addressed Cao Cao, "My lord, if you lack money, we can help you gather some. If you lack grain, we can also provide some. But to say you lack shout really puts everyone in an awkward position. How shall we assist you, my lord? Come now, who shall be the first to help?" Guojia, ever the instigator, chimed in. "We might not be fit for the task, but summon Su Chu. He can surely help." Seeing his companions united in jest against him, Cao Cao felt a surge of irritation and declared, "Enough! Let us not speak of this matter any further." Laughter continued to ripple through the small courtyard, filling the air with mirth. Alas, amidst the joviality, Princess Qinghe, caught between so many men sharing crude humor, found it quite unbecoming. She turned her head and retreated into Cheng Yang's room. Seeing this, Cheng Yang took the opportunity to quietly slip away. Upon entering his room, he closed the door behind him and exclaimed, "Good heavens, I am dying of laughter. Qinghe, Cao Zhang is truly a character. How could I have overlooked this before? Your father is Cao Cao, and with that name, he must indeed be lacking." Cheng Yang couldn't help but chuckle. Qinghe pouted, shooting Cheng Yang an annoyed glance. Instantly, Cheng Yang fell silent, realizing that it was best to maintain a gentlemanly demeanor, especially in the presence of a beautiful young lady. At that moment, Cao Cao suddenly spoke up. "Cheng Yu, did you not mention that you have 2 bottles of exquisite wine at home? Since we are all in high spirits today, why not bring them out for us to savor together?" Cheng Yu replied with a smile, "It is only fitting that you, esteemed guests, partake. Please wait a moment. What the devil? I was wondering why my wine had disappeared. Turns out it was pilfered from my father." Without a second thought, Cheng Yang dashed out of the room. "Father, you stay put. I'll go fetch it, and no need. You keep the lord company. I shall retrieve it myself." "Bah, silly old man. Don't you see they are conspiring against you? How could you not realize? No wonder our man's 4 great strategists are thriving while you remain obscure, unable to reap any benefits. With such a naive old father, I can only resign myself to fate. My lord, how about I brew you a pot of tea?" Cao Cao waved his hand dismissively. "No tea is necessary. Isn't it time for a meal? Someone should prepare a few small dishes to accompany our drinks." "Prepare dishes? Oh man, do you truly think yourself that important? You waltz into my courtyard and immediately demand food and drink, treating it as a tavern?" Cheng Yang replied, lowering his voice, "My lord, I am feeling unwell and fear I may struggle in the kitchen." "Oh, I see." Cao Cao feigned regret and called out to the courtyard, "Cheng Yu, I hear your culinary skills are commendable. Why not prepare a few small dishes for us?" Cheng Yu, panting from moving the wine, perked up at the suggestion. "My lord, how did you know?" "Wait, I shall attend to it immediately." "Good heavens, be a person. A man. I refuse to go. You are asking my old father to do your bidding. How shameless can you be?" Cheng Yang's complexion turned a deep shade of red, and after a brief moment, he sulkily made his way to the kitchen. "Esteemed lords, please wait a moment. I shall prepare the meal now," he declared. Cao Cao's eyes crinkled into a smile at this. Once Cheng Yang had walked away, he whispered to Guojia and Sun Yu, "Did you see that? To get this lad to obey, we must first deal with his father." "Ingenious, truly ingenious," Guojia exclaimed, tapping his folding fan against his palm. "Today, following the Lord, I have gleaned a new tactic. Henceforth, I shall never be without fine wine." About half an hour later, Cheng Yang returned with a few simple dishes. While they appeared rather unremarkable, the flavor was indeed delightful. As Guojia devoured the food, he addressed Cheng Yang, saying, "Tomorrow, you shall move to the mine. They are in need of manpower, and I cannot trust anyone else." "What? Live at the mine?" Cheng Yang retorted, utterly unwilling to agree to such a notion. "What nonsense! Why would I forsake the comforts of home to eat dust at the mine? I refuse. Refuse? Guojia chuckled. Having already grasped the method to manage Cheng Yang, he decided to put it to the test. Brother Cheng, how goes the progress at your hospital? Cheng Yu replied with a smile. Very well. With Hua Tuo and my son assisting, everything is advancing smoothly. Guojia furrowed his brow and began to complain. Your side is thriving, but my brothers are suffering. I lack even a helping hand. If you have the time, could you keep an eye on the mine for me? Consider it a favor owed to me. Cheng Yu winced slightly, although he was engrossed in his own tasks. This was the first time Guojia had requested his assistance. Moreover, Guojia was no ordinary figure. He was the chief strategist under Cao Cao. Given Guojia's appeal, it would be difficult to decline. Without further hesitation, Cheng Yu acquiesced. If that is the case, I shall comply. At this point, Cheng Yang began to understand their intentions. They feared they could not manipulate him directly, so they resorted to using his father as leverage to compel him into servitude. Cheng Yang felt no anger, only amusement, as he smiled and said, Father, why not allow me to go instead? I am your biological son. How can I let you bear the burden? Upon hearing this, Cao Cao's eyes sparkled with delight as he turned to Guojia, his gaze filled with satisfaction. However, Cheng Yang then mumbled a thought that left Cao Cao utterly dumbfounded. After all, not everyone is blessed with offspring. Take Guojia, for instance. He would never have children, and his days were numbered. Being childless and unwed, he would soon meet his end, leaving no one beside him to mourn. Cheng Yang's internal monologue was laced with scorn. He deserves it. When he departs this world, he shall have not a single soul to honor him. Save for a few orphans he has taken in, and they will weep for him in mockery. Suddenly, with a crash, Cao Cao's wine cup fell to the ground. Guojia was the strategist of Xuchang. What would happen to the army if he were to die? Cao Cao stared at Cheng Yang, momentarily at a loss for words. In the courtyard, Guojia and the others surrounded a stone table in the pavilion, drinking strong liquor and enjoying cold dishes, living quite comfortably, especially since they had taken advantage of Cheng Yang. At that moment, Cao Cao leaned close to Guojia and whispered, Strategist, might you say a few kind words to young Cheng? Kind words? I am his superior. Whether from the perspective of the strategists or the military department, he is under my command. What is wrong with me directing him? Cao Cao's suggestion ignited Guojia's enthusiasm. And he pointed at Cheng Yang, declaring, Young Cheng, tonight you shall pack your belongings and move to the mine. The iron mine is unguarded, and as someone from the military department, you must take this matter to heart. Cheng Yang frowned, clearly displeased. Yes, I understand, he replied begrudgingly. Yet, as he turned away, he continued to grumble internally. Guojia, you shall die young and leave no children behind. It serves you right. Do not let your current bravado fool you. In a few years, you will meet your demise. Unbeknownst to him, when he looked up, he found Cao Cao staring at him in a daze. What do you want? Cheng Yang thought bitterly. This is all your fault for allowing Guojia to bully me. When he dies, you will be left without a strategist to guide you. Then you shall see how it feels. Just think of the Battle of Chibi, when Sun Wu incinerated your hundreds of thousands of troops. This is your retribution. Upon hearing Cheng Yang's inner thoughts, Cao Cao's first reaction was, What is this grass mud horse he speaks of? Could it be a new breed? After a moment's contemplation, he realized that it was indeed a vulgar insult. You insolent wretch! How dare you? I am to be your future father-in-law, just like your father. How can you speak to me in such a manner? Grass mud horse! I shall not stand for it. Cao Cao's fury ignited, causing his beard to bristle. The others nearby were taken aback, particularly Sun Yu, Guojia, and Cheng Yu, who were well acquainted with Cao Cao's temperament. Strategist, what has come over the Lord? Have you noticed his erratic behavior lately, sometimes laughing foolishly, other times exploding in rage? Sun Yu inquired, growing restless. Cheng Yu nodded in agreement, speculating, could it be that the Lord's headache has returned? I have heard that such ailments can impair one's mind. Could he be losing his wits? You are the foolish one. They believed their whispers were inaudible, yet they were seated around the same table, with only Cheng Yang standing a distance away, making it impossible for him not to overhear. Cheng Yu quickly smiled and explained, My lord, I did not mean that. I merely wished to inquire why you suddenly became so enraged. Why did I become enraged? It is because of that young lad of yours. I was merely casting a glance at him, and he had the audacity to insult me. Cao Cao huffed, breathing heavily, his gaze fixed on Cheng Yang. leaving the others perplexed. In truth, Cao Cao had long grown accustomed to being scolded. After all, he was merely venting his frustrations. Initially, it was difficult to accept, but over time, he found it rather amusing. Still, his concern lay with Guojia. There was no choice. The chief strategist under his command was vital. Should Guojia perish, what would become of the camp? Furthermore, what was this talk of the Battle of Chibi? How could he end up losing hundreds of thousands of troops to flames? This seemed preposterous. No, Guojia must not die. He needed to be saved. Strategist, why not say a few good words to young Cheng? Also, have him calculate your fortune. Guojia perked up immediately. Cao Cao had once confided in him that Cheng Yang possessed the ability to read the heavens and predict fate. Though he had his doubts, the opportunity to test this talent was too good to pass up. Young Cheng, do you possess the gift of divination and fortune-telling? Guojia inquired. Cheng Yang replied ambiguously. I would not dare to claim divination, but fortune-telling is indeed within my abilities. Well, a compliment seems to have invigorated you. Guojia smiled lightly. In that case, why not predict something for me? Cheng Yang leaned against a pillar, hands clasped behind his back, and asked, What shall I predict? Guojia pondered for a moment before suggesting, How about a reading of my romantic prospects? Romantic prospects? You have none worth mentioning. You, old man, spend your days drinking and chasing women. Do you engage in anything else? You are but a lecher, more desperate than Cao Cao. Cao Cao, mid-drink, nearly choked upon hearing this thought. He glared at Cheng Yang, muttering under his breath, When the strategist asks you a question, simply answer. There is no need for such roundabout expressions. Yes, Cheng Yang replied reluctantly, before adding, The strategist shall remain lonely throughout his life, without a family or children. In his final moments, he will find no one to honor him. The others shifted uncomfortably at his words, feeling he had crossed a line. Only Guojia burst into laughter. You little rascal, you are quite the bluffer. The reason I lack a family is not due to an inability to marry. It is because I choose not to. Cheng Yang shot him an incredulous look. What nonsense! If you are indeed the great strategist you claim to be, is it truly so difficult to find a wife? Guojia retorted, What of you? You are well past your prime, have bedded countless women, yet still lack a single offspring. Is your childlessness truly a matter of choice, or could it be that you simply cannot produce any? In an instant, Guojia's face drained of color. He stared at Cheng Yang, stammering, What did you say? How could I possibly be incapable of having children? Cheng Yang shook his head, sighing, Look at our Lord. At merely 16 or 17, he already had a son. His wife may have been only 13 or 14. Compare that to the strategist, doesn't it become clear? As he spoke, Cheng Yang flashed a smile at Guojia, silently deriding Cao Cao in his heart. Cao Cao, you truly are a beast. A young girl in her teens. Are you truly capable of such actions? However, to speak candidly, Guojia's condition is likely a result of excessive toil, leading to diminished vitality. If he were to heed my counsel, perhaps he might yet have a child. Upon hearing this, Cao Cao was momentarily taken aback. Could this lad truly possess a method to enable Guojia to father a child? If that were indeed the case, Guojia would not be indulging in copious feasting and revelry day after day, nor would he have met an untimely demise. Contemplating this, Cao Cao reiterated to Guojia, Strategist, since Xiao Cheng has spoken so plainly, do you still not comprehend? He possesses a solution to your ailment. You must rise swiftly and earnestly beseech him. Chapter 54. Two methods. Young man, Xiao Cheng, do you truly have a solution? At this juncture, Guojia had abandoned his formality and lowered his stance somewhat. Tio, speak frankly. Although he was younger than Cao Cao and Sun Yu, they often interacted as equals, and the age difference was not substantial. Sun Yu was merely 7 years his senior, yet he enjoyed a harmonious family life with children. Cheng Yu was considerably older, yet the younger generation of the Cheng family had already been born. As a nearly 30-year-old bachelor, it would be unrealistic to claim that Guojia harbored no desires. He lifted his hand, offering a gesture of respect to Cheng Yang. If you truly possess a method, please share it with me. I thank you. Thank you, indeed. Guojia had previously insisted that I reside in the mines, yet now he dares to speak. Although Cao Cao does often take advantage of me, he does not deceive me and even wishes to marry his daughter to me. Who else is like you, merely talking without substance? Cao Cao felt a deep sense of satisfaction at these remarks. Regardless of the circumstances, this impudent lad was not ungrateful, recognizing my kindness. Hey, Cao Cao has even offered you his daughter. If you do not acknowledge my goodwill, that would be most ungrateful with a smile. Cao Cao urged Guojia, Xiao Cheng, considering I am to be your future father-in-law, please do this favor for the strategist in return. I shall host a grand feast for you, complete with exquisite wines. And I must say, your wine is truly delightful. Cheng Yang had initially intended to let the matter rest, but upon hearing this, he nearly lost his composure. Oh, use my wine to entertain me, making it seem as though I owe you a great debt of gratitude. Is that a reasonable expectation? However, since the topic has been broached, surely you will compensate me for the wine. Cheng Yang chuckled and replied, Strategist, I have 2 methods to cure your ailment, but I cannot offer them for free. You must purchase them. How much? Guojia inquired. Not much, just the equivalent of several dozen jars of fine liquor. Amounting to tens of thousands. Tens of thousands? You truly are unscrupulous. The others shared similar sentiments. A jar of excellent wine might fetch several hundred coins at most. Guojia had merely pilfered a few dozen jars. Yet you demand tens of thousands? Is this wine crafted from gold? Nevertheless, Guojia did not haggle, for he knew he was in the wrong and felt embarrassed to negotiate. Very well, I shall pay. I will have a servant deliver the money at once. Cheng Yang was elated, cleared his throat, and continued, Good. No need for you to send the money. I shall have someone retrieve it. Listen carefully. My first method is remarkably effective and will yield results within a month. Guojia nodded eagerly, excitement evident on his face. Please, go on. Cheng Yang lowered his voice and whispered, Relocate. Upon your return, seek a family with the surname Wang and move in next door. Naturally, old Wang will come to assist. Guojia was taken aback. Is it truly that simple? Indeed, it is that simple. Moreover, you need not worry. Everything will be arranged. Guojia was further perplexed. Is there truly such good fortune in the world? Why does it sound so strange to me? Cheng Yang smiled slightly but did not respond. I will assist with matters at home. I shall reside next door, and my surname is Wang. Neighborly assistance is only natural. For instance, Cao Cao's son, Cao Zhang, is likely the result of old Wang's assistance. Look at him, tall, robust, a sort of genetic enhancement for the Cao family. Cao Cao, most likely, is a fortunate father. Cao Cao's brows furrowed. Why did those words sound so awkward? I will assist with matters at home. I reside next door, and my surname is Wang. Cao Zhang is the result of old Wang's assistance, the genetic enhancement of the Cao family. Am I to be a fortunate father? In an instant, Cao Cao comprehended the implications. You scoundrel, you are suggesting that another man bears the child for Guojia, and you dare to label it assistance? Assist my father in producing a brother for you. Is that feasible? Cao Cao's expression darkened, yet at this moment, Guojia remained brimming with excitement, incessantly asking, Xiao Cheng, is it perhaps a matter of feng shui? Or the orientation of the courtyard? The compatibility of zodiac signs? Without hesitation, Cheng Yang tugged at Guojia's sleeve, declaring, this method will not suffice. We shall proceed with the second. Guojia inquired, perplexed, why will it not work? My lord, Xiao Cheng said this method yields swift results. Cao Cao, suppressing laughter, retorted, you could simply pick a beggar off the street to be your son. That would be quicker, but would that be your flesh and blood? Guojia was momentarily stunned, yet murmured, Old Wang next door comes to assist. Old Wang next door comes to assist. Young man, are you jesting with me? Cheng Yang hastily clarified, it was merely a jest. Do not take it to heart. If you do not favor the first method, let us proceed with the second, which is a genuine remedy. Guojia, visibly incensed, demanded, Speak. What is the second method? Cheng Yang turned and exited the small courtyard. Entering the hall to take up paper and brush, inscribing a few words before placing a weight upon it, he called out to the others in the courtyard, Strategist, I have written the method down for you. Please take a look. Subsequently, he turned and left with Qinghe, leaving the others bewildered as they exchanged glances and entered the hall to peruse the paper. The paper bore 3 characters. Find a doctor. With a chuckle, Cao Cao was the first to laugh heartily. What a clever lad. 3 characters sold for tens of thousands. Truly worth their weight in gold. Moreover, one cannot fault him. His advice is indeed sound. When one is ill, ought one not seek a physician? Sun Yu concurred. Young Master Cheng is astute and resourceful, though his demeanor is excessively modest. Few would recognize his talents. Old Cheng, you have a remarkable son. Cheng Yu, feeling rather embarrassed, waved his hands dismissively. It is but a trivial skill. not worthy of mention. However, strategist, the renowned physician Hua Tuo is presently a guest at the estate. Why not have him examine you? Guojia, with an expression void of emotion and a tone somewhat frigid, replied, "It is not as if I have not sought out esteemed physicians before. Alas, it matters not. I shall not decline this opportunity. After all, the money has already been given. There is no harm in seeking an examination. Let us go." As the group laughed and prepared to find Hua Tuo, Cao Cao chose not to accompany them, as he had a history of discord with the physician. After all, Hua Tuo had once sought to open his skull, and Cao Cao had nearly sentenced him to death. Now, as Guojia sought treatment, he felt it prudent to maintain distance. Reflecting on his many visits to the Cheng residence, he realized he had yet to explore it thoroughly. Seizing this opportunity, Cao Cao decided to wander about and observe the true nature of the Cheng estate. Cheng Wu and Cheng Yin followed closely, explaining as they walked, "My lord, this is our humble garden. The scenery is quite pleasant, though it cannot compare to Chao Manor, my lord. Ahead lies our stable, a place of filth, unworthy of your attention." As they strolled, they arrived at a dilapidated courtyard in the rear. Observing the desolation, Cao Cao recognized that the premises had been abandoned and were uninhabited. However, the open space was cluttered with peculiar items. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "What is this place? What are those objects for?" Cheng Wu replied with a smile, "My lord, this was originally a guest house for accommodating visiting guests. However, our family seldom receives guests, so it has been left unused. Now, it has been taken over by the third son, Cheng Yang, who spends his days tinkering with all sorts of odd contraptions." Upon learning that these items belonged to Cheng Yang, Cao Cao's interest was piqued. "Let us have a look." As they entered the courtyard, he was immediately struck dumb by the sight before him. Chapter 55. I will enjoy the blessings, you bear the burdens. Before Cao Cao lay an array of pulleys, hoisting ropes, and several steel pipe structures. In fact, these were rudimentary pulley systems and scaffolding, quite common in later times. Yet, to Cao Cao, these items appeared not only novel but also somewhat bizarre. He had never even heard of such things. "What function do these serve?" Cao Cao inquired, pointing at the scaffolding. Cheng Wu explained with a grin, "According to the third son, the pulleys and ropes are meant for lifting objects. How they are used specifically, we do not know. The scaffolding is a modular steel frame that can be easily assembled and disassembled. As you can see." As he spoke, Cheng Wu imitated Cheng Yang's actions, disassembling the scaffolding before reassembling it. "My lord, is this not remarkably simple?" Initially, Cao Cao did not fully grasp it, thinking it indeed seemed useful and straightforward. However, after a moment's contemplation, he gravely asked, "How high can such scaffolding be erected?" Cheng Wu shook his head, "My lord, have you not seen? As long as the steel pipes are sturdy, they can be built up indefinitely. Even ordinary steel, at the very least, can easily reach a height of 3 to 5 zhong." Upon hearing this, Cao Cao was taken aback. 3 to 5 zhong. Such an astonishing height. This elevation could nearly rival that of the city walls. Take the city of Xuchang, still under construction. The planned maximum height of its walls is merely 2 zhong. 2 zhong, which Cao Cao already considered quite impressive. Moreover, due to technological and logistical constraints, constructing them is exceedingly cumbersome. Yet here, a few simple scaffolds could achieve a height of 3 to 5 zhong. Furthermore, as long as the steel pipes are sufficiently sturdy, there are no limitations. My goodness. Cao Cao gasped in astonishment. This young fellow Cheng Yang has truly invented something remarkable. With it, the construction of cities and hospitals will be remarkably more efficient. Cheng Wu scratched his head, glancing skeptically at the scaffolding, muttering, "Can a few scaffolds really make such a difference? My lord, are you perhaps exaggerating?" Cao Cao chuckled, choosing not to respond. It is often said that a dragon has 9 offspring, each distinct. The ancients were indeed wise. Despite being the son of Cheng Yu, while the third son appears carefree and idle, he occasionally surprises with a small invention or creation that leaves Cao Cao in awe. In contrast, the eldest son Cheng Wu fails to recognize such a precious treasure when it lies before him. Even if Cao Cao wished to offer him an opportunity, he is simply inadequate. Cao Cao understood well that Cheng's eldest and second sons were but mediocre individuals. They may navigate the bureaucratic landscape, but when it comes to significant matters, they are utterly unfit for the task. "Cheng Wu, these scaffolds appear quite satisfactory to me. May I borrow them for use?" Cheng Wu eagerly hoped that Cao Cao would take notice, as that would allow him to showcase his talents. If the Lord desires, I shall have someone deliver them directly to your esteemed residence. How does that sound? Cao Cao nodded in approval, then pointed at the pulley systems, saying, and these should go as well. Along with these, and those. By the end, even Chengwu felt somewhat embarrassed. What is going on? Is the Lord planning to empty the entire courtyard? Moreover, why is he selecting seemingly useless items? What pulleys, what hoists? What unicycles? Merely the third son's cast-offs, yet he shows no interest in the carefully nurtured flowers and precious trees in the garden. How peculiar! Chengwu wiped his sweat, instructing his subordinates to move things about. For an entire afternoon, he busied himself with this, neglecting all else. By evening, after Guojia and the others had finished attending to patients and were about to arrange a small gathering for drinks, Cao Cao abruptly pulled him and Sun Yu away, hurriedly departing. Upon returning to Chao Manor, he deliberately cleared a space in his home, instructing his servants to arrange everything as it had been. Afterwards, Cao Cao stood nearby, pondering carefully with Guojia and Sun Yu. Military advisor, this is scaffolding, a platform that can be assembled at will. Military advisor, this is a pulley system, a set of tools for lifting heavy objects. In the eyes of outsiders, especially the Chung brothers, these items were mere junk. Yet, Guojia and Sun Yu possessed a discerning eye. After Cao Cao's brief introduction, they comprehended immediately. Guojia's eyes widened as he gently caressed the steel pipes of the scaffolding, exclaiming in admiration, "My lord, from where did you acquire such treasures? Simple and convenient, easy to assemble and disassemble. Such ingenious designs are truly astonishing." Cao Cao smiled faintly. "Can you guess where they came from?" Guojia paused, instinctively replying, "From that scoundrel Cheng Yang." Cao Cao nodded. "Had I not visited the Cheng residence, I would have remained unaware of his numerous treasures. Today, I have finally had my eyes opened. Come, gather around and see this pulley system. It is remarkably labor-saving. With a gentle tug, I can even lift a stone bench." As he spoke, Cao Cao effortlessly demonstrated before the assembly, raising the stone bench with the pulley system. The crowd gasped in astonishment, and Sun Yu raised his hand, his face alight with joy. "My lord, I suggest we immediately manufacture a batch of pulley systems and scaffolding. With the new city of Xuchang under construction, these tools could significantly conserve manpower and resources." Cao Cao readily agreed, but then added, "What about Cheng Yang? Shouldn't we offer him some acknowledgement? At the very least, a word of thanks?" The thought of Cheng Yang troubled Cao Cao again. Though he appeared harmless, his heart was far from innocent. Guojia had pilfered dozens of jars of wine from him, resulting in a hefty loss. Having already emptied his courtyard, Cheng Yang would not simply let this pass. If he were to express his grievances, how would that be explained? After all, Cao Cao relied on him for counsel and stability in the realm. After considerable deliberation, Cao Cao finally devised a prudent solution. He turned to Sun Yu, smiling. "Sun Lingjun, I must thank you for this. Your initiative in presenting these treasures to Chao Manor has brought us such invaluable items." Sun Yu, bewildered, replied, "My lord, these items were not offered by me." Cao Cao smiled. "We only visited the Chung residence due to your suggestion, did we not? Thus, these treasures rightfully belong to you. Sun Qing has contributed greatly, truly a pillar of support for Chao Manor. Come, serve him 8 exquisite dishes and 4 bottles of fine wine. Anyone would be delighted to receive such rewards, even if the items themselves were not particularly valuable." Sun Yu gratefully accepted, exclaiming, "Thank you. My lord, thank you." Cao Cao waved dismissively, summoning the kitchen staff to prepare a few dishes. "Today, I am particularly joyful. We old friends must celebrate properly. Sun Qing, do you not have wine? Come, let us feast." The 4 bottles of wine Sun Yu had brought were still cool. But before he could protest, Cao Cao claimed them, and the feast was laid out. He gained nothing for himself, yet was left with the label of having stolen from the Chung residence. Meanwhile, Cheng Yang had spent the afternoon wandering with Qinghe and was just returning for dinner. However, upon entering, he sensed something was amiss. It seemed that something was missing from the house. Had they been robbed? A wave of anxiety washed over Cheng Yang, and without hesitation, he rushed to the backyard. To his dismay, as he pushed open the gate, he was left utterly stunned. The yard was bare, not even his digging tools had been spared. Even the chamber pot he had used was gone. Sun Yu, one must not be overly sycophantic. Otherwise, one may meet a most tragic end. Though not be deceived by your current glory, for in the future, you may find yourself at the mercy of the very one you flatter. Is there truly such an insult in saying one should not be excessively sycophantic? Cao Cao furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Moreover, this lad claims that Sun Yu met his demise at his own hands. Surely that cannot be the case. After all, Sun Yu is one of his most trusted strategists, a pillar of the Cao camp. How could he possibly have brought about his own downfall? On this point, Cao Cao found himself in disagreement. Yet, these were merely Cheng Yang's heartfelt words. He had no reason to fabricate such a claim. Cao Cao was filled with great confusion, alongside a sense of melancholy in such tumultuous times, where everyone lives in fear. Should it come to that, he might indeed take drastic measures. The heights can be isolating, leaving one feeling powerless. With a sigh, Cao Cao shifted his demeanor, pointing to the items before them, stating, I have already instructed all offices and departments to take these back for careful consideration and to produce more sets. Young Cheng, since these items belong to your family, it is only fitting that you receive due credit. Speak. What reward do you desire? Reward? Am I mistaken? Ah man, have you finally remembered to offer me a reward? Heaven has truly opened its eyes. Enough of this. I must go home and weep profusely, my lord. A few hundred gold would suffice. I am not picky. Cheng Yang grinned. Cao Cao felt a flush of embarrassment. This lad was remarkably bold, demanding hundreds of gold up front. Presently, Su Du was in dire need of funds, and the various offices were struggling. Could he not spare some thought for his father-in-law? Very well. Young Cheng, since you are unwilling to go to the mines and the military affairs department is not easily accessible, how about returning to the Siquang mansion to serve as my chief clerk? The chief clerk, or the principal aide to the lord, not only partakes in crucial state affairs but also oversees various matters within the estate. Essentially, it is akin to a modern-day secretary general. Although the position of chief clerk in the Siquang mansion may not carry a high rank, it holds significant power, especially given Cheng Yang's current status as Cao Cao's designated son-in-law and the betrothed of Qinghe, both factors rendering this role particularly exceptional. Sun Yu, Guojia, and numerous officials cast envious glances upon hearing this. What a remarkable feat for one so young, barely 17 or 18, to ascend to the position of chief clerk. Such posts are typically reserved for the Lord's confidants. This lad's future prospects are indeed limitless. Young Cheng, why are you not expressing your gratitude? Urged the crowd. Xiahou Yuan and Chao Hong, sensing Cheng Yang's indifference, grew anxious. What are you dawdling for? Quickly kneel and show your thanks. Today, chief clerk. Tomorrow, long history. The day after, you might become the grand steward of the Siquang mansion. Steward, my foot. Are you not aware of what I know? A man is determined to keep me tethered, yet unwilling to part with gold. The chief clerk is merely your personal secretary, responsible for cleaning up after you. Personal secretary? What is that? Cao Cao chuckled, always intrigued by the peculiar terms that surfaced in Cheng Yang's mind. Nonetheless, the phrase cleaning up was indeed quite vivid. As for expressing gratitude, Cao Cao could not care less. After all, you and Qinghe's good fortune is about to unfold in due time. You will still be part of my Cao family. Enough, everyone has toiled throughout the day. It is time to retire. Young Cheng, it is getting late. I shall not keep you any longer. You may return. Cheng Yang had initially intended to seek clarification from Cao Cao, yet the multitude present hindered him from speaking. Moreover, Cao Cao offered him no opportunity to voice his thoughts. Reflecting upon it, he resigned himself to the situation. After all, he had indeed entangled himself with such a father-in-law it seemed that his impulsive agreement to pursue Qinghe had been a grave mistake. Had he known better, he might have chosen Madame Zhou instead, beautiful and kind-hearted, not to mention a widow. Who does not hold a fondness for widows? As the crowd dispersed in small groups, Cao Cao pondered over Cheng Yang's heartfelt remark. Unable to quell his turmoil, beautiful and kind-hearted, and yet a widow. It appeared that this lad had awakened to certain inclinations. Could it be that he and Cao Cao were kindred spirits? Yet, he wondered. What had become of Madame Zhou? Initially, he had brought her to Su Du with the intention of presenting her to Cheng Yang, thereby securing his heart. However, upon realizing he had a daughter readily available, he shelved the matter concerning Madame Zhou. Now, with Qinghe and Cheng Yang's marriage all but finalized, Cao Cao was unconcerned about the lad absconding. Yet, if he still harbored thoughts of Madame Zhou, perhaps it would be a fitting gesture to present her to him as well. After all, who could resist the charm of an alluring widow? Today marks the day of Cheng Yang's betrothal to Princess Qinghe. Cao Cao specifically hosted a grand banquet at the mansion, inviting numerous prominent figures from the court. Cheng Yu, Cheng Wu, Cheng Yin, being Cheng Yang's closest relatives, they were naturally honored as esteemed guests. As for Cheng Yang himself, due to customary reasons, he was unable to attend, leaving him to stay at home. He was enjoying some wine and delicacies when he unexpectedly found the two slipping away. However, Cheng Yang had little interest in such gatherings. Rather than feigning flattery before the civil and military officials, he preferred to hide away and relish the company of two lovely ladies. After all, the pleasure of being amidst beautiful women is universally understood. Cheng Yang, what delightful dish are you enjoying? It smells divine. Princess Qinghe exclaimed, her nose twitching as she gazed hungrily at the table. This is hot pot. Come, sit and give it a try. Sister Zhou, please join us. Sister Zhou? Princess Qinghe frowned slightly. You are quite sweet-tongued. Addressing her as sister upon first meeting. Why not call me sister as well? Cheng Yang replied with a smile. You know how sweet my tongue is. You have experienced it countless times. Princess Qinghe huffed, pretending to be angry, while Madame Zhou appeared rather awkward. Her current status was no longer that of the former city lord's wife. Though put it bluntly, she was now merely a relative of a surrendered general. Madame Zhou glanced at Qinghe and chuckled gently. I am a few years older than young Master Cheng. Calling me sister is quite acceptable. However, my standing may be somewhat. Cheng Yang waved his hand, interrupting her. Standing matters little. A beauty like Sister Zhou is welcome regardless of her status. Madame Zhou's cheeks flushed, too shy to respond, while Princess Qinghe, a sheltered flower, remained blissfully unaware of the implications. In truth, she generally deferred to Cao Cao in all matters. The three settled down inside, and Cheng Yang fetched additional bowls and chopsticks. Please, do sample and share your thoughts on the flavor. After just one bite, Madame Zhou couldn't help but express her astonishment. Young master, your household chef possesses remarkable skills. I have never tasted such exquisite food before. Princess Qinghe chuckled and replied, this is no chef from his household. He prepared it himself. The chef in his house likely can't compare to his skills. Sister, you are in for a treat. Madame Zhou, perplexed, asked, how so? How will I be in for a treat? Princess Qinghe teased. Since my father has entrusted you to oversee me, does that not make you my person? If I am to marry Cheng Yang, will you not follow along? Thus, you will also become one of Cheng Yang's people. Wah, what? Madame Zhou was taken aback. She would be under the care of Princess Qinghe. She would be following her into marriage. Goodness! In that instant, Cheng Yang's heart nearly leaped from his chest. A man. What on earth are you doing? I am now your son-in-law, and your daughter has not yet married. You are already arranging for my concubine? Cheng Yang was overwhelmed with mixed emotions, utterly at a loss for words. How could so many yearn for the customs of ancient times? Setting aside all else, one could not say whether Cao Cao was a good father, but he was undoubtedly a father-in-law of an era long gone. Cheng Yang glanced at Madame Zhou, chuckling. Qinghe is merely jesting. Sister Zhou need not take it to heart. Madame Zhou's face turned crimson as she lifted her gaze to sweep over Cheng Yang's face before shyly lowering her head once more. My status is humble, merely a relative of a surrendered general, and I am a widow. I dare not harbor any extravagant hopes. Besides, since leaving Sudu, I have been far from home and have not expected any favorable outcome. The terms, Chieshin and Nu Jia, sound rather peculiar, evoking an unexpected sense of connection to the character of Shimenqing. However, the words of Madame Zhou hold a kernel of truth. In ancient times, even women of noble stature such as empresses and princesses could find themselves relegated to the status of captives. The disgrace of the Jingkang era during the late Northern Song dynasty saw the capture of the two emperors, Huizong and Qinzong, along with over 3,000 members of the Zhao royal family, concubines, and noble officials, all taken to the Jin state. The men were inevitably reduced to slavery, while the women became mere instruments of exploitation. The chaos of the Western Jin's Eight Kings Rebellion and the Yongzhou Rebellion, as well as the incursions of the Xiongnu into Luoyang, left many women not only as tools, but even as provisions. With their plight being utterly appalling, Tio speak of more recent events. The renowned literary figure Kai Yong's daughter, Kai Wenji, once celebrated for her talents, was also abducted by the Xiongnu and forced to become a woman of the barbarian lands. In comparison, Madame Zhou's situation might be somewhat more favorable, yet a woman's beauty, if it cannot procure her happiness, may well lead to her misfortune. Now left destitute and abandoned, with Zhang Xiu and others no longer caring for her. If she cannot find a suitable refuge, she may gradually become an object of desire, a mere plaything for one or many. This is an exceedingly terrifying prospect for her. Tears welled in the corners of Madame Zhou's eyes as she bravely lifted her gaze to Qing Yang and inquired, "Young master, the chancellor once stated that he would send me to you. He even arranged for me to meet you at the Cao residence. Why, then, have you not made an appearance?" Qing Yang, unsure of how to respond, could hardly tell her that a man had given him her daughter, forbidding them from meeting. Thus, he diplomatically replied, "Perhaps our fates were not yet intertwined at that time." Madame Zhou quickly pressed on, "And now? Are our fates intertwined now?" Stunned, Qing Yang found himself at a loss for words. It seemed she was in a state of desperation. After all, she was not only related to a surrendered general but also a widow. Sighing, he proposed, "Let us do this, Sister Zhou. I know you are currently in distress. Why not stay at my home for the time being? It is quite spacious, and the people are amiable. You would surely be more comfortable here than out there." Madame Zhou paused, her emotions surging, and she nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Princess Qinghe, fixated on the two, interjected with an expressionless face, "Are you two here to indulge in romance, forgetting about me, the rightful mistress?" Cheng Yang's proposal deeply resonated with Madame Zhou. It was undeniable that remaining in the Cheng residence was far safer than being in an inn. Moreover, with Cheng Yang's status as the newly appointed chief clerk of the Ministry of War, combined with his handsome appearance and compassionate nature, he was indeed a man worthy of trust. Truth be told, if she were not a widow, she might have considered pursuing him for marriage. "I am profoundly grateful for your kindness, young master. Therefore, I shall abide by your wishes." Agreed. Then, Cheng Yang smiled, promptly instructing the servants to tidy up the courtyard. Beside them, Qinghe pouted, petulantly declaring, "I want to move in too. I shall share a courtyard with Sister Zhou." "Wait, before the marriage, you want to move in? What would a man think?" Qing Yang mused, albeit he considered that if she could persuade Cao Cao, he would not be concerned. "If your father agrees, I have no objections. Perhaps you should discuss it with him?" With a grand gesture, Qinghe dismissed the idea, stating, "What is there to discuss? Our marriage has been settled. Sooner or later, he will be yours." "Yours sooner or later?" This little girl is quite open-minded. Qing Yang chuckled. "Since you have put it that way, shall we share the night together?" Qinghe scoffed, glaring at him. "What do you take me for? Although I reside in your house, I am not yet married. You cannot take advantage of me. If you wish to enjoy a woman, do so with Sister Zhou. She is a concubine, meant for your pleasure. Be why heavens." Qing Yang thought, this young lady is far too audacious. He had often heard that in ancient times, a primary wife would actively assist her husband in selecting concubines. Initially, he found this hard to believe, but now he understood the truth of it. Madame Zhou, already flushed with embarrassment, exclaimed, "Qinghe, what nonsense are you spouting?" Qinghe smiled playfully, revealing her small canines. "Sister, you are indeed a concubine, meant for Cheng Yang's enjoyment. If he does not take pleasure in you, then what is your purpose?" "Enough, enough. Cease your chatter, or I shall." Faced with the enchanting yet alluring Madame Zhou, Qing Yang found himself increasingly restless. Rising, he went to the restroom, returning with a sense of relief. The three of them gathered around the table, drinking and joking, enjoying a delightful time. It had been a long while since Madame Zhou felt so relaxed. Seizing the rare opportunity, she even performed a song and dance for Qing Yang. The beauty was as exquisite as white jade, and the wine as fine as nectar. What a delightful experience! Unbeknownst to them, dawn broke, and Qing Yang turned to see the sun rising, nearly time for his report at the Ministry of War. He quickly interrupted the two ladies, expressing regret. "Sisters, I must go to the Ministry of War now. Having just been appointed chief clerk, if I am late, my lord and the strategist will undoubtedly seek me out." Madame Zhou, filled with concern, asked, "Young master, shall we not rest a while? Shall we? Is she hinting at something?" Qing Yang felt a flush of embarrassment. Scratching his head, he chuckled. "There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Especially since you have entered the Cheng residence. If you desire companionship, I would not refuse." Upon hearing this, Madame Zhou turned crimson, hastily clarifying, "Young master, I merely meant to suggest you take a moment to rest." "What are you implying? Goodness, how awkward." Qing Yang smiled as he donned his long robe, hastily mounting his beloved steed, and rushed off to the Ministry of War. Fortunately, he was not too late and managed to arrive just in time. Having only recently been appointed chief clerk, Qing Yang had yet to assume many responsibilities, so his workload was relatively light. After listening to his subordinates' reports, he meandered about the courtyard until fatigue gradually overtook him. Eventually, he could no longer bear it and succumbed to sleep at his desk. At that moment, Cao Cao and Sun Yu happened to arrive for an inspection. Upon discovering Qing Yang sound asleep, Cao Cao's expression darkened immediately. "You little rascal, you are now the chief clerk, one of my most trusted aides. A multitude of people depend on you to oversee matters, and here you are, hiding away for a nap." Seeing this, the officials in the courtyard hastily nudged Qing Yang's arm. "Chief clerk, the Minister of War has arrived." As Qing Yang yawned and stretched, reluctantly lifting his head, he thought to himself, "A man, Qinghe, and Sister Zhou are truly overwhelming. They kept me up all night. I feel utterly exhausted. Moreover, Qinghe refuses to let me leave, while Sister Zhou is concerned for my well-being. Tonight, there is no way I can endure. I must return to rest, or I shall collapse. By heavens, you little rascal, you have indeed revealed yourself." Cao Cao's face darkened further. "You come from a scholarly family. Must you not exercise some restraint? The wedding is but a few days away. What harm is there in holding back? Holding back? What should I hold back from? Could it be that a man is blaming me because Qinghe moved into my home?" Qing Yang's heart raced as he cautiously explained. "My lord, it was Qinghe who brought it up. Sister Zhou attempted to dissuade her, but Qinghe refused. I merely acquiesced to her wishes. Shut your mouth. How dare you speak such things in front of so many? Qinghe initiated it. If you did not encourage her, how would she have taken the lead?" It was indeed awkward for Cao Cao, discussing such matters with his future son-in-law, leaving him at a loss for words. Sun Yu, standing nearby, was equally taken aback. He turned to Cao Cao, whispering, "My lord, is the Princess Qinghe truly so bold? Look at how exhausted young Cheng appears. At this rate, he may not withstand it." Cao Cao shot him a glare. "You rascal, what nonsense are you uttering? Have all the administrative matters been handled? Is governance under control?" Sun Yu's face flushed, and he dared not respond. Qing Yang, however, found amusement in the situation. Rascal? What a delightful term. A man is fated to be with Cao, and Sun Yu is a rascal. This pair of master and servant truly complements each other. Perhaps they should form a duo. He is a rascal, and you, O Cao. Together, they could be called the Rascals. I can assure you, they would achieve great fame. Form a duo? The Rascals? Although the name sounds crude, it does have a certain charm, he mused. Unable to contain himself, Cao Cao chuckled. "You little rascal, your mind is filled with peculiar ideas." After sharing a laugh, he cleared his throat and turned to Sun Yu, instructing, "You have always been responsible for the governance and administration of Xuchang. During this time, the Ministry of War has established several new offices. The issues pertaining to the governance of officials must be thoroughly addressed. Do you understand?" Sun Yu nodded, acknowledging, "The subordinate comprehends. However, my lord, the officials of various ranks within the court are largely inherited from the Han dynasty. The entrenched atmosphere of the bureaucracy has persisted for ages, and the efficiency of the administration is generally subpar. Such deeply rooted issues are unlikely to be resolved swiftly." This predicament was also recognized by Cao Cao. If it were easy to rectify, there would be no need to wait until now. Suddenly, he turned towards Qing Yang, a smile gracing his face, and inquired, "Little Cheng, you are now the chief clerk and have the authority to intervene in the affairs of the Sima's office. I ask you, do you have any effective solutions?" Qing Yang widened his eyes innocently and replied, "My lord, I am but a simple man, and you truly overestimate my capabilities." Yet, despite his words, his mind was already racing with thoughts. Rectifying the governance of officials? That would surely offend many. At 17 or 18, how could one expect me to undertake such a monumental task? I would surely be devoured by those bureaucrats. No, that is out of the question. I shall remain dutifully in my role as secretary and return to amuse myself with Qing Ai. In short, I refuse to engage in this matter. This was the most genuine thought of Qing Yang at present. Cao Cao, displeased, remarked, "As my son-in-law, you share in the legacy of the Cao family. You cannot simply enjoy the comforts alongside Qinghe and remain silent in the face of challenges. Moreover, it is one thing to be silent. But it is essential to contemplate these matters in your heart. Cao can discern your thoughts. Little Chung, consider this. The efficiency of the various offices is alarmingly low, and the tendency to shift blame is quite severe. How can we achieve clarity in governance? Given the prowess of Amon, there would be no need for others to ponder this. Among all the warlords, the Cao Wei group boasts the most talent. Ultimately, Amon has indeed performed admirably. He values ability above all else and holds no grudges, which requires a degree of courage not many possess. Hearing Cheng Yang's thoughts, Cao Cao felt a surge of joy. Very well. It is rare to hear this young man commend me. Accustomed to being criticized, Cao has nearly grown numb. Who would have thought that his self-assessment would be so high? To value ability above all else. Few can rival this notion. It seems my methods are indeed quite astute. Sun Yu chuckled awkwardly, feeling a pang of shame as Cao Cao's right-hand man. He should have been responsible for the affairs of governance. Yet he found himself utterly powerless regarding the current state of the Sima's office. Truly, he felt like a failure as a minister. Raising his hand, Sun Yu declared, "My lord, please rest assured, I shall find a solution." A solution? Ah, how easy it is to speak, yet how difficult to implement. Setting aside the matter of governance, merely improving office efficiency alone would be a daunting task. Ultimately, one could only consider two approaches: rewarding those who perform well and punishing those who lag behind. However, these are merely superficial remedies that fail to address the root of the problem. Indeed, Sun Yu continued, "My lord, I believe our first course of action should be to establish a clear system of rewards and punishments. Those who excel should receive ample rewards, while the indolent should face severe penalties. By instituting such a system, we can greatly alleviate the issues of governance." Cao Cao gasped, not in agreement with Sun Yu, but in astonishment at Cheng Yang. "Good lad, you have accurately discerned my thoughts, almost to the letter." Were it not for having heard Cheng Yang's sentiments beforehand, I would have deemed Sun Yu's proposal quite commendable. However, Cheng Yang believes it merely addresses the symptoms rather than the underlying issues, thus stirring a multitude of doubts within him. Cao Cao pondered for a moment before shaking his head, replying, "Sun Qing, the system of rewards and punishments in Sudu has always been clearly defined by law, and it would be unwise to make significant changes. This matter shall be discussed further." Sun Yu stepped forward, insisting, "My lord, if rewards and punishments are not substantial, how can one discern honor from disgrace? I believe we can make some temporary adjustments." Alas, Sun Yu, in his folly, insisted on pressing the issue despite Amon's evident disapproval. The rule of law is the fundamental principle of governance. How can one alter it at will? Fluctuating decrees are a grave mistake for any ruler. Moreover, while the system may be sound, who can guarantee that issues will not arise during its implementation? What is decreed from above may not necessarily be adhered to below. For instance, the nomination of filial and virtuous individuals was originally intended to recommend those of integrity, yet it often results in the selection of the most unsavory characters. Just as Amon, this lecherous old man, is considered among the virtuous, one must wonder, are we to accept such standards? Cao Cao was momentarily at a loss for words. This young man possesses a sharp tongue. Though lecherous old man is quite apt, it does strike a chord. Yet, he could not deny the truth in the statement. Policies may be sound, but once they reach the lower ranks, all manner of devils may emerge. He resolutely rejected Sun Yu's suggestion, asserting, "In our state, we must govern according to the law. Sun Qing, we cannot permit fluctuating decrees. Furthermore, what is decreed from above may not necessarily be implemented below. Let us discuss this further. What is decreed from above may not necessarily be implemented below." In that moment, Sun Yu experienced a profound realization, as if awakened by a sudden revelation. Indeed, the concerns of my lord are quite comprehensive. It was I who acted recklessly. As a loyal minister, whether in matters of governance or military affairs, one must consider every angle to ensure absolute security. At this moment, even Cheng Yang could not contain his astonishment, his eyes widening as he gazed at Cao Cao. Especially upon recalling Cao Cao's previous words, he felt an overwhelming sense of shock within. Oh my, did Amon just mention governing by law? Am I hearing correctly? Has he truly reached such a level of sophistication? I underestimated Amon indeed. I had no idea he was this formidable. As Cheng Yang marveled at this unexpected development, the eldest son, Cao Ong, suddenly approached. Upon greeting his father, he clasped his fists and said, "Father, Please assign a few more aides to me. The workload is becoming overwhelming. As Cao Cao's most beloved son, Chaoang was always given significant attention. Currently, he was under the command of Guojia, managing the military supplies and equipment, a task that was both intricate and crucial. Cao Cao, not wishing to delay, glanced at Sun Yu and instructed, in a moment, please assign a dozen experienced individuals from the SEMA's office to assist Chaoang with the accounts. Sun Yu hesitated, replying, that can be arranged, my lord. However, is a dozen individuals not a bit excessive? A dozen individuals to manage accounts? What a grand spectacle that would be. What on earth are those under Chaoang doing? Surely they aren't all slacking off. No wonder Amon remarked that the efficiency of the offices is alarmingly low. It seems to have dropped to this level. Alas, I am grateful I did not witness it. Otherwise, I would surely be driven to frustration. Slacking off? Cao Cao's eyes widened, incredulous that anyone could afford to be so lax while on duty. Yet he understood that Cheng Yang had not seen it. Otherwise, he too would be incensed. If that is the case, little rascal, let us accompany you to see for ourselves, Cao Cao declared. I refuse to believe you have no thoughts on the matter. Chaoang, let us first visit your quarters to ascertain the situation. Chaoang nodded. Very well, father, please follow me. The courtyard was eerily silent, with only a few guards standing watch, while officials and aides remained in their respective chambers on duty. However, the nature of their duties varied. Some were diligently working, while others engaged in leisurely indulgence. Due to the wall that separated them, no one was privy to the activities of their colleagues, even if someone were to be soundly asleep. As long as they remained quiet, no outsider would be the wiser. This phenomenon was commonplace, and the officials in charge felt utterly powerless. Even those who were earnest in their work were not immune to moments of distraction, often idling away half an hour. Cao Cao tread lightly, approaching the first room where he suddenly pushed open the door, only to find a clerk seated, sipping tea. My lord, you have arrived, the clerk exclaimed, quickly standing and awkwardly chuckling as he explained. I have been occupied all morning with numerous ledgers, and I grew weary, so I took a moment to sip some tea and rest. Though his words contained no flaws, what he was truly engaged in was anyone's guess. Cao Cao remained expressionless, simply responding, rest is important. Do not overexert yourself. Upon inspecting the second room, he found another clerk hunched over at the desk, diligently writing. Sweat drenched his forehead and back. Cao Cao felt a stir of admiration and could not help but smile. This individual was dedicated and self-disciplined, truly a model for all officials. The clerk, startled by the noise behind him, turned and gasped, my lord. Cao Cao waved his hand, saying, no need for excessive formalities. Let me see what you are writing. Is it the accounts from the military? The clerk's complexion turned pale, and he trembled slightly. Noticing the clerk's distress, Chaoang hurried over, snatched the papers from his grasp, and upon examining them, discovered they were love letters filled with lewd phrases addressed to a courtesan. Father, scoundrel! Cao Cao erupted in fury, his face contorted. Take him away and give him 50 lashes. After finally conducting an inspection, it appeared that all the aides under his command were of such lowly character. No wonder Chaoang lamented the shortage of manpower. If they had adequate staff, it would be a different story altogether. SKTSK, the letter was quite well written, the language quite smooth. However, to compose such a love letter during work hours? Amon would surely be furious. One must question Amon's judgment. How could such a respectable office be reduced to a collection of small rooms? You have dismantled the entire room, compelling them to congregate for work. Who would dare to take advantage of the situation now? In that instant, Cao Cao was momentarily taken aback. To dismantle the rooms and have them gather for work? What a brilliant scheme, simply exquisite. Cao Cao's eyes sparkled with understanding. This clever young man has awakened the dreamer from his slumber. Chapter 60. Yuan Shao, are you about to take flight? Sun Yu, you are to convey this order. Cao Cao glanced at Sun Yu and declared, henceforth, all officials at the Sikong residence will relocate to the conference hall for their duties, and they shall no longer hide away in their rooms. Working together in this manner is akin to the collective working system of later generations. IT not only strengthens supervision and enhances efficiency, but also significantly improves the office atmosphere, thereby enriching the working environment. Sun Yu, having heard this once, was instantly illuminated with excitement. What a marvelous idea, my lord. How did you conceive such a notion? I am truly impressed. Cao Cao chuckled modestly, waving his hand dismissively. claiming it was merely a trivial matter. Unworthy of mention. Sun Yu, please convey this order. Yes, Sun Yu respectfully bowed. He was genuinely astounded by Cao Cao's brilliance. After all, how could one not be awed by their lord? Just this one casual strategy seemed almost magical. Turning stone into gold, Cheng Yang stood behind, utterly bewildered. How could he, Amon, have devised such a plan? What has come over him today? Is he experiencing a stroke of genius? So many brilliant ideas in one day. One moment he speaks of governing by law, the next he suggests collective workspaces. What on earth is happening in his mind? Has he been struck by lightning? For heaven's sake, can't he utter a few kind words? Cao Cao, thoroughly enjoying Cheng Yang's praise, was suddenly taken aback by the unexpected remark about being struck by lightning. He nearly stumbled in surprise. However, upon seeing Cheng Yang's dumbfounded expression, Cao Cao felt an exhilarating thrill. Little Cheng, what do you think of this strategy of mine? How does it strike you? Damn. Amon is getting cocky, isn't he? But, to be fair, his performance today is indeed commendable. Truly, he is a formidable hero, adept in strategy and quick to respond. The foundation of the Cao Wei dynasty is destined to flourish under your stewardship. Praise, shower me with more praise. Cao Cao was positively elated, feeling as if he were basking in the warmth of spring. While he might not be overly thrilled by flattery from others, Cheng Yang was different. Cheng Yang's admiration stemmed from genuine respect, not mere pretense. Moreover, he was accustomed to self-deprecation. Today, he finally acknowledged Cao Cao in his heart. Cao Cao exhaled deeply, smiling at Chaoong. Zixio, you and little Cheng are of the same age. You should engage in more private discussions. Very soon, he will marry into Qinghe, and henceforth, he will be your brother-in-law. Chaoong nodded and clasped his fists toward Cheng Yang. Little Cheng, I have heard that you have recently become the chief clerk. Your rise has been remarkably swift. Is he merely 17 or 18? To have attained the position of chief clerk at the Sikong residence, if it were not for nepotism, Chaoong would find it hard to believe. Cheng Yang awkwardly replied, Your honor speaks truly. In truth, I did not desire this position as chief clerk, but rather it was the lord who, this young man is being quite coy. Chaoong furrowed his brow slightly. He had heard much about Cheng Yang. Not only was he the future husband of Qinghe, but he was also the teacher of Cao Zhang and Cao Chong. How could a youth, younger by several years, possess such merit to achieve this status? Even if he were skilled in metallurgy or possessed knowledge of arithmetic, he should not be so favored. Could it be that he shares a special bond with my father? Chaoong glanced at the two. Seeing Cheng Yang's handsome features and the refined elegance that resonated from his demeanor, he grew increasingly suspicious. Could it be that he is my father's kept boy? During the Han Dynasty, it was not uncommon for affluent families to keep handsome young boys as companions. Moreover, within the Sikong residence, he was not the only one harboring doubts. Guojia and Sun Yu had also questioned the nature of Cheng Yang's relationship with Cao Cao. However, they gradually came to understand the truth. Recognizing that Cheng Yang was indeed exceptional, and that Cao Cao's admiration for him was sincere. Chaoong, however, had less interaction with Cheng Yang and a competitive spirit that stemmed from being of the same age. Thus, he felt a subtle sense of hostility towards Cheng Yang. Little Cheng, during this recent time, my younger brother Cao Zhang has been training under you. What have you taught him? Could you provide an example or two so that I may be enlightened? Before Cheng Yang could respond, Cao Cao had already discerned Chaoang's intentions. This was a challenge, wasn't it? Very well. Onger has recently taken charge of military affairs, overseeing tens of thousands of troops' provisions and equipment, which may have led him to become somewhat arrogant. Rather than allowing this pride to develop unchecked, it would be prudent to remind him of the hierarchy of talent and the vastness of the world beyond. Little Cheng, why don't you share what Zhang has learned from you recently? Cheng Yang replied candidly. Cao Zhang practices horseback archery daily, just as before. Oh? Chaoong smiled. Little Cheng, you understand horseback archery as well? To claim ignorance would be embarrassing, yet to profess expertise would be somewhat awkward. Cheng Yang diplomatically stated, I possess some knowledge, but I am not an expert. Excellent. Chaoong clapped his hands. Since you are Cao Zhang's mentor, your prowess in horseback archery must be exceptional. Brother-in-law, in 3 days, the Northern Camp will hold its annual martial arts tournament. You must attend, so that I may test your skills. What do you mean by that? Wait, don't walk away. Clarify your words. What do you mean by you must attend? I am a civil official. Cheng Yang's mouth fell open, as if he had bitten into a rotten egg. He turned to Cao Cao, exclaiming, "My lord, I am a chief clerk, not a general. What business do I have at a martial arts tournament?" Upon hearing this, Cao Cao burst into laughter. A civil official is not prohibited from participating. The military exercises and Tai Chi you have taught Chaoang are indeed exceptional martial arts. Furthermore, a chief clerk must often accompany the army on campaigns. Practicing archery is quite commonplace. This matter is settled. My son Chaoang, as the main officer in charge of military logistics, will also participate. It is only fitting that you, as his brother-in-law, engage in a friendly competition. Cheng Yang pouted, utterly lacking in enthusiasm. Brother-in-law, I sense that he wishes to render his sister a widow. Marching into battle and engaging in combat is no mere game. In the near future, Yuan Shao will likely seize the 4 provinces of Ji, Yu, Qing, and Bing, leading to inevitable friction with Su Duomon might very well send troops. Damn it, I won't be forced into a corner to fight Yuan Shao, will I? Cao Cao's heart leapt in alarm upon hearing this. Yuan Shao intends to seize the 4 provinces? His family has long been one of the 3 dukes, possessing immense prestige. Should he gain control over the 4 provinces of Hebei, he would undoubtedly soar to unprecedented heights, making him virtually unstoppable. Cao Cao's expression grew grave, and the smile vanished without a trace. Come, summon the strategist from the northern camp. I have urgent matters to discuss. Chapter 61. Summon the strategist, the Lord is unwell. My lord, why the urgent summons? What pressing matter requires my presence? Guo Jia panted heavily, drenched in sweat. Cao Cao's brow furrowed as he inquired, Strategist, has there been any movement from Yuan Shao in Hebei? Guo Jia shook his head, replying, It remains unchanged. Yuan Shao and Gong Sunzan are still locked in fierce conflict. Gong Sunzan is a cunning strategist, not easily dealt with. They will likely continue to battle for quite some time. Cao Cao pondered deeply, remarking with significance, I believe they are on the verge of reaching a conclusion. Gong Sunzan is no match for Yuan Shao. The 4 provinces of Hebei will soon be pacified. My lord, how do you arrive at such a conclusion? Guo Jia was perplexed. From his perspective, given the current situation, it was inevitable that Yuan Shao would conquer the 4 provinces of Hebei. He merely required time. Gong Sunzan, however, was far from an ordinary adversary. His white horse cavalry was a formidable fighting force that would not simply stand down. Strategist, Cao Cao harbored doubts, yet he had heard Cheng Yang's sentiments and believed there was truth in them. Let us deliberate further. I sense that the situation in Hebei is precarious, and with a slight misstep, Yuan Shao may emerge as the greatest victor. Understood. Guo Jia took a seat opposite Cao Cao. The two discussed the military strengths, provisions, and the generals and strategists on either side, analyzing their influence within the Hebei region. Although Yuan Shao possessed superior skills, Gong Sunzan would not be significantly weaker. With the white horse cavalry at his command, Ji province should not be easily subdued. As Cao Cao and Guo Jia engaged in meticulous discussion, he discreetly observed Cheng Yang's reactions. Indeed, when they spoke of the valor of the white horse cavalry, a voice echoed suddenly in his mind. No matter how formidable the white horse cavalry may be, they are still just soldiers. Their effectiveness ultimately depends on their lord. Gong Sunzan may have Zhao Yun, the second greatest general in the realm, yet if he does not utilize him properly, how can he be blamed? Moreover, Gong Sunzan has grown old. He no longer possesses the vigor of his youth and is now digging trenches and fortifying his territory, clearly hesitant to confront Yuan Shao directly. Even more bizarrely, he actually constructed an earthen fortress within the trenches, with iron gates and no guards, hoarding 3 million measures of grain, residing solely with his wives and beautiful concubines. It is evident that he is indulging in a hedonistic lifestyle. With such a ruler, how could one not face defeat? Is this truly happening? Upon hearing this, Cao Cao involuntarily gasped in shock. An earthen fortress filled with wives and concubines? Hoarding 3 million measures of grain while reveling in a life of excess? How utterly absurd. As a fellow ruler, the mere thought of such behavior ignited a fury within Cao Cao, military advisor. What is the current situation with Gong Sunzan? Guo Jia shook his head and sighed. There's nothing particularly noteworthy. It's just that Gong Sunzan has been digging trenches and has also constructed an earthen city. His several million measures of supplies are all stored within this fortress. Moreover, it seems that recently he has become somewhat distant from his strategists and valiant generals. The guests and aides fleeing from Jizhou have already numbered in the dozens. Damn, is this truly the case? Cao Cao found it hard to comprehend. If he desires the company of women, he could simply indulge in the comforts of home. What is the purpose of erecting an earthen fortress? Even if he could accommodate thousands or tens of thousands of beauties within, could he truly manage them all? To neglect his valiant generals and advisors in favor of living with women in an earthen fortress. While hoarding several million measures of grain, he is nothing but a fool. Cao Cao was engulfed by a sense of despair. Initially, he had hoped that Gongsun Zan could restrain Yuan Shao, allowing him to gradually expand northward and secure vital transportation hubs like Zhongmu and Guandu. Yet, with Gongsun Zan's sudden antics, it would be all too easy for Yuan Shao to conquer him, throwing his plans into disarray. Cao Cao's face turned ashen as he glared at Qingyang, furiously exclaiming, "Why didn't you inform me sooner?" Qingyang, bewildered, replied, "What should I have said?" Realizing his outburst was misplaced, Cao Cao quickly rephrased, "Listen, if you have something to say, speak up, you understand?" Cheng Yang's eyes widened, genuinely unaware of what had transpired. What should he say? What nonsense? Could it be that a man, in his foolishness, is feeling envious of Yuan Shao's ambitions and is venting his frustrations on me? No way. Serving a ruler is akin to walking with a tiger. A man is far too suspicious. One misstep and he may resort to indiscriminate violence. I certainly do not wish to meet the same fate as Yang Xiu or El Bosch. I must escape. Upon returning, I will take Qinghe with me, along with Sister Zhou, concocting an excuse to visit Chao Ren in Wanqing, before going into hiding until Cao Cao meets his end. Damn it. You are truly impossible. Cao Cao was furious. I merely expressed a few grievances, and you intend to flee? Not only do you plan to take Qinghe and the Zhou family with you, but you also wish to vanish until I am no more? I am your father-in-law. I have offered you beauties and my daughter, practically everything but my wife. Yet you are perpetually plotting your escape, as if you are deranged. Cao Cao's anger surged, wishing he could hang Qingyang up and whip him a few dozen times. Seeing this, Guojia sensed the impending crisis, quickly rising and calling out, "Quickly, someone fetch a doctor. The Lord is afflicted with madness." Eh? Am I truly losing my mind? Cao Cao instantly understood and waved his hands in protest. I am perfectly fine, Guojia cautiously inquired. My lord, are you truly unwell? I saw you puffing and glaring, and thought you were going mad. Cao Cao, both amused and exasperated, replied, Madness? Ha! I merely have a headache. I am not insane. My mind is perfectly sound. However, he had no time to elaborate. His thoughts were consumed with how to placate Qingyang. Should this fool truly be frightened into taking Qinghe and the Zhou family and absconding? Where would he find him again? The most alarming thought was that this young man was incessantly preoccupied with the likes of Jiangdong's Da Qiao and Xiao Qiao. If he were to leave Xucheng only to head straight to Jiangdong, would that not leave the way open for others? How embarrassing it would be for me as your father-in-law, for the sake of the Qiao family's legacy and the stability of the Qiao lineage. I have endured. Cao Cao's expression shifted from fury to a smile as he looked at Qingyang, saying cheerfully, Young Cheng, I was not referring to you earlier, but rather to the military advisor. Please do not misunderstand. Guojia's eyes widened in disbelief. Cao Cao grumbled, the affairs of the state are no trifling matter. Why was Gongsun Zan digging trenches and building fortifications without reporting it? Had I not pressed for answers, you would have kept me in the dark, Guojia explained. Isn't it normal for one to dig trenches and build fortifications? I assumed you could envision it, as we too are digging moats and trenches. Cao Cao nodded, choosing not to dwell further on that topic, instead turning his attention back to Qingyang. Young Cheng, if Yuan Shao were to truly defeat Gongsun Zan, how do you think we should respond? Qingyang hardly paid attention, continuing his quiet musings. What excuse could he use to escape? Perhaps he could claim there were disturbances in Jingzhou under Liu Biao, fearing for the safety of Wanqing, and offer his assistance to Chao Ren in defending the city. Yes, that plan seems sound. Once in Wanqing, I can seize the opportunity to hide away. With Sister Zhou and Princess Qinghe, my days would be nothing short of delightful. Chapter 62. Commanding my father is easier than commanding my son, you little rascal. Do you truly think I cannot manage you? If you wish to flee, I shall summon your father right now and see how you escape. Cao Cao's face fluctuated between red and white with anger, but upon calming himself, he realized that to command his son's obedience The best course of action was to compel his father to intervene. Someone, please summon Lord Chengyu for a discussion. Just as Cheng Yang was left in a state of confusion, Chengyu hurriedly entered the courtyard. My lord, you called for me? Cao Cao smiled slightly, gesturing toward the seat beside Guojia, son-in-law. How is the progress on the hospital? Chengyu beamed with joy, replying, My lord, progress is swift. In about a month. It should be nearly complete. Hearing this, Cao Cao felt a sense of relief. He nodded approvingly before returning to the previous topic. News from Hebei indicates that Gongsun Zan has fortified his walls and dug many trenches. He seems to have abandoned his offensive, intent only on holding his position. However, merely defending without attacking will surely lead to his downfall against Yuan Shao. Hebei is in peril. Chengyu was taken aback. Frowning in confusion, so soon? Gongsun Zan is a formidable figure. How could he be defeated so quickly? My lord, his Bema Yizong is an elite cavalry force. Surely, they can hold out for 3 to 5 years. Chengyu, you are unaware of the full picture, Cao Cao replied, clearly dissatisfied with Chengyu's response. He was a man of great intellect, yet in terms of vision and insight, he always fell short compared to his son. Cao Cao discreetly glanced at Cheng Yang before focusing on Chengyu. I predict Yuan Shao will soon launch a full-scale attack on Gongsun Zan, and the situation in Hebei is dire. Chengyu, as my most trusted advisor, I have a daunting task for you. Chengyu, filled with delight, asked, My lord, what is the task? Cao Cao lowered his voice and said with solemnity, I need you to take a few trusted individuals to Jizhou to assist Gongsun Zan in resisting Yuan Shao. After all, Gongsun Zan and Yuan Shao are mortal enemies, and so are we. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Assisting Gongsun Zan is, in essence, assisting myself. There was no issue with this logic. But the situation in Hebei was ever-changing. If Chengyu truly went to Jizhou, his own safety would be at stake. Guojia contemplated for a moment before saying, This is indeed a good strategy. Regardless of how long Gongsun Zan can hold out, it can only benefit Xuchang. However, he sighed lightly, it may be fraught with peril, and there is a significant risk to your life. Military advisor, why do you say this? Chengyu waved his hand dismissively, boldly stating, I serve at the pleasure of my lord. The Lord has shown me great favor. This is merely a trip to Hebei. I do not believe it will be difficult. Besides, as the most trusted strategist of the Lord, how could I shrink back in the face of challenges? There is no need for further persuasion. I will prepare to depart. Chengyu's response filled Cao Cao with guilt. He had not anticipated that this old fellow would agree so readily, a stark contrast to his son, who was intent on fleeing and hiding away. What should he do? Was he truly going to allow Chengyu to head north? Yet the words had been spoken, and there was no way to retract them. Cao Cao found himself quite speechless, standing there in a daze, unsure of what to do. He had merely intended to provoke Cheng Yang. But it had escalated to this point. Chengyu turned to Cheng Yang, instructing, Father shall depart for Jizhou immediately. As the steward, you must remain here to assist the Lord diligently. Your marriage to Qinghe will have to wait until I return. Sighing, Cao Cao shook his head, about to speak when suddenly, Cheng Yang's voice echoed in his mind again. Damn. I once thought Cao Cao was a formidable hero, but who would have guessed he is truly a fool? Gongsun Zan has fortified his earthen city and remains steadfast within its walls, yet you still wish for my father to venture forth. What purpose would that serve? Should he counsel Gongsun Zan to confront Yuan Shao directly and engage him in a relentless struggle? The multitude of strategists and generals beneath the command of Jizhou have proven ineffectual in this regard. Are you not concerned that my father's intervention might incite suspicion in Gongsun Zan and lead him to ally with Yuan Shao against you? Cao Cao? Amon. While my father's journey may indeed carry certain peril, both Gongsun Zan and Yuan Shao are individuals driven by the pursuit of reputation and will not dare harm my father. Yet you, Cao Cao, in your eagerness to stir discord, seem oblivious to the potential consequences. In his quest for survival, Gongsun Zan will undoubtedly seek to stabilize his position with Yuan Shao, potentially turning against you. Cao Cao. Su Du, originally detached from this conflict, could thrive in obscurity, focusing on development and production. Why would he not find that preferable? I have yet to witness someone so willingly inviting disaster upon themselves. Foolishness incarnate. Cao Cao, momentarily taken aback, realized the gravity of the situation. He had been preoccupied with sowing discord between the two, neglecting the fact that Su Du was a common adversary to them both. How could he have nearly orchestrated his own demise? Fortuitously, this young man has reminded me, or else the repercussions would have been dire indeed. Cao Cao exhaled quietly, feigning nonchalance as he gestured dismissively. Cheng Yu, I believe it prudent to wait. Should you venture to Jizhou and your stratagem fail, Gong Sun Zan may turn his ire towards Su Du, placing us in jeopardy. Cheng Yu's eyes twitched, a flicker of astonishment crossing his brow. The Lord's insights were astutely meticulous. How had he not arrived at this conclusion himself? Then, my lord, what course of action should we pursue? If Yuan Shao secures Hebei, he may well set his sights on Su Du next. Alas, Amon, your indecision is confounding. One moment you propose one course, and the next, another. I find myself exasperated by your whimsical demeanor. Where has that earlier bravado vanished? If external measures are ineffective against Yuan Shao, we must maneuver from within. Yuan Shao has 3 sons and 8 chief strategists, each factionalizing and engaging in cutthroat rivalry. Should we stoke the flames of their discord, it would be no surprise if they ignited into chaos. Imagine a small assembly of 8 individuals, each forming numerous factions. Such a scenario is ripe for the application of divide and conquer tactics. Cao Cao's eyes gleamed with realization. A scheme of division. Indeed, we can employ subterfuge. You clever rascal, you still possess a shred of conscience. My time with Qinghe has not been in vain. Clearing his throat, Cao Cao resumed his facade of profound understanding. In my humble opinion, employing subterfuge is our best course. Subterfuge? Guojia and Cheng Yu echoed in unison. Cao Cao nodded at a tea present. Yuan Shao is brimming with confidence and victories, fervently seeking expansion. We must not confront him head-on. Yet we can employ stratagems to undermine him from within Yi City. I've heard that Yuan Shao's 8 strategists are divided into factions, the Yuan Tan faction, the Yuan Shang faction, and the neutral group. Their internal strife is palpable, with each vying for dominance. If we can skillfully employ tactics of division, causing Yuan Shao to be unable to tend to both internal and external matters, we could significantly hinder his progress in Hebei. Guojia wholeheartedly concurred, having long been aware of the internal discord within Hebei. Should we compel Yuan Shao to cease hostilities, we could certainly find a foothold in the Qingzhou and Jizhou regions. My lord, this plan is brilliant. Let us proceed forthwith. Chapter 63. The scheme of division. Amon's mind is remarkably agile. Truly, he possesses a formidable intellect. One cannot deny that in terms of strategic vision, Cao Cao surpasses the average individual by a considerable margin. The art of warfare prioritizes psychological warfare above all. The siege is but a secondary concern. If we can indeed divide the lords and ministers of Hebei, it will afford Su Du ample time for development. The prospect of laying claim to Qingzhou and Jizhou is not beyond the realm of possibility. Cao Cao wholeheartedly endorsed this notion. Psychological warfare is paramount. The siege is secondary, he proclaimed with a grin. It is said that within Yuan Shao's camp, there are numerous factions. We can exploit this to incite discord between the lords and their subordinates. Guojia nodded slightly. What you say is indeed valid. Yet Yuan Shao is no fool. He possesses both courage and cunning and will not fall for our ploys so easily. Standing nearby, Cheng Yang could not suppress a chuckle. While it is true that Yuan Shao is strategic, he is indecisive at critical moments, often vacillating and failing to make definitive choices. His 8 strategists, Feng Ji and Xin Pei, are aligned with Yuan Tan, while Guotu and Xian Pai side with Yuan Shang. These factions are like fire and water, perpetually clashing. Moreover, Feng Ji harbors enmity towards Tianfeng, who is closely associated with Xin Pei, creating animosity even among those within the same faction. Guotu, too, is at odds with Feng Ji and Xin Pei, as well as Tianfeng and Zhu Shou. He seems to have enmity with nearly everyone. With these 2 treacherous ministers, who often conspire against others, if we were to provide them an opportunity to undermine one another, they would likely express gratitude for the chance. Upon hearing this, Cao Cao felt a shiver run down his spine. Should Cheng Yang's assessment hold true, it would only require a subtle maneuver for Yuan Shao to find himself embroiled in chaos. After a moment of contemplation, he deemed Cheng Yang's strategy both precise and insidious, a quintessential approach to instigating discord and psychological warfare. Having reached a decision, Cao Cao began to set his plan into motion. He personally penned a letter specifically addressed to Feng Ji, which was then disguised and delivered to Guotu in Hebei. Upon receiving the letter, Guotu was overjoyed and quickly rallied the court officials, accusing Feng Ji of treason and collusion with Cao Cao. Subsequently, Cao Cao instructed Guojia to compose another letter directed at Guotu, which was then sent to Yuan Shang, falsely claiming that Guotu had been in clandestine collaboration with Guojia, suggesting treasonous intentions. Amidst this mutual suspicion, Yuan Shao found himself at a loss, unsure whom to trust. Although he suspected that this might be a ploy by Cao Cao to create confusion and eliminate his informants, Yuan Shao's tendency to overthink led him to indecision. His narrow-mindedness and inability to tolerate others' capabilities further complicated matters. What if, by some chance, Guotu and Feng Ji are indeed conspiring against me? What if they have already leaked state secrets? Who would bear the responsibility for such consequences? After much deliberation, Yuan Shao ultimately decided to imprison all involved and conduct thorough interrogations. Upon learning of this development, Cao Cao hastily pinned yet another letter under Guojia's name, which was delivered to Feng Ji's residence. The letter essentially stated that Guojia and Guotu, being fellow townsmen and relatives, had merely exchanged pleasantries and had no involvement in state matters. Guojia implored Feng Ji not to falsely accuse him of treason due to their shared background. Asserting his loyalty to the state in a final effort, Cao Cao provided a substantial sum of gold and silver to Feng Ji as a means of securing Guotu's release. Feng Ji had already been detained by Yuan Shao, and his family was desperately seeking ways to secure his freedom. Upon receiving this letter and the accompanying wealth, it became a lifeline for them. Without hesitation, the Feng family brought the letter to Yuan Shao to lodge their complaint. My lord, Guotu and Guojia are undoubtedly in collusion. Why else would Cao Cao offer such a fortune to save him? Moreover, do not forget that Guojia and Guotu are both from the same hometown and share family ties. Yuan Shao scrutinized the letter, appearing outwardly unfazed, even managing a nonchalant smile. This ploy of Cao Cao's is a scheme of division. You must not let yourselves be swayed against one another. I shall make my own determinations. However, he promptly dispatched agents to Guotu's residence to investigate any correspondence. While no letters were found, a significant amount of gold and silver was discovered. In truth, most of this wealth had been embezzled by Guotu's day. Yet, in an effort to extricate himself from his predicament, Feng Ji insisted that it was all a gift from Cao Cao. Thus, Guotu found himself further entangled in accusations. Subsequently, Cao Cao, unbeknownst to Sun Yu, penned several letters to Sun Can under his name. Sun Can, being Sun Yu's brother and Yuan Shao's chief strategist, was closely observed by Yuan Shao as soon as the letters reached Sun's residence. Word quickly spread to Yuan Shao. Compared to Guotu, Yuan Shao harbored even greater suspicion towards Sun Kansas. After all, he was Sun Yu's brother, and if anyone within the court were to be suspected of treason, it would undoubtedly be Sun Kansas. However, due to Sun Can's status, Yuan Shao could not openly accuse him. Instead, he subtly undermined his authority and promoted Feng Ji and others in his place. Within Yuan Shao's camp, Xin Pei was competent but lacked strategic insight, while Feng Ji was self-serving, autocratic, and obstinate. With these two at the helm, constant conflict ensued. Coupled with Yuan Shao's indecisiveness and stringent oversight of his court officials, chaos soon reigned in Hebei, leaving everyone on edge. In such a tumultuous environment, they found themselves incapable of launching an effective campaign against Jizhou, ultimately opting to withdraw their forces. Upon receiving news of Yuan Shao's retreat, Cao Cao was elated. It was fortunate that he had heeded Cheng Yang's council of division, which had successfully curtailed Yuan Shao's ambitions and provided Su Du with a strategic opportunity. To secure a formidable general is worth more than 100,000 elite soldiers. To possess a brilliant strategy surpasses the might of 1,000 armies. Cao Cao reflected, his heart brimming with gratitude as he perused the reports from his scouts in Hebei. He marveled at the clarity with which he had orchestrated the situation in Hebei, all while remaining in Sudu. If he were to lead an army into battle, the territories of Jizhou and Qingzhou would surely fall into his grasp with ease. However, this fellow spends his days in idleness, preferring to lounge at home rather than venture forth to battle. The idea of him leading an army to conquer Jizhou is more daunting than ascending to the heavens. And the following days, Cao Cao frequently made his way to the registrar's office, employing every means to discern whether Cheng Yang had any inclination to join the military campaign. Even if he did not wish to engage in combat, merely holding fort in the central army and offering strategic insights would suffice. Yet, Cheng Yang remained utterly disinclined. His justification was that the affairs within the minister's residence were numerous and overwhelming. And given his limited knowledge, it was best left to the likes of Xiahou Dun, Xiahou Yuan, and Guo Jia to lead the expedition. In the end, Cao Cao was left feeling humiliated, and had no choice but to offer some words of consolation before turning away. Nonetheless, he was not ready to give up. The significance of Qingzhou and Jizhou was paramount to him. If he could not seize these territories while Yuan Shao was retreating, when Yuan Shao regained his strength, there would be no place for him in Xuchang. Contemplating this, Cao Cao summoned Sun Yu, Guojia, and others to his study for a thorough discussion. Due to the situation in Hebei, the martial arts assembly had been postponed. Cao Cao resolved to select another date for the event. All participating soldiers would be eligible for promotion and would form a new army to campaign against Qingzhou and Jizhou. Upon hearing this, Guojia immediately grasped Cao Cao's intentions and why, Lord, are you compelling Qingyang to enlist? Cao Cao chuckled, recognizing the insight of his strategist. This lad has been so lethargic. I can no longer tolerate it. Therefore, he must be pushed a bit. He wishes to participate in the martial arts assembly, does he not? Very well. All who join the assembly will be part of the new army campaigning against Qingzhou and Jizhou. I shall see how he evades this duty. Chapter 64. An arrow fired from the training grounds, striking the drum officer in the training grounds. The drums resounded, and the horns blared. Numerous targets had been erected in the open space before the crowd. The soldiers participating in the equestrian archery contest stood outside the field, awaiting the signal of the drums to enter in order. Qingyang sat upon his beloved steed, his heart in turmoil. I am a civil official. Ah man, I am indeed a civil official. You want me to compete in archery? Why not send me to duel with Elbu instead? One moment I'm a personal attendant, the next a registrar, and now you want me to accompany the army to war. Every day brings a new torment, and that scoundrel Chaoang, I once saved your life. You turn around and sign me up? I curse you. Faced with the gaze of tens of thousands of observing soldiers, Qingyang felt increasingly overwhelmed. While he pondered how to back out, he silently cursed the Cao family. Cao Cao, unfazed and unflinching, mused to himself, curse away, for this dog has been cursing me in his heart for days on end. As long as you participate in the martial arts assembly, I shall immediately incorporate you into the new army. At that point, you will be compelled to serve me in the conquest. A few scathing remarks in exchange for the territories of Jizhou and Qingzhou. What's not to like? Furthermore, should you provoke my ire? I may just take it out on your father. Cao Cao cast a sidelong glance at Cheng Yu beside him and casually inquired, Lord Cheng, how are matters progressing at the hospital and the mines? Cheng Yu, nearly at his wit's end, replied with a face of grievance, My lord, you inquired just a few days ago why 2 sons have been at the mine, not returning home for days. I rise before dawn to oversee the work. Without a moment to spare, Cao Cao nodded approvingly. Excellent. You are indeed a model for our kind. By the way, your youngest is set to participate in the archery contest. Keep a close eye on him. He must not slip away. The youngest? Archery? Cheng Yu's eyes widened in surprise. Why, lord? My son is a civil official. Cao Cao chuckled. What fear does a civil official have? Precisely because he is a civil official. He must practice more. Should your youngest achieve a commendable rank today, I shall appoint him to command an army. What say you? The majority of the troops in the camp at Xuchang were commanded by family generals such as Cao Hong, Cao Ren, Xiahou Yuan, and Xiahou Dun, while the remaining forces were distributed among trusted generals of other surnames like Eugene, Dianwei, and Lu Jin. Without exception, all were renowned generals of their time. Qingyang, barely 18 and lacking experience, was to command an army? Not only Cheng Yu but even Guojia, who was privy to the details, could not help but sigh in awe. There are always greater heights and superior talents beyond our kin. Lord Cheng, your son may well be on the verge of soaring to great heights. Cheng Yu smiled modestly. I am humbled by your praise, strategist. However, I know my son has truly secured a significant opportunity. Originally a mere auxiliary soldier, in just a few months, he had risen to registrar and was now on the cusp of commanding troops. Qingyang could hardly contain his joy. Approaching the platform, he found Qingyang and cautioned him, since you are participating in the archery contest, you must perform admirably. If you can secure a ranking, it will bring great honor to our family. Do you understand? Qingyang, feeling despondent, nodded reluctantly and then asked, Father, but I cannot shoot arrows. What shall I do? Cheng Yu reassured him, Do not worry, it appears the Lord does not wish to place you in a difficult position. As long as you can hit the target, all will be well. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yang's worries dissipated. With several large targets, akin to real people, surely he could hit them, even if his aim was not precise. He would not bring disgrace upon himself. With 3 drumbeats, the crowd gradually quieted. The soldiers' eyes were alight with anticipation, all focused on the archery contest. Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Su Chu, and Dian Wei were the most prominent figures in Chao's camp, garnering the most attention. Yet, they were either good friends or close brothers of Cheng Yang. The 4 approached Cheng Yang simultaneously, clasping their fists and smiling. "Brother Cheng, you have come. Please, you go first in an instant." The eyes of tens of thousands of soldiers turned to Cheng Yang. Who is this lad? I have not seen him before. Even Guan Yu and Zhang Fei bowed to this youth. Who could he possibly be? Cao Cao, witnessing this, exchanged glances with Guo Jia and could not help but murmur, with Guan Yu and Dian Wei backing him, young Cheng is bound to gain considerable prestige today. Consequently, appointing him to command troops will be a logical progression. Guo Jia wholeheartedly agreed. My lord, this strategy is indeed astute. It seems young Cheng can no longer decline. Cao Cao laughed heartily and turned to look at Cheng Yang, only to see the lad repeatedly waving his hands in embarrassment. No, 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 please, you go first. Do not stand beside me. It is too conspicuous. After much insistence, no one dared take the lead. Why, Eugene bellowed. All participating in archery must follow the order. There is no need for modesty. General Guan, please step forward. Upon receiving the command, Guan Yu cracked the whip and galloped from the sidelines towards the target. At a distance of 100 paces from the target, he drew his bow with his left hand and readied an arrow with his right. Releasing it with a swift motion, the arrow struck the bullseye. Excellent shot, Cao Cao exclaimed, and cheers erupted from the high platform, filling the air with excitement. Following Guan Yu was Dian Wei, who, eager to showcase his skills, charged towards the target and at 100 paces, he spun around on his horse and shot an arrow while lying on the saddle. It too struck the bullseye. The crowd gasped in admiration. What skill! General Dian Wei is truly remarkable. Just this feat alone was enough to earn him accolades, and it was no wonder the Lord held him in such high esteem. Soon after, Su Chu, Zhang Fei, Xiahou Yuan, Xiahou Dun, and a host of other junior generals took their turns, each demonstrating their prowess and hitting the targets in no time. The targets were adorned with numerous arrows, clustered together like a blooming flower. Creating a splendid sight in the training grounds, Cao Ong, mounted on his steed, strolled from the crowd and smiled at Cheng Yang. Young Master Cheng, shall we compete in archery? Compete? What nonsense. If I say I won tea, will you let it go? Seeing Cheng Yang remain silent, Cao Ong took it as an acceptance, chuckling as he galloped forth. At a distance of about 100 paces from the target, he drew his bow, aimed at the wooden target, and released the arrow with a sharp twang. The iron arrow whistled through the air, piercing the target's center and knocking aside the other arrows. Excellent! Well done! Cheers erupted from the high platform, and the crowd responded with waves of applause. Even Guo Jia and Sun Yu were astonished by this shot, and even seasoned archers like Su Huang and Xiahou Yuan nodded in admiration. Cao Cao beamed with satisfaction, explaining to those around him, since returning from Wanqing, my son has diligently practiced archery, and now he has finally reaped the rewards of his efforts. After Cao Ong shot his arrow, he did not leave. He turned to Cheng Yang and said, Young Master Cheng, please. Cheng Yang moved his lips, cursing inwardly, damn it. I have no choice but to comply as long as I can hit the wooden target. It won't be a loss. Cheng Yang spurred his horse, charging forth. The steed galloped swiftly, and in no time, he reached 100 paces from the target. The training grounds were filled with shouts and cheers. All eyes on him as he prepared to shoot. Cheng Yang's riding skills were mediocre. The jolting of the horse left him somewhat dizzy, making it hard to focus. Finally regaining his composure, he hastily nocked an arrow and aimed at the nearest target. The iron arrow soared like a swan, its whistle echoing through the air, and as it left the bowstring, it created a symphony of wind. Excellent! Cao Cao, upon hearing from afar, was immediately filled with admiration, exclaiming, What a remarkable young man! That arrow truly possesses great force. The gathering soldiers, including the likes of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, were all brimming with excitement, eagerly anticipating the splendid display of skill from the young Master Cheng, who was known for his prowess in hitting targets from 100 paces. The arrow whistled through the air like a great swan, its sound resonating like the wind, as soon as it left the bowstring. It surged directly towards the edge of the field, aimed squarely at a drummer who was enthusiastically beating the drum to rally support. In an instant, it struck true, piercing the throat. The drummer, without even a moment to react, collapsed lifelessly to the ground. A profound silence enveloped the training grounds. Chapter 65. You must be doing this on purpose, right? The onlookers were left utterly dumbfounded, their gazes fixed on the bloody drummer, at a loss for words. Moments later, laughter erupted from both inside and outside the training grounds. Is this what they call hitting the target from 100 paces? He just shot a drummer. The young man had not even glanced at his target. With a single arrow, he had sealed the fate of a living man. I can hardly contain my laughter. In an archery contest, he shot the drummer. Ha ha, I can't take it anymore. Some soldiers clapped and cheered, while others whistled, creating a chaotic scene within the training grounds. Cao Cao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Chengyang. His mouth agape. What kind of operation is this? I instructed him to shoot arrows, not to take down a drummer. At a distance of 100 paces, he has felled a man. Could it possibly be intentional? However, Cheng Yang's inner thoughts soon emerged. Damn, I aimed for the target. How did the arrow end up hitting a living person? I've embarrassed myself tremendously. Cao Cao felt tears welling up. He had initially thought the young man was deliberately performing for him, but it turned out he was genuinely incompetent. The target he aimed for was a mere drum, and he struck a living person instead. This was an abysmal failure. Lost in thought, Cao Cao couldn't help but chuckle. Cheng Yang was indeed a lively character. Cheng Yu felt utterly mortified. He had specifically cautioned Cheng Yang to perform well, yet this was the result. This young man had brought disgrace upon the entire Cheng family. At the edge of the target range, Chaoang looked incredulously at Cheng Yang, then turned to the drummer who lay on the ground, receiving urgent medical attention. Without uttering a word, he swiftly walked away. From that day forth, he never mentioned competing in archery with Cheng Yang again. After about a quarter of an hour, the injured drummer was carried away. Cheng Yang was uncertain of the man's fate. He felt powerless to assist and walked away in shame, feeling like a complete fool. Once the unexpected incident was resolved, the archery competition resumed. Cheng Yang, mustering his courage, led his horse back to the target range. After all, he had already embarrassed himself thoroughly. What more did it matter? He resolved to perform admirably from that moment on, hoping to salvage some dignity. As he took a few steps and was about to mount his horse, Eugene suddenly glared at him and questioned, "You brat, are you back for more? What exactly do you intend to do?" Cheng Yang replied obediently, "I'm here to compete in archery. It hasn't concluded yet." "Has it?" Eugene's expression darkened as he coldly stated, "According to the rules of the training grounds, anyone who fails to hit a target 3 times loses their qualification to compete. Do you still have the audacity to show your face here?" Cheng Yang whispered back, "But I didn't miss 3 times. I just hit a person instead, didn't I?" Eugene scoffed, laughing so hard he nearly lost his composure. "You're even worse than someone who misses 3 times. In all my years overseeing the training grounds, you are the first to strike one of your own, and it just had to be a drummer. Get out of here, and I mean it." Faced with the undeniable truth, Cheng Yang found himself at a loss for words. However, to leave without a defense would mean he would forever bear this shame. "General Yu, please allow me one more chance. Perhaps this time I can hit the target accurately? Get lost? Hurry up and leave before you embarrass yourself further. Have some dignity. Not leaving. Someone, throw this fool out." As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Chu and Zhang Fei erupted with laughter, grabbing Cheng Yang's arms and leading him away. Zhang Fei shouted, "Brother, let's go. Quickly. We don't have many drummers in our training grounds, and you keep shooting one after another. Who can stand that?" Su Chu chimed in, "Exactly, brother. Were you doing that on purpose?" "On purpose? Hell no. If I were deliberate, I would have shot Chaoang first, then dragged the 2 of you down with me. I am just curious about how a man views me now. Given my abysmal archery skills, hitting my own man, he surely won't force me to join the army, right?" After much pulling and shoving, they finally returned Cheng Yang to his home, the Cheng residence. Madame Zhou was busy preparing for the evening's victory banquet, with Princess Qinghe joining in the festivities. Upon seeing Cheng Yang return, both women shared a puzzled look. Madame Zhou asked, "Young master, weren't you supposed to be at the training grounds until the evening? Why have you returned so early?" Cheng Yang, forcing a brave face, replied, "The competition hasn't ended. I just came back early. Madame Zhou looked even more puzzled, while Princess Qinghe giggled. You weren't thrown out, were you? Damn. Could this girl have figured it out? Her words instantly made Cheng Yang feel anxious. Fortunately, Madame Zhou, being perceptive, took Cheng Yang's hand and said, It's just as well you're back. We were preparing a celebratory feast for you tonight, so we can eat early. Come, try some of my cooking. Cheng Yang gazed at her radiant smile and curvaceous figure, his heart racing uncontrollably. Yes, no wonder ancient rulers often skipped morning court. Who could resist such a lure? Just looking was intoxicating enough, let alone galloping wildly. Young master, this is the steamed fish I made. Young master, this is the fried pork ribs I prepared. The three of them chatted and laughed in the courtyard, enjoying their drinks and relishing the moment. During their conversation, whether intentional or not, Madame Zhou's fingers would occasionally brush against Cheng Yang's hand, lingering for a few seconds. Could it be that she was hinting at something? Surely she wouldn't want to devour me, right? Just then, Princess Qinghe suddenly asked, Chenggu, are you going to join the army soon? Cheng Yang hurriedly shook his head. No way. I absolutely want to go. Princess Qinghe's eyes widened in surprise. Why not? I've heard that many of those participating in the archery competition will be incorporated into the new army, preparing to conquer Qingzhou and Jizhou. Why father has such high hopes for you. Want you join the army? Join the army? I just shot a drummer, and tens of thousands witnessed it. Would a man really want me to enlist? This is a classic case of misfortune turning into fortune. Just as he was musing, someone outside suddenly cleared their throat, a hymn. Cheng Yang, who was merrily eating and drinking, turned around and saw. Oh no, it was a man. My lord, what brings you here? Following Cao Cao were Guojia and Chengyud, I noticed you left the competition early, so I came to check. The drummer is not in any life-threatening danger. Thank heavens, as long as he is not dead, I'm in the clear. Hey, man, I can't shoot arrows anyway. Does this mean I want to have to join the army? I can just stay at home and continue to lounge about, right? Upon hearing these words, Cao Cao immediately became irritable. Lounge about? What the hell are you talking about? Always thinking about slacking off. Do you have any ambition at all? You're the real slacker here. Young Cheng, you need not worry about joining the army. After all, I cannot bear the shame of placing you in command. However, you cannot remain idle. For the next month, you must diligently train every day. Archery, martial arts, everything must be learned. Chapter 66. I have a plan that will annihilate the enemy. Learn? Learn what? If I were to study martial arts, would I still be receiving threatening letters? Would I come here at all? Cheng Yang repeatedly waved his hands in a smile. My lord, please spare me. I'm not made for martial arts. With my skinny arms and legs, I might not only fail to learn but end up disabled instead. Not an option. You must learn martial arts. Cao Cao's expression darkened, muttering, You taught Cao Zhang military boxing and Tai Chi, don't you know those? What harm is there in practicing a bit? Look at you now. So thin and weak, you can't even best Qinghe. Cheng Yang turned to glance at Princess Qinghe, particularly focusing on her slender waist and long legs. Who do you think you're looking down on? Just the other day when no one was home, I had her screaming. To be honest, her voice was nearly shattered from screaming. Upon hearing this, Cao Cao immediately panicked, staring at Qinghe with concern. Did this little brat bully you? Princess Qinghe appeared confused and thought for a moment before shaking her head. No, not at all. Cheng Yang listens to me more than anyone else. He does whatever I ask. If anyone was bullying, it would be the other way around. Cao Cao was left utterly baffled. But I heard he struck you the other day? Princess Qinghe gasped, her face turning crimson. At this moment, Cheng Yang chuckled slyly, secretly thinking, oh yes, I struck her. Not just once, but it was quite the beating. A thorough thrashing. I nearly made her cry. Thorough thrashing? A beating. Cao Cao pondered for a moment, then raised a foot and aimed a kick at Cheng Yang's backside. You little rascal, you haven't even gotten married yet. What else with this nonsense? Your daughter is already yours, and yet you still think about slacking off. Why must I be burdened with such a frustrating son-in-law? My lord, why are you kicking me? What have I done to deserve this? Cheng Yang protested, getting up and dusting himself off. Princess Qinghe quickly rushed over to support him. Father, what on earth are you doing? Cao Cao's face turned an ominous shade as he glared at Cheng Yang and exclaimed with ire. In 10 days, the army will march forth, entering Qingzhou. You rascal! Cheng Yang, on the verge of tears, replied, My lord, I shot the drum officer today by mistake. How can you expect me to accompany the army? The other soldiers would surely not accept it either. Upon recalling Cheng Yang's mishap with the drum officer, Cao Cao couldn't help but chuckle. This scoundrel is truly a treasure. After all these years of military practice, you are the first to injure one of your own, and nearly to death at that. I cannot send you. You would bring shame upon me. Do not even think about it. If you refuse to go, then so be it. Whoever wishes to fight is a fool. Stay at home. Amuse yourself with Qinghe and flirt with Madame Zhou. Enjoy your life. Indulge in your meals and drinks, and do not take matters to heart. Humph, you cheeky brat. You think it will be that easy? Cao Cao continued. As they go to war, how can you, as the scribe, remain so carefree? I have appointed Xiahou Yuan and Xiahou Dun as the commanding generals for the campaign against Qingzhou, and Guo Jia will accompany them. You, however, must remain in Sudu and cannot be idle. You shall oversee the supplies of grain and provisions. Having said this, Cao Cao turned away, dismissing him with indifference. Cheng Yang hurried after him, calling out, my lord, I fear my humble words may not suffice for such a grave responsibility. Yet, Cao Cao did not look back. In the blink of an eye, he had exited Cheng's residence. Cheng Yang could only return to the courtyard, where his father, Cheng Yu, upon seeing him, scolded in anger, be grateful for the chance to redeem yourself with merit. Had it been anyone else who shot the drum officer in the training grounds, you would have been beaten to death. Beaten to death? Cheng Yang chuckled to himself, unable to resist patting his backside. The Princess Qinghe and Madame Zhou, overhearing, inquired, what do you mean by shooting the drum officer? Were you not participating in the archery contest, aiming at straw targets? Ask him yourself. Cheng Yu gestured, storming off in frustration. The two women exchanged glances of inquiry toward Cheng Yang. Cheng Yang hurriedly clarified, in truth, I am quite accurate with a bow. It is merely that I sometimes misjudge my aim. Qinghe, you should know this. Qinghe, taken aback for a moment, suddenly spat in disdain. Her cheeks flushed and said nothing further. Cheng Yang grinned, sharing a few jokes with Madame Zhou and the Princess Qinghe. However, as the afternoon progressed after their meal, he began to feel disheartened. Military provisions and logistics? Amon truly does not regard me as an outsider, entrusting me with such a vital task. With no opportunity to decline, Cheng Yang begrudgingly donned his official attire and set off for the Minister of Works' residence. At that moment, Cao Cao was deep in discussion with Guo Jia, Sun Yu, Xiahou Yuan, and others about the strategy to conquer Qingzhou. Cheng Yang, noticing the commotion in the study from a distance, wished to stealthily slip away to the scribe's quarters. However, Su Chu, stationed outside, spotted him and waved enthusiastically, laughing, Brother Cheng, the divine archer Cheng has arrived. Come, join us for a chat. The others in the study could not suppress their laughter at this. Cao Cao, with a dismissive snort, said coolly, do not mind him. Let us continue our discussion. He then turned to Guo Jia, you shall accompany the army and be cautious in all matters. The cavalry under Gongsun Zan's command is indeed valiant. Guo Jia nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. However, besides that, there is little to fear, at the very least. Gongsun Zan lacks formidable generals. Xiahou Yuan and Xiahou Dun, either of them could sweep through Jizhou and Qingzhou with ease. Xiahou Yuan chuckled. Though I appreciate the flattery, it must be said that while Gongsun Zan has many officers, they are indeed lacking in capability. If I reach Jizhou or Qingzhou, I will not return empty-handed. I shall slay several of his generals to honor the strategist's words. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Lacking formidable generals? Guo Jia, you are rather dismissive. While Xiahou Yuan and Xiahou Dun are formidable, they are ranked outside the top 10 in today's realm. Yet Zhao Yun, under Gongsun Zan, is ranked second in the world. Aside from Lu Bu, he has no equal. Do you truly believe that they could stand against Zhao Yun in single combat? These thoughts, unspoken by Guo Jia, nonetheless reached Cao Cao's ears. Cao Cao was taken aback, suddenly recalling that Cheng Yang had mentioned Zhao Yun's name before. He had even sent someone to investigate, only to find that Zhao Yun, as a general of the White Horse Cavalry, had a rather secretive identity. However, in just a few months, he would be facing Zhao Yun as an adversary. Steeling himself, Cao Cao solemnly warned, gentlemen, do not be blindly arrogant. It is said that Zhao Yun, known as Zhao Zilong, possesses remarkable martial prowess. Should you encounter him, tread carefully. It would be best to try to persuade him to join us. Zhao Yun, Zhao Zilong? The others were unfamiliar with him. Guojia asked, "My lord, have you met him?" Cao Cao shook his head, admitting he had not, but had heard tales of his prowess. It is said that aside from Lu Bu, none can rival him. A collective gasp filled the room. In such a serious context, Cao Cao would not speak falsely, and a general who could stand alongside Lu Bu was indeed not to be underestimated, if this were true. Conquering Jizhou and Qingzhou would not be a swift endeavor. Guojia sighed deeply, his brow furrowed with concern. Not be a swift endeavor. Perhaps you have not approached the matter correctly. If we employ cunning, we may achieve victory with little effort, annihilating Gongsun Zan entirely. Cao Cao couldn't help but shudder slightly. While the prospect of defeating Gongsun Zan entirely was tantalizing, he recognized that merely establishing a foothold in Qingzhou and gradually encroaching upon Jizhou would be a significant achievement. Yet, Gongsun Zan was no easy opponent, and this troublesome fellow kept his thoughts to himself, making it difficult to elicit his opinions on matters. "Cheng, come in and sit," Cao Cao invited when he noticed Cheng Yang lingering outside. Cheng Yang shook his head. "I shall not enter. You may continue your discussion, and I will wait a moment." "Indeed, this lad will not shed tears until he sees the coffin." Cao Cao chuckled. "Perfect timing. For we need to discuss the logistics of grain supply. Since you are in charge of this matter, you should present it before everyone." Seeing Cao Cao's repeated invitations, Cheng Yang realized he could not evade the situation any longer and reluctantly walked over. Sun Yu stroked his beard and calmly stated, "My lord, the preparations for provisions and other matters are complete. Everything is proceeding as planned, and further discussion is unnecessary. Our primary task now is to determine our tactics against the enemy. Shall we conduct a swift attack, or shall we engage in direct confrontation? Without clarity on these matters, the vanguard may find it difficult to advance." Xiahou Yuan nodded vigorously. "In my opinion, a swift attack is preferable. Speed is of the essence. If we strike quickly, the enemy will not have time to react." Xiahou Yuan, known for his rapid assaults, consistently advocated for swift strikes in any military engagement. However, Su Huang immediately countered, "I believe this expedition is not suitable for a swift attack. First, our troops are already weary from a long march. Second, the enemy may be lying in wait, ready to take advantage of our haste. A rapid assault would be detrimental to us." Xiahou Yuan furrowed his brow, engaging in a debate with Su Huang, who was equally unwilling to concede. The argument escalated until neither side would yield, each presenting valid points. After a prolonged silence, Guojia interjected, "If I may suggest, we can balance both strategies, combining a steady advance with the element of surprise. The army should hold its ground while the cavalry executes rapid flanking maneuvers, catching the enemy off guard. This dual approach is the way forward." Cao Cao, upon hearing this, readily agreed. "What the strategist suggests resonates deeply with me. Xiahou Yuan, as the commanding general for this campaign, do you concur?" Seeing Cao Cao's endorsement, Xiahou Yuan reluctantly acquiesced. "I believe the strategist's words hold merit, and I concur." Cao Cao was elated. "Excellent. Then, before he could finish, Cheng Yang was already musing to himself, if Xiahou Yuan is the commanding general, how can he execute a dual strategy of steady advance and surprise? Wouldn't that be rather constraining for him? Moreover, if they intend to engage in direct confrontation, should they not be wary of Yuan Shao's potential intervention? Currently, Yuan Shao is embroiled in intense internal strife, yet should an external threat emerge, he will surely unite his internal factions to confront it. If Yuan Shao resolves his internal conflicts, and should he ally with Gongsun Zan against Su Du, what then?" Cao Cao, caught off guard, gasped at this realization. He had unwittingly overlooked Yuan Shao. Cao Cao was well aware of the situation in Hebei, where Yuan Shao's 8 strategists were embroiled in internal disputes. Yet, once a common enemy appeared, they would momentarily unite. In essence, they were engaged in fierce infighting behind closed doors, but once faced with an external foe, they would quickly rally as one. Currently, Yuan Shao was preoccupied with his own affairs, which provided Su Du with a prime opportunity to seize Qingzhou. However, if they were too brazen, it would play into Yuan Shao's hands. After all, the military strength of Su Du was significantly inferior to that of Hebei. Having grasped this understanding, Cao Cao resolutely shook his head. "We cannot afford to delay. This matter requires urgency. Do not forget about Yuan Shao. If we push Gongsun Zan into a corner, he will seek an alliance with Yuan Shao." Su Huang vehemently disagreed. "My lord, your reasoning is flawed. Yuan Shao is currently unable to attend to his own matters. How could he possibly concern himself with external affairs? His factions are embroiled in infighting." Cao Cao elucidated, General Su, you are unaware of certain truths. Yuan Shao's strategists may tear each other apart during internal strife, yet when faced with a common external threat, they exhibit remarkable unity. If we alarm Yuan Shao, would we not inadvertently assist him in resolving his internal conflicts and provide him an opportunity to ally with Gong Sunzan? Upon hearing this, Su Huang was greatly astonished, realizing the depth of his lord's concerns. Indeed, he had acted rashly. Simultaneously, his face was alight with admiration and respect. His lord was truly deserving of his title, for the principles of military strategy could not be more profound than this. Such flattery genuinely delighted Cao Cao, who chuckled softly and waved his hand in a rather flamboyant manner. As leaders and commanders, one must possess the foresight to consider the greater picture and navigate the complexities of strategy. To Cao Cao, this was a trivial matter, hardly worthy of mention. Why heavens! A man as shameless as a man, flattered a couple of times, and he truly believes he can soar to the heavens. Yet, what he had just articulated was indeed insightful. How could his thoughts align so closely with his own? A man's intellect was no trifling matter. However, since Shudu had already dispatched troops to Qingzhou, it was only a matter of time before Yuan Shao learned of it. Such secrets could not be concealed. The pressing question remained, how could we make it so that Hebei knew of Qingzhou's predicament, yet could not send aid? Cao Cao's eyes suddenly brightened. Indeed, since Shudu was preparing to strike Qingzhou, Yuan Shao would undoubtedly hear of it. What could prevent him from dispatching troops? Contemplating this, Cao Cao pondered earnestly but could not devise a solution. He attempted to eavesdrop on Cheng Yang's thoughts, only to discover that Cheng Yang was preoccupied with a different matter entirely. After lunch, when I first arrived at the Cao residence, the beautiful woman I encountered was that Lady Bian. She is truly remarkable. Though she is in her 30s, she appears merely 27 or 28, with fair skin, striking beauty, and long legs. I wonder whose wife a man has taken. Moreover, she has borne 4 sons for Cao Cao. A man is quite impressive. I just wonder if they are all his biological children. Cao Cao was momentarily taken aback. Here he was deliberating over matters of state, and this scoundrel was fixated on his wife. Have some shame. She is my wife. What business do you have thinking about her? Hastily clearing his throat, he interrupted Cheng Yang's musings. Let us all contribute our thoughts and avoid distraction. Young Cheng, if you have any clever strategies, do share them. Cheng Yang clasped his fists and replied earnestly, rest assured, my lord, I am deeply contemplating this matter and will certainly speak candidly should I devise a viable plan. Yet, as he lowered his hands, he began to mutter to himself, a man's wives are all quite lovely. It seems he has married a dozen or so. Truly impressive. He is like a small teddy bear, short in stature yet brimming with vigor. Of those many wives, 13 are others' former spouses, ranging from the daughter-in-law of Grand General Hejin to the wife of El Bu's subordinate, and even one from a brothel. How does he not discriminate? Is it fate that he is bound to Cao? Otherwise, how could he be named Cao Cao? Cao Cao's expression darkened as he glared at the chuckling Cheng Yang, wishing to strip him bare and thrash him soundly. You scoundrel, must you persist in speaking of my wife? Do you dare to challenge me by suggesting I might take your father's wife? Chapter 68. Observing the tiger fight from afar. Do you have the skill? The others, having witnessed Cao Cao's smile vanish, exchanged glances, sensing the sudden shift in his demeanor. Xiahou Yuan cautiously inquired, my lord, what weighs on your mind? Cao Cao glanced at Cheng Yang, subtly indicating, I am pondering whether there exists a way to make Yuan Shao aware of our intention to attack Qingzhou while ensuring he cannot dispatch troops to aid it. This, not only Xiahou Yuan but even Guojiao realized, was an insurmountable challenge. Qingzhou was a pivotal stronghold in the east, encompassing the present Hebei, Shandong, and other regions, and was under the control of Yuan Shao's eldest son. Yuan Tan. Yuan Tan, ambitious and determined, had already begun to drive out Tian Kai to the north and assault Kong Rong to the east. Presently, Qingzhou was nearly entirely under his dominion. Adjacent to Qingzhou lay Yinzhou, Cao Cao's stronghold. Yuan Tan often contemplated seizing Yinzhou, aiming to capture its cities, yet he refrained due to Cao Cao's might and the emperor's presence. Meanwhile, Cao Cao was not idle, frequently racking his brains to devise a method to obtain Qingzhou. However, his current strength was insufficient to confront Yuan Shao, especially with El Bu in Shuzhou and Lu Biao in Jingzhou, both lurking with intent toward Shudu. Both factions harbored ulterior motives, and their subordinates were well aware. Yet restraint prevailed, preventing any overt conflict. If Cao Cao were to assault Qingzhou, he would be opposing Yuan Tan, the son of Yuan Shao. How could Yuan Shao possibly remain indifferent? Guojia furrowed his brow. Expressing his concern, "My lord, forgive my candor, but to hope Yuan Shao would refrain from sending troops is akin to chasing a mirage. Even if Yuan Shao and Yuan Tan were to fall into discord, they would not neglect vast territories." Cao Cao's countenance grew solemn, and he remained silent for a long while. Yet, everyone could see that he had come to terms with reality, recognizing the futility of this course. Was there truly no glimmer of possibility? If we were to launch an attack on Qingzhou, and Yuan Shao dispatched troops for aid, how could we withstand such a challenge? What if he were to employ a strategy akin to surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao? Attacking Shudu, leaving us in a precarious position? In the study, no one dared to speak, for they all understood that a father would never ignore his son in peril, especially when an entire province was at stake. Cao Cao paused, waiting to see if Qing Yang might provide a solution, hoping the lad would articulate his thoughts. Before long, Cheng Yang's musings echoed in his mind. Yuan Shao may send troops, but as long as he does not target Shudu or Yinzhou, what concern is it to us? Could you not ally with Gongsun Zan to confront Yuan Shao? Establish an agreement with Gongsun Zan to engage Yuan Shao directly while we stealthily assault Qingzhou from behind. With Yuan Shao besieged on two fronts, he will be unable to focus on us. By the time we seize Qingzhou, Gongsun Zan and Yuan Shao will have inflicted significant damage upon each other. We could then observe the struggle from a distance, benefiting from their conflict and ultimately emerge to claim the spoils. Cao Cao's head shot up, exclaiming, "Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant." The others were startled, and Cao Hong inquired with concern, "My lord, what has transpired? Have you lost your senses? Should we summon a physician?" Cao Cao shot him a glance and chided, "You are the one who has lost his senses. My exuberance stems from the fact that—" "From what?" The others pressed. Cao Cao chuckled heartily, nodding toward Qing Yang. "It is because I have suddenly conceived of a remarkable strategy." The group, now serious, leaned in, eager to hear more. Cao Cao cleared his throat and elaborated. "In my view, we could forge an alliance with Gongsun Zan, coordinating an assault against Yuan Shao. He would confront Yuan Shao's forces head-on, while we would launch a surprise attack on Qingzhou from behind. In this manner, even if Yuan Shao becomes aware of our intentions, his attention will be divided, rendering him unable to dispatch troops against us." A collective gasp escaped from Su Yu and the others. As if struck by a revelation, Guojia's expression shifted from surprise to concern. But what if Gongsun Zan refuses to engage? Cao Cao chuckled. "Whether he chooses to send troops or not, we shall spread rumors far and wide, claiming that Gongsun Zan and I have reached an accord. Given Yuan Shao's inherently suspicious nature, he will undoubtedly believe it. Even if he wishes to send aid to Qingzhou, he will hesitate, fearing Gongsun Zan's response." Guojia nodded, a strategy of diplomatic subterfuge, indeed a clever plan. However, once we have allied with Gongsun Zan, how shall we address the situation in Jizhou after seizing Qingzhou? Cao Cao merely smiled enigmatically, chuckling softly. "Ah, my dear strategist, do you not understand the adage about the clam and the gull? When the two engage in conflict, who reaps the benefits? It is we who stand to gain. The fiercer their battle, the more advantageous it is for us. It not said that we should observe the struggle from the mountains, waiting for the two tigers to exhaust themselves before we step in?" Guojia paused, astonished, then inquired, "You mean to say, once Yuan Shao and Gongsun Zan are locked in a life-and-death struggle, we shall swoop in to seize the opportunity?" "Exactly," Cao Cao exclaimed, pointing at Guojia in agreement. "That is precisely the plan. Seize the opportunity." Ha ha! The entire room was electrified, including Guojia, Su Yu, Xiahou Yuan, and Cao Hong, each struck by the brilliance of the scheme. "While they clash, we shall pilfer their gains. Once they have sufficiently exhausted themselves, we shall emerge to claim the remnants." How utterly ingenious! Cao Hong slammed his palm on the table, turning to Cao Cao. "Brother, this strategy is nothing short of brilliant. It is exceedingly shrewd. I wager those two old fools will be so incensed upon seeing us collect the spoils that they may very well perish from apoplexy. By that time, not only will Qingzhou belong to us, but Jizhou may also fall into our hands, and perhaps even Yeqing and Hebei." Cao Cao smiled, maintaining his composure, merely nodding in agreement. "As the Lord, one must know when to display one's prowess, and the proper demeanor must not be forsaken." The more nonchalant and serene Cao Cao appeared, the more profound and inscrutable he seemed to Xiahou Yuan and the others. Truly, their lord was a master strategist, wielding unparalleled wisdom and foresight. Xiahou Yuan and Cao Hong were incessantly patting Cao Cao's steed, while strategists such as Guojia and Sun Yu expressed their profound agreement. Cao Cao's heart soared with delight, nearly lifting him off his feet. He cast a glance at Qing Yang, wishing he could seize him and plant a fervent kiss. What a clever lad you are! The brilliant plan that even Guojia and Sun Yu could not conceive, you conjured up effortlessly. I truly did not misjudge you. You are not merely my son-in-law. You are dearer to me than my own son. Military advisors Sun and others dispatch a quick-witted envoy immediately, bearing a letter to Gongsun Zan and Jizhou, conveying my intent to form an alliance and to rally our forces against Yuan Shao. Additionally, send someone to spread rumors throughout Yi City, stating that Su Du has already forged an alliance with Gongsun Zan and plans to engage Yuan Shao in a decisive battle in Jizhou. Chapter 69. You rascal, truly mischievous. In Jizhou, at the Earthen City, Gongsun Zan sat at a banquet, sipping wine and enjoying the performances. He had been feeling quite weary lately, as Yuan Shao's forces could strike at any moment, and his soldiers were disobedient, leaving him in a state of deep frustration. During such times, he would indulge in a few drinks and listen to music, seeking solace in the company of the beautiful women within the Earthen City to alleviate his worries. Suddenly, a maid hurriedly entered. My lord, there is a guest seeking an audience. Gongsun Zan frowned slightly, clearly displeased. Who is it? A general from the army? The maid shook her head. It is not a general, Gongsun Zan scoffed. Then it must be one of the strategists in the tent? The maid continued to shake her head. It is someone from Su Du, claiming to bear the emperor's decree. Oh? Gongsun Zan was jolted awake. Although the Han dynasty was on the brink of collapse, it still represented the legitimate authority of the realm. Regional lords and governors sought a proper mandate, which required a decree from the emperor. Without it, their claims would be deemed illegitimate and rejected by the people. Furthermore, if the emperor issued an edict condemning a regional power, calling for a joint effort against them, it would be impossible for that power to escape the stigma of guilt and would be scorned by the world. Gongsun Zan did not dare to delay. He quickly rose and descended from the hoisting mechanism outside the city. Upon entering the reception hall, he found none other than Sun Yu's nephew, Sun Yu. A strategist under Cao Cao, Gongsun Zan greeted him quickly. Gongda, what brings you here? Sun Yu, a capable aide to Cao Cao, had come as an envoy, indicating that significant matters were at hand. Sun Yu raised his hand and smiled. I have come to extend my congratulations, my lord. Gongsun Zan, known as the White Horse General and bestowed the title of Marquis of Ji, had once commanded the 4 provinces of Hebei and was a prominent figure in the realm. However, in his later years, he had lost his former vigor and, having suffered defeat in his struggle against Yuan Shao for control of Hebei, had gradually adopted a strategy of self-preservation, lacking even the courage to engage in battle. Sighing heavily, Gongsun Zan lamented, with the army in Yi City refusing to retreat, Jizhou hangs by a thread. What joy is there to celebrate? In my prime, I commanded the 4 provinces of Hebei, yet now I find myself besieged within this earthen city. I fear that soon, even Jizhou will fall to others, and I will become a prisoner. Sun Yu wholeheartedly agreed, recalling how, during Dongzhuo's incursion into Chang'an, the name of the White Horse General Gongsun Zan sent shivers through the hearts of lords across the land. Yet now, he was but a piece of meat on the chopping block, desired by all. The troubling part was that this old fellow remained oblivious to the danger, commissioning the construction of an earthen city and surrounding himself with beautiful women to enjoy life. Blissfully courting disaster, Sun Yu discreetly exhaled, then continued with a smile, My lord, I have come bearing the emperor's command and a decree. Gongsun Zan looked up, suspicion evident in his gaze. Is that truly the case? If you bear the emperor's decree, why is it that you alone have come, and not the imperial envoy? Sun Yu placed a finger to his lips, producing a secret letter from within his robes and presenting it to Gongsun Zan. Years ago, when Dongzhuo entered the capital and set fire to the palace in Luoyang, abducting the emperor and wreaking havoc in Chang'an, he inflicted irreparable damage upon the Han dynasty. We have since uncovered that Dongzhuo's entry into the capital was the result of a conspiracy between Yuan Shao and his uncle Yuan Wei. As Sun Yu spoke, he lowered his voice and leaned closer to Gongsun Zan's ear, whispering, Dongzhuo was, in fact, a former retainer of the Yuan family, summoned to Luoyang by Yuan Shao and Yuan Wei. However, he later became a madman, consumed by ambition and spiraling out of control, leading to the Yuan family severing ties with him. This revelation left Gongsun Zan astounded. Gongda, if what you say is true, then the Yuan family is indeed guilty of heinous crimes. Sun Yu smiled. This matter is well known in Sudu. I suspect you have not been to the Central Plains recently, hence your ignorance. Yuan Shao, being from Runan, does not dare to linger in the Central Plains, fearing exposure, which is why he has retreated north of the Great River. Gongsun Zan narrowed his eyes, seemingly grasping the crux of Sun Yu's words. Indeed, Sun Yu paused for a moment before raising his voice, declaring, "The Emperor has issued a secret decree, commanding my lord Cao Cao to join forces with you to eradicate the Yuan clan and avenge the Han dynasty." "Ah, I see, I see." Gongsun Zan's expression shifted subtly, his tone growing somewhat indifferent. "So, Gongda has come to persuade me to engage Yuan Shao in battle." Sun Yu chuckled, a hint of sarcasm lacing his voice. "My lord, forgive my candor, but Yuan Shao will inevitably march on Jizhou. How much strength do you possess to withstand him?" "Well, I suppose we can hold our ground," Gongsun Zan replied, hesitating. "If you could hold your ground, you would not have constructed an earthen city for your last days of enjoyment," Sun Yu countered, leaving Gongsun Zan speechless, unable to utter a single word. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Yu pressed on, "My lord, my master has proposed that our families form an alliance to jointly strike at Yuan Shao. You will attack from the north while we advance from the south, preventing him from addressing both fronts. This will allow you to reclaim your lost territories while my lord can eliminate the Yuan clan as a threat. Moreover, it serves to rid the Han dynasty of treachery. It must be said that Sun Yu's proposal was indeed enticing. Faced with the immense pressure from Yuan Shao, Gongsun Zan felt he could hardly endure any longer. With Cao Cao's assistance, although their combined strength still fell short of Yuan Shao's, they could create a pincer attack on Yi City. Should Jizhou and Sudu unite, Yuan Shao would be deterred from launching an all-out assault on Jizhou, making a retreat to Sudu equally difficult, resulting in a situation favorable to both parties. Furthermore, with the Emperor's secret decree, it would lend legitimacy to their cause, proving highly advantageous for himself. "Very well, I accept." Gongsun Zan slapped the table, making his final decision. Sun Yu was overjoyed, raising his hands in congratulations. "My lord is indeed wise. From this day forth, Sudu will mobilize against Yuan Shao. Please, my lord, lead your forces to battle, and together we shall besiege Yi City." Gongsun Zan clenched his fists, having endured for so long. He finally felt he could vent his frustrations. Not only would this resolve the crisis in Jizhou, but it would also allow him to reclaim lost territories. What a splendid outcome, Gongda. Once we finalize the alliance, return swiftly to urge Cao Cao to mobilize his forces. If we delay, Jizhou may not withstand the pressure. A word is a bond. After establishing the alliance with Gongsun Zan, Sun Yu promptly returned to Sudu. Relaying every detail of their discussions, Cao Cao let out a long sigh of relief, chuckling. "It seems that Gongsun Zan's situation is far from favorable. Chung, do you think we should mobilize our forces immediately?" "What?" "Oh," Qing Yang, who had been daydreaming, suddenly snapped to attention upon hearing Cao Cao's inquiry. Without a second thought, he replied, "Mobilize? Our immediate priority is to inform Yuan Shao that Gongsun Zan intends to attack him. Furthermore, we must inform Yuan Shao that Gongsun Zan is spreading rumors, claiming that Dongzhuo's entry into the capital was a conspiracy between Yuan Shao and his uncle. Gongsun Zan has even reported this to the emperor, urging him to issue an edict calling for the world to rise against the Yuan family." "You?" Sun Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Did we not just form an alliance with Gongsun Zan? Why are we backtracking so quickly upon your return?" "My lord, the matter of the alliance is serious. It cannot be trifled with." Cheng Yang chuckled. "This does not interfere. We ally with Gongsun Zan to attack Yuan Shao while simultaneously informing Yuan Shao to engage Gongsun Zan. After all, they are close neighbors, and we are far away. Let them fight it out. We simply reap the benefits, no?" Suddenly, the discussion hall fell silent, an air of astonishment hanging in the room. This was, indeed, quite underhanded. Were they not concerned that if neither side emerged victorious, they would only add fuel to the fire? Dongzhuo was summoned by the Yuan family, and Gongsun Zan had reported this to the emperor. Should Yuan Shao catch wind of this rumor, he would surely have Gongsun Zan flayed alive. "You rascal, you truly have a knack for causing trouble." Chapter 70. Zhanggan? The following morning, Sun Yu packed his belongings, preparing for a trip to Yi City. Before departing, he made a special visit to Qingyang in the registrar's office. He had come to realize that the third son of the Cheng family was not as simple as he seemed. At the very least, his strategy from the previous day had taken Sun Yu by surprise. While it may have been mischievous in warfare, deception was vital. Even his own allies were left agape, let alone the enemy. It appears that this young man is capable of serving as the chief clerk, and it is not solely due to nepotism. He is likely a person of considerable depth and hidden talents. No wonder the Lord and the strategist are keen to heed his counsel. They must have long since perceived his worth. Upon reaching the chief clerk's courtyard, Sun Yu donned a smile and inquired, "Is the esteemed chief clerk present?" "I, Sun, have come to pay my respects." The guards at the entrance found this rather peculiar, for the individual before them, Sun Yu, was one of the most trusted advisors to the chancellor, while Cheng Yang was merely a chief clerk. Although the position of chief clerk is not insignificant, how could it possibly compare to Sun Yu? Furthermore, Cheng Yang was but a junior, yet Sun Yu addressed him as esteemed sir, which was quite unusual. The guards quickly responded with smiles. "Master Sun, the chief clerk is in the rear courtyard. You may proceed directly." Nodding in acknowledgement, Sun Yu hastened to the back, and before he arrived, he could already hear laughter emanating from within. "Brother Cheng, are you ready?" Make way." Sun Yu, feeling somewhat puzzled, approached to find that Cheng Yang was practicing archery, accompanied by his friends Zhang Fei and Su Chu. The mention of Cheng Yang's archery skills reminded Sun Yu of the day at the martial arts competition when he had shot an arrow through the drumkeeper. Unable to contain himself, he chuckled softly. The others in the courtyard turned to look at him. "Master Sun, what brings you here?" Sun Yu straightened his posture and replied with a smile, "I am departing for Yi City tomorrow, and I wanted to come and see the esteemed chief clerk, who seems to be in high spirits." "See? See who? Do you wish to see me? What is there to see about me?" Cheng Yang responded, bewildered. "Master Sun, you are too kind. Please, have a seat." Sun Yu obliged and settled beside the stone table, watching Cheng Yang practice his archery. At the wall of the courtyard stood a straw target, merely a few dozen steps away. Anyone with a modicum of skill could hit it. However, for those inexperienced, it proved to be quite a challenge. Cheng Yang, not accustomed to archery, fired several arrows without hitting the target even once, instead landing several on the tree trunk beside it. Su Chu nodded while chuckling. Brother Cheng's archery is indeed steady, targeting the straw, yet hitting the tree trunk. You might as well aim for the tree trunk. Who knows, you might just hit the target. Zhang Fei burst into laughter, then asked, "But what if we encounter an enemy?" Su Chu replied, "That's even simpler. Let Brother Cheng aim at our own people. The enemy will think he is about to kill us. But who knows, Brother Cheng's arrows might end up striking them instead. Brother, I suggest you establish a divine archery camp. You would only need to teach this unexpected style of archery. It would surely be effective." "Effective, my foot. Is there anyone so treacherous? And you still call me brother, you traitor." Cheng Yang tossed aside his bow and arrows, turning toward the pavilion, declaring he would not practice any longer. "Every day, it's exhausting. I could just hire a couple of bodyguards instead of having to train. What good does mastering martial arts do? Remember, no matter how skilled one is in martial arts, one still fears a kitchen knife. It is all just a matter of a single brick." Sun Yu smiled, nodding in agreement. While the statement was crude, it held a certain truth. The third son of the Cheng family often delivered pithy remarks that were refreshingly insightful. How had he not noticed this before? "Cheng, take a break. Here, have some tea," Sun Yu said, offering a cup. Cheng Yang accepted it, took a sip, wiped his mouth and asked, "Master Sun, what brings you to seek me out?" Sun Yu replied with a smile, "Yesterday, your words enlightened me on the true essence of military strategy, deception and reality, truth and falsehood. It was truly splendid. However, Yuan Shao is unlike Gong Sunzan. He has numerous astute advisors. I came today to inquire who would accompany me on my mission. It became clear that he felt it would be unwise to go alone and had come specifically for advice. You have indeed come to the right person. Today I am in good spirits and will offer you a reminder." Cheng Yang pondered for a moment and then asked, "Do you happen to know Jiang Gan?" "Jiang Ziyu?" Sun Yu's eyes brightened. "Indeed. I know him well, and I am quite familiar with him. Do you think he would be suitable?" Jiang Gan is renowned in the scholarly circles for his eloquence and impressive demeanor. He is not only handsome but also exceptionally skilled in debate. In fact, he has no equal in places like Zhanghuai when it comes to rhetoric. However, In the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Zhang Gan is portrayed as a fool, often outwitted by Zhou Yu, which has led to his lack of esteem in later generations. Master Sun, since you are acquainted with Zhang Gan, why not invite him to accompany you? Cheng Yang suggested. Among Yuan Shao's 8 great strategists, while they may lack other skills, their eloquence is second to none. If you do not find a clever and articulate scholar, you may struggle to command their respect. Sun Yu considered this and agreed with Cheng Yang's assessment. He called out to his attendant outside the courtyard, "Someone, go summon Zhang Gan. Inform him that Sun has important matters to discuss with him in the chief clerk's courtyard." Cheng Yang was momentarily taken aback. "You are the one seeking him. I merely offered a suggestion. How did it come to be that he is summoned to my chief clerk's courtyard? Ah, never mind. You hold the authority. It is as you say. However, the historical records state that Zhang Gan is noted for his appearance and eloquence. Those praised for their appearance in history are invariably handsome. And I am quite curious to see for myself." The two continued their idle chatter as they awaited Zhang Gan's arrival. Meanwhile, Cao Cao was in his study reviewing documents. Upon hearing that Sun Yu had gone to the chief clerk's courtyard and had sent for Zhang Gan, he surmised they must be discussing significant matters, so he hurried over without delay. When Cheng Yang saw that even Cao Cao had arrived, he inwardly lamented, "Damn it, is it so hard for me to have a moment alone? Why does everyone gravitate around me? Is my charm truly that overwhelming?" What was once a tranquil chief clerk's courtyard is now on the verge of becoming a conference hall. Cao Cao, sensing Cheng Yang's silent thoughts, chose to ignore them and instead focused on Sun Yu, asking, "You summoned Zhang Gan. What do you intend to discuss with him?" Sun Yu replied, "Zhang Gan is quite esteemed in the scholarly community. Not only is he dignified, but he is also exceptionally skilled in debate. My intention is to invite him to gauge his suitability. If all goes well, I would like to have him accompany me to Yi City for strategic matters." Cao Cao squinted and smiled. "Very well. I have long heard of his reputation for eloquence. Once he arrives, we shall put him to the test and see if he is truly deserving of his renown." He then turned to Cheng Yang and specifically instructed him, "Little Cheng, your mind works quickly. When Zhang Gan arrives, you must thoroughly assess him for me. If he proves his worth, I shall reward you handsomely." Upon hearing of the reward, Cheng Yang immediately perked up. "Rest assured, my lord, I shall handle it." Everyone waited for over half an hour for Zhang Gan to arrive. Not only were Su Chu and Zhang Fei impatiently anticipating, but even the guards and Cao Cao's attendants found themselves intrigued. All were eager to see how Cheng Yang would test Zhang Gan's rhetorical skills. Finally, amidst the eager gazes, Zhang Gan, clad in scholar's robes and wearing a silk hat, gracefully entered the chief clerk's courtyard. Upon entering, he slightly bowed his head and raised his hand in greeting, saying, "Zhang Gan of Zhejiang greets the chancellor and all esteemed lords." It must be said, Zhang Gan was indeed quite handsome, a striking figure. If he were just a tad more handsome, he might rival Cheng Yang. Yet, the question remained, how skilled was he in debate? Cheng Yang pondered for a moment and then cheerfully asked, "Gan, how is your mother?" Zhang Gan was instantly taken aback, as were Cao Cao, Sun Yu, and the others. Gan was naturally a reference to Zhang Gan's name, but the abrupt follow-up question, "How is your mother?" sent ripples of laughter throughout the room. Cao Cao, clutching his stomach, pounded the table and burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Marvelous, marvelous! Little Cheng, your question is simply brilliant. Gan, how is your mother?" The others joined in the laughter, some even shedding tears from the hilarity of the moment.